This is a world belonging to Beast Tamers. Terrifying monsters, formidable dragons, and powerful beast masters control them to fight on their behalf, wielding dominion over the order and authority of the world. This perilous realm is rife with monstrous creatures, forcing humanity's empires to cower in the corners of existence, while the fearsome Beast Kings instill trepidation even in the mightiest of Beast Tamers. A young man from the 21st century, equipped with a system, finds himself in this world, as he commands a terrifying figure of dark green to descend from the heavens. Slaying one Beast King after another, the entire world gasps in astonishment that it is called the Sky Ripper. Chapter 1. The Beast Tamers World. Recently, a monstrous uprising has occurred in the icy plains, with the Beast King suspected to be a 7th-tier monstrosity. The city of snow and ice, known as the Star of the Far North, has been utterly ravaged by the beast tide. Fewer than 100 survivors remain from a population of nearly 200,000, and the city's structures have been reduced to mere ruins. The Ice Blood King is furious and has dispatched 3 7th-tier Beast Tamers, vowing to claim the Beast King's head. And these 3 esteemed tamers are none other than. Li Mu sat dazedly on the sofa, the attractive news anchor on the television continuing to speak, but he could no longer comprehend her words. After a long while, Li Mu finally accepted the reality. He had traversed into another world. The unfortunate soul, also named Li Mu, had met his demise on his own sofa, and inexplicably, his consciousness had taken residence in this body. Through the memories of the original owner, Li Mu acclimated quickly. He came to understand the nature of this world. It bore similarities to his former realm, yet was profoundly different. This is a world inhabited by beast tamers. Although humanity cannot evolve, they can control beasts to engage in combat. According to the memories of the original Li Mu, the apex beasts are even more exaggerated than those depicted in films like Godzilla. In this world, anyone can become a beast tamer by forming a soul contract with a beast after the age of 16. It is a realm of infinite possibilities, yet simultaneously fraught with boundless dangers. Only 2 days until I turned 16. This body is indeed youthful, brimming with vitality. From the memories, it was clear that this Li Mu was an orphan not born to such a fate, but rather his parents, both beast tamers in the military, had perished in a series of missions, underscoring the peril of this world. Fortunately, the welfare for military families in this world is relatively generous. With both parents lost, Li Mu received a compensation of 20 million imperial coins. Moreover, the military provides regular visits, bestowing small benefits, which included Li Mu's admission to second high school in Chunan City, a privilege granted by the military. School starts tomorrow. According to this guy's memories, the knowledge taught in this world seems quite intriguing. If I had learned this earlier, my grades back then wouldn't have been so dismal. However, I must procure the beast for the contract myself. A decent beast does not come cheap. The thought of this made Li Mu furrow his brow. Acquiring a beast in this world is not particularly challenging. One need only possess wealth to purchase one directly, without risking danger. Beast shops are as commonplace as pet stores were in his previous life. Currently, Li Mu has no financial resources. Even the original Li Mu relied on his parents' savings and compensation to survive. He opened his phone to check his balance. Over 57 million. Aside from the 20 million from his parents' compensation, their savings constituted the bulk of his wealth. The purchasing power of the imperial coin is robust, and the cost of living in this world is quite stable, with an average family of 3 spending around 100,000 per year. Gazing out at the sky, the fiery clouds painted half the horizon crimson. It was only 6 o'clock. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu took his keys and stepped outside. Though he had a vague idea of some beast appearances from his memories, he felt an eager anticipation to visit the beast shop and observe living beasts. Moreover, since he would soon require one, it would be prudent to peruse the options, establish what he wanted, and compare prices to avoid being swindled. Arriving at the elevator, he pressed the button and began to wait silently. The elevator arrived swiftly, its doors opening to reveal a young man with dyed blonde hair, looking no older than 20. However, what captured Li Mu's attention was the snake coiled around the young man's neck. A green venomous serpent, adorned with a small protrusion atop its head. While he knew that beast tamers were prevalent in this world, he had not anticipated encountering one before even stepping outside, especially a snake. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed, ding. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent light blue interface materialized before Li Mu. Having read numerous web novels, Li Mu was instantly elated. But mindful of the presence of another, he quickly glanced at the young man in the elevator. The blond youth appeared to be oblivious to the sight, displaying impatience as he said, "Are you coming in or not?" Suppressing his exhilaration, Limu hurriedly replied, "You go ahead." The impatient young man promptly closed the elevator door. Realizing that others could not see this interface, Limu felt no hesitation in focusing on it. Name: Oddhorned Green Scale Snake. Quality good. Level: 0 tier, 8th stage. Weaknesses: Fire, Lightning. Evolution path: 1. Unique Horned Green Scale Snake. Require materials: 3 Jade Fruit, 1 first tier Snake Horn 2. Green Scale, Giant Python. Having been steeped in online literature for years, Limu inwardly exclaimed, "System. I am here." A voice resonated within Limu's mind. System activated. Initiation successful. Limu was instantly overjoyed. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have laughed uproariously. But he forced himself to contain his exuberance and quickly inquired, "System, what are your capabilities?" This system is a beast evolution system, primarily designed for the evolution of beasts. Limu immediately comprehended the system's purpose. In this world, the quality of beasts is of utmost importance, alongside their levels that eye in the same tier. A high-quality beast naturally overwhelms a low-quality one. Even facing multiple foes is not an issue. This reflects the innate talents among beasts. While beast tamers are not differentiated by talent, the quality of their beasts is paramount. The extent of a beast tamer's growth is entirely dependent on the beast they cultivate. Thus, a high-quality beast is of critical significance. This world categorizes beast quality from lowest to highest as ordinary, good, excellent, and outstanding. Ordinary individuals typically encounter only excellent quality beasts, often merely glimpsed on television. Then system. How does one evolve a beast? This system offers 2 methods for evolution. The first is to directly detect the materials required for a beast's evolution, and then evolve using those materials. The second involves the system issuing certain tasks, subsequently providing evolution opportunities. The first method is straightforward according to Limu's memories. Beasts in this world can indeed evolve, and there are even specialized professions dedicated to this, offering lower-tier beast tamers a chance to rise without discarding their longtime companions. Limu asked directly, "System, what does the second method entail?" It means that no materials are needed, only a beast is required, provided it falls within the range of evolution opportunities. Chapter 2. The Imminent Arrival of Ligia. Limu stood vacantly at the elevator entrance, finally grasping the primary function of this system. Under normal circumstances, enhancing the quality of a beast companion necessitates specific materials, and after years of development in this world, many of the required materials are well documented. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these materials are not inexpensive, with some high-grade materials being scarce and exorbitantly priced. Yet, this system offers enhancement opportunities without any material requirements, an undeniable manifestation of a bug-level existence. Ding! You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. 1 opportunity for evolution from any quality directly to legendary quality, controllable evolution. Legendary? Limu was utterly astonished. The term legendary is not casually uttered. Legendary beast companions are almost certain to grow to at least the 7th tier. It is merely a matter of time. A beast master possessing a legendary beast is referred to as a legendary beast master. For ordinary individuals, a legendary quality beast is nothing short of a myth, with even a perfect quality below legendary being exceedingly rare in a lifetime. However, Limu soon noticed the subsequent words and inquired, "System, what does controllable evolution mean?" It means you can dictate the form of the evolved beast. You can evolve it into whatever form you desire. Though its innate talent and strength can only reach legendary quality, Limu immediately contemplated a possibility. So, can I evolve a Ligia? Indeed. Any beast companion you desire can be evolved into a Ligia with this opportunity, provided you wish for it. Ligia. I want a Ligia. Limu was an ardent fan of Pokemon, with Ligia being his utmost favorite. Of course, you must first possess a beast companion. The system doused Limu with a bucket of cold water. He immediately regained his composure, remembering that he would only be able to contract a beast companion 2 days later. Nevertheless, having ventured out, Limu decided to explore. Soon, he descended the elevator and stepped outside. Notably, the elevator was spacious, likely designed to accommodate residents transporting their beast companions home. Upon exiting the building, Limu observed numerous beast companions within the community. A middle-aged woman leisurely walking a 2-meter-tall, snow-white, furry canine. A little girl joyfully playing in a sandpit with a scorpion over a meter long, and a young man jogging alongside a kangaroo. Everything felt real, belonging to a world where beast companions were so prevalent. Li Mu hailed a taxi and took a seat in the back. Noticing a black cat lounging in the front seat, slightly larger than a typical cat. The driver was a middle-aged man whose face bore the marks of life as hardships. As soon as Li Mu got into the car, the driver cheerfully asked, "Where to, young man?" Li Mu replied, "Master, do you know which is the best beast store in Shunan City?" "Oh, I know. You're looking to contract a beast companion, right? You've come to the right person. The best beast store is undoubtedly the 10,000 Beasts Beast Store. This is a chain throughout the entire empire. As long as you have the funds, they can even procure exquisite quality beasts for you. And if they don't have it in stock, they can fetch it from headquarters. Not only do they offer high-quality beasts, but they also have a wide variety of ordinary beasts at very reasonable prices. It's the perfect choice for young lads like you seeking their first beast companion." Li Mu found himself speechless. He had merely asked a question. Yet the driver was so talkative. Is it customary for drivers in every world to be so chatty? He wondered. "Well then, master, let us head to the 10,000 Beasts Beast Store." "Sure." The driver nodded, pressing down on the accelerator. "By the way, young man, where are your parents? Beast companions aren't cheap. I'm just going to take a look. I want to turn 16 for a few more days." "Ah, I see. I understand that feeling. Who hasn't fantasized about becoming a battle beast master in their youth? But it's not that simple," the driver remarked, extending his right hand to pet the black cat in the front seat, which affectionately nudged against his hand. Name, Shadow Cat. Quality, exquisite. Level, 2nd tier. 3rd segment, injured and fell. Weakness, light. Evolution path, 1, Nether Cat. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. Could he truly be so fortunate that simply hailing a taxi would lead him to a genuine beast master? While everyone in this world could form a contract with a beast companion, not everyone could be deemed a beast master. Only those whose beasts reached the 1st tier qualified as true beast masters. The classification of beasts ranges from 0 to 9 tiers, though the 9th tier is merely a legend, with each tier further divided into 9 segments. Prior to this, the most powerful beast he had encountered was the anomalous horned azure serpent belonging to a young man in the elevator. Reaching the status of a 2nd-tier beast master certainly denotes significance. Both of Li Mu's parents had been 2nd-tier beast masters, and it was only after their sacrifice that such a substantial pension was granted. If it were merely a 2nd-tier beast master, Li Mu would not have been so astonished. What truly left him in awe was the notation of injured and fell following the Shadow Cat's level. The implication was clear. This Shadow Cat had once been extraordinarily powerful, and coupled with its exquisite quality, it suggested that this driver had a story of his own. Li Mu wished to avoid complications. He did not believe this to be an opportunity, as he was not the protagonist and did not possess such good fortune. Thus, he maintained silence throughout the remainder of the journey, and after the driver attempted to engage in conversation a few times without success, he too fell silent. Before long, the taxi arrived at its destination. The driver opened the door and casually said, $5, thank you for your patronage. Li Mu nodded, scanning the fare to the driver via his phone before stepping out. Upon exiting, he was immediately captivated by the architecture before him. It was a grand structure, 9 stories high, not particularly tall, but exceedingly wide, resembling a colossal bird's nest, which only enhanced its uniqueness. In a commercial street where every inch of land is precious, such a bold construction reflected its strength. The building's summit bore 2 bold, dark characters, 10,000 beasts, exuding an extraordinary presence even to those unacquainted with calligraphy. Without hesitation, Li Mu strode towards the entrance. Flanking the grand doors were 2 security guards, each accompanied by a large black wolfhound. Name, Night Wolfhound. Quality, good. Level, 2nd tier, 2nd segment. The other 3 beasts displayed similar statistics, but Li Mu did not linger, proceeding directly inside. Upon entry, instead of the diverse array of beast companions he had envisioned, he was met with a hall. At the back of the hall stood a reception desk, manned by a few young and attractive attendants in uniforms, reminiscent of a hotel layout from a past life. Noticing Li Mu, one of the attendants promptly approached, not showing any signs of condescension due to his youth. After a polite bow, they inquired, "Sir, this way please. Our beast companions are located over here, and the selection is exceedingly comprehensive. You may browse at your leisure." Chapter 3, 10,000 Beasts Beast Store. Following the attendant to the back of the hall, Li Mu found himself in the anticipated scene, albeit on a much grander scale than he had imagined. Glimmering lights illuminated the space, with soaring ceilings and neatly arranged iron cages, leaving wide pathways in between. The attendant smiled gently and politely stated, "Sir, this is our exhibition area. Would you prefer to explore on your own, or shall I provide an introduction?" "Of course, this service is complimentary." Li Mu inquired, "Are all the beast companions here?" The attendant responded, "Certainly not. Most of the beasts here are of ordinary quality, with only a few of good quality. Anything of a higher caliber is not displayed here." Limu nodded and inquired further, what are the approximate prices for beasts of varying qualities? The attendant hesitated for a moment. Sir, aside from quality, the type of beast also greatly influences the price. Generally, ordinary quality beasts range from several thousand to hundreds of thousands of imperial coins. For good quality, the price escalates to hundreds of thousands to millions, and some particularly exceptional specimens can exceed 10 million. As for excellent quality, the cost starts at several million and can reach into the billions. Beyond that, I'm afraid it's beyond my knowledge. Do you have an area for insect beasts? It seems all that's around here are canines. While the attendant spoke, Limu had already observed numerous nearby beasts, most of which were ordinary and consisted primarily of canine pups, priced as the attendant had indicated. In Limu's memory, pet shops typically sold mostly pups, as they were easier to contract with. Indeed we do. The attendant looked at Limu with some surprise, as the arrangement of beasts is quite deliberate. Canines, being the most sought-after beasts, are naturally placed at the forefront, while insect beasts attract a relatively smaller audience. The attendant quickly regained his composure and said, Sir, please follow me this way. Limu nodded, trailing behind the attendant. He couldn't help but appreciate the exceptional service provided by the attendants in such a grand establishment, devoid of the disdainful attitudes often depicted in novels. Limu, what are you doing here? A rather unfriendly voice suddenly pierced through the air from behind. Recognizing the voice's owner, Limu sighed inwardly. A nuisance. He chose not to turn around and continued following the attendant. Limu, I'm talking to you. The voice grew more agitated. Reluctantly, Limu halted and turned to face the speaker, a rotund boy with a face full of blubber. A classmate who took pleasure in bullying Limu. Being an orphan, Limu had always been introverted, whereas this boy was particularly boisterous at school, often teaming up with others to intimidate quieter students, Limu being one of them. Introverted students rarely dared to retaliate, even refraining from reporting to teachers. Zhangju, what do you want? Limu replied coolly. Zhangju swaggered over with an exaggerated gait. I just called you. Did you not hear? Limu raised an eyebrow, recalling that all he needed to do was greet someone from the military. This world treats the families of fallen soldiers exceptionally well. If it were known that both of Limu's parents were military personnel who sacrificed themselves for the public, Zhangju would have been swiftly expelled for his bullying. However, the original Limu had deemed it a trivial matter, feeling it unnecessary to escalate the situation, fearing retaliation from Zhangju. I don't wish to engage with you. Is there a problem? Limu stated flatly, then turned to the attendant. Let us continue. Seeing Limu, who usually avoided him, stand firm today, Zhangju felt his fragile confidence crumble. Stop right there. Do you believe I can make your life miserable at school? The boy bellowed. The attendant, cautious, interjected. Sir, we have strict rules against loud noises here. Zhangju, filled with bravado, retorted. Do you know who my father is? What is it to me if I make noise? As soon as he spoke, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, and Zhangju immediately regretted his words. He was well aware of the significance of the place they were in. Not even his father, a minor figure in Chunin City, would dare to act brazenly within the premises of the renowned Beast Emporium, a chain store known throughout the empire, with formidable backing. However, youthful impulsiveness prevented Zhangju from apologizing, even as he recognized his error. Fortunately, the attendant seemed uninterested in pursuing the matter, as long as Zhangju did not disturb the beasts, for she was merely an attendant. By the time Zhangju regained his composure, he discovered that Limu had already walked away, drawing a crowd of onlookers ready to witness the spectacle. Zhangju felt a flush of embarrassment, sensing the amused gazes directed at him, and he blamed Limu for this humiliation. If it weren't for Limu, these people wouldn't be mocking him. But now he had regained some rationality and understood that this was not the place for such antics. Nonetheless, the name Limu burned into his memory. And after this incident, Zhangju lost all interest in viewing beasts. He pushed past the attendant, leaving in a fit of anger. Limu, however, had not truly departed. He lingered around a corner, nearly bursting into laughter at Zhangju's display. If only all adversaries were this amusing, he mused. There would be no need to make a phone call for such a trivial character. The attendant accompanying Limu inquired, Sir, would you like to continue your tour? Of course, Limu nodded. If I purchase a beast, do you receive a commission? The attendant hesitated momentarily before responding. Yes, sir. But whether you choose to buy is entirely at your discretion. If you are dissatisfied with my service, I can arrange for another attendant. No, I am quite pleased with your service. Initially, I intended to just browse today and wait until I turn 16 in 2 days to make a purchase. However, I have decided to buy today, specifically because of your excellent service. What Limu said was entirely sincere. Had the attendant been overly pushy, he might have felt resentful. But her patience in answering his questions made the prospect of purchasing sooner rather than later appealing. The attendant beamed. Thank you so much, sir. This way, please. The insect section is over here. Li Mu nodded and followed the attendant, and soon they arrived at the insect section, where the beasts were displayed not in cages, but within individual glass enclosures. At the forefront stood an array of imposing mantises. Name: Blade Mantis. Quality: Ordinary. Level: 0 stage, first segment, Juvenile. Evolution path: 1. Blade Mantis. Required materials: 3 pounds of secret iron, 1 wind apple. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Li Mu would scarcely have believed that a mantis, standing a full meter tall with blade-like arms measuring half a meter, was still in its juvenile phase. Seeing Li Mu pause, the attendant eagerly introduced, "Sir, this is the blade mantis, which can typically reach 0 stage, 7th segment upon maturity. This species is our best-selling insect beast, not only for its impressive appearance, but also for its formidable combat abilities, ranking among the top in ordinary quality beasts." Li Mu nodded. Observing the price tag on the glass enclosure, 150,000 imperial coins, a price equivalent to that of a vehicle, not excessively dear. However, the true expense of a beast lies not in the purchase, but in its upkeep, regular food, nutritional supplements, special items for enhancing strength, and the most significant expense of all, evolution. Of course, if one merely desired a companion beast rather than a combat beast, the cost would be considerably lower. Yet, Li Mu's ambition was to become a combat beast master, and with the system at his disposal, he had long set his sights on becoming the most powerful beast master. Li Mu did not linger any longer and continued his journey. In addition to various mantises, he encountered numerous venomous creatures such as scorpions and centipedes. Remarkably, all the insect-like beasts he observed possessed extraordinarily exaggerated sizes, with centipedes measuring 1 to 2 meters in length and scorpions boasting tails extending 2 to 3 meters. If this were not alarming enough, one could only wonder if these were merely in their juvenile stages. Of course, there were smaller varieties, but they were only diminutive in relative terms. Suddenly, Li Mu halted in his tracks, finding himself before a colossal glass enclosure, adorned with some desiccated wood for decoration. However, the focal point lay within the glass dome, a golden python measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Name: Golden Python. Quality: Excellent. Level: 0 tier, Stage 3, Juvenile. Evolution path: 1. Golden Giant Python. Required materials: 100 pounds of gold, 1 tier 3 beast core of the gold element, 5 grams of golden dust. 2. Golden Devouring Python. Required materials: 3. Golden Unicorn Python. Having surveyed numerous beasts, the majority were of ordinary quality, with several of good quality, at least a dozen encountered, but this was the first time Li Mu had laid eyes on a beast of excellent quality in this establishment. He recalled that the attendant had mentioned there were no excellent quality beasts available here. Sensing Li Mu's confusion, the attendant elucidated, "Sir, you are unaware. This is the king of our serpent and insect district, a hallmark of our establishment. Each section features one excellent quality beast king." As if responding to the attendant's words, the golden python proudly raised its neck, which was thicker than an adult's arm. Li Mu seemed to detect a hint of disdain and an overwhelming pride in the python's golden vertical pupils. This creature, regardless of its combat prowess, undeniably piqued Li Mu's interest with its striking appearance and haughty demeanor. However, upon noticing the price tag affixed to the glass enclosure, Li Mu's eyelids involuntarily twitched. 28,888,000 imperial coins. Perhaps the entire fortune of an average middle-class individual could not rival such a sum. Although he could afford it, he deemed it unnecessary, especially since his existing beast, the Rift Banshee, was already elongated. Even if he were to purchase a second beast, it would not be another serpent. The attendant, sensing that Li Mu was taken aback by the price, offered him an out. "Sir, why don't we explore this way? There are many other types of beasts to choose from. Perhaps you will find one that suits your fancy." Following the attendant, Li Mu felt an increased fondness for her and inquired, "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." "I am Li Mu, and you are?" "Sir, my name is Wang Xiaoqin. If you need assistance, feel free to jot down my number. You may consult me directly regarding any beast-related inquiries." Li Mu nodded, noting Wang Xiaoqin's contact information. After wandering alongside her for quite some time, he still had not encountered the specific beast he yearned for and could not help but ask, "Miss Wang, do you not have any caterpillars?" Wang Xiaoqin appeared taken aback. "What?" However, she quickly realized her rudeness and promptly apologized. "I am sorry, sir. It's all right. I am indeed referring to caterpillars." "You heard me correctly," Li Mu replied, suppressing a bitter smile. He understood that his request was rather peculiar. After all, what normal person would desire a caterpillar as their beast? Even girls would typically inquire about butterflies, not caterpillars. Nonetheless, Li Mu genuinely wished to acquire a caterpillar. Although any beast could evolve into a Rift Banshee, he believed that a green caterpillar would possess a certain soul upon transformation. "Sir, you must mean butterflies." I do have butterfly larvae. Please follow me, Wang Xiaoqin stated. No, I mean caterpillars. Never mind, they are essentially the same. Let us proceed. Soon, Wang Xiaoqin led Li Mu to an area teeming with caterpillars, or rather, butterfly larvae. Although Wang Xiaoqin mentioned they were few, that was merely relative. Li Mu spotted at least 100 different types of butterfly larvae. However, these were not what he sought, for he only encountered the following. Name: powder butterfly. Quality: ordinary. Level: 0 tier, stage 1, larva. Name: pollen butterfly. Quality: good. Level: 0 tier, stage 2, larva. These were merely butterfly larvae requiring no evolution. They would directly transform into butterflies upon maturation. What Li Mu desired was a creature named simply caterpillar. He began to meticulously search through each glass enclosure. But after inspecting a considerable number, he had yet to find what he was looking for. Just as he was about to abandon hope and settle for any random selection, a certain glass case in the corner caught his attention. Inside was a green caterpillar, approximately the thickness of 2 fingers and about 10 centimeters long, appearing plump and healthy. Unlike the other butterfly larvae, which were actively crawling on the branches within their glass confines, this one lay lethargically at the bottom of its enclosure. Name: green caterpillar. Quality: good. Level: 0 tier, stage 1, juvenile, weak. Evolution path: 1. Venomous silk caterpillar, required materials. 2. Venomous powder butterfly. Li Mu felt as though fate had intervened. Previously, he had been skeptical of destiny, but now he believed. Without even glancing at the price, he declared, I want it. The green caterpillar, uniquely named, stood out amidst its surroundings, and its singularity felt like divine providence. Sir, Wang Xiaoqin hesitated. This beast appears to be in rather poor condition. Perhaps you would consider selecting another? She felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain how such a debilitated beast had made its way to the display. Selling customers inferior beasts was strictly prohibited and could tarnish the esteemed reputation of the 10,000 Beasts establishment. Why? Li Mu inquired, astonished. Wang Xiaoqin bowed deeply, apologizing. I sincerely apologize, sir, but we cannot sell customers inferior beasts. Li Mu furrowed his brow, opting not to press Wang Xiaoqin further, instead adopting a conciliatory tone. I truly desire this one. Is there any way to make it happen? I am open to any suggestions. If necessary, could you consult your supervisor? Wang Xiaoqin hesitated momentarily before nodding. Please wait here for a moment while I seek approval from my supervisor. Li Mu nodded in agreement, and Wang Xiaoqin turned to depart. Meanwhile, he silently summoned the system, pondering why this green caterpillar bore the designation of weak, an attribute absent from other beasts. After the system's explanation, Li Mu finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that the system's panel was not fixed, in addition to the basic information. It could also reveal further details about the beast. For instance, the additional juvenile designation was a result of Li Mu's subconscious. Beyond a beast's age, its physical state and even emotional status could be assessed. In essence, this system could instantly grasp all pertinent information regarding any beast. As for why the green caterpillar was classified as weak, Li Mu learned that it was not a significant issue, but rather a misunderstanding on the part of the 10,000 Beasts establishment, which had misidentified the green caterpillar as a young green butterfly. Although the two were quite similar, their dietary needs exhibited subtle differences, and in simple terms, the green caterpillar had suffered from an upset stomach. The description outside the enclosure read as follows: the green caterpillar, under normal circumstances, it can transform into its complete form within a year. Using nutritional supplements can expedite this process. Quality: ordinary. Grade: 0 stage, segment 1. Price: 80,000 imperial coins. The name on the glass case does not align with the designation provided by the system, and Li Mu naturally believes the system to be correct, which serves as a revelation for him. In this world, ordinary individuals can only discern the quality and grade of beasts through experience, while the beasts at the 10,000 Beast store should have been assessed by a beast appraiser. Even the most seasoned appraisers may err when relying solely on the naked eye. Li Mu suddenly considers that becoming a beast appraiser might not be a bad choice after all. The beast appraiser is one of the unique professions in this world, and as the name implies, its role is to assess the quality and grade of beasts. In Li Mu's memory, beast appraisers are among the highest paid professions, second only to beast breeders. However, aspiring to be a beast appraiser is no simple task. It requires certification, and the process to obtain that certification is rather complex. Before long, Wang Xiaoqin arrives with a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing the sickly green caterpillar in the display case, the man furrows his brow. Wang Xiaoqin explains, Mr. Li, this is our supervisor he. Supervisor, this is Mr. Li. Supervisor he assesses Li Mu, extends his right hand, and introduces himself, I am He Lei, responsible for all beasts on the first floor. In response to the courtesy, Li Mu reciprocates and shakes He Lei's hand, I am Li Mu. He nods. Mr. Li, I have heard from Xiaoqin about your concerns. The presence of problematic beasts in our showroom is indeed our oversight. First, I would like to thank you for bringing this issue to our attention. How about this? I will take the liberty of allowing you to choose any ordinary quality beast. Aside from this one, as a token of gratitude from our 10,000 beast store. Li Mu is taken aback, quickly realizing that he might be perceived as a professional fraud examiner. With a sigh, he clarifies, Supervisor He, you have misunderstood. I genuinely wish to acquire this beast. And it has no issues. Oh, He Lei's initially enthusiastic demeanor cools slightly. He perceives that Li Mu intends to press this point. The courtesy extended by the 10,000 beast store does not imply that they can tolerate unreasonable demands. Understanding that he must be forthright if he hopes to obtain the green caterpillar, Li Mu states, Supervisor He, do you know why this green caterpillar appears so sickly? What green caterpillar? Is it not a green butterfly larva? Being in a supervisory role, He Lei quickly grasps the crux of Li Mu's statement. Li Mu smiles indeed. It is referred to as a green caterpillar, not a green butterfly larva. If I am not mistaken, you have been feeding it figs, correct? While figs are excellent nourishment for butterfly larvae, they may not be suitable for green caterpillars, as figs possess not only wood attributes, but also a hint of light attributes. Therein lies the problem. Are you implying? He Lei seems to have an inkling. Li Mu nods. This poor creature merely has an upset stomach. It is not a serious issue. He Lei appears incredulous. Sir, how can you be so certain it is indeed a green caterpillar? Li Mu responds with confidence. It is quite simply a matter of observation. Although green caterpillars resemble green butterfly larvae, there are subtle differences. For instance, while the green caterpillar is indeed green, its surface is smooth and devoid of hairs, whereas the green butterfly larva, while seemingly hairless, has some very fine setae along its sides. He Lei leans closer to the glass case to scrutinize, and indeed, as Li Mu stated, the plump green caterpillar lacks any hairs. He Lei's expression darkens. Xiaoqin, who is responsible for this area? That appraiser. Wang Xiaoqin cautiously replies, it seems to be the newly appointed first-stage appraiser, Wang Bo. Have him wait in my office, He Lei commands coldly. Understood. Seeing He Lei's anger, Wang Xiaoqin does not hesitate and hurriedly departs. Once she leaves, He Lei's expression quickly transitions back to a semblance of a smile, albeit still somewhat strained. I sincerely thank you, young brother. It is truly unacceptable for our store to have such an oversight. Not at all, Li Mu replies. So, may I purchase this green caterpillar now? He Lei beams. It appears you genuinely favor this beast. Let it be so. I will take it upon myself to gift it to you. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? It is merely an ordinary quality beast. In truth, you have greatly assisted us, and this beast does not suffice to express my gratitude. How about this? You may also select another beast of good quality, which I shall also gift to you. Li Mu furrows his brow slightly. Accepting one green caterpillar as a gesture of thanks is reasonable, but receiving an additional good quality beast feels excessive. Indeed, He Lei cheerfully inquires, are you a beast appraiser, young brother? In an instant, Li Mu comprehends He Lei's intention. It is a ploy to cultivate a relationship. Although he possesses a system that allows him to outshine all other appraisers, he lacks a certification, which precludes him from assuming the role of an appraiser. Thus, he must respond truthfully, I am not, although I have a keen interest in this field. However, I have not yet turned 16. Chapter 6. The discount offered by He Lei. I see. He Lei expresses some regret, but heroes emerge from youth, and I believe you will have no trouble obtaining certification. You flatter me. Li Mu thinks to himself with a resigned smile. If the assessment for becoming a beast appraiser merely involved identifying beasts, he could easily pass a legendary 9th grade examination with the help of his system. However, the assessment is heavily theoretical and primarily involves written examinations, which renders Li Mu's greatest advantage moot. Young brother, even if you are not a beast appraiser, my words still hold weight. You may select another beast of good quality, and consider it a gift from me. At He Lei's level, a good quality beast is of little consequence, and he is too proud to rescind his earlier offer. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu proposes, could I exchange the good quality beast for a discount? I can contribute a bit more. I wish to purchase a better one. While the arrival of the legendary Pokemon is imminent, in this world, beast tamers are not limited to a single contract. As long as their spiritual power is sufficiently strong, they can, in theory, form an infinite number of contracts. The strength of a beast tamer's spirit is interconnected with the beasts they have already contracted, creating a positive feedback loop. However, most beast tamers only contract a few beasts, as managing too many can be overwhelming for an average household. Of course, no problem at all, He Lei readily agrees. Here's what I will do. I will offer you a discount based on the highest standard for good quality beasts, 10 million. If you purchase a beast of good quality or above, you will receive a direct discount of 10 million. Li Mu is astounded. He had not anticipated such generosity from Hele. 10 million is no trivial sum. It's a figure that an ordinary person could never hope to amass in a lifetime. What Li Mu does not realize is the inflated nature of beast prices. The so-called fairness is merely a market price, not genuine equity. Moreover, what Hele offers is only a discount. Excellent quality beasts often command prices in the tens of millions, meaning that the 10 million discount is not as significant as Li Mu imagines. However, Hele's willingness to extend such a discount is not solely due to Li Mu identifying a misidentified beast. It is also based on Hele's desire to foster goodwill with Li Mu. Thank you very much, Supervisor He. Li Mu expressed his gratitude sincerely. Regardless of Hele's intentions, the discount was undoubtedly genuine. If I may ask, young brother, how long until you turn 16? In 2 days, why do you ask? Oh, I see, Hele replied directly. Then, little brother, if you intend to purchase a superior beast, it would be prudent to do so on that very day, allowing us to assist you in signing the contract right here. And why is that? Li Mu inquired, as his understanding of this world was solely based on the memories of the original Li Mu, who was merely a schoolboy under the age of 16 and far from being an expert. Hele explained, to sign a beast contract essentially means to intertwine the souls of both parties, acknowledging each other. Creatures like the green caterpillar are manageable, as their strength and intelligence are not particularly high. However, some remarkable beasts, even in their juvenile frenzy, can be lethal to several grown men. If you were to take one home without a signed contract, it could pose a significant risk. Moreover, without our professional assistance, executing the contract is not a straightforward task, though we do not charge for this service. Li Mu nodded. In that case, I shall return in 2 days. However, may I take this little fellow with me? Certainly. Hele waved to a staff member, who promptly opened the glass enclosure and, with gloved hands, carefully retrieved the green caterpillar. Rather than allowing the staff member to place it in a prepared glass box, Li Mu accepted the caterpillar directly. The little creature squirmed slightly, attempting to escape, but soon surrendered, listlessly resting in the palm of Li Mu's hand. This little guy is rather adorable. Li Mu couldn't help but gently poke the chubby creature with his finger. Hele, standing nearby, stepped back a few paces, awkwardly stating, cute, indeed. Li Mu nearly burst into laughter, surprised that this grown man seemed afraid of a caterpillar. Suppressing his amusement, he bid farewell to Hele. Manager He, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now and return in 2 days. Do not forget my discount. It seemed that the green caterpillar in Li Mu's hands had an effect, as Hele no longer approached eagerly, but merely said from a distance, goodbye, young brother. Li Mu waved as he stepped outside, where the streetlights had all illuminated. The sky had begun to darken, with only a distant glimmer of the last sunset lingering. As if reluctant to depart. Hey, little fellow, don't be so listless, Li Mu said while playfully teasing the caterpillar as he walked down the street. The caterpillar paid him no mind. Though annoyed by the incessant poking of this bothersome human, it found itself too weak to resist. Despite knowing the caterpillar posed no real danger, Li Mu quickened his pace upon seeing its lethargic demeanor. Soon, he entered a nearby establishment, Qingmu Beast Materials Shop. Before long, he emerged with 2 bags in hand, which made it impossible for him to continue teasing the caterpillar. The little creature had finally escaped Li Mu's clutches. At least for the moment. Hailing a taxi, Li Mu made no stops along the way and returned home with remarkable speed. Once inside, he ensured the door was securely locked, placing the bags and the caterpillar on the table. He opened the contents of the 2 bags, revealing a box of green substance resembling a soft ointment, which he placed before the caterpillar. The previously listless caterpillar instantly perked up, laboriously inching forward on the table before diving headfirst into the green ointment. Take it slow, no one is competing with you, Li Mu chuckled, poking this greedy little creature. The more he observed it, the fonder he grew. You little rascal, your food costs more than mine. This small box set me back over 1,000. This green substance was no ordinary ointment. It was a first-tier herbal nutrition paste that not only maintained the health of beasts, but also promoted their development, enhancing their strength and even increasing the probability of their advancement. Typically, such items were purchased only by true combat beast masters, as ordinary individuals would hesitate to indulge their beasts with such luxuries. Seeing you eat makes me hungry, Li Mu remarked, rubbing his stomach. Indeed, he hadn't eaten since arriving in this world. Stay put, he instructed, irrespective of whether the caterpillar could comprehend, as he headed into the kitchen. As the caterpillar enjoyed its feast, nearly submerging itself in the fist-sized box of paste, it had no time to heed Li Mu's words. Chapter 7. Shenmingjia's Call. Before long, Li Mu emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of noodles topped with an egg. He glanced at the table, where the 1,000-coin nutrition paste sat, and then at the bowl of noodles in his hand, which cost less than 2 coins. A sense of imbalance washed over him. Little fellow, do you realize how well I treat you? Li Mu placed the bowl beside the caterpillar and sat down. Taking a slurp of noodles, he found the flavor quite satisfying. Suddenly, he noticed that the box of paste was nearly half empty. He quickly grabbed the box and pinched the caterpillar out of the paste. It wasn't that Li Mu was stingy. He had intended to feed it, but he worried about the caterpillar overindulging, considering it was still smaller than half the box. As Li Mu held the caterpillar, it began to squirm vigorously, its already plump body now puffed up even more. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. This little creature had quite a bit of strength, though it was still nothing compared to the might of a typical caterpillar. Name: Green Caterpillar. Quality: Good. Level: 0 stage. Segment 1. Status: Healthy. Mood: Content. As expected, one gets what one pays for. This little creature had rapidly transitioned from weak to healthy. Noticing the caterpillar's continued wriggling, Li Mu's mischievous side flared up, and he threatened, "Don't move, or I shall eat you." With that, he mimicked a few exaggerated chewing motions, and unexpectedly found the caterpillar's paste-covered body somewhat appealing. The caterpillar instantly froze, but before Li Mu could revel in his triumph, a sudden flash of white obscured his vision. The caterpillar had spun silk, releasing a copious amount that landed squarely on Li Mu's face. Grinding his teeth, he exclaimed, "You little rascal." However, at that moment, he noticed the caterpillar's mood shift from contentment to fear, and it genuinely appeared frightened. "Apologies," Li Mu gently placed the caterpillar back on the table, trying to pull the silk off his head but finding it unyielding. He applied more force, only to feel a sharp pain with no results. He never imagined the caterpillar's silk could be so resilient. Reluctantly, he gave up, sporting a head full of silk as he gazed at the caterpillar on the table and sincerely said, "Little fellow, I'm truly sorry. I only wanted to jest. I would never harm you. It was wrong of me to frighten you. However, look, I brought you home and bought you all this delicious food. You've had your fill, so please don't be upset. Let us get along well from now on, shall we? After all, we are destined to fight side by side, little one. Do you wish to grow stronger?" Li Mu kept an eye on the system screen, noticing that the caterpillar's mood had shifted to guilt. Could it be that this little creature understood his words? Is the intelligence of these beasts truly so remarkable? Li Mu found it hard to believe. Although he was conversing with the green caterpillar, he never anticipated that it would genuinely comprehend him, much like how pet owners in his past life enjoyed talking to their pets. At that moment, the green caterpillar unexpectedly crawled from the table onto Li Mu's hand. Fearing that he might startle it, Li Mu remained perfectly still. The caterpillar's numerous tiny legs moved with remarkable speed, traversing from his palm to his arm, then to his shoulder, and ultimately, it climbed along the silk thread up to his face. It tickled. "What are you up to, little one?" Li Mu could only manage to keep himself motionless. The green caterpillar ascended along the silk, seemingly licking as it went, and wherever it crawled, the silk vanished. Li Mu then understood its intentions and couldn't help but smile. This little creature was quite amiable. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. The silk produced by the caterpillar was soon resolved by it. Li Mu extended his palm, and the caterpillar, now seemingly unafraid, leapt from his face onto his hand. It gazed at him with its pair of reflective black eyes. "You little rascal," Li Mu chuckled, gently placing the caterpillar back onto the table. "Little one, it's not that I won't feed you, but you mustn't indulge too much. It could upset your stomach." Li Mu stirred the noodles in his bowl, realizing they had clumped together, while his own stomach still grumbled with hunger. He quickly dug in. Meanwhile, the green caterpillar, seizing the opportunity while Li Mu was distracted, suddenly released a silk thread, ensnaring the box of nutrient paste he had placed at the side of the table. The caterpillar cautiously glanced back at Li Mu, noting he was engrossed in his meal, and tugged on the silk thread, drawing the nutrient paste closer. After finishing a bowl of noodles and devouring the egg, Li Mu set down the bowl with a contented burp. As for the caterpillar's little antics, how could they possibly escape his notice? However, he surmised that a single box of nutrient paste wouldn't overindulge it too much, so he allowed the greedy little creature to continue its mischief. "Don't wander off. I'm going to take a shower," Li Mu cautioned before heading to the bathroom. Ding ding ding, the sound of a bell chimed. While Li Mu was in the shower, the phone suddenly rang in the living room. After a moment's hesitation, he realized he likely had no important contacts. Li Mu, who was not fond of socializing, had few friends. Typically, he would go 10 days or even half a month without receiving a call. He leisurely finished his shower, dressed, and then ambled toward the living room. The green caterpillar was indeed a voracious eater. The box of nutrient paste was nearly empty, and it lay languidly inside the box. Li Mu chuckled as he picked up his phone, raising an eyebrow at the missed call. It was from her, Chen Mingjia, a representative from the military. The military had personnel specifically assigned to contact the families of fallen soldiers, and sometimes they would visit. It was Mingjia who was responsible for checking in on Li Mu. He returned the call, and it connected swiftly. "Hello, is this Xiaomu?" A gentle voice came through the receiver. "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Well, You're not calling me sister anymore, are you? Dream. Mingjia. Li Mu replied somewhat awkwardly. That's more like it. Xiaomu, how have you been? Is your money still sufficient? I must tell you, you're still young. Do not squander your funds. Mingjia, do you not know me? How could I waste my money? True enough. You rarely treat yourself, well, even when it comes to food. When I have some free time, I'll come visit you and take you out for a nice meal. No need. You're very busy. I'm doing quite well on my own. Xiaomu, why are you being so formal with me? By the way, how are your grades? Are you adjusting well to school? Is anyone bullying you? In Li Mu's memories. Although his interactions with Chun Mingjia were officially for work, she was one of the few who genuinely cared for him. Chapter 8. Remembering History. As for my grades, they are decent. I'm doing well in school. My classmates are very friendly, and no one bullies me. Indeed, very friendly, Li Mu mused, recalling Zhang Ju's grotesque fat face. There was a moment of silence on the other end. That's good to hear, Xiaomu. You must study hard, you know? Aim for a good university. Your parents will be proud. Yes, I understand. Is there anything else, Mingjia? Another silence ensued, and after a long while, Li Mu thought perhaps Chun Mingjia had forgotten to hang up. Just as he was about to disconnect, her voice finally came through. Xiaomu, are you about to turn 16? Yes, in 2 days. Then, do you wish to become a battle beast master? Of course. I will undoubtedly become a beast master. A true beast master, a powerful one. Li Mu declared with unwavering confidence. Xiaomu, what is it, Mingjia? This is not a game. Have you truly thought this through? Do you understand how perilous it is to be a battle beast master? Li Mu certainly knew. His parents had perished, and he had seen the news of a city with a population in the millions being devastated by a beast tide. The true rulers of this world were never humans, but those terrifying, aberrant creatures. The human empire had explored less than 20% of this planet, and that included wilderness, areas of mild danger, severe danger, and forbidden zones. I understand, but I am not afraid of danger. Xiaomu, her tone turned grave, this is truly not a game. And you are just a child, easily swayed by fleeting emotions. What I want to hear is your genuine answer after careful consideration. Mingjia. Li Mu's voice also grew solemn. I have truly thought it over. This is my dream, and I must become a beast master. In that case, very well. I hope you do not come to regret this choice. I absolutely will not. Then, Xiaomu, our military has a support program for the children of soldiers. I suggest you join. A support program? What does that entail? Simply put, it aids children from difficult backgrounds who possess talent and perseverance to become beast masters. Our military will provide the beasts and guide you in how to nurture them, including subsequent training and developmental direction, with professionals planning for you. Are there any conditions? Joining the military. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Joining the military would mean serving them. What kind of beast can you provide? Normally, they would be of good quality, but due to your parents' circumstances, I can offer you an exceptional quality beast. Exceptional quality? How could that be possible? Even if my parents were second-tier beast masters in their lifetime, it would not be feasible unless it were her. Sorry. I want to join, Mingjia. It's late. You should rest early. With that, Li Mu abruptly hung up the phone. Li Mu was on the verge of acquiring a legendary quality Latios. Why would he join the military to serve them? Moreover, who knew what kind of powerful individuals and detection instruments the military possessed? If his system were discovered, it would be disastrous. Of course, Li Mu also detested being indebted to others. Looking at the green caterpillar that seemed to be sleeping inside the nutrient paste box, he couldn't help but smile. He carried the box into his bedroom, placed the caterpillar on the bedside, and soon fell into a deep slumber. At Shunan City Second High School, Li Mu entered the classroom of the second year, 3, class with his backpack and returned to his seat. According to his recollection, the first class of the day was supposed to be history, so Li Mu promptly took out his history book and began to read. Li Mu, what's with the sudden change in demeanor? You come in and immediately start reading, remarked his deskmate, Wang Yuan, a boy sporting glasses as thick as beer bottle bottoms. Don't get me wrong. Just because he wears glasses doesn't mean he's a top student. This guy is a poor performer, even worse than Li Mu, consistently ranking at the bottom of the class. The glasses are merely a result of his severe addiction to online gaming. Li Mu ignored him, for their relationship was not as amicable as one might expect from deskmates in a novel. They merely exchanged a few casual remarks when time permitted. The former Li Mu, perhaps due to his overwhelming self-doubt, had never even contemplated making friends. Wang Yuan, feeling somewhat disheartened, merely scoffed and fell silent. As Li Mu had arrived just in time, the school bell rang shortly thereafter, signaling the arrival of his history teacher and homeroom instructor, Zhang Jinsong. In this world, history was a core subject, just as language and mathematics held significance in Li Mu's previous existence. As Zhang Jinsong often proclaimed, only by remembering history can humanity advance further. Zhang Jinsong was a middle-aged man nearing 50, adorned with glasses similar to Wang Yuan's, but unlike Wang Yuan, His thick lenses were genuinely a result of extensive reading, as could be inferred from his wise, balding head. "Classmates, let us begin. Please turn to page 32 of your history books," he announced. His voice slightly drawn out, yet distinctly recognizable. "Today, we will delve into the history of the establishment and evolution of the human empire. First, let's recap last lesson's content on the planet's cataclysmic transformations. Chun Xinyu, would you summarize it for us?" "Certainly," replied a girl with a long ponytail, standing up. 300 years ago, our planet was suddenly plagued by terrifying spatial rifts. Horrific monsters emerged from these crevices, and humanity's weaponry proved utterly ineffective against these formidable creatures. Humanity was regarded as mere sustenance by these monsters, leading to a catastrophic blow to human civilization. It wasn't until the emergence of the father of Beast Tamers. "Xinyu," Zhang Jinsong interjected, "I asked you to discuss the planet's transformation history, and it seems you are veering into today's topic." "My apologies," Chun Xinyu corrected herself. "After the appearance of the spatial rifts, the native species on our planet also began to evolve. Animals, plants, and even some extraordinary life forms. Apart from humans. The opening of these rifts also awakened our planet, leading to an estimated increase in its surface area by hundreds of times within just a few decades. During this period, humanity became prey to various creatures, and civilization faced imminent extinction, a time now referred to as the Dark Age of humanity. All right, enough of that. Please take your seat." Zhang Jinsong waved his hand. "The essential takeaway from this history is that our world is no longer the familiar one we once knew. It also serves as a reminder of the harsh conditions our ancestors endured. We must remember history and cherish the hard-won happiness we experience today." Chapter 9, The Human Empire. Now that our review is concluded, let us focus on the crux of today's lesson. Pay close attention, as much of the examination content is derived from this historical period. Zhang Jinsong took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and launched into the lecture without glancing at the book. Before the planet underwent its transformations, hundreds of nations and countless ethnicities, not to mention innumerable languages, existed in this world. However, now, on this planet, there is but a single nation, the human empire. History teaches us that individual governance is futile. We must unite. Humanity requires solidarity, and thus, the human empire was born. Although the common language of the empire has dwindled to one, this nation is still home to numerous ethnic groups and diverse peoples. However, racial discrimination shall not be tolerated. Do not entertain such notions. All right, let us get back on track. We must discuss the creation of the empire, which inevitably revolves around the father of Beast Tamers. Would anyone care to enlighten the class? All eyes in the classroom turned uniformly to Chun Xinyu, who, as a true scholar, stood up without hesitation. The father of Beast Tamers, originally named Li Mingjie, is a member of our Huaxia ethnicity. He discovered the method by which humans could forge contracts with beasts. He generously shared this knowledge, guiding our ancestors through the most arduous of times. Alongside several other kings, he established the human empire, making him one of the greatest benefactors and saviors in human history. All right. Xinyu, please take your seat. If you continue, I want to get a word in." Zhang Jinsong chuckled, gesturing for her to sit. Zhang Jinsong commenced narrating in his somewhat drawn-out tone. Admittedly, his delivery lacked allure, yet it was thorough, with frequent reminders for students to pay attention. Li Mu listened intently, increasingly captivated by this world through Zhang Jinsong's discourse. The journey of human civilization from the brink of extinction to the establishment of the human empire and its subsequent evolution was nothing short of a magnificent epic. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Zhang Jinsong, seemingly reluctant to stop, waved his hand. "See you in the next class." Li Mu, feeling a sense of fulfillment, had never before engaged so earnestly in his studies. From this lesson, he learned that the human empire was governed by 7 kings, who were also the 7 most powerful beast tamers. It resembled a feudal empire in structure, yet functioned akin to a modern society. The day swiftly passed, and the final class remained Zhang Jinsong's history lesson. As the period drew to a close, he paused, wrapping the podium and surveying the classroom before hesitating for a moment. Then taking a sip of water and clearing his throat. "Many of you in our class are now 16 and may have already formed contracts with beasts. I want to mention that those interested in pursuing a career as beast tamers can enroll in the specialized beast tamer program. However, this does not mean you should neglect your studies in the humanities. On the contrary, you will need to double your efforts in both areas. Please consider this carefully. All right, that is all for today. Class dismissed." Thus, the day came to a close. Besides history, beast taming was also an indispensable subject. Further divided into several branches: identification of common beasts, evolution of beast culture, and the interactions between beasts and tamers. Li Mu had experienced an extraordinarily fulfilling day at school, and remarkably, he had not encountered Zhang Ju's menacing, corpulent visage, suggesting that the latter had taken a day off. Holding a leave of absence note, Li Mu felt buoyant as he made his way home with a light-hearted stride. He had taken the day off for a simple reason: his 16th birthday. A justification no teacher could ever refuse. For this day not only marked his birthday, but also the time to form a contract with his first beast. A rite of passage in a world dominated by beasts. As twilight approached, Li Mu indulged himself with a meal at a restaurant, spending a generous 20 imperial coins to treat himself. Upon returning home, he eagerly dashed to the coffee table in the living room, for the green caterpillar awaited him there. Concerned about the caterpillar wandering off, he placed it in a glass container, which also contained half a tube of nutritional paste. "You can really eat," Li Mu sighed, observing the scene before him with a touch of exasperation. Indeed, the box containing the nutrient paste within the glass enclosure lay empty, and the green caterpillar was in a state of repose. Li Mu lifted the glass cover, extracted the caterpillar, and began to playfully tease it in his hands. The caterpillar, perhaps having indulged itself too much, remained utterly still, allowing Li Mu to toy with it at will. After a brief period of amusement, Li Mu's anticipation grew. He eagerly awaited the moment when he would forge a pact with the caterpillar, leading to its transformation into a powerful Rayquaza. Suddenly, Li Mu recalled that he had not communicated with the system for quite some time. Hadn't it promised to issue tasks? Why was there not a single sign of activity? He mentally called out, "System, I'm here," came the reply. "Why have you yet to issue a task? One Rayquaza is hardly sufficient for my ambitions. You haven't even signed a contract with a beast yet. What tasks do you expect me to provide? Shall I send you off to charm the ladies? Perhaps grant you evolution attempts? Not out of the question. You're dreaming," the system retorted. With a sigh, Li Mu ceased his mental banter with the system, returning his focus to the charming caterpillar, which seemed to have grown increasingly fond of him. He found joy in the thought that this little creature was easily swayed. A mere morsel of food had won its favor. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated briefly before answering. "Hello? Xiaomu. Why did you hang up on me yesterday?" "I'm sorry. It's all right. Xiaomu, I just wanted to clarify that if you wish to become a beast master, without the military support, your prospects for success are rather bleak. My parents left me a considerable sum, sufficient to procure a decent beast. But then what? Xiaomu, I know your parents have provided you with a fair amount, but that remains trivial in the pursuit of becoming a beast master. Do you comprehend the level of effort and resources required to nurture a beast of rank 1 or higher? If you hadn't chosen this path, I wouldn't be so insistent. But since you have, I must be forthright. This journey is fraught with peril. I would hate for you to encounter misfortune one day due to insufficient strength. I'm sorry, Mingjia, but I've made my own considerations. I've already decided. I apologize." With that, Li Mu ended the call. Outside, twilight descended. A crescent moon hung in the firmament, bidding farewell to the remnants of daylight. The night unfolded amidst a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 10. The Pact. Rayquaza. Early the next morning, Li Mu awoke with an unusual fervor. To be precise, he had scarcely slept, overwhelmed by excitement. Rising from his slumber, he flicked on the light, only to find the world outside still cloaked in darkness. A glance at the clock revealed it was not yet 5 o'clock. However, today he turned 16, the age at which he could finally forge a contract. He glanced at the bedside, where the caterpillar lay nestled in its box, and swiftly grasped it. The caterpillar, clearly still asleep, was abruptly roused, instinctively retracting its head, an indication of silk production. Li Mu quickly shielded its eyes, and after a moment of stillness, he lowered his hand, observing the caterpillar's head once again begin to retract. This time, he did not intervene. Name: green caterpillar. Quality: good. Level: 0. Rank: stage 2. Emotion: pleased. Li Mu felt a twinge of exasperation. Where had this little creature learned to startle itself? However, it seemed to have indeed leveled up. Was the nutrient paste effective? As expected, one gets what one pays for. Little one, do you wish to enter into a pact with me? From this moment forth, we shall fight side by side. Emotion: anxious. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, softening his tone. Dear creature, do you accept me? After we forge this pact, I promise to make you the mightiest beast, the strongest, so that no one can bully you, and you may bully whomever you desire. Emotion: confused. This could work, Li Mu continued in a playful tone. Little one, shortly, I shall perform some rituals. Do not be afraid. You promised to accept me, did you not? With that, Li Mu retrieved the painless blood extraction device he had prepared earlier, pressing it against his right middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to touch his forehead, and another to fall upon the caterpillar's diminutive head. Then, Li Mu pressed the caterpillar's tiny head against his own forehead. The caterpillar seemed to sense something, offering no resistance. He calmed his mind, seeking tranquility for his soul. Li Mu felt himself entering a peculiar realm, where he could neither perceive his body nor discern direction. It was a state of chaos. Yet, Within this chaos, he sensed not only himself but also a tender, fragile soul, the green caterpillar. Here, the caterpillar's fear was greater than Li Mu's, yet instinctively, their souls drew closer together, unbidden. "Little one, it is I." The familiar, gentle voice eased the caterpillar's last vestiges of wariness. Their souls intertwined, radiating light, akin to ancient hieroglyphs. As the luminescence faded, their souls separated. Li Mu's consciousness returned to reality, and he could not suppress his laughter. He had succeeded. Indeed, he had successfully forged a pact with the green caterpillar. The caterpillar exhibited no significant change, save for a newfound trust towards Li Mu, rolling playfully in his palm. "I'm hungry, I want to eat," it conveyed. Li Mu blinked in surprise, then realized this was the caterpillar's consciousness speaking, not verbal communication, but a direct perception of each other's thoughts following their pact. "Ha ha ha, little one. Just wait a moment." Li Mu was determined to evolve the caterpillar into Rayquaza in one swift motion. Though the current caterpillar was undeniably adorable, his ultimate goal was to be a combat beastmaster. This little creature, aside from producing silk, possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu exited his bedroom, heading to the more spacious living room, recalling that Rayquaza was rather large. Upon entering the living room, Li Mu's heart raced with excitement. "System, I'm here. Evolve the green caterpillar into Rayquaza. Will you use a single evolution opportunity to transform it from any quality to legendary quality, controllable? Use." As Li Mu's words fell, the caterpillar in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a radiant glow, levitating into the air. Li Mu squinted at the brilliant orb, its brightness nearly blinding. With concern, he inquired, "System, how long will this take?" Estimated time, 1 hour and 3 minutes. Simultaneously, a countdown appeared on the system panel, 62, 59. Nothing unforeseen will happen, will it? Although he had known the caterpillar for only a short time, Li Mu had already grown fond of it. Nothing will. Li Mu's emotions were a tumultuous blend of unmatched excitement and a hint of trepidation. The waiting was excruciating. During this time, he attempted to use the system to probe the caterpillar's condition within the glowing orb, but for the first time, the system failed to yield any results. According to the system's explanation, the evolution opportunity granted was undetectable during the process. The orb in the air was not static. It expanded and elongated, as if it were stretching the caterpillar's form. Li Mu would be lying if he claimed not to worry, yet at that moment, all he could do was keep an eye on the timer. Finally, the timer on the system panel began to count down to 0. Meanwhile, as the radiance dissipated, a slender figure plummeted from above, and Li Mu swiftly caught it in his arms. How heavy was Li Mu's immediate reaction as he hurriedly placed it upon the sofa, at which point he began to scrutinize it closely. Its body, a deep emerald green adorned with golden stripes, featured crimson edges beneath its shoulders and along its lower body. 3 pairs of fin-like appendages emerged from its form, while a golden stripe atop its head formed a perfect circle. The front segment of its body sported 2 limbs, each ending in 3 claws, and 2 long, flat horns protruded from its head, with 2 smaller horns beneath its neck, revealing only a pair of fangs. Indeed, this was the very visage of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, as remembered by Li Mu, an uncanny resemblance. However, what was this creature? With a body over a meter long and as thick as an arm? Designation, Rayquaza. Quality, legendary. Attributes, dragon, flying, destruction. Talent, pinnacle of the dragon, power of destruction. Level, 0 stage, 2nd tier, larval stage. Emotion, bewildered. Condition, famished. What on earth is Rayquaza? The legendary bestowed name. The true name of the legendary sequence. What does that mean? You will come to understand it in due time. Discussing it now would be futile. Li Mu nodded, his mind clouded by the elation of successfully evolving Rayquaza, leaving him no time to ponder these matters. Why, then, is it in its larval stage? How long will it take to mature? Isn't your evolution merely that of a juvenile? It only enhances quality and form, not age. Oh, I see. Unable to resist, Li Mu reached out to stroke Rayquaza's body. It felt firm, somewhat rigid, completely losing the chubby, soft texture he had expected, which left him somewhat disappointed. Hungry, hungry. Rayquaza suddenly sprang up, its entire form hovering in midair. However, it quickly became flustered and plummeted back onto the sofa. Li Mu was at a loss for words. Could it truly not even fly? Nevertheless, recalling Rayquaza's condition, he hastily retrieved the first-tier herbal nutrient paste he had purchased. Although Rayquaza's attributes had changed, consuming this mixed attribute nutrient paste would pose no significant issues, albeit lacking the enhancement of its inherent attributes. Moreover, given Rayquaza's ability to consume meteors, even devouring 2 pounds of raw iron wouldn't likely upset its stomach. Chapter 11, The Gluttonous Rayquaza. By the way, system, what is that talent? You may regard it as a characteristic or ultimate skill. Generally, a perfect quality beast tamer will possess one talent. Of course, it can also manifest early. Though the probability is low, you may check for yourself. Upon hearing this, Limu glanced at the system panel where the talent descriptions began to unfold. Pinnacle of the Dragon. Rayquaza unleashes its primal power, instantly entering an invincible state to deliver the most formidable strike using its Rayquaza power. Limu recalled that this skill was Rayquaza's ultimate move. Despite the description differing significantly from the original skill, it was evident that it retained the essence of an ultimate skill. Power of Destruction, a special innate attribute. Each attack from Rayquaza carries the power of destruction, which has no consumption limitations. This description momentarily stunned Limu, who quickly realized that this was akin to Rayquaza's minor skill, the Destructive Ray. Yet, it appeared that this power of destruction had transcended mere minor skill status, seemingly augmented in strength. Closing the system panel, Limu observed Rayquaza licking the box of nutrient paste with an exasperated expression. This creature could not exhibit even a hint of divine beast dignity. Hey, little one. You are a divine beast now. No, calling you little one seems inappropriate. I shall simply refer to you as Rayquaza. It possesses such a magnificent ring to it. Hey, are you listening to me? Clearly, Rayquaza was not, as it continued to lick the remnants of the nutrient paste from the corners of the box, utterly unconcerned with its image. With a sigh, Limu had no choice but to tidy up the box that Rayquaza had devoured. You finished all 8 boxes? That amounts to over 10,000 Imperial coins. Each box of first-tier herbal nutrient paste cost 2,000. Having purchased 10 boxes at a 10% discount, Limu spent a total of 18,000, saving 2,000 coins. Just moments ago, there were still 8 boxes remaining, and now, they had all been consumed by Rayquaza. Rayquaza finally lifted its head after finishing the last box, its innocent big eyes gazing up at Limu. Hungry? Do you realize how much you just ate? You devoured in a single day what I wouldn't consume in an entire year. Hungry, need more. It declared defiantly. Limu, feeling helpless, replied, There's nothing left. Truly nothing. You've eaten it all. How can that be? I'm still hungry. In an instant, Rayquaza sprang into the air again, only to sense that something was amiss and turned to glance around. In a flash, Rayquaza became alarmed and fell back onto the sofa. Limu, exasperated, wondered aloud. Are you truly incapable of flying? I certainly cannot fly, it insisted, sounding rather indignant. But you are Rayquaza. Do you understand? A divine beast. Even in this world. You are legendary. Not at all. I'm merely a caterpillar who cannot fly. Limu felt it necessary to help it confront reality and approached Rayquaza with a mischievous intent. What do you want to do? Rayquaza nervously shrank back against the sofa. Limu seized it, twisting Rayquaza's tail so that it faced its own eyes. Is this the tail of a caterpillar? Look at your claws. And those horns on your head. You are no longer a caterpillar. You are Rayquaza. Rayquaza was momentarily stunned, entering a state of daze, seemingly struggling to accept this new reality. Hey, are you alright? Limu inquired with concern, waving his hand before Rayquaza's eyes. Rayquaza remained unresponsive. Limu was truly at a loss. He had never anticipated that evolving into Rayquaza would result in such a scenario. In desperation, Limu resorted to his trump card. Do you still wish to eat the nutrient paste? Yes. Without hesitation, Rayquaza snapped back to attention. Here's the deal. I must step out for a bit. If you can learn to fly before I return, I shall ensure you eat your fill. Really? Rayquaza's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Limu affirmed enthusiastically, nearly thumping his chest in assurance. You must not deceive me. When have I ever deceived you? Limu had just noticed that Rayquaza's level had advanced from 0 stage, 2nd tier, to 3rd tier, beyond Rayquaza's innate talents. The effect of the nutrient paste had undoubtedly played a considerable role. Limu was more than willing to provide whatever would enhance Rayquaza's strength. Limu stood up to dispose of the trash and then instructed, practice flying diligently at home. I shall be on my way. Little Mu. This address caught Limu off guard, but he quickly realized that Rayquaza was calling him. Who taught you to call me that? What should I call you then? Others do it too. Rayquaza seemed somewhat guilty. Call me master. Understand? From now on, I am your master. And master. Hearing Rayquaza's title brought a sense of satisfaction to Limu, who then prepared to leave. Master, how long will you be gone? Limu paused, taken aback. What is it? I want to stay by your side. Limu stood frozen, feeling an overwhelming urge to keep Rayquaza close. Yet, reason reminded him that it was unwise. Rayquaza's appearance was far too conspicuous, far too ostentatious. Before one possesses the ability to protect oneself, exposing the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, is akin to a child brandishing a heavy gold coin in a bustling marketplace, an act fraught with peril. Indeed, the myriad of extraordinary beasts in this world is beyond enumeration. However, Any creature that ventures into the realm of human civilization is duly recorded. Rayquaza, being an unprecedented entity, would undoubtedly attract significant attention upon its discovery. Its appearance is extraordinarily unique. Should anyone ascertain its legendary quality, Limu would have no means to safeguard it. Limu is acutely aware of what legendary quality signifies, a ticket to the ranks of the world's foremost powerhouses. Even the most exalted figures would scarcely maintain their composure in the presence of a mere hatchling of a legendary creature. Although the order within the human empire is relatively stable, history has never lacked those who defy or even trample upon the rules, often the very architects of those rules themselves. In Limu's recollection, a Beastmaster's bond with their creature is not easily severed, yet he dares not gamble on that notion. Who is to say that those in positions of power do not possess unique methods? Life is not a game. Even with a system at his disposal, Limu cannot afford a fresh start. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution. Approaching Rayquaza, he gently ruffles its head and murmurs, "I am sorry, but I currently lack the ability to protect you. I cannot take you outside." Rayquaza gazes at him, brimming with hope. "Then when can I remain by my master's side? When you are strong enough, when we no longer fear anyone coveting what we possess," Limu reassures, patting Rayquaza's head. "All right, I must take my leave now. Behave yourself at home, and do not wander off." Chapter 12. Selecting the Second Beast. Rayquaza watches as the door clicks shut, falling into contemplation. Soon, it resolves that it must grow stronger, very strong, beyond merely indulging in delicious food. It must stay close to its master. With a sudden burst of energy, Rayquaza launches itself upwards, colliding with the ceiling, leaving a dent as dust cascades down. Dazed, it tumbles back to the ground. Shaking its head, Rayquaza hesitates, feeling a slight discomfort, yet oddly unscathed. When did it become so resilient? Thus, it tentatively attempts to soar again, this time with even greater speed. The television mounted on the wall suffers a fate of destruction, a gaping hole appearing as Rayquaza's head becomes ensconced within it. Electricity crackles, surging through Rayquaza's body, causing it to panic momentarily. But soon it discovers that the sensation is not as terrifying as anticipated. Rather, it is tinged with a peculiar comfort. Encouraged, it burrows further into the device. Unbeknownst to Limu, a distance constraint exists within the soul bond between a Beastmaster and their beast. Beyond this range, they can only vaguely sense each other's whereabouts. And this distance expands as the creature matures. Presently, Rayquaza is at the initial stage, meaning its range is limited to the line of sight. Limu has now boarded a taxi, en route to the Beastmaster store once more. His intention is clear, to procure a suitable beast, one that does not attract undue attention yet possesses commendable combat prowess, before bringing it to school. The evolution of the green caterpillar into Rayquaza has significantly enhanced Limu's soul strength, making it more than feasible to bond with another beast. The education system in this world encompasses not only theoretical knowledge, but also practical guidance on nurturing beasts, training them for combat, and much more. However, to engage in such studies, one must first attain the age of 16 and possess their own beast. Arriving at the Beastmaster store, Limu pays the fare of 5 coins before disembarking. Earlier, he had contacted Wang Xiaoqin, who is now waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Limu, she promptly approaches him. "Good morning, Mr. Li," she greets, maintaining a formal bow. "Good morning," Limu replies with a smile. "I hope my early visit does not disturb your rest." "Not at all. Our store operates 24 hours, Mr. Li. You may come at your convenience." With a gesture, Wang Xiaoqin invites him inside. Nodding, Limu follows her, this time not to the exhibition hall filled with numerous beasts, but rather to a private meeting room. Pouring him a cup of hot tea, Wang Xiaoqin presents a tablet. "Mr. Li, here you will find all the beasts suitable for your first contract. Please take your time to browse. Our supervisor is a bit preoccupied and may take a while to see you." Accepting the tablet, Limu smiles politely. "Supervisor, he must be quite busy. I feel hesitant to impose on his time for merely acquiring a beast." Wang Xiaoqin smiles gently. "Please, Mr. Li, peruse the beasts at your leisure. The tablet contains only basic images and information. Should any pique your interest, I can fetch detailed data or personally guide you to see them." Limu nods, focusing on the tablet. The so-called beasts suitable for a first contract refer to juvenile creatures, which require minimal soul strength, rendering them safe for novices. Once a beast reaches maturity and reciprocates its master's soul power, one can directly contract an adult beast. The tablet screen displays 4 categories: ordinary, good, excellent, and exceptional. To Limu's surprise, the exceptional category contains listings. Although he knows he cannot afford them, he cannot resist clicking on it. 2 images appear, a black eagle and a yellow bear. Delving into the eagle's details, he discovers several photographs from varying angles, accompanied by a description. Shadow Phantom Eagle. Exceptional quality, typically matures in 5 years, possesses extraordinary speed and a rare dark attribute, with a minimum combat strength of Tier 3 in adulthood. Price, 5.8 billion Imperial coins. Limu glances at his system panel. Name, Shadow Phantom Eagle. Quality, exceptional. Level, 0 stage, 4th segment, juvenile. Weakness, light. Evolution route, 1. Shadow of the Night. He finds it captivating, yet the price makes his eyelids twitch, prompting a wise retreat from that selection. Turning to the yellow bear. He muses that even if it is beyond his means, he might as well indulge in a visual treat. Earth bear, exceptional quality, matures in 9 years. A perfect blend of earth attribute and formidable strength, with a minimum combat power exceeding Tier 3, 5th segment. Price, 6 billion Imperial coins. The exorbitant prices of exceptional beasts leave Limu astounded, reminding him of the exceptional black cat he encountered in the taxi. It seems he had underestimated the driver. He must have been someone significant. While the bear appears stronger, it fails to captivate him as much as the Shadow Phantom Eagle. After all, Limu is somewhat of an esthetician. A beast must possess charm. Exiting the exceptional category, he clicks on the excellent classification, a more realistic selection that aligns with his purchasing intentions. Although he could acquire an ordinary quality beast to enhance his own attributes without relying on the system, he prefers to utilize conventional materials for enhancement. However, Limu meticulously calculated that if he were to purchase materials for promotion, it would not be significantly cheaper than directly acquiring a beast of that quality. Moreover, certain materials are rather difficult to procure, which would waste time. It appears that the pricing strategies of beast shops and material stores are quite deliberate. After all, in a world that has developed for several centuries, how could these unscrupulous merchants not have researched the most suitable price ranges? The quantity of excellent quality beasts increased to 92. While this seems somewhat abundant, this area allows for filtering, such as setting minimum and maximum prices. Limu hesitated slightly, setting the maximum price at 50 million and the minimum at 10 million. Instantly, the number was reduced by more than half, leaving 23 beasts. There were also attributes and species filters available, but those seemed unnecessary. Limu began to select carefully. One by one, the tea on the coffee table had already cooled, and Wang Xiaoqin poured a fresh cup of steaming tea before him. The reception room was quiet, save for the occasional sound of Limu tapping on the screen. Just as the second cup of tea was about to cool completely, Wang Xiaoqin prepared to replace it again. No need, Limu said, setting down the tablet, rubbing his eyes, and taking a sip from the cup on the table. After such an extensive viewing, Limu had painfully filtered out one beast after another. This was a torment for him, as he desired each one so deeply. Yet the reality dictated that he could only choose one. Now, with 4 remaining, Limu found himself at a loss for decision. Chapter 13, The Flower Spirit. Mr. Li, do you have a beast in mind? Wang Xiaoqin maintained her gentle smile, her words soft and soothing, truly endearing to those around her. Limu nodded, acknowledging his interest in several, but struggling to make a choice. If you find it difficult to decide, perhaps you could share your options, and I can provide a detailed introduction. Limu nodded again and directly stated, the purple flame lion, the black violent ape, the hammer armored dragon, and the flower spirit. I should choose one from these 4. Wang Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment before responding. Are all the ones you mentioned of excellent quality? Limu confirmed with a nod. I apologize, Mr. Li, but I don't know much about excellent quality beasts. Perhaps I could inquire with Supervisor He. Limu nodded once more, already understanding that if he were to purchase a beast of quality below excellent, He might not have time to meet with him. He bore no ill will. Whether he met with him or not was of little consequence, as it was only natural for someone managing such a large establishment to be busy. The screen before him displayed detailed information on the 4 beasts he had selected. Name, Purple Flame Lion. Quality, excellent. Level, 0 stage, 3rd tier, juvenile. Price, 48 million Imperial coins. A lion engulfed in purple flames, though still in its juvenile stage, its mane was already lush, and its physique was hardly smaller than that of a typical adult lion. Just its imposing appearance captivated Limu deeply. Name, Black Violent Ape. Quality, excellent. Level, 0 stage. 3rd tier, juvenile. Price, 46 million Imperial coins. A gorilla with a dense coat of fur stood nearly 2 meters tall, its muscles well-defined, resembling blocks of intricately patterned granite. It was said to reach heights of 4 to 5 meters as an adult, boasting an impressively fierce appearance. Name, Hammer Armored Dragon. Quality, excellent. Level, 0 stage. 3rd tier, juvenile. Price, 46 million Imperial coins. Indeed, this was an armored dragon. Limu was initially skeptical upon first seeing it, but then he reconciled himself to the reality of the beast world. Lastly, the most unique among them. Name, Flower Spirit. Quality, excellent. Talent, Elemental Affinity. Level, 0 stage. 3rd tier, juvenile. Price, 40 million imperial coins. The flower spirit resembled the legendary elven race, yet was only the size of a human palm, adorned with a pair of vividly colored wings. Its uniqueness stemmed from being the sole beast possessing a talent among all the excellent and outstanding quality beasts Li Mu had scoured. Had it not been for this, he would not have included the flower spirit among his options, as the first three were undoubtedly more imposing and powerful. However, Li Mu's aesthetic sensibilities leaned towards such unique qualities. Elemental affinity exhibits a profound affinity with various elemental attributes in nature. Utilizing corresponding elemental abilities in areas rich with elemental energy yields substantial enhancements. Furthermore, upon reaching a critical point of affinity with a specific element, one could master that element. Currently mastered element, wood. This talent may not seem particularly formidable, yet Li Mu discerned her potential. If she were to grow, would she not embody the legendary all-element mage? This prospect was indeed enticing, and Li Mu found himself favoring her, yet the other three were equally impressive, primarily due to their sheer ferocity. Moreover, with his system, as long as he facilitated their evolution, he need not worry about their lack of talent. Knock, knock. Suddenly, two sharp knocks echoed at the door. Wang Xiaoqin hurried to open it, revealing He-Lei. Upon entering, He-Lei donned a warm smile. How are you doing, young brother? Have you found any beasts that catch your fancy? Li Mu returned the smile, of course. He-Lei warmly shook Li Mu's hand, and then sat across from him. If you do not mind, I can offer you some suggestions. With Supervisor He's wealth of experience, Li Mu was grateful for any guidance he could provide. He-Lei chuckled, appreciating Li Mu's humble demeanor, which endeared him further. Beasts can generally be categorized into 4 types: attack, defense, control, and support. These represent the 4 principal directions. While most beasts tend to encompass several aspects, they typically fall under one primary classification. Within these 4 overarching directions, there exist numerous subcategories, such as ranged versus melee, elemental versus physical attacks, among others. I will spare you the intricate details, but I would advise that if this is your first contracted beast, it is best to choose one of the attack type. Li Mu nodded. Then, Supervisor He, how would you classify the ones I have in mind? Wang Xiaoqin had already informed He-Lei of Li Mu's selections. He-Lei, recalling the details of each excellent quality beast, answered without needing to consult any materials. The purple flame lion and the black violent ape are undoubtedly attack types. The hammer armored dragon, while also possessing formidable offensive capabilities, excels in defense. Any of these 3 would make a commendable choice for your first beast. With proper training, your soul strength will soon enable you to contract a second. As for the flower spirit, it serves as a support beast. Although it is also quite valuable, its offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. In training it may take longer than the other 3. I will consider it. Li Mu nodded, sinking into contemplation. If the beasts he possessed were to be likened to a team, then all 4 types of beasts that He-Lei mentioned would be indispensable within such a team. Given that he already had a Latios, an attack type was certainly not lacking. Thus he could forego the purple flame lion and the black violent ape. The decision now lay between the hammer armored dragon and the flower spirit. Attack complements defense, creating a perfect balance of offense and defense. The synergy of attack and support is even more advantageous. While the 2 may appear to be closely matched, the flower spirit possesses a unique innate talent that sets it apart from the Warhammer dragon. The flower spirit indeed captivates the eye. Although Li Mu has a penchant for aesthetics, such beauty must be grounded in practicality. Otherwise, what worth does mere appearance hold? I have made my decision. I shall choose this flower spirit. Li Mu smiled shyly and turned to Supervisor He, inquiring whether the aforementioned discount was still applicable. He-Lei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Of course, I would not retract my words. However, do you truly wish to select the flower spirit? It is primarily a support-type beast. Absolutely, Li Mu replied with unwavering conviction. I have deliberated carefully, and I must express my gratitude for your guidance, Supervisor He. Yet, He-Lei hesitated, wishing to offer some caution. Ordinarily, he would refrain from meddling, but he genuinely held high hopes for Li Mu. Selecting a support-type spirit as your first choice could significantly hinder growth compared to a combat type. However, recalling certain rumors he had heard, He-Lei abruptly closed his mouth, choosing not to voice his concerns. It was rumored that some affluent young gentleman had a penchant for acquiring flower spirits, humanoid beasts of that nature. He-Lei found it hard to fathom how such individuals could bring themselves to do so, considering the diminutive size of the flower spirit. Chapter 14, Zhang Yihan. Alright, you need not see me off. Upon exiting the Beastmaster shop, Li Mu waved to Wang Xiaoqin. After a moment's hesitation, she paused and bowed slightly. Goodbye, Mr. Li. Farewell, Li Mu responded casually, his attention captivated by the flower spirit cradled in his hands. The flower spirit clan is renowned for their ethereal beauty. Akin to the legendary fairies, nearly flawless, Even the most exquisite human beauties pale in comparison. Furthermore, they possess a considerable degree of intelligence, making them a relatively rare breed of beast. It is precisely due to their rarity that, despite their modest combat capabilities, they command a lofty price. Originally priced at 40 million imperial coins, after deducting the 10 million discount mentioned by Hele, Limu spent 30 million coins, drastically diminishing his savings. Nonetheless, gazing at the flower spirit in his palm uplifted his spirits. Once a choice is made and payment rendered, the contract process here is expeditious, as they are indeed professionals. The flower spirit, still somewhat shy, bore no ill will toward Limu due to their bond, though it was visibly anxious in the unfamiliar surroundings. Don't be afraid. Little one, I am here with you. I must say, I did not anticipate your beauty to be so enchanting. The flower spirit, still in its juvenile stage, appeared somewhat innocent, yet for those who favor youthful charm, this only enhances its allure. Particularly notable was the spirit's sleek, alabaster skin, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade. Devoid of any flaw. Naturally, the flower spirit was not entirely unclothed. It donned a garment fashioned from petals, which could be considered part of its very being. Master. Oh, master. The flower spirit, still timid, gazed at Limu with quivering green eyes. Fear not, little one. We shall fight side by side from now on. Limu, in high spirits, strode towards the materials shop he had previously visited. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling gaze from the second-floor window of the Beast Master shop followed his every move. Shortly thereafter, Limu emerged from the materials shop, several bags in hand, containing items worth over 1 million coins. Materials related to beast mastery are indeed exorbitantly priced. It is not that one must purchase these items, but lacking them would result in one's beast's growth lagging significantly behind others. The investment always correlates with the return. Hailing a taxi, he climbed in with his bags. The driver greeted him warmly. Hey there, it's you. Limu was taken aback. It was the same driver he had encountered before. Glancing at the front passenger seat, he saw the shadow cat lazily reclined there. What a coincidence. However, Limu sensed something amiss. Although Chunin City was not vast, it boasted a population of several 100,000, and surely there were over 1,000 taxis. Could it truly be mere chance? Limu found it hard to believe. The driver chuckled. Indeed, what a coincidence. You seem to be buying materials? Have you contracted a beast? Yes, Limu replied, nodding hesitantly. By the way, young man, my name is Zhang Yihan. I am considerably older than you, so if you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhang. All right, Uncle Zhang. Regardless, Limu understood that this was not the time to sour relations. May I inquire what beast you have contracted? Zhang Yihan asked. Limu hesitated. Even the flower spirit was worth several million. What if Zhang Yihan harbored ulterior motives? I'd rather not say. That's fine, Zhang Yihan replied, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, driving with one hand while the other rested on the window's edge. Wait, I haven't specified a destination, Limu said, momentarily puzzled, yet the direction indeed seemed to lead home. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Uncle Zhang, I haven't mentioned where I'm going. Huh. Zhang Yihan responded awkwardly. Aren't you heading home? I am, but how did you know where I live? This left Zhang Yihan momentarily dumbfounded, and after a while, he finally replied, Oh, I gave you a ride that day. I have a good memory, so. Limu was speechless. Who would believe such a story? Did he think him a mere child? However, it appeared that Zhang Yihan bore no ill intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be driving in the direction of Limu's home. But what was his true purpose in approaching him? The atmosphere in the car grew somewhat awkward as Zhang Yihan fell silent. Limu welcomed the peace and refrained from initiating conversation. They traveled in silence until they reached the entrance of Limu's apartment complex, where Zhang Yihan brought the car to a halt. Young man, leave me your number. If you need a ride, just call me. That might not be appropriate. Nonsense. I have nothing but time on my hands. I won't charge you much. Having come this far, Limu reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right then. He noted down Zhang Yihan's number, paid for the ride, and exited the vehicle, during which Zhang Yihan remained quiet. Carrying several bags, Limu returned home, locked the door, and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he entered, the Sky Ripper darted towards him at great speed, suddenly appearing before Limu. Master, I can fly now. Look, the Sky Ripper flitted about, eager for praise. Limu smiled. Excellent, very impressive. Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Had a thief broken into his house? The living room was marred with several large holes in the ceiling, and the exquisite chandelier was entirely missing. As he stepped forward, Limu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The chandelier was still there, merely fallen onto the coffee table, which lay in ruins, covered in dust and debris. The LCD television had split in half, lying shattered on the ground. Was this truly his home? Understanding the situation, Limu ground his teeth in frustration. Sky Ripper. Master. The Sky Ripper realized its blunder, hovering before Li Mu, no longer daring to flit about, sporting a pitiful expression. Seeing the Sky Ripper's demeanor, Li Mu let out a sigh. It's all right, no harm done. Let me introduce you to a friend. With that, Li Mu retrieved the flower spirit from his pocket, which had been nestled there all along. The somewhat socially anxious flower fairy, preferring the tranquility of remaining nestled within Li Mu's pocket rather than flitting about outdoors. It is imperative that you both learn to coexist harmoniously. Rayquaza, you must not bully the flower fairy. The flower fairy, feeling a twinge of fear towards Rayquaza, immediately flitted behind Li Mu, flapping her wings in trepidation when he gently retrieved her from his pocket. Rayquaza, with wide eyes, curiously scrutinized this diminutive creature. Is there truly a being smaller than itself? Li Mu offered a soft smile, reassuringly saying, It's all right, flower fairy. This is Rayquaza, and it poses no threat to you. Come and greet it. The flower fairy timidly peered out from Li Mu's shoulder, her large green eyes quivering slightly. Chapter 15. In Trouble. Rayquaza, innocently leaning forward, though devoid of malice, revealed its exposed fangs, which appeared rather fearsome. Clearly startled, the flower fairy quickly retreated, shutting her eyes tight. Li Mu chuckled softly. Rayquaza, be gentle. She is rather timid. I am being gentle, Rayquaza replied, a hint of disappointment evident in its voice. Perplexed as to why this little one was afraid of it despite having done nothing. Let's take it slow, Li Mu suggested, placing the bag on the table and extracting the items he had purchased. There were 30 boxes of second-tier nutritional paste, specifically for dragon types, amounting to 1 million. Given the rarity of dragon-type goods, especially of the second tier, the price was understandably steep. Additionally, there were various first-tier nutritional pastes prepared for the flower fairy. Typically, it is most effective for a beast to consume nutritional paste that is one tier above its own level. However, Rayquaza is no ordinary beast. Had the third tier not been prohibitively expensive and difficult to procure, Li Mu would have considered purchasing it directly. Upon seeing the nutritional paste, Rayquaza immediately disregarded the flower fairy, fixating intently on Li Mu. Li Mu smiled. Go ahead and eat. I promise, once you learn to fly, I will ensure you are well fed. With a gleeful expression, Rayquaza grasped a piece of nutritional paste with its small claws and pried open the lid. Yet, it hesitated, not consuming it right away. Instead, hovering in front of Li Mu and offering the box to the flower fairy. The flower fairy, timidly glancing at Rayquaza, clutched Li Mu's clothing tightly with both small hands. You can eat it yourself. The flower fairy has her own share, Li Mu remarked with a resigned smile. Noting the flower fairy's excessive timidity, suddenly, a thought struck Li Mu, and he admonished Rayquaza. Oh, and Rayquaza, take it to the bedroom to eat. Do not come out. And do not cause any damage in there. Otherwise, I will withhold food from you for 3 days. Huh. Rayquaza, mid-lick of the nutritional paste, froze entirely. Master, have I done something wrong? Rayquaza's concern stemmed not from the threat of hunger, but from being instructed to retreat to the bedroom. Why are you overthinking this? Being too clever can be a burden, Li Mu sighed. You haven't done anything wrong. I merely need someone to clean up the mess you've made. And you must ensure no one sees it, understood? Understood, master. Upon realizing that Li Mu did not disdain it, Rayquaza joyfully gathered several boxes of nutritional paste and flew back to the inner room, even using its tail to close the bedroom door. Li Mu chuckled, opening a box of first-tier plant-type nutritional paste and placing it on the table. Little one, you should partake as well. It will benefit you. With Rayquaza absent, the flower fairy's demeanor softened. She fluttered down onto the table, extending a finger to dip into the nutritional paste before placing it in her mouth. Meanwhile, Li Mu contacted the staff for housekeeping and furniture, as many items in his home needed replacing, and a thorough cleaning was in order. However, these expenses paled in comparison to those associated with nurturing beasts. Once the arrangements were made, just as Li Mu hung up the phone, a message arrived, one from Wang Xiaoqin. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, wondering what she sought from him. Opening the message, he read, Mr. Li, there is something I must inform you of. Wang Bo has approached me, inquiring about you, and it appears he harbors ill intentions. Although I did not divulge your information, he is unlikely to relent easily. It would be wise for you to exercise caution in the coming days. Upon finishing the message, Li Mu furrowed his brow, his first thought being, who is this Wang Bo? For a moment, he struggled to recall, as he believed he had not wronged anyone. Li Mu swiftly composed a response, succinctly querying, who is Wang Bo? Wang Xiaoqin replied promptly, Wang Bo is a first-tier beast appraiser. The green caterpillar you are interested in is one he assessed. Due to the significant issue that arose, which was discovered by a customer, he has faced considerable repercussions, hence. Li Mu typed back, does your beast store not take action? It's not as simple. Being an appraiser, he cannot be classified as a standard employee of our beast store. However, I have informed Supervisor He, and I trust he will not dare to be excessively brazen, though he may resort to subtle sabotage against you. Li Mu's brow tightened further, realizing he had unwittingly embroiled himself in trouble so quickly. What is his strength? Do you know what beast he possesses? Wang Bo is a first-tier beast appraiser and also a first-tier beast tamer. His primary beast appears to be a canid creature close to the second tier, along with possibly 3 or 4 other first-tier beasts. Mr. Li, please remain vigilant. However, as long as you do not leave the city, he likely will not act recklessly. Understood, I will be cautious. Thank you for the warning. After sending the message, Li Mu set down his phone, lost in thought. Having only just embarked on the path of a beast tamer, he lacked sufficient means for self-defense, with his only ally, Rayquaza, being at the 0 tier. What Li Mu required was time. Given time, he believed he could surpass not just Wang Bo, but even the most formidable of opponents. Yet, he remained uncertain if Wang Bo would grant him that time, or if he sought to teach him a lesson, or worse. Regardless, Li Mu resolved to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The most dire possibility loomed. Wang Bo might invade his home that very night, seeking his life. Currently, Li Mu had only Rayquaza and the Flower Fairy, neither of whom had matured sufficiently, making self-preservation a daunting challenge. He needed external assistance. Was there anyone he could rely on in this world? It appeared there was none. An orphan without relatives had no support. However, reliance could be sought elsewhere. Indeed, no one would assist without cause, but if one possesses value, it is no longer a matter of mere coincidence. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Mu dialed a number, and the call connected swiftly. Hello, came a somewhat gruff male voice. Uncle Zhang, I need to discuss something with you. Li Mu was reaching out to Zhang Yang. What is it? He inquired. I believe someone is watching me, and he may retaliate soon. What should I do? There was a pause on the other end, and after a while, Zhang Yang responded, Why are you telling me this? Shouldn't you be reporting it to the authorities? I merely wish to ask what you think I should do, given he is a beast tamer. What is his strength? A first-tier beast tamer, and also a first-tier beast appraiser. How did you attract his attention? Never mind, it's not important. You need not worry. The security in Chunin City is quite good. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. What if he directly controls his beast to assassinate me? Have you been watching too much television, you brat? Assassination? I told you not to worry. Just keep your heart at ease, and nothing will go awry. All right, thank you, Uncle Zhang. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu revealed a smile, pleased with his accurate guess. It seemed everything would be fine. Chapter 16. Someone remembers my birthday outside the community where Li Mu resided. A taxi was parked by the roadside. A woman, cradling a rabbit, tapped on the car window. Driver, are you going to move? Zhang Yethen rolled down the window, exhaling a plume of secondhand smoke directly into the woman's face. Not going anywhere, just move along. Cough, cough, cough. The woman, choked by the smoke, was instantly engulfed in fury. Yet, Zhang Yethen had already rolled up the window, revved the taxi, and sped off a short distance before halting again. He opened the window, lit another cigarette, resting one hand on the window while the other caressed the shadowy cat. Hey, Xiaohong, do you think we should greet him first? Or just deal with that fellow named Wang directly? Meow? The shadowy cat voiced its discontent, twisting its body to present its rear to Zhang Yethen. All right. I won't call you Xiaohong anymore. Zhang Yethen chuckled helplessly, taking a long drag of his cigarette before letting out a sigh. He pulled out his phone, staring at a number devoid of a saved name, his expression turning pensive, as if he were gazing into a distant past. At last, Zhang Yethen pressed the dial button. The call connected swiftly, but the person on the other end remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Zhang Yethen finally uttered a single word, boss. Yemo, how have you been? The voice on the line was cold, yet a hint of concern was discernible. I'm well. Silence reigned again. It seemed neither party excelled at casual pleasantries. After an extended pause, the voice on the other end finally asked, Yemo, is there something you need from me? Yes, I'm in Chunin City. What brings you there? Isn't that the hometown of Chien? Could it be? Captain, during our last mission, Chien sacrificed himself, and I was gravely injured. There's definitely something amiss. And I suspect. Enough. I told you that mission was merely an accident. The voice on the other end seemed to realize its own indiscretion and softened its tone. All right, it's in the past. Let us not dwell on that. What do you need from me this time? Zhang Yethen clenched his fist, extinguishing the remaining half of his cigarette in his palm. Captain, it's about Chien's son. He is being targeted. I wish to deal with that threat, but my identity is somewhat delicate. Go ahead, I'll handle the aftermath. Do not involve Chien's son in this. Understood, Captain. Chien's son should be about 16 now. Take good care of him. I have leads on the soul crystal you need. Once I locate it, I'll head directly to Chunin City to meet Chien's son. After sending off the renovation workers, Li Mu let out a long breath. One must admit, the efficiency of renovations in this world was truly remarkable. Within just a few hours, his home was restored to its former glory, save for the absence of a television. gazing at the now-repaired TV wall. Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of the large hole that had been there moments before. That hole was clearly created by the rift seat. It's worth noting that the rift seat was still at its juvenile, zero stage, yet it managed to bore a substantial hole in the concrete wall with its body. Considering that the rift seat is among the weakest in terms of physique among divine beasts, its true strength lay in its attacks. If its physical destruction could be so formidable, one could only wonder how powerful its energy attacks might be. The only unfortunate aspect was the lack of a place for the rift seat to test its offensive capabilities. Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Mu picked it up. It was a call from Chun Mingjie. He pressed the answer button. Hello. Hello, Xiaomu, where are you? What up, Mingjie? I'm outside your door. Li Mu was taken aback. What was she doing here at this hour? Why are you dawdling? Aren't you going to let me in? Am I not welcome? Or are you not home? I'll be right there, Mingjie, just a moment. Li Mu hung up, glancing around the room to ensure everything was in order. The rift seat was still in the bedroom, and the floral sprite was on the new coffee table. After a moment's thought, he stashed away the second-stage nutrient paste and the other first-stage nutrient pastes in the bedroom. Master, The rift seat lay languidly on the bed, evidently well-fed. The nutrient paste, as its name implied, was rich in nutrients. Even though the rift seat had a formidable digestive capacity, it had only managed to consume a few boxes of the second-stage nutrient paste. Rift seat. You stay here and don't come out, understand? Absolutely no exceptions. Okay, then I'll take a nap. Li Mu secured the bedroom door, ensuring nothing was amiss before rushing to open the door for Chun Mingjie. Why did it take you so long? What were you doing? Chun Mingjie held a cake in her left hand and a tote bag in her right. Upon seeing the cake, Li Mu was momentarily stunned. Someone actually remembered his birthday. Chun Mingjie handed the cake to Li Mu, teasingly saying, Xiaomu, what were you looking at? Though I'm quite lovely, don't get any ideas, alright? Only then did Li Mu snap back to reality, accepting the cake with a flush creeping onto his face, as if the original owner of this body harbored some feelings towards Chun Mingjie. Indeed, Chun Mingjie was quite the beauty, barely in her 20s. At the prime of her youth, tall and well-proportioned in all the right places, coupled with her concern for the original owner. It was only natural for a young boy of that age to develop feelings. However, Li Mu was no longer that innocent boy and would not be easily swayed. With a hint of exasperation, Chun Mingjie reminded him, Xiaomu, are you not going to invite me in? Mingjie, please come in. I'm sorry. I didn't expect anyone would remember my birthday, and I'm a bit taken aback. Chun Mingjie felt a warmth in her heart. As a woman, she was inherently more emotional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so attentive to Li Mu, who had lost his parents and was left alone in the world. Silly boy, what are you talking about? Since you call me sister, how could I forget your birthday? Li Mu could only nod with a smile, closing the door behind them. Mingjie, make yourself at home. It's a bit messy here, I hope you don't mind. However, Chun Mingjie suddenly paused in her tracks, noticing the floral sprite on the coffee table. Xiaomu, is this your beast? Yes, Mingjie, what's wrong? Li Mu casually asked as he placed the cake on the table. You. Chun Mingjie was tempted to explode but restrained her anger, considering the day's significance. Noticing her unusual expression, Li Mu cautiously inquired, Mingjie, what's wrong? What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong? Chun Mingjie retorted angrily. You bought a beast, that's fine. But why on earth did you get a floral sprite? If you didn't understand what to buy for a beast, why didn't you ask me? Do you know how crucial a first beast is for a beast master? Li Mu was at a loss regarding what he had done wrong with the floral sprite purchase. At that moment, the floral sprite, startled by Chun Mingjie's sudden appearance and her fury, quickly darted behind Li Mu for cover. Seeing this, Chun Mingjie's anger flared even more. The beast was hiding behind its master, as if it truly saw itself as a pet. Chapter 17, A Wish. Me, Mingjie. What is going on? Li Mu spoke weakly, mirroring the floral sprite's reaction in the face of Chun Mingjie's imminent explosion. Chun Mingjie took a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent emotions, and spoke with a tone tinged with disappointment. The achievements of a beast master are significantly tied to their first beast. The elevation of a beast's rank relies heavily not only on the beast's intrinsic growth and the nurturing of its master, but also on combat, which plays a crucial role. Li Mu cautiously interjected. Is it solely due to the support role of the flower spirit? Of course not. Chun Mingjie retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Li Mu. There are many formidable support-type beasts. Being a support does not inherently mean they are weaker than offensive ones. But why did you specifically choose a flower spirit? Do you realize that while its quality is commendable, it is often regarded as the most overrated among the excellent quality beasts? Li Mu was puzzled. Although there are beasts of lesser quality than the flower spirit, without exception, their prices are significantly lower than those of normal excellent quality beasts. Yet the flower spirit is both weak and expensive. You must have spent at least 30 to 40 million on it. Such a beast is simply beyond the means of an ordinary person, merely a pet for the nobility. Finally, Li Mu grasped Chen Mingjia's meaning. Though her tone was not the most pleasant, it reflected a certain concern. Li Mu, however, found himself at a loss for words to explain to Chen Mingjia that, despite his confidence in nurturing the flower spirit into a powerful beast, she would surely not believe him if he merely stated it. Never mind, Chen Mingjia sighed softly, her anger dissipating considerably. Today is your birthday, so let us set aside these discussions. Xiaomu, come over and enjoy some cake. Li Mu tucked the flower spirit into his pocket and obediently approached the table, remaining silent for fear of further inciting Chen Mingjia's ire. Chen Mingjia shook her head, forcing a smile as she retrieved a paper birthday hat from the bag and placed it atop Li Mu's head. Li Mu was momentarily speechless. The hat looked rather ridiculous. But he resigned himself to her whim, content to indulge her delight. Though there were only two of them, Chen Mingjia maintained a sense of ceremony. She opened the cake box, inserted candles, and then extinguished the lights. All right, Xiaomu, make a wish and blow out the candles. Chen Mingjia seemed to have forgotten the earlier displeasure, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Li Mu nodded, feeling somewhat foolish yet willing to comply for her sake. With hands clasped together, he pondered, what wish should I make? Since it's all just a charade, I might as well wish for something grand. I wish to become the strongest beast master. I aspire to ascend to the vacant imperial throne. I shall restore humanity to its rightful dominion over this planet. With a puff, he extinguished the candles, a sly smile crossing his lips, revealing an inexplicable joy. As Chen Mingjia turned on the lights and caught sight of Li Mu's smile, she felt a warmth spread through her, returning her own smile. Xiaomu, what did you wish for? If I tell you, it won't come true. Li Mu replied playfully as he used a plastic knife to cut the cake and served a plate to Chen Mingjia. Thank you. She beamed, her smile sweet. The two settled together to savor the cake. Li Mu recalled that he did not particularly enjoy cakes, yet perhaps it was an illusion. This cake seemed quite delightful. At least to him. Chen Mingjia took a bite and, glancing at Li Mu, casually inquired, Xiaomu, how much money do you have left? Over 20 million, I suppose. There was little to conceal from Chen Mingjia. She was well aware of his financial standing. Chen Mingjia nodded, though her smile faltered slightly. 20 million was still a stretch to acquire a decent beast. In her eyes, Li Mu's flower spirit was utterly inadequate for significant endeavors. To become a formidable beast master, one must possess a worthy beast. Given the circumstances, with Li Mu already having contracted the flower spirit, further discussions seemed futile. It would be wiser to contemplate how to make amends. Xiaomu, nurture her well. Once your soul has grown sufficiently strong, prepare to contract a second beast. You must not take this lightly. Always consult me beforehand. Chen Mingjia fixed her gaze upon Li Mu, reiterating, do you hear me? I hear you, Li Mu responded helplessly. In truth, he had already contracted 2 beasts, but that was a secret he could never divulge. Though he trusted Chen Mingjia, her affiliation with the military made him wary. Until he possessed enough strength for self-defense, Li Mu would never reveal his Latios. Chen Mingjia nodded in satisfaction and continued her earnest reminders. Remember not to squander your money. You have classes for beast masters. You must enroll. Li Mu could only agree, nodding in compliance. Despite her somewhat nagging demeanor, it was imbued with profound concern, a sentiment he was not blind to. After they finished the cake, they settled onto the sofa. No sooner had they sat down than Chen Mingjia noticed something amiss. Xiaomu, where's your television? The coffee table isn't the same as before. And the chandelier, what is going on? Li Mu hesitated to deceive her, yet the truth was equally challenging to convey, so he remained silent. Chen Mingjia furrowed her brow, pondering. You haven't renovated your home again, have you? I recall the previous decor was quite nice. Did I not just tell you not to waste money? Li Mu quickly acquiesced. I was wrong, Mingjia. I want to do it again. Seeing Li Mu's sincere admission of fault, Chen Mingjia nodded and refrained from pressing further. She opened the bag she had brought and produced a palm-sized box, presenting it to Li Mu. Here is your birthday gift. Open it and see if you like it. Li Mu finally understood why the original owner had cherished Chen Mingjia in his heart. Such a thoughtful older sister figure. Who wouldn't he be fond of her? Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had received a gift from a girl. Seeing Li Mu's dazed expression, Chen Mingjia chuckled. What's wrong? Are you so moved? Remember, Xiaomu, when you become a beast master, don't forget about me. Now, hurry and see what's inside. Thank you. Li Mu sincerely expressed as he unwrapped the box. Inside lay a sleek black device resembling an electronic watch, yet it was no mere timepiece. Li Mu recognized it immediately. Its full name was Multifunctional Beast Master Combat Assistant Watch. Beyond basic timekeeping and mobile functions, it could scan and provide fundamental information on most beasts, a must-have for every beast master. This was no trifling item, judging by its design. Chen Mingjie had gifted him a high-end model worth at least several 100,000 imperial coins. However, the crux of the matter was that Li Mu didn't particularly need it. Otherwise, he would have purchased it himself. Wasn't his own system far superior? Do you like it? Chen Mingjie inquired. It seems rather extravagant. Li Mu hesitated. He felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. Chen Mingjie was being exceedingly generous. Chen Mingjie smiled, as long as you like it. Now, I must be going. I'm quite busy and only managed to take half a day off. Take good care of yourself. Li Mu accompanied Chen Mingjie to the door, watching until her figure disappeared down the corridor, lingering in thought for a long while. Chapter 18, The Beast Master Course. The following day, at Shunan City Second High School. The application process for the Beast Master course was straightforward, typically approved almost instantaneously, and Li Mu's application was no exception. Now, he needed to head to the other side of the school to the dedicated venue and classroom for the Beast Master course to register his information. Due to the significant threat posed by beasts to ordinary students, the standard curriculum was separate from the practical training facilities for Beast Masters. This should be the office for entry-level Beast Master instructors, Li Mu mused as he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The door swung open with alacrity, revealing a robust middle-aged man clad in a black vest, his well-defined muscles starkly contrasting with the typical image of a teacher. What brings you here? Li Mu inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect, addressing him as Teacher Chu. I have come to register for the Beast Tamer course I just applied for. Chu Xiongba's piercing tiger-like gaze unabashedly scrutinized Li Mu from head to toe. Come in, he commanded. Yes, Li Mu replied, trailing behind him into the office. Unlike ordinary teachers, the Beast Tamer instructors each had their own office. Upon entering, Li Mu was nearly startled by the sight of an enormous black bear, its presence almost overwhelming. Name, Black Sha Bear. Quality, excellent. Level, Tier 3, Stage 2. Weakness, fire. The Black Sha Bear sat on the floor, licking honey from a large jar, towering over Li Mu even while seated, and likely reaching 3 to 4 meters if it stood. Chu Batian was already seated behind the desk, and spoke nonchalantly. Don't worry, it doesn't eat human flesh. What? Are you frightened? Li Mu offered a faint smile, not really. Yet internally, he was astonished that such a formidable creature was a Tier 3. Were all the instructors at this school so powerful? The Black Sha Bear certainly matched the imposing name of Chu Xiongba. You didn't bring your beast with you? Didn't anyone inform you that you were supposed to? Chu Xiongba inquired. I did, Li Mu replied, producing his flower sprite from his pocket. The moment it appeared and saw the unfamiliar environment, along with the intimidating bear, it promptly burrowed back into Li Mu's pocket. Chu Xiongba, clearly recognizing the flower sprite, furrowed his brow but chose not to comment. Name, Li Mu. Age, 16. Beast, flower sprite. After a brief exchange of information, Chu Xiongba inputted the details and led Li Mu out of the office. Although uncertain of their destination, Li Mu obediently followed in his wake. As they walked, Chu Xiongba queried, You should be familiar with the 4 classifications of beasts, correct? A little, Li Mu replied. Is your flower sprite taking the support route? No, it's on the attack route. What? Chu Xiongba halted abruptly, turning to face Li Mu. Teacher Chu. Is it not permissible for me to have her pursue an attack route? Li Mu responded timidly. Chu Xiongba's brow furrowed slightly. While the flower sprite possessed some offensive capabilities, they paled in comparison to its healing abilities. Each classification represents a fundamentally different path of learning. It's akin to expecting a fish to practice running instead of swimming. How would that even work? Li Mu meekly countered, It can't be that exaggerated. A fish lacks legs, but the flower sprite does have offensive abilities, doesn't it? Enough. Do as you wish. Chu Xiongba dismissed him. Having encountered many students with fleeting interests who fancied themselves unique, only to return to their academic studies within a few days. Attack is divided into 3 types. He continued perfunctorily, should your flower sprite pursue the attack route, it will focus on ranged attacks. However, there is a prerequisite before training her offensive capabilities. You must ensure she obeys your commands absolutely, and given her timid nature, you'll need to work on that. Intrigued, Li Mu asked, Teacher, what are the 3 types of attacks? Power attack, speed attack, and ranged attack. You've played games, right? In simpler terms, think of them as warrior, assassin, and mage. Chu Xiongba appeared to grow impatient, leading Li Mu to the entrance of a gymnasium. This is your training facility. It's too early to discuss these matters. Focus on ensuring your flower sprite obeys your commands and becomes less timid first. You can begin your training here. There are others who arrived before you, and if you have questions, feel free to ask them. Unless it's something significant, don't come looking for me. That will be all. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Li Mu stood frozen in place, taken aback. Was this really the end? Was there such a lack of responsibility among teachers? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to step through the gymnasium doors, intending to see what awaited him inside. The gym was expansive, at least the size of 2 football fields, with a height reaching over 10 to 20 meters. A number of students were already present, approximately 20 in total, each accompanied by a variety of beasts. Among them, cats and dogs were prevalent, while insect types were plentiful, and the fierce beasts were notably scarce. Li Mu spotted a familiar face, Zhang Ju, who stood beside a gorilla nearly his height, lifting dumbbells. "You must be Li Mu." A somewhat frail young man with glasses approached and inquired. Li Mu nodded. "Yes, and you are?" "My name is Zhang Yuhang, your instructor." "Surprised, aren't you?" "I'm actually 22. Zhang Yuhang adjusted his glasses with a smile. "Hello, instructor." Li Mu felt a wave of relief, reassured that the school wasn't entirely irresponsible and that guidance was indeed available. Zhang Yuhang nodded. "Did you not bring a beast?" "I did," Li Mu replied, exasperated by the repetitive nature of the question, retrieving the flower sprite from his pocket. This time, the flower sprite attempted to burrow back into his pocket again. But Li Mu held it firmly in his grasp. Chu Xiongba had made a valid point. The flower sprite's temperament needed alteration. Otherwise, no matter how potent its abilities, it would never reach its potential. Zhang Yuhang appeared surprised. "An excellent quality flower sprite. What is happening these days? Are excellent qualities becoming so commonplace?" Li Mu was taken aback. "Instructor, what do you mean?" "Nothing," Zhang Yuhang replied with a gentle smile. "Just call me senior. I'm merely a few years ahead of you, having returned to my alma mater after graduating." Li Mu inquired. "Senior, did you mean to imply that there are others with excellent quality beasts?" Zhang Yuhang nodded, gesturing toward a particular direction. "That girl over there. Not only does she have excellent quality beasts, but she is also quite skilled in training them. Her beasts have developed remarkably well." Following his gaze, Li Mu was astonished to recognize a familiar face he had overlooked earlier, Chen Xinyu, the top student from his class. What was she doing here? Before her, 2 beasts were engaged in a mock battle, presumably for training purposes. One was a wolf, robust and evidently dominant, while the other was a leopard, displaying an unwavering spirit despite knowing it was outmatched. Chapter 19, the first main quest. Name, Terrifying Fawn Wolf. Quality, good. Level, Tier 1, Stage 3. A Tier 1 beast could not possibly belong to the new students, so it must belong to the instructor, Zhang Yuhang. Name, Purple Lightning Leopard. Quality, excellent. Level, Tier 0. Stage 4. Attribute, Lightning. Evolution Route 1, Lightning Shadow Leopard. The Purple Lightning Leopard was about the size of a household dog, clearly still a cub. Its fur a striking shade of blackish purple adorned with faint patterns. Its appearance was undoubtedly the type that would appeal to many girls. However, this did not imply that the Purple Lightning Leopard was merely ornamental. On the contrary, Li Mu perceived it as one of the foremost examples among those of excellent quality. Beasts that balanced elemental and physical prowess were exceedingly rare in the realm of excellent quality, and this Purple Lightning Leopard was evidently one of them. Zhang Yuhang gently prodded Li Mu's shoulder, chuckling. "What do you think? That girl is formidable, isn't she? This year's Rookie King undoubtedly belongs to her." Li Mu nodded in agreement, acknowledging her prowess, though he mused that it was not necessarily hers alone. Moments ago, the long-dormant system finally unveiled its inaugural task. Ding. Main quest updated. Main quest 1. Become the Rookie King of Class 302 at Shunan High School. Task reward. An opportunity to evolve a Pokemon from ordinary quality to good quality. Note. Completing main quest 1 will unlock subsequent tasks. Although Li Mu held the system's meager rewards in disdain, he knew that even a mosquito's leg is meat, and with the reward presented so conveniently, he could not possibly refuse. Furthermore, subsequent tasks hinged upon the completion of this initial quest. The title of Rookie King pertains to the top student among the Beast Tamers in a given class, evaluated after the first semester, with the highest-ranking individual naturally earning the title. Li Mu belonged to the 302nd cohort, which comprised approximately 800 to 900 students. Typically, fewer than a quarter of those who opted to become Beast Tamers would endure until the semester's conclusion, around 200 individuals vying for the top spot. A formidable challenge for the average person. Yet for Li Mu, who possessed a legendary Pokemon, this posed no difficulty whatsoever. In this cohort, the beasts of the students rarely boasted exceptional quality, and even the number that did could be counted on one hand. The legendary quality of his Pokemon effortlessly overwhelmed them. The sole concern was that Li Mu did not wish to reveal his powerful asset. "Oh." Zhang Yuhang's interest was piqued. "Are you planning to challenge her?" he inquired. "While your Flora Pokemon is of excellent quality, it pales in combat prowess compared to her Thunder Leopard. Why not give it a try? Who knows?" Li Mu smiled shyly, feeling no need to divulge too much to this newly acquainted Zhang Yuhang. Zhang Yuhang clapped Li Mu's shoulder enthusiastically. "Confidence is a good thing. I have faith in you. By the way, how is your relationship with your Flora Pokemon progressing?" "What do you mean by how is it going?" Li Mu responded. "I mean, does she obey your commands? Can she fight under your direction?" Li Mu awkwardly shook his head. She listens to my other commands, but in battle, she's rather timid. Haha. Relax a bit, Junior. That's perfectly normal. After all, you've just formed a contract with your beast. There is bound to be an adjustment period. That girl who could spar with my Fong Wolf on her first day? Now that's unusual. Li Mu felt slightly relieved, realizing his situation was indeed normal and not as dire as he had imagined. So what should I do now? Communicate, Zhang Yuhang replied, feigning profundity. The relationship between a beast tamer and their Pokemon hinges on communication. Teacher Chu once said something that I wholeheartedly agree with. Noticing Zhang Yuhang's sudden pause, Li Mu prompted, what did he say? Zhang Yuhang, with a solemn expression, asked, what do you consider your Pokemon to be? This question caught Li Mu off guard as he had never contemplated it. Zhang Yuhang continued, not expecting a response. A Pokemon is neither a tool, a pet, nor a servant. The contract with your Pokemon is an equal partnership. Both Beast Tamer and Pokemon stand on equal footing. Do not view your Pokemon through the lens of a master-servant dynamic. You must regard them as your companions and comrades, fighting alongside you. Li Mu pondered for a moment before slowly nodding, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang Yuhang's words. Hee, that's something Teacher Chu would say. I can't articulate such sentiments. Now, try communicating with her on equal terms. Once you make progress, I'll guide you on the next steps. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. I won't be leaving the training pavilion. I'll check on others. Zhang Yuhang patted Li Mu's shoulder before heading towards Qinxinyu. Li Mu remained behind, contemplating Zhang Yuhang's words and how he might alter his interactions with his Flora Pokemon. Just then, a brash voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Li Mu. I've finally caught you. Zhang Ju, having noticed Li Mu shortly after his arrival, had refrained from causing a ruckus while Zhang Yuhang was present. Now that Zhang Yuhang had departed, Zhang Ju approached with his imposing gorilla and 2 lackeys, each accompanied by their own Pokemon, with malicious intent. Li Mu frowned slightly and replied coolly, what do you want? What do you mean what do I want? Zhang Ju snapped, irked by Li Mu's nonchalant demeanor. This air of indifference ignited Zhang Ju's temper. He commanded the gorilla beside him, King Kong, show him what you're made of. Li Mu was startled, prepared to flee at a moment's notice, or at the very least, to shout for help, as he knew he could not withstand a single punch from the formidable beast. To his surprise, the gorilla merely shot a glance at Zhang Ju before plopping down on the ground, displaying a clear disinterest in engaging. Name, Wild Gorilla. Quality, good. Level, 0, Stage 3. Emotion, disdain. Li Mu nearly burst into laughter, realizing that his Pokemon had more obedience than Zhang Ju's, who evidently had no respect from his own beast. Zhang Ju felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although he was accustomed to the gorilla's lack of respect, experiencing it in front of his rival was particularly humiliating. Fortunately, his 2 lackeys quickly attempted to save face for their leader. Boss, you don't need to handle this. We can take care of him. Zhang Ju nodded, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hobo, Zhao Gang, show him what you can do. Yes, boss, they shouted in unison. Long-haired pig, giant-toothed dog. Wait, hold on. Li Mu interjected, suppressing his amusement as he made a stopping gesture. What? Zhang Ju sneered, are you scared? It's not too late to beg for mercy now. That's not what I meant, Li Mu replied, a hint of mockery in his smile. Did your 2 lackeys coordinate their Pokemon choices? A pig and a dog? If your gorilla can't even measure up to them, doesn't that mean it's inferior to both? Chapter 20, Chun Xinyu. Zhang Ju's 2 lackeys, 1 plump and 1 slender. Each had a Pokemon by their side. The thinner Ho-Bo was accompanied by a large dog of earthy hue, its unique feature being an exceptionally large mouth and teeth compared to its body. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, had a pig covered in dense brown fur, with short tusks, weighing easily 200 to 300 pounds. Name, giant-toothed dog. Quality, ordinary. Level, 0, Stage 2. Name, long-haired pig. Quality, ordinary. Level, 0, Stage 2. Both Pokemon were of ordinary quality, lacking any noteworthy attributes, with the only mentionable aspect being that Li Mu recalled the long-haired pig was a primary source of meat in their world. Are you seeking death? Zhang Ju was now utterly incensed. Moreover, Li Mu's taunts had also riled up the wild gorilla, which, possessing a fair degree of intelligence, realized that Li Mu was mocking it. The wild gorilla rose to its feet, glaring fiercely at Li Mu, and unleashed a thunderous roar. Roar! What do you intend to do? Li Mu feigned fear, stepping back a couple of paces. Zhang Ju arrogantly proclaimed, Kid, weren't you quite cocky? Why the sudden silence now? What do you want? Li Mu retorted. Suddenly, a delicate shout echoed through the air, and a shadow collided directly with the wild ape, causing it to lose its footing and plummet to the ground. It was Chun Xinyu and her beast, the purple lightning leopard. Naturally, the commotion stirred the attention of others in the gymnasium. However, it was not instructor Zhang Yuhang who first intervened. Instead, it was Chun Xinyu who commanded her beast to act. Xinyu, We meant no harm, Zhangju stammered, seemingly intimidated by Chun Xinyu for reasons unknown. With righteous indignation, she retorted, did you really think that surrounding a single person would not provoke a response? You dare to command your beast to attack a fellow student? Zhangju weakly protested. I just wanted to scare him. I would never let my beast harm him. Casting a cold glance at Zhangju, Chun Xinyu approached Li Mu and inquired softly, are you all right, classmate? Li Mu feigned a semblance of lingering fear, replying, thank you. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't stepped in. Don't worry, Chun Xinyu reassured him. With me around, they won't dare to act recklessly. Should they bully you again, just let me know, and I will help you teach them a lesson. Li Mu smiled bashfully and nodded. Thank you, classmate. Turning back to Zhangju, Chun Xinyu coldly warned, did you hear that? Do not bully him again, or I shall unleash my purple lightning leopard upon you. The leopard beside her playfully mimicked a fierce pose, though its adorable appearance rendered the act more endearing than threatening. Nevertheless, no one dared underestimate the purple lightning leopard. Having just knocked down the powerfully built wild ape, its prowess was evident despite their size disparity. Zhangju attempted to explain, it's not like that. Is it not? Chun Xinyu shot him a fierce look, causing him to retract his words and obediently declare, we won't do it again. Without leaving a single harsh word behind, he led his two lackeys and their respective beasts away in disgrace. Chun Xinyu nodded in satisfaction and smiled back at Li Mu. All right, I must go train my beast now. Remember, if they bully you again, just tell me. Thank you. I'm Li Mu, your classmate. You might not have noticed me before, he admitted, feeling somewhat invisible in class. Chun Xinyu paused, then graciously extended her hand. I'm Chun Xinyu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Li Mu. Her hand was pale, tender, and immaculate, devoid of any superfluous adornments. Li Mu grasped it, feeling a pleasant texture, but soon released it, lest he appear rude or provoke any discomfort. Chun Xinyu, the academic prodigy, it's a pleasure to meet you, he replied. Chun Xinyu nodded and smiled. Now, I must go train my purple lightning leopard. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to waste it. You must also strive to improve. I hope to see you at the end of the semester. Of course, you go ahead, Li Mu replied. Chun Xinyu waved goodbye and returned to the training grounds where she had been battling the Terrafong wolf. Watching her retreating figure, Li Mu felt a twinge of awkwardness. While heroes typically save damsels in distress, he had experienced the reverse. That girl is rather impressive, beautiful, kind-hearted, and evidently from a good family, all while being diligent. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh as he thought of his flower fairy, realizing the weight of his own journey ahead. Taking the flower fairy from his pocket, he observed her sitting in the palm of his hand. Little one, could you fly on your own? He asked with a hint of exasperation. No. The flower fairy trembled slightly. There are so many terrifying monsters. Monsters? Li Mu was bemused. You must be referring to other beasts. Yes, the little one replied, nodding hesitantly. Are you very afraid of them? They won't harm you, especially with me around. I will protect you. This time, the flower fairy offered no response. Burying her head between her knees, her body quaking slightly, Li Mu felt a dampness on his palm. Had she started to cry? His heart softened. What's wrong, little one? I'm here for you. Never mind. If you don't want to, you don't have to fight, he said gently, not wishing to force her. After all, given her timid nature, coercion might yield the opposite effect. Perhaps he should acquire another beast, one of ordinary quality, with the growth rate of his Latios. He would soon be able to contract another. As for the flower fairy, while she possessed a commendable talent, it seemed she could only serve as support. Even if she couldn't battle, she could still be a lovely companion at home. Master, will you abandon me? The flower fairy gazed up at Li Mu with tear-filled eyes. Of course not, he smiled warmly. Even if you choose not to battle, I will never forsake you. We have formed a bond, and thus, we are eternal companions. The flower fairy's tears turned to a smile, and she gently kissed his hand. Master, I will strive to overcome my fears. I will not let you down. Li Mu was taken aback, then chuckled. Well, I won't let you down either. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, I will accompany you on your journey to become stronger. Yes, you are the best, Master. Then let us see how well we can work together. Wait, Master, I want to tell you a story. Would you like to hear it? The flower fairy blinked her large eyes at Li Mu. Certainly, he replied, sensing that she was ready to open her heart to him. Chapter 21. The attack capabilities of the flower fairy. A rather cliché detail. Yet, when the protagonist was replaced by the flower fairy, Li Mu found himself deeply moved, feeling an even greater affection for her. Different from most beasts sold in shops, the flower fairy was born from natural breeding, having once lived in the wild with her kin. In her description, her homeland was a valley adorned with blooming flowers, where her kind lived leisurely. However, shortly after her birth, her tribe encountered a catastrophic disaster. A formidable beast lord sought to expand its territory by subjugating the flower fairy's clan. The Flower Fairy's kind was naturally gentle, while the Beast Lord was merciless. When the clan leader politely declined, preferring to remain in their modest domain, the Beast Lord, adhering to a philosophy of survival of the fittest, launched a brutal attack, decimating their territory without granting them a moment to consider. Only a few fledgling flower fairies escaped, shielded by the elders of their clan, while the others perished in the wilderness fraught with peril. Eventually, only she and another flower fairy were captured by humans. The two were sold to different places. Now, the flower fairy stood as Limu's beast, while her companion's fate remained unknown. What a pitiful little creature. Limu lovingly stroked the flower fairy's head with a finger. Do you have a name, little one? I do. My companions called me Mu. Your name is quite similar to mine, she replied, a smile tinged with tears in her eyes. Is that so? We must be quite fated then, Limu said, gently caressing her silky hair. Do you recall what that beast lord looked like? I don't know. It was terrifying, she stammered. As soon as Muir mentioned the aberrant beast, her words became disjointed. It was evident that the lord of that beast had left a significant shadow in her heart. Limu comforted her, saying, Fear not, Muir, I am here with you. One day, I shall slay that beast and avenge your friends. Muir blinked her large eyes, the remnants of tears on her cheeks evoking an instinctive protective urge. I believe in my master. It seems to be called the Lord of Ashes. The Lord of Ashes. You say? Once the Rift Sky beast matures, it shall be your turn to face it. Master, let us train. I wish to grow stronger. The flower spirit declared with fervor as she attempted to flutter her wings, lifting herself from Limu's hand and soaring into the air. Though her body trembled slightly, her determination in flapping her wings was unwavering. Impressive, Limu thought it vital to instill confidence in the flower spirit. Come here, Muir. He led her to one side of the gymnasium, where an array of targets made from various materials, ceramic, wood, iron, and even alloys, were set up. Muir, you possess some offensive capabilities, don't you? Limu inquired, somewhat uncertain. Although the system indicated that the flower spirit had mastered the wood element, she likely had not had the opportunity to utilize it at the beast taming shop. Perhaps, the flower spirit replied, equally unsure. Limu pointed to a plastic target. Try attacking that. Feel free to approach a bit closer. Nodding, the flower spirit moved toward the plastic target, but abruptly halted in midair, glancing back at Limu. He chuckled, this little one, and walked over to her, accompanying her closer to the target. When they were still over 10 meters away, the flower spirit came to a stop. Is this distance acceptable? Limu asked. Let us give it a try. She smiled back at him. She crossed her arms over her chest, closed her eyes, and ceased flapping her wings, yet remained suspended in the air. Soon, a flicker of green light ignited between her hands, as if brewing, the brilliance intensifying. A small orb of light detached and shot toward the target at remarkable speed. Limu observed that the tiny orb seemed to morph into the shape of a leaf in mid-flight. Following that first orb, a second, a third, and more orbs of light followed suit, each transforming into leaf-like forms in the air. This feels oddly familiar, Limu mused. Isn't this the flying leaf blade? In the blink of an eye, the plastic target was riddled with holes, and leaves pierced through it, embedding themselves in the ground below. A few seconds later, the leaves on the ground dissipated into specks of light. The flower spirit opened her eyes again, appearing somewhat fatigued as she fluttered her wings and settled onto Limu's shoulder. Limu, somewhat dazed, approached the perforated target, astonished to see over a dozen new holes, and even fine cracks forming on the ground behind it. Muir, did you do this? He asked, incredulous. Yes, master. Isn't Muir impressive? The flower spirit nestled against Limu's neck, exhausted yet elated. Indeed, Muir is extraordinary. Who said flower spirits have weak offensive capabilities? This power rivals that of some firearms, and its area damage, no less. And to think, our flower spirit is only at the initial stage. Limu suddenly recalled an important point and inquired, Muir, how many times can you unleash such an attack? The flower spirit sat on his shoulder, counting on her fingers, her expression one of confusion. That last attack consumed most of my internal energy, but those leaves can actually be launched independently. In total, I could probably conjure about 20 leaves with all my energy. Muir, you are remarkable. Limu couldn't help but lift the flower spirit into his hands and gently ruffle her head. Hee, the flower spirit chimed, her laughter like the sound of silver bells. Now, Muir, do you possess any other forms of attack? What do you mean? I mean, aside from leaves. Can you transform that energy into other forms? Of course. The flower spirit proudly tilted her petite nose. I can also morph it into flowers, vines, or even small trees. However, I believe the leaf attack is the strongest, so... At that moment, Limu realized he had fallen into a misconception. This was not a game, and there was no need to learn skills one by one. Mastering one element allowed for a myriad of effects to be derived from it. If the flower spirit could transform her energy into vines, she could easily also dabble in control-type beast taming. Quite impressive, Junior. Your flower spirit possesses remarkable talent. Zhang Yuhang had appeared behind Li Mu, with the fearsome toothed wolf dutifully lying at his feet. Hello, Senior. Li Mu greeted him before eagerly asking, Senior, my flower spirit listens to me well now. How should I train her? Chapter 22, The Routine of Training. 4 long-range attacks. Which is the path your flower spirit is on? 3 points are crucial: accuracy, casting speed, and her own speed. Of course, the most important aspect is power. But that cannot be trained. It requires an increase in beast taming level for power to grow accordingly. The 3 points I mentioned can all be enhanced through practice. Accuracy and casting speed improve with frequent use of 1S abilities, while the energy in lower-tier beasts is limited and requires time to replenish. Thus, you can utilize her recovery time to train her speed. Unlike Chu Xiongba, Zhang Yuhang provided detailed explanations and exhibited an extremely responsible attitude. This alleviated some of the apprehension that had just arisen in Li Mu's heart. Come with me, Zhang Yuhang gestured. All right, Li Mu obediently followed behind Zhang Yuhang. They arrived at another section of the gymnasium, where a series of adjacent rooms were located. Zhang Yuhang explained, this area is specifically for training the reaction speed of beasts. The lights on the door indicate availability. If they are off, anyone can use the room. Follow me. Upon entering the room, Li Mu discovered that it was quite spacious, roughly the size of half a basketball court. The walls were lined with machines resembling cannons. Zhang Yuhang elaborated, these machines are designed to fire training projectiles. You can adjust their quantity and speed. Having your beast evade the projectiles coming from all directions not only trains its speed, but also its reflexes. Will this not harm the beast? Li Mu asked. Certainly not. We are training beasts to strengthen them, not to endanger their lives. The training projectiles are made of special materials. Although they travel at high speeds, they cause minimal discomfort even if they hit a human. But the flower spirit is so small. Is there a safer method? Li Mu still harbored concerns. Zhang Yuhang patted Li Mu on the shoulder, saying, how can one expect to grow stronger without enduring some hardship? You cannot keep your beast in a comfort zone forever. If you do, it will be a pet, not a beast. This is a necessary experience, and it is already one of the gentlest training methods available. Li Mu was at a loss for words, thinking it foolish to believe otherwise. Those running and lifting weights outside were certainly no gentler than this. Seemingly perceiving Li Mu's thoughts, Zhang Yuhang chuckled. Those fellows outside have yet to even grasp the basics. In truth, regardless of the category of beast taming, speed is an essential subject. Training for speed naturally involves running. However, one cannot expect your flower spirit to utilize her wings solely for terrestrial movement. If they manage to endure, the next step will inevitably be this. Li Mu nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Zhang Yuhang's words, and he understood that this reflex training would indeed benefit the flower spirit significantly. The flower spirit inherently possessed an advantage in flight, complemented by her long-range attack capabilities, allowing her to counter a substantial portion of the beasts. Should her reflexes prove sufficiently swift to evade the limited ranged attacks of low-tier beasts, she would be virtually invincible. The control panel is over there. It's quite straightforward, easy to grasp at a glance. Zhang Yuhang indicated towards a display screen affixed to the adjacent wall. All right. You should allow your flower spirit to acclimatize for a bit. Once her energy has largely replenished, take her out to practice her skill, accuracy, and casting speed. If accuracy is not an issue, then increase the distance. When you reach the limit, you can switch to a moving target. Of course, if she gets tired, feel free to rest. No one will pressure you. Zhang Yuhang smiled, adding, in fact, you can play in this room without anyone bothering you. You may leave whenever you wish. After all, the time wasted is your own. Walking the path of a beast tamer cannot rely on others' supervision. It requires self-discipline. He patted Li Mu's shoulder once more. Of course, I trust that you and T need it. I will go check on the others. Feel free to come to me with any questions. With a wave, Zhang Yuhang exited the room, closing the door behind him. Li Mu exchanged a smile with the flower spirit perched on his shoulder. Mu'er, are you ready? The flower spirit clenched her tiny fists and took flight from Li Mu's shoulder. Master, I am ready. Let us begin. Li Mu nodded and approached the display screen, confirming that, just as Zhang Yuhang had stated, the operation was indeed quite simple. Mu'er, prepare yourself. We are about to start. Come on, master. The flower spirit soared to the center of the room, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Li Mu adjusted both the quantity and speed to the lowest settings before clicking confirm. Suddenly, a small white orb shot forth from one of the gun barrels, its speed surprising Li Mu, not in swiftness, but rather in slowness. As it approached the flower spirit with the gentle pace of free fall, orbs also emerged from other directions, with 4 in total, each from a different quadrant. Given her innate ability to fly, the flower spirit effortlessly dodged the 4 orbs, followed by a second round of 4. Observing that the flower spirit faced no challenge, Li Mu cautiously began to incrementally increase the settings. After considerable adjustments, he finally found the optimal setting for the flower spirit. At this juncture, each round released over 20 orbs simultaneously, their speed comparable to that of an ordinary person hurling small stones with all their might. The flower spirit's evasive maneuvers grew increasingly perilous, with several orbs barely grazing her form. After 2 minutes of sustained effort, whether due to fatigue or a moment of carelessness, the flower spirit was struck by one of the orbs. The impact disrupted her rhythm, resulting in an onslaught of orbs striking her. Li Mu hurriedly pressed pause. "Muir, are you all right?" "I'm fine, master," she replied with a cheerful smile, approaching Li Mu. "It doesn't hurt too much, and it's quite fun." "Fun, you say?" Li Mu, anxiously observing from the sidelines, felt his tension rise. "Indeed, it's enjoyable," the flower spirit affirmed. "Master, shall we continue? You should take a brief rest. There's no rush. We still have other exercises to practice." Li Mu extended his hand to catch the flower spirit, gently ruffling her adorable little head, and she affectionately nuzzled against his fingers. After a short respite, at the flower spirit's insistence, Li Mu restarted the training orb launcher, this time utilizing the previously established setting. The flower spirit managed to endure over 2 minutes before another error occurred. However, after this round, she indicated that her energy was nearly restored, prompting Li Mu to take her out of the room to practice accuracy. Once her energy was depleted, they would return to the room for reflex training, and thus the cycle continued, a harmonious rhythm established between the two. Throughout the day, Li Mu also fed the flower spirit several boxes of nutrient paste, as high-intensity training necessitated adequate nourishment. In this manner, the day swiftly passed, and Zhang Ju did not return to cause any trouble. Overall, it was an immensely fulfilling day, leaving Li Mu in good spirits, and the flower spirit was equally delighted. Chapter 23. The Tension Mounts. Knock, knock. Chu Xiongba was taken aback. Who would come looking for him so late after school hours? Impatiently, he opened the door. "School's out. If you have business, come back tomorrow." Standing outside was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, impeccably dressed in formal attire, his slightly portly figure exuding an air of steadiness. "It's me. I don't care who you are. I'm off duty. Even the King of Heaven can't control me." Chu Xiongba barely caught a glimpse of the visitor before he slammed the door shut. The man chuckled helplessly, not appearing angered, and knocked on the door once more. "It's me, Kong Bohai." Inside, Chu Xiongba hesitated, the name sounding somewhat familiar. "Isn't that the name of our principal?" Reluctantly reopening the door, Chu Xiongba's demeanor remained unchanged despite Kong Bohai's identity. He continued to exhibit his impatient attitude. "Oh, principal, what brings you here?" Chu Xiongba did not offer any pleasantries, returning to his seat nonchalantly. Kong Bohai stepped inside, noting that the room only contained one chair, the one beneath Chu Xiongba. Thus, Kong Bohai stood before the desk. Unfazed, Kong Bohai maintained a calm demeanor. "Teacher Chu, are there any promising students among this year's Beast Tamers?" Chu Xiongba replied nonchalantly. "Hard to say. Most of this year's students have only just formed contracts. It's too early to tell." Kong Bohai remarked. "Since your time here, our Chunian No. 2 high school hasn't produced a single student who has passed the Imperial Beast Grandmaster exam in decades. The funding from above has dwindled, and according to some reports, the situation seems to be growing increasingly tense." "What seems to be the problem?" For the first time, Chu Xiongba's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Kong Bohai adjusted his glasses, his expression turning grave. "To the north, the beast population has been quite restless. Out of 3 7th-tier beast tamers, only 2 have returned, both gravely injured, with their beasts suffering significant casualties." Chu Xiongba narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, then gradually relaxing, offering a seemingly indifferent smile. "What does that have to do with me? Now, get to the point. What do you need from me?" Kong Bohai cast a peculiar glance at Chu Xiongba before nodding. "The higher-ups have assigned tasks to every school. The number or quality of Beast Tamer students must meet certain standards, and they have even set casualty quotas. Has it escalated to this extent?" Chu Xiongba was taken aback. Such drastic measures had not been seen in nearly a century. Kong Bohai nodded. "Thus, Teacher Chu, please pay more attention to the students. If there are any promising candidates, you may provide them with additional guidance. Quality will always outweigh quantity. A single student who passes the Imperial Beast Grandmaster exam can fulfill an entire year's quota." Chu Xiongba nodded in understanding. "I see." At that moment, the black ferocious bear sitting nearby, having finished the honey in its jar, placed the empty container at Chu Xiongba's feet, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Chu Xiongba swatted the bear's head playfully. "Not today." A large black bear, appearing rather pitiful, sat beside Chu Xiongba, cradling its head in its arms. Upon witnessing this scene, Kong Bohai chuckled. "Teacher Chu, your black bear is quite well nurtured. I recall it has only been a year, hasn't it? Chu Xiongba replied nonchalantly. It's merely a casual endeavor. Kong Bohai laughed. How many would yearn for a third-tier beast like yours? If they were to hear your words, they would surely be infuriated. Yet, for you, Teacher Chu, a third-tier beast is indeed of little consequence. Having concluded the matter, he added, are you not leaving? Do you intend to linger here until I invite you to dine? There's no need for that, Kong Bohai responded. However, should Teacher Chu be inclined to grace me with your company, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. I'm busy, came the curt reply. Upon returning home, Li Mu languidly reclined on the sofa. Although it was a training session for his beast, it did not imply that a beast tamer would remain unwearied. Li Mu was not merely a passive observer. His spirit had been taught throughout. Hearing the commotion, his Pokemon, Rayquaza, emerged from the bedroom and landed directly upon him. Master, you have finally returned. It exclaimed. Rayquaza, are you aware of how heavy you are right now? Please do not crush me. Li Mu weakly pushed Rayquaza aside. Despite its relatively small size, Rayquaza's weight approached 100 pounds, likely due to its muscular density. Master, do you find me detestable? It lamented, looking woeful. Not at all. By the way, although you possess a high starting point, you must not become complacent. Come here. Li Mu's residence was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. One of the bedrooms contained some belongings of his parents, while the other remained vacant. He led Rayquaza to the empty room, saying, Rayquaza, try flying at full speed in here, but do not crash into the walls. Understood, Rayquaza replied. Its dark green form transforming into a streak of light that zipped across the room and collided with the far wall. However, due to its speed, even with an attempt to decelerate and change direction, it was too late. Bang! Rayquaza's head struck the wall, causing a cloud of dust to rise and leaving a small dent. Fortunately, as Rayquaza had already attempted to slow down, it suffered little impact, merely shaking its head before returning to Li Mu's side. Li Mu found it nearly impossible to track Rayquaza's full-throttle speed with the naked eye, rendering the flower sprite's swiftness pale in comparison. Rayquaza nudged close, inquiring, Master, how do you find it? Does your head not ache? Not at all. It feels akin to a gentle tickle. Did I not instruct you to avoid the walls? And yet you crashed into one, and you still ask me how I am? At this, Rayquaza appeared dejected. Li Mu could not help but smile. Well, you are indeed quite impressive. I did not anticipate your hide would be so resilient. By the way, Li Mu suddenly reached into his pocket, producing the flower sprite. Muir, how is your rest progressing? I am fine, Master. I have almost fully recovered. The flower sprite replied, though its expression remained weary from a day of rigorous training. Be good, Muir. If you're tired, just let me know. Do not push yourself. Li Mu tenderly ruffled the flower sprite's head. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. What troubles you, Master? It responded with a sweet smile. Li Mu nodded. I need your assistance. Your energy should be nearly replenished, yes? Indeed, Master, it confirmed. Well then, haha. Li Mu mischievously glanced at Rayquaza. Come here and extend your tail. Do not move. Master, what do you intend to do? Rayquaza sensed something amiss and timidly tucked its tail behind itself. What could I possibly do? Li Mu replied with a smile. Now, come here, be obedient. Reluctantly, Rayquaza complied, extending its tail towards Li Mu. Li Mu instructed the flower sprite. Muir, strike Rayquaza's tail, but start with the weakest force. Is that appropriate? The flower sprite hesitated. It is perfectly fine. Li Mu reassured, turning to Rayquaza. I want Muir to test your defensive capability. You won't mind, will you? After all, she is so diminutive. Although Rayquaza sensed something was off, it refused to back down, boasting, of course I am unbothered. How could I be afraid? See, Rayquaza has declared it is fine. Proceed. The flower sprite concentrated, conjuring a faint green glow in its hands, before launching a single green leaf towards Rayquaza. The leaf traveled neither swiftly nor slowly, but its proximity to Rayquaza meant it reached its target almost instantaneously. Upon impact, the leaf disintegrated into a cascade of shimmering light, leaving no trace on Rayquaza's tail. Li Mu promptly inquired, How was that, Rayquaza? Did you feel anything? Rayquaza, seemingly bewildered, replied, Feel? I don't think so. Realizing his earlier assumptions were correct, Li Mu concluded that the flower sprite's attack could only create a shallow mark on cement, while Rayquaza could effortlessly break through a cement wall. All right, Muir. This time unleash your full power, Li Mu instructed. The flower sprite, already feeling competitive, nodded without hesitation. The green light intensified, evolving into a vibrant green leaf, detailed with intricate veins. Li Mu was taken aback. This is not what I envisioned, Muir. I meant your typical full power, like during our training today. However, it was too late. The leaf soared towards Rayquaza at great speed. The flower sprite, hearing Li Mu's words, attempted to halt the projectile, but it was futile. The leaf collided with Rayquaza, exploding into a brilliant burst of green light. The dazzling radiance compelled Li Mu to instinctively shut his eyes. Moments later, as the light subsided, he reopened them, still struggling to see clearly. Yet, he had little time for concern, urgently calling out, "Rayquaza, are you there? How do you fare?" "Huh, Master. What is wrong?" "I am here," Rayquaza responded, still in its dazed manner. "Master, I am so sorry. I did not mean to." The flower sprite's voice trembled, laced with panic. "All is well. Rayquaza is fine," Li Mu reassured, though a few seconds passed before his vision returned to normal. Upon seeing Rayquaza, he was rendered speechless. Such a formidable blow had left no marks on Rayquaza whatsoever. Li Mu was certain that even if that strike had landed on a cement wall, it would have nearly penetrated it. He discerned that this attack was likely the flower sprite's most potent move, utilizing the majority of its energy. "Rayquaza, did you not feel anything?" "Feel? Let me think," Rayquaza pondered seriously. "I suppose there was a slight sensation of discomfort, perhaps a bit of pain." Li Mu found himself at a loss for words. No one had ever informed him that Rayquaza's defensive capabilities were so extraordinarily formidable. Exquisite quality and perfect quality were concepts that Li Mu did not fully comprehend. However, he was certain that most defensive-type beasts of excellent quality, when compared at the same tier, lacked the strength of the Sky Splitter. If it weren't for the unmistakable appearance of the Sky Splitter and the system confirming its designation, Li Mu might have doubted whether he had mistakenly evolved his beast. Meanwhile, the flower spirit was utterly bewildered, transitioning from guilt to self-reproach, then to disbelief, and finally to defiance, culminating in a sense of self-doubt. Li Mu gently grasped the flower spirit, playfully assuring her that with effort, she too could achieve strength akin to that of the Sky Splitter. "Really?" The flower spirit blinked her large eyes at Li Mu, a glimmer of hope illuminating her gaze. "Of course," Li Mu replied with a warm smile, confident in the system that would enable him to evolve the flower spirit into a legendary beast as well. "My master, it has been ages since you last held me in your hands," the Sky Splitter lamented, feeling somewhat neglected. "You, of all creatures," Li Mu replied, bemused, realizing that the Sky Splitter could feel jealousy. "The fact remains that you are quite hefty now. Were you the same size as the flower spirit, I would cradle you daily." "Umph, had I known, I would have refrained from growing larger. What good is it to be so big?" The Sky Splitter pouted, retreating to a corner of the room, burying its head against the wall. Li Mu chuckled helplessly, recognizing the Sky Splitter's lack of appreciation for its own potential. Remarkably, the Sky Splitter opted to ignore him this time. "My master, I am sorry." The flower spirit seemed to realize her part in the situation. "It's all right," Li Mu reassured her, though he was uncertain if everything truly was fine. It was not out of fear that the Sky Splitter might disobey or turn against him. After all, a beast's attack was ineffective against its master, regardless of the form it took. Even a creature weighing hundreds of tons would not crush its master beneath its weight. In a certain sense, a beast master exists in a relatively invulnerable state before their beast. It may sound illogical and absurd, but in the realm of the fantastical, scientific reasoning takes a back seat. Li Mu began to grasp the sentiments of parenthood. Children grow, develop their own emotions, and exhibit little tempers. "Master, I wish to see it," the flower spirit, seemingly driven by guilt, flew toward the Sky Splitter without waiting for Li Mu's response. As she approached, her movements became cautious. She gently leaned against the Sky Splitter's head, tentatively stroking its horn before retracting her hand hastily. Li Mu was uncertain if these two could communicate, but the Sky Splitter appeared to respond. Watching the two little creatures in the corner, Li Mu smiled, appreciating their peaceful coexistence. Yet, he pondered the challenge of befriending other beasts in the future and how to manage the relationships among them. Beasts, possessing their own wisdom and emotions, were not mere tools. It was akin to maintaining a harem, ensuring stability and harmony among them. Chapter 25, Progress in Time. "Hey, you two, would you like something to eat?" Li Mu returned to his room, holding several boxes of nutritional paste. Perhaps due to the Sky Splitter's inherent gluttony or the flower spirit's influence, both flew eagerly toward him. Li Mu tossed a second-tier dragon-type nutritional paste to the Sky Splitter, while the one for the flower spirit was not of the wood type, but rather of the water type. The flower spirit, blessed with the ability to harness multiple elements, should not have her talent squandered. The choice of water type stemmed from Li Mu's belief that it might be more closely related to wood, thus easier to wield. "Thank you, master." The flower spirit expressed her gratitude politely. "Such a good girl," Li Mu said, ruffling her head. But he noticed the Sky Splitter was already licking the contents of its box and hesitated to speak further. He refrained, knowing the Sky Splitter had a tendency to sulk over such remarks. "By the way, can you two communicate?" Li Mu queried. His connection with his beasts was through direct soul communication, yet it seemed such a feature was absent between the beasts themselves. Even if they possessed language, the vast difference in their species should preclude any meaningful exchange. "We can manage a rudimentary communication, but it is not as clear as when we speak with you, Master. The flower spirit replied obediently, in stark contrast to the sky splitter, who was solely focused on its meal, ignoring Li Mu entirely. All right, eat up, Li Mu smiled. After patiently waiting for the two little creatures to finish their nutritional paste, he collected the empty boxes, gently touching the sky splitter's dragon horn, which was quite firm. He said, Sky Splitter, it's time for you to begin training as well. The flower spirit is working hard, and you must not fall behind. I would never. Come on, Master, how shall I train? The sky splitter proudly lifted its head. Li Mu contemplated what the sky splitter should focus on, if one were to categorize it. The sky splitter, like the flower spirit, belonged to the long-range attack type. Hence, their training directions would align. However, Li Mu realized he had yet to witness the sky splitter's attack capabilities. Sky Splitter, do you know how to attack? Like the flower spirit, using energy? He inquired. I can. The sky splitter responded quickly and confidently. But I feel I cannot use it here. Li Mu paused, quickly understanding the implications. Indeed, allowing the sky splitter to unleash its power indoors was out of the question. Even concrete would likely not withstand the force of the sky splitter's destructive beam. Yet, if attacks were off the table, then training reaction speed became the sole focus, and an idea formed in Li Mu's mind. He turned his attention to the flower spirit. Mu'er, how is your energy recovery coming along? It should be nearly full, Master, she replied with a sweet smile. Li Mu nodded and explained to the sky splitter. In a moment, I will have the flower spirit attack, and you will evade within this room. This will train your reaction speed, understood? The sky splitter tilted its head and nodded in agreement. Li Mu patted the sky splitter's horn, ready to begin. He then addressed the flower spirit, Mu'er. Use your energy to attack the sky splitter, but keep the energy controlled and try to divide it into smaller portions. Remember our training today? We are adapting it for the sky splitter, but your attacks will now serve as training balls. Do you understand? The flower spirit nodded eagerly. Understood, Master. Good. Let us begin. Li Mu stepped back to the doorway, leaving space for the sky splitter and the flower spirit. This training would simultaneously enhance the sky splitter's reaction speed and the flower spirit's accuracy and casting speed. A vibrant green light illuminated the room as the flower spirit summoned a flurry of leaves. The sky splitter effortlessly dodged, the leaves merely leaving faint traces on the wall before dissipating. Li Mu couldn't help but smile wryly. The results were somewhat disappointing, as it seemed this exercise was not providing the intended training effect. The sky splitter was simply too swift. The flower spirit's attacks could barely graze its shadow. Undeterred, the flower spirit quickened her casting motions, reaching her limits, yet still to no avail. Feeling disheartened, the flower spirit pondered, the sky splitter is so formidable. What use is it for me to compare myself to it? Does Master only favor the sky splitter? Will Master abandon me? The more she thought, the more sorrowful she became, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Mu noticed something amiss with the flower sprite, and discreetly communicated with Rayquaza through a wave of soul energy. Rayquaza, why are you acting so foolishly? Can't you see the flower sprite is on the verge of tears? Can't you show a little consideration? How am I supposed to do that? Just pretend you can't dodge, and let the flower sprite hit you a few times. After all, your skin is tough, and you won't feel any pain. All right. Thus, Rayquaza awkwardly hovered in place, and a barrage of green leaves struck it. The flower sprite was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she had actually hit her target. Keep going, don't stop, Li Mu urged. Okay, Master. With a flourish of her hand, the flower sprite unleashed multiple green leaves all at once. Rayquaza remained stationary, allowing them all to land. Li Mu was at a loss for words. Was Rayquaza genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Surely, the flower sprite could tell by now that Rayquaza was doing this on purpose. Giving Rayquaza an indignant glare, she ceased her attacks and flew up to perch on Li Mu's shoulder. Rayquaza blinked innocently, bewildered by its own missteps. All right, Rayquaza, you train for a while on your own. Practice full-speed flight without crashing into walls and learn to change direction at will. Li Mu yawned. Both the flower sprite and I are tired today. We need to rest. We have school tomorrow. Master, I want to go to school with you, Rayquaza said timidly. Li Mu stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Rayquaza's head. Not yet, my dear. Just be patient. Train well, become stronger. And then you'll be able to stay by my side always. Okay. Time flew by. Days passed in an unremarkable yet fulfilling manner. For the past few days, Li Mu trained the flower sprite at school and, upon returning home, had the flower sprite accompany Rayquaza in its training. During this period, both the flower sprite and Rayquaza made significant progress, each reaching the 4th tier of the 0 stage. Aside from their levels, after a day of self-training, Rayquaza was able to fly at full speed without crashing into walls. The flower sprite's accuracy and spell-casting speed improved considerably, as did her reaction time. She had even advanced a level in the reaction training room. Notably, the cultural courses at school had been significantly reduced. According to Zhang Jinsong, students who chose the Beast Tamer course were supposed to balance cultural classes with Beast Tamer classes, each occupying half the curriculum. However, those opting for the Beast Tamer course now only needed to attend 1 or 2 cultural classes daily. Zhang Ju had ceased to trouble Li Mu, not merely due to Qin Xinyu's warning. After all, they were young, and petty squabbles were easily forgotten. Thus, a week passed. Chapter 26, Packing Up and Leaving. What's going on today? Why are we being gathered? Who knows? What tier is your beast? I'm about to reach tier 3. About to? How long is that? If you haven't broken through, how would you know? Don't boast. Upon entering the gymnasium, Li Mu sensed something was off. The early arriving students had congregated in the spacious center of the gym, while their beasts remained on the other side. Li Mu had been part of this group for a week, and they had never gathered before, let alone a gathering. Their beasts had been in a nearly free-range state. Chu Xiongba had only brought a few new students and hadn't even entered the gym. Zhang Yuhang spotted Li Mu and waved. Li Mu, come over and stand properly. Teacher Chu is coming soon. Although Li Mu was puzzled, he complied and joined the back of the crowd. Zhang Yuhang directed the group to stand in formation while telling Li Mu, put your beast over there. It doesn't matter where yours goes. Li Mu had timed his arrival perfectly for class. Soon, a series of deep thuds echoed from the entrance. All the students turned to look, Li Mu included. Chu Xiongba had arrived, but the thudding sound did not originate from him. It came from the colossal black bear behind him. The black bear stood upright, towering over 4 meters, following Chu Xiongba with an aura of formidable pressure. The thuds were the sounds of its footsteps. A wave of chaos erupted among the students, many frightened by the terrifying presence of the black bear. Is that really Teacher Chu's beast? It looks so frightening. My goodness, I recognize that beast. It's a black bear. What about the black bear? It's a beast of excellent quality. What of excellent quality? Isn't Qin Xinyu's beast also of excellent quality? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Beasts of excellent quality reach at least tier 2 upon maturity. Got it? Tier 2. What? Our teacher is that strong? Then what about Qin Xinyu in the future? Such a terrifying beast. Can we also have one like that? Observing the commotion, Chu Xiongba frowned and bellowed, silence. Under the weight of his commanding presence, the crowd fell into instant silence. The black bear roared in unison, amplifying the intimidation. Not only the students, but also the nearby beasts were paralyzed with fear, some so terrified they lost control of themselves. Fortunately, the black bear seemed to target only the beasts. Otherwise, the students' reactions would not have fared much better. Wrinkling his nose at the foul stench, Li Mu felt compelled to frown, but that was not the crux of the matter. The essential issue was that the flower sprite was also frightened. Li Mu could feel her tiny body trembling vigorously in his pocket. In contrast, Qin Xinyu's thunder leopard, though lying low, displayed no signs of fear. Its gaze filled with defiance and fighting spirit. Li Mu sighed in resignation, glancing at others with excellent quality beasts. The disparity was stark. Nevertheless, having chosen this beast, he would nurture it through thick and thin. Li Mu reached into his pocket, gently stroking the flower sprite to comfort her. He gazed at the figures of Chu Xiongba and the black bear with a sense of admiration. Chu Xiongba also frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the group of beasts and the crowd. He stepped forward, skipping pleasantries, and without introduction, his first words astonished everyone. From now on, those whose names I call can take their beasts and leave. The profession of beast tamer does not suit you. Return your beasts home and focus on your cultural studies. All the students were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chu Xiongba would utter such words. They had never encountered a situation where someone was directly dismissed. Li Mu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the criteria Chu Xiongba was using to filter them, hoping he wouldn't be eliminated. The seriousness in Chu Xiongba's demeanor felt no jest. Silence. I will say it again, silence. If anyone utters another word, I will slap them dead. This statement hardly sounded like something a teacher would say, but rather resembled a bandit's threat. Yet it was indeed Chu Xiongba's words, and his impatience was evident. However, the effect was immediate. The crowd fell silent. Chu Xiongba nodded in satisfaction, not uttering another word as he began to call names. Zhang Ji, Hio, Wang Yuanquan, Zhao Lily. You can take your beasts and leave now, this instant. Chu Xiongba called a total of 47 names. Considering that this year's cohort consisted of only 300 to 400 students, he had essentially eliminated half of them. Li Mu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Glad he was not among them, but he couldn't help but wonder why these individuals were being dismissed. Li Mu observed that there seemed to be no significant commonalities among the individuals present. There were both males and females, and not all were the terrified masters of their beasts. However, he understood that his curiosity was merely a fleeting sentiment. Some individuals were evidently anxious, and surely Chu Xiongba would provide a rationale. Or so he hoped. Given Chu Xiongba's temperament, it appeared normal for him not to offer explanations. As expected, although most of those mentioned remained motionless, a few bold souls eventually stepped forward. I refuse to accept this, Teacher Chu. At the very least, you owe us an explanation. They continued, if you deem us unsuitable, you must elucidate why that is. This is a school, and each of us deserves an equal opportunity to learn. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. More and more students rose to their feet. The larger their number, the more emboldened they became, rallying others to join. By the end, nearly all those called by name had stood up, and even some who had not been named, eager to defend their friends, joined the fray. Chu Xiongba maintained a calm gaze upon the crowd until no one else dared to stand. He then bellowed, silence. A hush fell over the assembly. The weight of Chu Xiongba's presence was undeniably formidable for these students. He tilted his head slightly and said with a dispassionate tone, you desire an explanation, do you? I had no intention of speaking, but I shall oblige. What do you believe you are here for? This is a place for nurturing beast tamers, not a venue for your idle distractions. This week, you have spent at least 6 to 7 hours here each day, yet I ask you, among those whose names I have read, who dares to claim that the time dedicated to training your beasts exceeds that of your frivolous presence here? When I speak of effective training, I do not mean your beasts engaged in activities while you sit idly scrolling on your phones. Do you truly think you can hide from the scrutiny of the training room? Zhang Yuhang has likely not informed you that the surveillance here is more extensive than the fur on your beasts. I see everything you do in there. Playing on your phones is one thing. Yet, there are those who. One individual is bad enough, but there are both males and females. How old are you? And your thoughts are consumed by such trivialities? Chapter 27. The Unreasonable Chu Xiongba. Many of the students who had stood up bowed their heads in shame. Limu couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of these students. They were merely 16 years old. Chu Xiongba continued, do you know what my initial standard was? 1/3. Anyone spending more than 1/3 of their time playing around would be expelled. However, I had to lower the standard. There were too many of you. Had I applied my original criteria, fewer than 100 would remain. But rest assured, this is the first and last time I will lower my standards. Moving forward, I will continue to sift through you. Those who do not meet the criteria will be expelled without exception, even if only one student remains, or if none do. I will not lower my expectations again. I intend to cultivate true beast tamers. Do you understand what a beast tamer is? At the very least, they must be capable of standing on their own. He stretched his neck, exhaling with a touch of disinterest. Are you all still here? Do you wish for me to force you out? With that, the black shaman bear took a step forward, its fierce gaze locking onto the crowd. Instantly, many students panicked, scrambling out of the gymnasium, some even forgetting their beasts in their haste. Yet not all fled. Nearly 200 remained, with a few dozen too frightened to leave. At that moment, a boy with a sideswept fringe spoke up, Teacher Chu, we acknowledge our mistakes. Could you grant us another chance? We were simply unaware before. But we will certainly strive harder in the future. Indeed, we recognize our errors. Teacher Chu, please grant us another opportunity. To their surprise, Chu Xiongba nodded, very well. But under one condition. If you cannot meet it, you may leave. What condition? The remaining students buzzed with excitement. Surely, there was hope yet. Chu Xiongba smiled. You will engage in a battle with my black shaman bear. If I am satisfied with your performance, you may stay. You have 1 minute to consider. After a minute, those who refused to challenge would see their beasts trampled by the black shaman bear, and they would be unceremoniously thrown out. What? How is that even possible? We cannot possibly defeat Teacher Chu's black shaman bear. Even if all our beasts were to attack together, it would be futile. Teacher Chu spoke of satisfaction, not victory. Perhaps he merely wishes to test our courage? The boy with the sideswept fringe pondered briefly. Without consulting others, he directed his inquiry at Chu Xiongba. Teacher Chu, what do you mean by a battle? Will your black shaman bear go all out? Chu Xiongba cast him a glance, but did not respond. Soon, the minute elapsed. With a devilish grin, Chu Xiongba proclaimed, time's up. What have you decided? I withdraw. The boy with the sideswept fringe, now identified as Yu Muyang, stepped aside to summon his beast. Most others also chose to leave with their beasts. In the end, only about 10 remained. Believing that Chu Xiongba was merely testing their resolve and wishing to give it a try, Chu Xiongba did not address them immediately, but spoke to those preparing to depart. Yu Muyang, He Qianqian, Zhang Yundo, Zhao Xiaoxi, you 4 remain. The rest of you, return to the crowd. Yu Muyang, taken aback, felt a surge of elation as he realized he had been called by name. Chu Xiongba seemed to anticipate the protests of the others and swiftly silenced them. The rest of you leave. Do you not comprehend? Or do you wish for me to have the black shaman bear throw you out? Those who chose to leave, apart from the 4 names called by Chu Xiongba, departed. Despite their reluctance, the authority of Chu Xiongba was overwhelming. When he was serious, no one dared to counter him. Once those who were to leave had exited, Chu Xiongba finally turned his attention to the students who had chosen to challenge him. You have 3 minutes to prepare. You may all attack at once, while the others step back and observe carefully. The crowd retreated, creating a spacious arena for the 10 or so students, each summoning their beasts. A few among them began to strategize. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, and Chu Xiongba wasted no more time. He summoned the Black Shaman Bear. One side featured a towering black bear over 4 meters tall, rising on its hind legs, its chest adorned with a patch of white fur forming a cross, exuding a terrifying aura. On the opposite side stood a motley assortment of beasts, many trembling uncontrollably even before the battle commenced. One teddy-like canine beast had already collapsed in a heap. Begin, Chu Xiongba bellowed. The Black Shaman Bear advanced with heavy steps. Li Mu watched the unfolding scene with bated breath. He had never witnessed such a beast battle before. However, it was not the back-and-forth exchange he had anticipated between the Black Shaman Bear and the other beasts. The stark reality is that the battle has yet to commence. Merely the approach of the Black Shaman Bear has caused most of the Beast Tamers to collapse in sheer terror. Among the few who remained upright, half of them lost control and fled in haste, leaving only 3 valiant beasts, trembling yet resolute, to confront the looming threat. The Black Shaman Bear, while considerably powerful, did not unleash its full might. With a few swift swipes, it sent the audacious attackers sprawling, though fortunately it moderated its strength, allowing them to roll harmlessly on the ground without substantial injury. Of the 3 beasts that were knocked aside, only one managed to rise again. The other 2, despite being unscathed, lacked the courage to re-engage. The resilient creature was a night wolf hound, and upon regaining its footing, its tremors had notably diminished. It poised for another assault, but, predictably, was once more sent flying by a powerful swipe. Despite its formidable size, the Black Shaman Bear was not to be trifled with, even by a low-tier beast relying solely on speed. The night wolf hound stood once more, now devoid of any quivering, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It crouched low, yet refrained from immediate attack. At this juncture, an anxious boy shouted from the sidelines, "Get up, Teddy, rise. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Let us not give up." Li Mu nearly burst into laughter, bemused by the boy's theatrics as if he were the protagonist of a second-rate fantasy tale, especially considering the Teddy was not injured but merely paralyzed by fear. The boy's performance was rather lackluster, even causing him to blush. Chu Xiongba could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Enough of this nonsense. Let it be. Zhang, you all leave, the rest stay. This is how it shall be. I hope you do not require further explanation. My patience is wearing thin." Out of a dozen or so students, only 4 remained. Finally, it was over. Those who were meant to depart had left, yet not all who stayed were necessarily suited to remain. How many would persevere? That remained uncertain. Chapter 28, a special training session. The remaining students promptly stood at attention, with Chu Xiongba positioned before them, surveying the assembly with an intense gaze. Those who met his eyes dared not exhale. At last, he spoke. "Do you understand why I have chosen to keep you here? You possess qualities I value highly. Hence I have granted you this singular opportunity, though it is one that shall not be repeated." He gestured towards the 4 who had exited, stating, "Your departure was not born of cowardice or fear, but rather prudence or concern for your beasts. That is commendable. As for the rest of you, you surmised correctly. I sought to test your courage, but it is not merely bravery I desire to witness. I wish to see authenticity." His gaze fell upon a rather frail boy, whose night wolf hound was his companion. "Your beast is commendable, and you owe much to its prowess, yet you must transform. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional your beast, you shall be its hindrance." The boy lowered his head, unable to meet Chu Xiongba's piercing stare. The instructor frowned, shifting his gaze away. "Now enough of that. It is time for serious matters. Your sole focus now is to become proficient beast tamers. From this day forth, I shall devote as much time as possible to your training. When I call your names, step forward. Chen Xinyu, Li Mu, Zhao Gang, Yumu Yang, Zhang Ju, Wang Ke. You 6, step forward." Li Mu complied, joining the others, unsure of the purpose behind their selection, but with Chen Xinyu present, he hoped it was not unfavorable. Chu Xiongba examined each face, nodding, and instructed them to stand aside. He then addressed the remaining students. "Everyone, segregate yourselves by the type of your beasts and arrange yourselves accordingly." The crowd, initially disorganized, began to move, and with Zhang Yuhang directing, they soon divided into 4 distinct groups. Zhang Yuhang, tally the numbers and assign tasks to each category, he commanded before turning back to the 6. "Bring your beasts and follow me." Obediently, Li Mu and his companions trailed Chu Xiongba, soon reaching the opposite end of the gymnasium. The instructor came to a halt, a smirk gracing his lips, a blend of excitement and a hint of cruelty evident in his expression. "You 6 are those whom I deem possess potential, thus, I shall personally mentor you. However, Do not rejoice too soon. This signifies that my expectations will be significantly higher, and should anyone fail to meet them, they will be dismissed immediately. Of course, should any of you feel this is unjust, you may return to train alongside the others. Silence enveloped the group. None were foolish enough to speak. It was undoubtedly unfair, yet how many would dare voice their grievances if they found themselves favored by fortune? Li Mu was astounded that the fabled preferential treatment had fallen upon him. What qualities had Chu Xiongba seen in him and his companions? Chen Xinyu and he were undeniably exceptional, but Zhang Ju and his followers? What a stroke of luck. And Wang Ku, the owner of the Night Wolf Hound? As for Yu Mu Yang, Li Mu had noticed his beast, a weasel, a charming little creature. Name, Snow Shadow Weasel. Quality, excellent. Level, Tier 0, Stage 5. Talent, Sacrificial Strike. Ridiculous, Li Mu thought. It was absurd that this individual possessed a beast of excellent quality with a talent so rare. Yet he was among those who, according to Chu Xiongba, had devoted less than half their time to training. With such a promising start, how could he squander it? Was he not the stereotypical spoiled rich kid? Your 6 beasts, with the exception of Zhao Gang, are all offensive types. As for you, Zhao Gang, Chu Xiongba's gaze landed on him. Zhao Gang bowed his head in embarrassment, clearly aware that having a long-haired pig as a beast was somewhat humiliating. Chu Xiongba furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze. If you lack the confidence even to look me in the eye, how can you aspire to be a beast tamer? Yes. Zhao Gang raised his head, forcing himself to meet Chu Xiongba's gaze, though his eyes flickered and his face flushed. Chu Xiongba placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Gang's shoulder. I do not intend to mock you, nor will I permit anyone else to do so. This is not a matter deserving of ridicule. What I wish to convey is that if you desire to change your beast, I can lend you the funds. However, if you choose to keep it, then you must commit to it and not abandon it at whim. Zhao Gang stared at Chu Xiongba in astonishment. The others were equally taken aback. Why was Teacher Chu being so generous to Zhao Gang, knowing that a beast's price was no trifling sum? Li Mu even speculated whether Zhao Gang might be Chu Xiongba's illegitimate child. No, thank you, Teacher Chu, but I must decline. Zhao Gang unexpectedly refused. Are you certain? You will not have another opportunity. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Gang nodded firmly. I am certain. Excellent. Chu Xiongba smiled, the first genuine smile devoid of ulterior motives. Very well, let us commence training. However, before we begin, you will first engage in a battle. Chen Xinyu and Zhao Gang will form one team, while the rest will comprise the opposing team. You are free to hold nothing back. I will be observing, so there will be no mishaps. The group stood in stunned silence. Some wondered why a battle was necessary, others questioned the rationale behind the pairings. Only Li Mu discerned the underlying logic. This grouping was likely intended to balance their strengths. Just moments ago, Li Mu glanced at Chen Xinyu's Thunder Leopard through the system. It was already at the 5th stage of the 0 rank. In contrast, Zhao Gang's long-haired pig was merely at the 2nd stage of the 0 rank. The other participants, Wang Ku's Night Wolf Dog and Zhang Ju's Wild Gorilla, were both at the 3rd stage of the 0 rank. Li Mu's Flower Spirit stood at the 4th stage of the 0 rank, while Yu Mu Yang's Snow Shadow Weasel had reached the 5th stage. Judging solely by their ranks, there was a conspicuous disparity in strength between the two teams. However, the outcome of beast battles has never been determined merely by rank or numbers. Li Mu understood that the most probable factor was the formidable strength of Chen Xinyu's Thunder Leopard, which could potentially outclass him and the others by a significant margin. Chu Xiongba crossed his arms and said indifferently, I shall grant you 5 minutes to deliberate on your strategy. I hope you do not disappoint me. As I have stated before, should you fail to meet my expectations, I will not hesitate to expel you. Prompted by Chu Xiongba's reminder, the two teams huddled together. On Li Mu's side, the 4 of them formed a circle. Zhang Ju cast an awkward smile at Li Mu, exclaiming, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite coincidental. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Yu Mu Yang interjected, do you two know each other? I am Yu Mu Yang from Class 7. We can catch up and introduce ourselves later. Our time is limited, and what is imperative now is how to engage in battle. Teacher Chu's words are not to be taken lightly. Wang Ke timidly remarked, but there are 4 of us. Can we really not overpower them? Do you think it is that simple? That girl is anything but ordinary. Yu Mu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 29, Practical Combat. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. The 6 beasts stood at opposite ends of the arena, poised for confrontation. 4 on one side, 2 on the other. Yet, in terms of presence, the side with the 2 beasts exuded a more formidable aura. The long-haired pig, though of ordinary quality, commanded respect due to its imposing stature. The Thunder Leopard was even more remarkable, its streamlined body and purple-black fur gently swaying, its elongated neck proudly lifted, akin to a confident predator surveying its territory. On the opposing side, the Flower Spirit was hardly intimidating. As a diminutive creature, it posed little threat. The Snow Shadow Weasel was not much better, being another adorable little entity. Zhang Ju's wild gorilla should have appeared quite imposing, yet it seemed uncooperative, appearing lethargic as if it had just awakened. Only the night wolf dog crouched low, its gaze fierce, its muscles taut, ready to spring forth like an arrow released from its bow at a moment's command. With a neutral gaze, Chu Xiongba surveyed the beasts, his expression inscrutable. Begin, he commanded. The night wolf dog launched the first attack, its tense body exploding into motion. But another beast was quicker. It was the thunder leopard, renowned for its speed, further amplified by its lightning attribute. The thunder leopard transformed into a purple-black shadow, swiftly closing the distance of several dozen meters. The flower spirit quickly ascended, radiating a green glow, unleashing a flurry of dazzling green leaves that sped towards the thunder leopard. Yet, the thunder leopard's speed was evidently superior. The leaves merely left faint cracks on the ground behind it. The thunder leopard had already closed in on the night wolf dog, electric currents flickering across its body. It intended to bite down on the night wolf dog's neck, but instead, it altered its approach, delivering a sharp swipe. The claws of the thunder leopard crackled with electricity, sending the night wolf dog crashing to the ground. Clearly, this was an order from Chun Xinyu. Otherwise, a bite to the night wolf dog's neck would have likely resulted in severe injury, if not death. The thunder leopard disregarded the down night wolf dog and charged towards its next target, the wild gorilla. The wild gorilla, caught off guard, stared blankly as the thunder leopard bore down upon it. Get out of the way, Zhang Ju yelled desperately. But the wild gorilla seemed either too frightened or too sluggish to react. Fortunately, a snow shadow weasel collided directly with the shadow of the thunder leopard, halting its momentum abruptly. The two had collided with such speed that the thunder leopard had to stop. Shaking its head, it assessed the small creature before it, astonished that this little being had managed to halt its advance. It was Yu Mu Yang's snow shadow weasel, which, although smaller than the thunder leopard, was equally swift. According to Yu Mu Yang, his snow shadow weasel was indeed an agile attacker. Had it not been for the snow shadow weasel keeping pace with the thunder leopard, Li Mu had no doubt that the opposing team could have easily defeated all three of their beasts, including the flower spirit, relying solely on the thunder leopard. The long-haired pig soon charged in, its speed significantly slower than the thunder leopard's, yet its size commanded respect. At that moment, the night wolf dog managed to rise. Still affected by the thunder leopard's electric energy, its body trembling, not from fear, but from the lingering effects of the electricity coursing within it. However, the fierceness in its eyes intensified as it shook its head, struggling to regain consciousness and letting out a ferocious bark. Woof! Crouching low, it suddenly burst forth. Its speed noticeably increased, still targeting the thunder leopard. With the long-haired pig unimpeded, Li Mu had no choice but to direct the flower spirit towards it. Otherwise, any beast that fell victim to the long-haired pig's charge would undoubtedly suffer significant loss of combat capability. The green glow intensified, transforming into a cascade of green leaves, raining down like a verdant shower. However, these droplets were not ordinary. Each concealed lethal intent. As the green leaves descended, the long-haired pig had no chance to evade. Its dense brown fur sliced open, revealing numerous bloody gashes. In the blink of an eye, the long-haired pig was left battered and bruised. Zhao Gang felt a pang of sympathy, yet his eyes remained resolute. Contrary to Li Mu's expectations, the injuries did not deter the long-haired pig. Instead, they seemed to incite a greater fury, its speed amplifying further. Despite its wounds, the long-haired pig, with its tough hide and resilient physique, remained unfazed. Li Mu furrowed his brow, silently urging, "Mu'er, use that move, but do not go overboard." "Understood, Master," the flower spirit responded. The brilliance in the flower spirit's grasp grew ever more radiant, yet it did not unleash the energy instantaneously as before. The light intensified, building up momentum until, at last, it coalesced into a blinding sphere of light. As the sphere descended, a multitude of green leaves erupted from it, intertwining to form a serpentine dragon of green foliage. The leafy dragon spiraled downward, resembling a tornado, with the eye of the storm at its head. Boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds echoed, the second much quieter. Yet the arena was soon enveloped in a shroud of black mist, obscuring all visibility. As the darkness dissipated, the imposing figure of the black shaman bear emerged from within, having intervened at some point unbeknownst to all. Chu Xiongba remarked coolly, "Long-haired pig and flower spirit are eliminated. The rest may continue battling." Li Mu cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xiongba, perplexed by the elimination of the flower spirit, for although that move was taxing, it should not have rendered it entirely devoid of fighting capability. Despite his confusion, Li Mu obediently recalled the flower spirit, who landed in his hand, equally bewildered and somewhat anxious. "Master, did I perform poorly?" Li Mu smiled, gently ruffling the flower spirit's head. Not at all. It was your first real battle, and you did exceptionally well. At this moment, Black Shaman Bear had returned behind Chu Xiongba, who calmly explained, just now. If the flower spirit's strike had landed on a vital point, the long-haired boar would have been unable to withstand it. Hence, I instructed Black Shaman Bear to intervene, which is the reason for the long-haired boar's elimination. As for the flower spirit, your attention was entirely focused on the long-haired boar, while the thunder leopard feigned an attack on the night wolf dog. In reality, it leapt directly over the night wolf dog, catching the flower spirit completely off guard. Thus, I also intercepted that blow. Otherwise, even a mere slap from the thunder leopard would have severely injured the flower spirit. Now let us resume the battle. I have stated that there is no need to hold back. If I perceive that you cannot withstand the onslaught, I shall step in to shield you, and then, if necessary, I will withdraw. My sole intention is to observe your practical combat skills with your beasts. Do not restrain yourselves. But neither should you exert yourselves to the point of desperation. Simply perform as you normally would. Li Mu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he had indeed overlooked the thunder leopard's surprise attack, acknowledging his many shortcomings. Chapter 30. The Mighty Thunder Leopard. The battle in the arena continued. For beasts faced off against one, with the thunder leopard distinctly dominating the scene. The night wolf dog charged fearlessly toward the thunder leopard, which accelerated to close the distance. However, just as the two were about to collide, the thunder leopard abruptly altered its course, leaping aside. While still airborne, it lashed out with its tail, striking the night wolf dog at its waist, unleashing a torrent of violent electric energy into its body. The night wolf dog had been outmaneuvered. How could it hope to confront the thunder leopard head-on? At that moment, a snow shadow weasel lunged toward the thunder leopard's abdomen. Yet, with its body still suspended in midair, the thunder leopard had no leverage to alter its form. However, it did not need to. Its dark, purplish coat crackled with electric energy, enveloped in an unprecedented intensity of lightning. Before the snow shadow weasel could make contact, it was struck by the overwhelming discharge and collapsed, its pristine white fur slightly singed. The snow shadow weasel and night wolf dog are eliminated, Chu Xiongba stated flatly. Yu Muyang hurriedly rushed over to pick up the snow shadow weasel. Meanwhile, the night wolf dog, propelled forward by inertia, tumbled over 10 meters before collapsing to the ground. It attempted to rise, but found itself unable. The sheer amount of electric energy it had absorbed was too much, compounded by the force of the thunder leopard's tail. Being a canine with a sturdy frame, yet a vulnerable midsection, the night wolf dog had undoubtedly sustained significant injury. Nevertheless, it refused to concede, its eyes resolute, its body trembling uncontrollably as it fought to suppress the quaking. Wang Ku approached the night wolf dog, reassuring it. This is merely a competition. There is no need for such desperation. Woof. The night wolf dog barked fiercely, causing Wang Ku to instinctively take a step back. Finally, the night wolf dog managed to rise, though its limbs trembled violently. It did not look at its master, but rather fixed a fierce gaze on the thunder leopard. Even though it understood it could not possibly contend with the thunder leopard, and despite being knocked down repeatedly, it exhibited no trace of fear. Li Mu felt a stir of emotion. This night wolf dog was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it was not particularly strong and had a low starting point, but with such tenacity. He believed that as long as it remained alive, it would evolve, growing stronger, much like a protagonist from a novel. Chu Xiongba observed this scene with an outward calmness that belied his inner thoughts. He said nothing, merely gesturing with his hand. Black Shaman Bear immediately stepped forward, striding over to the night wolf dog and gripping it firmly. The night wolf dog attempted to struggle, but given its current state, even at full strength, it would have been futile to escape the grasp of Black Shaman Bear. With the night wolf dog in tow, Chu Xiongba remarked, I have instructed Black Shaman Bear to take it for treatment. As for the rest of you, continue the battle. It will now be one-on-one, so conclude swiftly. Understood. Chun Xinyu replied crisply. The thunder leopard shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing in on the wild gorilla. The wild gorilla rose, its massive fists swinging forward. However, it failed to land a blow, as the thunder leopard had already maneuvered to the side, leaving a gash on the wild gorilla's arm with its sharp claws. The battle concluded rapidly. The thunder leopard, having expended much of its lightning energy, refrained from further usage. Yet, with its speed, the wild gorilla could not lay a finger on it, while the thunder leopard's claws were poised to inflict further wounds at any moment. Despite the injuries being merely superficial, the pain was undeniable, prompting the wild gorilla to retreat behind Zhangju for cover. After the battle, the 6 individuals formed a line, their beasts positioned on the opposite side. Black Shaman Bear returned with the night wolf dog, which appeared to have improved considerably, at least able to walk without difficulty. Chu Xiongba surveyed the group and spoke flatly. How do you believe you performed? Instantly, the heads of 3 individuals, Yu Muyang, Zhao Gang, and Wang Ku bowed low. The others remained upright. Chun Xinyu appeared confident, while Zhang Ju was simply oblivious. As for Li Mu, he found no reason to lower his head. Even if his performance was lacking, there was no necessity to bow. Regardless, it was evident that Chu Xiongba did not concern himself with who bowed or not. He directly called out names. Wang Ku, speak. How do you assess your performance and that of your beast? Wang Ku buried his head even lower, too intimidated to respond. Chu Xiongba furrowed his brow, striving to adopt a gentler tone as he said, I am inquiring, not reprimanding you. Do not feign silence. Wang Ku's head nearly touched the ground, yet he remained mute. Chu Xiongba's temple throbbed with suppressed anger, clearly struggling to contain his frustration. Li Mu felt anxious for him. Chu Xiongba's temper was evidently volatile. He thought to himself that Wang Ku should at least acknowledge his shortcomings. Yet, Li Mu could empathize with Wang Ku. He was evidently the type of introverted student who, when faced with pressure, instinctively retreated, a resemblance to his former self, albeit more pronounced. Fortunately, Chu Xiongba restrained himself, managing to suppress any urge to scold, and spoke in a calm manner. Your beast is quite commendable, truly exceptional. Regardless of its performance, I admire its spirit. But what about you? To put it bluntly, if this night wolf dog had a more capable master, its future would undoubtedly be limitless. However, with you, the current you, who cannot even muster the courage to speak, you will only hinder it. I can offer you time to change, I can assist you, but it must be a choice you are willing to make. With that, Chu Xiongba moved on to the next individual, Zhang Ju. No one noticed Wang Ku's lips moved slightly, forming the words, I am willing. Zhang Ju stared blankly at Chu Xiongba. What are you staring at, you insolent brat? Not satisfied, are you? Chu Xiongba raised an eyebrow. Zhang Ju hurriedly stammered. No, Chu Xiongba chuckled, patting Zhang Ju on the shoulder. No need to be so tense. I was merely joking. I am generally quite easy to get along with, wouldn't you agree? He flashed a disingenuous smile at the others. Li Mu, unperturbed, replied, Indeed. Indeed, Teacher Chu is so approachable and easy to interact with. The others were momentarily speechless, silence enveloping the group. Regardless of whether Chu Xiongba was easy to get along with, his booming voice was enough to instill fear. Indeed, a discerning eye. Chu Xiongba gave Li Mu a thumbs up before redirecting his gaze to Zhang Ju, saying, Do you know where your issue lies? I do, Zhang Ju replied, casting a glance at the unruly wild gorilla. It's quite disobedient, and I've pondered numerous methods, yet none have yielded significant results. Typically, I have to pamper it with treats before it agrees to train. Chapter 31. Have we been exposed? So, have you acquired a beast or merely a master? Chu Xiongba's expression darkened. If you can't even manage your own beast, how can you call yourself a beast tamer? Since you lack control, allow me to assist you, Haisha. With a roar, Haisha the black bear locked its gaze onto the wild gorilla. Sensing impending danger, the wild gorilla trembled, utterly devoid of strength under the pressure. In mere strides, Haisha approached the wild gorilla, seizing it with a firm grip and dragging it away. Teacher Chu, this is... Zhang Ju expressed concern. Chu Xiongba's demeanor shifted dramatically, the chill on his face melting into a smile. I've observed you. The bond between you and your beast isn't the issue. However, if this dynamic continues, problems will inevitably arise. The relationship between a beast and its master should be one of equality. Any imbalance will lead to complications. Your case is somewhat rare. Typically, it is those fortunate enough to tame powerful beasts who encounter such dominance issues. Yet, your wild gorilla is of average caliber. I wonder if this is due to its temperament or if it possesses some peculiarities. Teacher Chu, Zhang Ju said weakly, you don't think Haisha will seriously harm it, do you? Chu Xiongba chuckled dismissively. Huh, what are you worried about? A little discipline will do the trick. When it returns, you can play the good cop. After patting Zhang Ju on the shoulder, he approached the third individual, Zhao Gang, this time with a different approach. Chu Xiongba regarded Zhao Gang without immediately speaking. Waiting until Zhao Gang spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper. Teacher Chu, I apologize for my poor performance. I will strive to do better. Effort must be tempered with prudence, he replied cryptically, moving on to the next student, Yu Muyang. Chu Xiongba's expression darkened again. Where do you perceive your shortcomings? Yu Muyang forced a smile. It's all my fault. I'm just useless. Indeed, it's your fault. Your snow shadow ferret is no lesser than the purple lightning leopard. In some respects, it surpasses it. Yet why is it so weak? It's me. Yu Muyang admitted, lowering his head. Good to acknowledge it. You must also change. I will provide you with an opportunity, but ultimately, it depends on you. Do not resign yourself to fate. At least struggle a bit, yes? Leaving another enigmatic remark, Chu Xiongba moved before Li Mu but skipped over him. Finally halting in front of the last student, Chen Xian. You are commendable, but at your current level, you are far from becoming an Imperial Beast Master. Even a year and a half from now, during your cohort's Imperial General Examination, You will not be the most promising candidate among your peers. Keep striving. Do not relent, for even if you do not, others will surpass you. Thus, never let your guard down. Teacher Chu, what do you mean by that? Chun Xian questioned boldly, unperturbed. Literally what I said, Chu Xiongba replied, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Now, you shall commence training at the rear playground. Have your beasts run. You are to accompany them. Until I call a halt, you are not permitted to stop, even if you faint. What? We have to run too? Zhang Ju exclaimed in surprise. Chu Xiongba frowned. What is unclear? Do you need me to repeat myself? Now hurry. Li Mu stood bewildered, wondering why he had been overlooked. Despite others receiving at least a word, he had been completely ignored. However, he was reluctant to provoke Chu Xiongba's ire. After all, if he had nothing to say, then so be it. Just as Li Mu prepared to join the others, Chu Xiongba's voice rang out. Li Mu, stay. The rest may proceed. Li Mu was taken aback, but obediently remained in place. Once the others had departed, Chu Xiongba coolly instructed, follow me. Li Mu trailed behind Chu Xiongba to his office. Whereupon Chu Xiongba closed the door, brewed himself a cup of tea, and placed it on the desk, crossing his legs as he regarded Li Mu. After closing the door, Li Mu stood before the desk, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. Lifting the teacup and blowing on it, Chu Xiongba remarked, now tell me, what is your other beast? Li Mu's body instinctively trembled. How could this be? How could he have discovered the existence of the legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza? Was he attempting to deceive him? But why would he do so? Are you apprehensive? I can understand. After all, we have only just met. Your beast must possess considerable quality, perhaps even rarity? Chu Xiongba chuckled lightly, seemingly devoid of malice. Yet, Li Mu, having witnessed Chu Xiongba's capability for rapid mood shifts, was wary of trusting him too readily. Noticing Li Mu's continued silence, Chu Xiongba's patience wore thin. Do you think I covet your beast? Teacher Chu, you are certainly not that kind of person. Despite this, Li Mu resolved to keep his lips sealed regarding Rayquaza. Setting the teacup down, Chu Xiongba fixed his gaze on Li Mu and said, you believe I am deceiving you. So even though you are curious about how I know, you suppress the urge to ask, right? Because you think that by asking, I will conclude that you possess it, correct? Li Mu lowered his head in silence, his heart racing with anxiety. If Chu Xiongba were truly plotting against him, what should he do? I will first explain why I inquired about your beast. That creature must be stronger than the flower sprite, correct? I hope you focus on training that beast and bring it to school. I will devise the best training plan for it, and you. Regardless of its quality or rarity, I can assure you that no one will dare covet it. Your first beast is exceedingly crucial for a beast tamer. How do you think you performed during the recent battle? Li Mu was taken aback by the sudden question, but answered truthfully, not very well. Aside from the queries regarding Rayquaza, Li Mu aimed to provide answers to avoid inciting Chu Xiongba's wrath. And why do you believe your performance was lacking? In what aspects did you falter? Li Mu had reflected extensively afterward, recognizing that the flower sprite had indeed not performed flawlessly. Yet, it had only been 1 week since training began. And this was its first real battle. If he were to pinpoint flaws, he could certainly find them. However, Li Mu believed that it was unfair to blame the flower spirit. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely on his own monotonous training methods. Chapter 32, The Levels and Quality of Beasts. In truth, your performance cannot be deemed poor, yet it is not outstanding either. It is rather conventional. I am aware of your diligent efforts over these past few days, and I understand that you are not merely engaging in fruitless endeavors. Nevertheless, during combat, the exceptional quality of the flower spirit merely led to the substitution of a common quality long-haired pig, without inflicting any impact on the purple lightning leopard. Where do you think the issue lies? Chu Xiongba took a sip of tea and redirected the question back to Li Mu. After Chu Xiongba's remarks, Li Mu began to grasp the underlying meaning. However, understanding was one thing. He was reluctant to voice it aloud. Chu Xiongba smiled knowingly and articulated the problem directly. It lies with the flower spirit, with the beast itself. I do not imply that the flower spirit, as a beast, is weak. After all, it possesses exceptional quality. Albeit somewhat diluted, it remains distinguished, and the flower spirit is a relatively rare pure elemental beast. Below the first tier, it is evident that more physically robust beasts are favored, while beasts with insufficient internal energy render pure elemental types somewhat superfluous. I am not suggesting that one should not raise a flower spirit, but to choose it as your first beast is indeed an unwise decision. Originally, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Had it been someone else, I would have advised them to adopt a supportive role, as auxiliary consumption is lower than that of offensive strategies. However, you are different. You have contracted 2 beasts, and one of them is quite formidable. If you conceal it, you are merely squandering its innate potential. Squandering potential? Can potential truly be wasted? Li Mu inquired, posing a question of little consequence. Certainly, Li Mu. What do you perceive the level of a beast to be? What about its quality? Chu Xiongba's question was profoundly philosophical, momentarily leaving Li Mu speechless. Chu Xiongba did not anticipate a response from Li Mu and provided his own answer, offering a metaphor that, while not standard, was remarkably apparent. Have you ever read novels from the bygone era, particularly those concerning cultivation? If you have, then you will comprehend well. The level of a beast corresponds to its cultivation, while quality pertains to its innate talent. Naturally, cultivation requires effort, while talent establishes a baseline, with cultivation determining the upper limits. In simpler terms, different qualities of beasts begin at different starting points, and their training velocities vary. Yet, without cultivation, they remain stagnant at their starting point. No matter how high your starting point, there will always be diligent individuals who surpass you. Ordinary quality beasts reach the 0 tier upon maturity. Good quality reaches the 1st tier, excellent quality the 2nd, and outstanding quality the 3rd. However, for an ordinary quality beast, with sufficient diligence, breaking through to the 3rd tier within several decades is not entirely implausible. Moreover, there are others of the same quality, or even superior, who are also training. If you allow your beast to languish, the disparity will only widen. Of course, in our world, there is a lack of cultivation techniques. Thus, training a beast is akin to cultivation. Scholars of the Empire have studied that the growth of beasts primarily involves absorbing a unique energy from the surroundings. The greater the consumption of a beast, the more active it becomes, and the quicker its absorption rate. Therefore, apart from training, combat serves as the most rapid means of advancement. Of course, to expedite this process, auxiliary items are indispensable. So, do you understand my point? Concealing that beast is simply a waste. Li Mu furrowed his brow. These insights were previously unknown to him, and indeed, pursuing education at the academy had proven to be the right choice. However, he was genuinely hesitant to reveal the existence of his legendary beast, as the term legendary is no trifling matter. In his previous life, individuals risked their lives to rob banks for mere millions. The weight of legendary cannot be measured by mere currency. As for concealing the quality of the legendary beast, Li Mu had considered it. But if Chu Xiongba could discern that he had contracted 2 beasts, what if he could also ascertain their quality? Even if Chu Xiongba harbored no malice, what if others discovered it and rumors spread? Chu Xiongba took another sip of tea to clear his throat. Noticing that Li Mu remained unresponsive, he frowned slightly and sighed. You truly are a tight-lipped fellow. Very well. I shall reveal a bit more to you, for otherwise, you would remain reticent. You have interacted with Zhang Yihan, correct? Your father was his comrade, and I share some connections with your father as captain. He requested that I look after you. Naturally, if you were an unambitious wastrel, I would have little interest in you, but you are not. I have observed your dedication during the training of the flower spirit. I believe you possess great potential, which is why I have shared so much with you. Do you think I speak merely to waste my breath? Li Mu was convinced, if this were the case, everything fell into place. His father was likely not just an ordinary 2nd-tier beastmaster. Moreover, the injured shadow cat belonging to Zhang Yihan stirred many thoughts within Li Mu. As for Chu Xiongba, indeed, he had begun to trust him when he spoke about the levels and qualities of beasts. Given Chu Xiongba's volatile temperament, if he truly harbored ulterior motives, as a mere student, what could he do to resist? He should have already resorted to coercion. Yet, he did not, and instead, he impatiently shared an abundance of information. Finally, Li Mu spoke up. Teacher Chu, I do indeed have another beast, but I cannot reveal it. Even with your presence, I cannot guarantee its safety. Chu Xiongba chuckled. Do you have any idea how formidable my black ferocious bear is? Do tell me. I also cannot guarantee its safety. Li Mu nodded, his tone rather flat. I am aware. A 3rd-tier beast is indeed powerful, but it is still insufficient. Chu Xiongba was momentarily taken aback, then grew serious, followed by a smile. Knowing it is 3rd tier, and you still claim it is insufficient? What if I possess a 5th-tier beast? Chu Xiongba stood, a gleam of delight evident in his eyes. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Could it be of perfect quality? Li Mu, however, abruptly halted the conversation. Speaking of which, shouldn't you first inform me how you discovered that I possess 2 beasts? Will others find out? Chu Xiongba smirked, revealing that it was of no consequence to share. One of my beasts. He raised his right hand, revealing a muscular arm devoid of anything but exaggerated muscle. Yet, a grayish-white figure gradually materialized, as if a chameleon were shedding its disguise. Li Mu could ascertain that just moments prior, Chu Xiongba's hand had indeed been empty. It was certainly not a mere transformation. Finally, the figure fully emerged, a small snake, no longer than a pair of chopsticks, its body slender, while its gray-white hue imparted an uncanny sense of unreality. Name, Nightmare Python. Quality, outstanding. Level, 4th tier, 7th stage. Talent, soul origin. Attribute, soul. Evolution route, 1. Soul devouring python. Required materials, 10,000 souls, 10,000 beast blood souls. One soul crystal. Li Mu was astonished. This was undoubtedly the most extraordinary beast he had ever encountered. Not only was its quality outstanding, but its level was strikingly high as well. Moreover, apart from the legendary beast, it had the fewest evolutionary routes, with only 3. And all conditions for these routes were exceedingly stringent, even terrifying. Chapter 33. Show me. It is called the Nightmare Python, a rare beast with unique and potent abilities. Perceiving souls is merely its most basic application. The Nightmare Python on Chu Xiongba's arm faded and vanished as he retracted his arm. I discern that you possess 2 spirit beasts, one of which is remarkably formidable, while it is challenging to ascertain the same about others. Soul-type spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, predominantly comprising frail spirits and specters. It is not a simple task to unveil the number of spirit beasts one possesses merely by probing into another's soul. Now, could you perhaps divulge the identity of your spirit beast? Even if it is of perfect quality, it may not equate to the rarity of my nightmarish serpent. What concerns do you still harbor? Li Mu hesitated and inquired, Teacher Chu, do you possess any other formidable spirit beasts? If they are merely of the 5th tier, it might still be insufficient. Chu Xiongba was momentarily taken aback, contemplating a possibility that seemed implausible. You wouldn't have stumbled upon a legendary beast, would you? That is impossible. The legendary compendium is not something the average person can access. How could you ascertain it is indeed legendary? Perhaps you mistook a strong perfect beast for a legendary one? That could be a possibility. Li Mu replied timidly. Chu Xiongba struggled to grasp Li Mu's demeanor, his mind in turmoil, until he abruptly stood up and commanded, Take me to see it. Is that appropriate? But it's still class time. Li Mu hesitated. You're still not aware of what a legendary beast signifies. If it truly is, I can assure you that no one would dare to harm you. All right, Li Mu cautiously suggested. Shall I call Uncle Zhang? Perhaps he could take us back? Chu Xiongba chuckled. You still doubt me? Go ahead and call. You can tell him anything. I don't mind. Can I step into the corridor to make the call? Li Mu inquired cautiously. Of course, but don't run off. It's really unnecessary. Chu Xiongba seemed entirely unfazed. Li Mu nodded and stepped out of the office. Making his way to the corridor, he dialed Zhang Yihan's number, and the call connected swiftly. Hello, kid. What do you need? Zhang Yihan's voice was direct. Li Mu cut to the chase. Uncle Zhang, do you know my father? How could I possibly know him? Zhang Yihan's voice wavered slightly. Stop pretending. Just tell me the truth. I am aware that if you were a comrade of my father's, there would be no need for concealment. You found out. Well, I am indeed a comrade of your father. We were members of the same pioneer squad. We can discuss your father later, but for now, I want to know, can I trust you? Of course. My bond with your father is one forged in life and death, and I promised him I would look after you. Had it not been for his sacrifice, I might not have survived. Good. And what about this Chu Xiongba? Is he trustworthy? Chu Xiongba. Bear Lord Chu Xiongba? I don't know him well, but I've heard he is a decent fellow. Why do you ask? Hasn't he been missing for many years? Bear Lord, are we speaking of the same person? I refer to my current teacher, Chu Xiongba. He mentioned that your father's captain had also entrusted him with my care. Are you not aware of this? Well, it's possible that the captain did mention it. It seems he had some rapport with Bear Lord. Then, Uncle Zhang, could you please come pick me up? I'm at school, and if possible, bring your strongest spirit beast. I fear there might be trouble. Trouble? Is someone out to get you? Didn't you say Bear Lord would look after you? With him around, who would dare to harm you? All right, Uncle Zhang, enough questions, just hurry here. Li Mu hung up the phone, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He feared it might indeed be him. Ideally, he would prefer not to engage with the high-tier combatants of this world too soon. Progressing step by step would be more prudent. However, reality seldom affords one such ample preparation time. Perhaps the only stroke of luck was that these individuals seemed devoid of malice. Have we finished conversing? Let us await him at the school entrance. Chu Xiongba had, unbeknownst to them, crossed his arms and was waiting at the office door. Very well. Li Mu nodded in resignation. The two exited the school, enveloped in an unusual silence. As they approached the school gate, Li Mu suddenly inquired, Teacher Chu, do you not bring a spirit beast? Does it make a difference? It's rather inconvenient. Chu Xiongba replied dismissively. What do you mean by that, Teacher Chu? Li Mu asked, puzzled. If one must always have their spirit beast at hand, consider my black fiend bear. Its considerable size is rather cumbersome. In fact, among my spirit beasts, the black fiend bear is merely of medium size. There are many larger. Li Mu nodded in agreement, having long felt that the profession of spirit beast taming was rather flawed and inconvenient. One must always carry a spirit beast, otherwise, one possesses no combat capability. Yet having a spirit beast is also quite bothersome. Many high-tier spirit beasts are several dozen meters long and weigh hundreds of tons. How splendid it would be to have something akin to a Pokeball from the world of Pokemon. Chu Xiongba chuckled. There is indeed a solution, leveling up. Do you know? Spirit Beast Tamers can awaken certain abilities. What? Limu was genuinely astonished. Chu Xiongba nodded. But it's not the kind you might be envisioning. It pertains to the abilities of the spirit beasts. Each time a spirit beast's level increases by one tier, the tamer awakens a new ability. For instance, upon reaching the first tier, the first spirit beast grants the tamer the damage transfer ability. Any damage the tamer sustains can be directly transferred to the spirit beast. Without this ability, what use is having a strong spirit beast? There are countless ways for others to eliminate you while your spirit beast is preoccupied. As for what I mentioned, the ability Summon Spirit Beast is typically awakened at the 5th tier. No matter where your spirit beast may be, barring certain special locations, you can summon it directly to your side. How convenient is that? Limu was genuinely enlightened. He had not anticipated that spirit beast tamers could acquire such abilities. If he possessed these abilities, it would indeed be vastly more convenient, akin to having a Pokeball. Teacher Chu, what abilities do the other tiers awaken? Limu's curiosity was becoming increasingly insatiable. You'll find out when you reach that point. What use is it to know now? Is that Zhang Yihan's car approaching? The two had already arrived at the school gate. Limu nodded, surprised at how quickly Zhang Yihan had arrived. Let us hurry with your antics. I find myself quite eager to meet that spirit beast. Chu Xiongba expressed his impatience. Chapter 34, Disciple Meets Master. Limu, Chu Xiongba, and Zhang Yihan took the elevator to the 4th floor, arriving at Limu's doorstep. Kid, is this your home? Open the door already. Chu Xiongba urged impatiently. Meanwhile, Zhang Yihan discreetly scrutinized Chu Xiongba with glances, even while driving. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze was rather obvious. Not only Chu Xiongba noticed, but even Limu was aware of it, though Chu Xiongba chose to ignore him. Zhang Yihan, could you refrain from staring at me with those eyes? It's rather unsettling. If you were a woman, it would be one thing, but you are a grown man. What gives? Enough. Let us save the discussion for later. Limu, open the door quickly. Chu Xiongba's impatience grew. With no choice, Limu retrieved his key and unlocked the door, softly stating, "You'll need to change your shoes." Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the Rayquaza, albeit puzzled as to why its master would return at such an hour, swiftly flew over in excitement. However, upon seeing the group of individuals at the entrance, it was momentarily taken aback. Why were there other people here? The master had mentioned that he must not be seen by anyone else. Had it inadvertently caused trouble? Both Chu Xiongba and Zhang Yihan were equally astonished as they beheld the Rayquaza. Chu Xiongba confidently declared, "This is not a known beast of any kind." Limu could only feign ignorance, for the Rayquaza was not a creature of this world. Unconsciously, Chu Xiongba moved closer to the Rayquaza, which, startled, nervously retreated. Limu spoke up, "Rayquaza, come here." "Master, who are they?" the Rayquaza asked, zipping directly to Limu's side. "They are here to see you. Do not be overly anxious, for I am here." "All right. Limu, allow the Rayquaza to cooperate. I possess unique methods to assess its quality," Chu Xiongba insisted. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Limu, just as Zhang Yihan had done moments before. Limu furrowed his brow. Is it related to the soul? Could it be dangerous? Not at all, absolutely not. Just let it cooperate. There will be no issues, Chu Xiongba assured. Very well, Limu quietly instructed the Rayquaza. Chu Xiongba, you may proceed. Nodding, Chu Xiongba approached the Rayquaza, which felt both nervous and curious. He extended his right hand, and the nightmarish serpent manifested upon his arm, slowly undulating its form. A grayish, ethereal glow connected the nightmarish serpent and the Rayquaza, and soon after, the serpent's figure vanished entirely. Zhang Yihan elbowed Limu, asking, "What is happening? Where did your beast come from?" Limu replied helplessly, "It's just that Teacher Chu wanted to see my beast. As for how it came to be, I will explain later." Zhang Yihan nodded, curiosity evident, yet his focus remained on Chu Xiongba, who seemed genuinely remarkable. Before long, the light dissipated, and Chu Xiongba's body trembled slightly. Limu knew then that Chu Xiongba had discerned the true quality of the Rayquaza. Indeed, after a considerable pause, Chu Xiongba finally calmed himself and fixed his gaze upon Limu, slowly uttering, "It is illegendary." Limu nodded with composure, having already anticipated this revelation. However, Zhang Yihan's reaction was far more pronounced. He was initially stunned, then incredulous, exclaiming, "What do you mean?" Chu Xiongba ignored him, his focus still on Limu. "I need to make a phone call. Rest assured, no one will covet your legendary. Even if they do, I will ensure they disappear." With that, Chu Xiongba nonchalantly walked towards the balcony, as if he were in his own home, to make the call. Zhang Yihan, gazing at Chu Xiongba on the balcony, then turned to Limu, bewildered. "Kid, what exactly is going on?" Limu shrugged, feigning ignorance. "I truly don't know. I just felt this beast was somewhat special, so I didn't take it to school. Teacher Chu wanted to see it, and that's all there is to it. What are you pretending for? I'm asking about the legendary. You didn't look like you were unaware just now. Li Mu maintained an innocent expression, choosing silence. After a while, as Chu Xiongba remained on the phone, Li Mu took the initiative to inquire, can you defeat him? Zhang Yihun was taken aback, then chuckled, how is that possible? I have confirmed it. He is Chu Xiongba, the bear sovereign who vanished for 5 years. What exactly is this bear sovereign? Li Mu asked with curiosity. Zhang Yihun glanced at Chu Xiongba, who was still on the phone, and whispered, it's a title. Once a beast master reaches the 7th rank, they typically acquire a title, and the bear sovereign is one bestowed directly by a king. So, Teacher Chu is a 7th rank beast master? Li Mu was bewildered, his first reaction being disbelief. Zhang Yihun nodded emphatically, indeed. And the bear sovereign is no ordinary 7th rank beast master. There are rumors that he possesses a legendary beast. Li Mu was utterly confounded, his thoughts in disarray. This was simply unfathomable. How could an ordinary teacher be so remarkable? Especially in Chunan City, a relatively obscure locale. A 7th rank beast master, potentially a legendary beast master. With a title granted by a king, how could such a figure exist in this place? Chu Xiongba must be a prominent figure throughout the entire empire. In novels, one would typically encounter such eminent personages only in the later stages of the narrative, at least after having attained a certain level of strength. Why was everything deviating from the expected norm? Moreover, Chu Xiongba's secrets ran remarkably deep. Reflecting on what Chu Xiongba had said about having a 5th rank beast, Li Mu felt a pang of disbelief. However, surely a person of such stature would not covet a mere childish beast? After over 10 minutes on the phone, Chu Xiongba finally concluded his call and returned, looking at Li Mu. I need to share some information with you to prevent you from developing persecutory delusions. First, it is generally possible for ordinary beasts to change owners. However, that is not the case for legendaries. Their masters can only be those they recognize. I can assure you that within the entire empire, there is absolutely no method to forcibly change the master of a legendary beast. Second, I wish to take you as my disciple. This way, should any nefarious individuals attempt to trouble you, I can shield you. This man must have already revealed his true identity to you. So do you accept? Disciple pays respects to the master. Li Mu bowed deeply without a moment's hesitation. Such a formidable ally, especially without any cost, was a boon not to be overlooked. No need for such formalities. Though Chu Xiongba said this, he nodded in self-satisfaction. One more thing. You must participate in the Imperial Grand Examination in 6 months. If you do not qualify for the Imperial Beastmaster University, I will expel you from my tutelage. Chapter 35, The Hidden Truth. The Imperial Beastmaster University. I will succeed. I must. The Imperial Beastmaster University, fully known as the first university of beastmasters in the Empire, is evident in its name as something extraordinary. The institution is indeed unparalleled, exclusively admitting beastmaster students, with exceedingly stringent requirements. The Imperial Grand Examination is akin to a college entrance examination, held annually, with millions of beastmaster students participating each year. The number of those who can meet the passing criteria of the Imperial Beastmaster University varies, from a few hundred at best to as few as dozens at worst. Chu Xiongba displayed a somewhat ruthless smile. Under normal circumstances, you would have no issues participating in the examination in a year and a half, relying solely on this legendary. However, if it is in 6 months, others will have 3 times the preparation time, and the advantage of quality will not be as significant. Additionally, every year, a few perfect beasts emerge. Legendaries have appeared before. Do you think it will be that easy? Though Li Mu was confident, he was not blind to reality. Indeed, with only half a year to prepare, he was uncertain of the extent of his potential progress. Do not hesitate in my presence, since you are already my disciple. You must at least have confidence. This is the first test I am giving you. During this period, I will provide you with specialized training. You will have no leisure time. Can you accept this? Absolutely. Li Mu responded without hesitation. If he wished to grow stronger, he had to endure hardships. Excellent. Chu Xiongba's lips curled slightly as his phone vibrated, prompting him to squint and glance at the screen. With his eyes narrowed, his expression remained obscured. Yet a legendary name had been bestowed upon him, Riftbreaker, the sovereign of space rending. Quite impressive indeed. Li Mu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Was this not the legendary title bestowed by the system? If there had been no prior records of Riftbreakers in this world, how could Chu Xiongba have discerned the true name spoken of by the system so swiftly? I refer to it as Riftbreaker, which should imply tearing the sky, not merely space. Li Mu corrected. Chu Xiongba nodded nonchalantly, deeming it insignificant. The true name is Riftbreaker. After all, the legendary rankings will not descend upon us so swiftly. Yet my curiosity has been piqued. Master, what is the legendary ranking? This question had lingered in Li Mu's mind for quite some time, ever since the system had mentioned it, and he had grown increasingly inquisitive. Upon hearing Li Mu's address, Xiangba momentarily paused, then broke into a gentle smile. Just call me teacher. That title feels rather antiquated. As for the legendary ranking, it is precisely what the name implies, the hierarchy of known legendary beast tamers. Observing this individual, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary divine dragon, suggesting he would not rank too low. Teacher, how many types of legendary beasts are known within the Empire? Do you realize the level of confidentiality your question holds within the Empire? Huh, what do you mean? Why does this need to be kept secret? Xiangba narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking deliberately. For the stability of the Empire, the truth is far too terrifying. There is no necessity for the common populace to be aware. Li Mu began to harbor certain suspicions, though he was reluctant to delve deeper. Well, pondering these matters now is futile. When you become sufficiently powerful, your curiosity will be rendered moot, and all will be revealed. Xiangba paused briefly before continuing. Now, take Rift Breaker and follow me. Let us not squander time and swiftly put your training on the right track. Understood, teacher, please wait for me. Li Mu instructed Rift Breaker to remain patiently, while he retreated to his room to gather all the nutritional paste. Let us proceed, Li Mu announced, having gathered his belongings. With Rift Breaker trailing closely behind him, Xiangba cast a glance at Zhang Yang. What are you dawdling for? Let us move. Oh, right. Let us go, Zhang Yang responded, escorting Xiangba and Li Mu back to the school entrance. As Xiangba exited the vehicle, he glanced at Zhang Yang. From now on, you shall pick him up and drop him off at school every day. After all, you have time on your hands, and he is not safe alone. Understood. Zhang Yang nodded. Having initially come here to watch over Li Mu, the task of transporting him to and from school was a trivial matter. Is there anything you wish to say? Xiangba inquired, his tone nonchalant. Zhang Yang hesitantly began. Are you truly Lord Bear? Xiangba's expression remained composed. He did not speak, but merely nodded slightly. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement mixed with confusion. Then why did you suddenly vanish 5 years ago? At that time, you were in your prime, and many believed you would be the 8th sovereign. If this is your question, I cannot provide an answer, Xiangba replied, squinting his eyes with a seemingly unchanged expression, perhaps well concealed. Li Mu noticed that Xiangba seemed somewhat unsettled, particularly due to Zhang Yang's inquiry. Is there anything else? Xiangba's tone remained unvaried. Zhang Yang hesitated, alighting from the vehicle and bowing to Xiangba. Lord Bear, I implore you to guide Li Mu well and to take great care of him. He is the sole son of Qi Yan, who sacrificed himself to save me. I have no further attachments in this life, save for the hope that Li Mu grows and thrives. Since he is already my disciple, there is no need for your worry. Xiangba's lips curled slightly. Furthermore, you are not without attachments in this lifetime. At the very least, you must seek vengeance. Do you not? Do you truly believe it was merely an accident? What? My lord, what do you mean? Zhang Yang's emotions flared uncontrollably. However, Xiangba had already departed, leaving behind a parting remark for Li Mu. Do you have something to say to him? If so, speak quickly and join me. Zhang Yang attempted to pursue Xiangba, but Li Mu interceded. Uncle Zhang, clearly, teacher Xiangba is deliberately teasing you. Even if you were to inquire further, he would not divulge anything. By the way, what is the matter that has you so agitated? Zhang Yang glanced at Li Mu, shaking his head with a complex expression. After a moment, his emotions settled, and he placed a reassuring hand on Li Mu's shoulder, softly advising, focus on learning from Lord Bear. He possesses genuine skills, and with him around, none will dare covet anything from you. Li Mu nodded. I understand, Uncle Zhang. But could you tell me about my father's circumstances? What was his true identity? And how did he meet his end? Zhang Yang slowly shook his head. Now is not the time for such revelations. Sharing this with you would only serve to burden you unnecessarily. Moreover, that incident bears many ambiguities that remain unclear to me. It seems Lord Bear knows something, likely connected to his past retreat. Well then, pondering these matters now serves no purpose. Your focus should be on your studies. Go on. I will come to pick you up after school. Zhang Yang managed a strained smile, patting Li Mu's shoulder once more. Goodbye, Uncle Zhang. Chapter 36. Let us begin. An attack, then? Xiangba mused, stroking his chin. Let us first assess its offensive capabilities. Li Mu nodded. He had long wished to test Riftbreaker's attacking prowess. And now the opportunity had finally arrived. They found themselves in a spacious special training room, measuring several dozen meters in length and width, with a height exceeding 10 meters. Equipped with numerous specialized instruments. Riftbreaker, do you see that target? Aim for it, and unleash your energy attack. You need not exert your full strength just yet. Li Mu instructed, gently patting Riftbreaker's draconic horn. Understood, Master. Riftbreaker, unlike the floral sprite, exhibited great excitement and curiosity upon entering this unfamiliar environment, especially upon realizing it could remain by Li Mu's side. It was still in a state of exhilaration. Rift Breaker spiraled through the air, seemingly preparing for its assault. Limu contemplated for a moment before retrieving the floral sprite from his pocket. He increasingly felt that purchasing the floral sprite had been a judicious decision, as it was incredibly convenient to carry. Simply stow it in his pocket at will. Mooer, Rift Breaker is about to train with you. This is its inaugural use of offensive capabilities. So observe closely. Understood, Master. The floral sprite's large eyes remained fixated on Rift Breaker, intrigued by its impending attack. Rift Breaker did not spiral for long, nor did it perform any preparatory movements. It simply opened its mouth. Then, a blinding beam of light erupted from Rift Breaker's maw. Without any reaction time, the beam struck the target. In an instant, perhaps even shorter, its speed was akin to that of light itself. As the brilliance faded, the metallic target bore no marks whatsoever. Limu stood in stunned silence. Surely not. This cannot be. It defies logic. Rift Breaker's attack power cannot be so feeble. The energy fluctuation has reached 190. Chuck Xiangba fiddled with the screen on the wall. The speed has reached 1/3 of light speed. Impressive, indeed, stronger than I had anticipated. Limu inquired, Teacher, what does that mean? Chuck Xiangba chuckled lightly, his spirits evidently lifted. It means that Rift Breaker's strike has already attained the pinnacle level of an ordinary first-tier Beast Tamer. First tier? Merely ordinary? Limu felt a twinge of disappointment. Though the Rayquaza is merely a stage 4 in the 0 tier, it is indeed a legendary creature. A distinction that sets it apart from the ordinary by a margin of 6 tiers. The result is a mere elevation of 1 substantial level. Young man, your greed knows no bounds. Do you comprehend the implications of such a significant level? Only legends possess such formidable strength. It seems that Rayquaza primarily employs energy as its mode of attack. Is it safe to say that it is a legendary being that relies chiefly on energy-based assaults? Chu Xiongba furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought, while Limu patiently awaited his response. Before long, Chu Xiongba suddenly remarked, Have I forgotten something? Limu was taken aback, then quickly realized, Teacher, didn't you instruct the others to run? Did you not say they were not to stop without your permission? It has been quite some time, at least 3 to 4 hours. I doubt they could have sustained themselves. Limu silently mourned for their plight. Chu Xiongba, seemingly unconcerned, replied, Oh, that matter? I thought it was something significant. Come, let us go see how they fare. Limu nodded, following behind Chu Xiongba with the floral sprite and Rayquaza in tow. Upon exiting the training room, the sight of Rayquaza behind Limu instantly captivated the attention of the other students, causing heads to turn in awe. A creature capable of flight without wings? My heavens! How magnificent! I yearn to possess such a being. Its quality must be exceptional, without a doubt. Indeed, my several 100,000 worth of auxiliary devices could not even glean any information about this creature. It must possess a quality beyond excellence. Several 100,000? My dear classmate, do you require an accessory for that impressive leg? Chu Xiongba observed the students, who were distracted from their training by Rayquaza, and frowned. Get back to your training. What is there to gawk at? His authoritative shout sent the students scattering like startled birds. Limu sighed inwardly. He had anticipated this scenario, and it had indeed come to pass. Upon reaching the expansive athletic field, which was extraordinarily vast, at least the size of over 10 football fields, Limu inquired, Teacher, are these individuals students from a higher grade? Chu Xiongba nodded. This wretched school has but one large field, shared by 2 grades. However, your grade typically utilizes it less. The arrival of Rayquaza had drawn considerable attention from the students, had it not been for the unmistakable aura of authority exuding from Chu Xiongba. Many would have approached to engage in conversation. Yet, bold individuals are never in short supply. A student with a buzz cut and a single earring approached, flanked by a few onlookers. Classmate, you are scram. Chu Xiongba interrupted impatiently before the student could finish. The student's face paled. What did you say? Do you intend to challenge a teacher? Shall I render you with a single hand? Chu Xiongba slightly rolled his neck, exuding an air of excitement. Whether it was the weight of Chu Xiongba's words or his imposing stature, the buzz-cut student dared not utter another word and retreated in shame. No one else dared to approach thereafter. Limu followed Chu Xiongba to the track, where he spotted a few figures, but not all. Only Yu Muyang, Wang Ku, and Zhang Ju continued to run, with their beasts, the snow shadow weasel and wild ape, also in motion. Chu Xiongba's expression remained inscrutable as he called a halt. Where are the others? Yu Muyang replied. Zhao Gang has collapsed and has been sent to the infirmary. Chen Xinyu's legs have given way, and he is resting over there. Chu Xiongba nodded nonchalantly. How long have they been running? Yu Muyang answered. They have not stopped. Chen Xinyu could not endure past an hour, while Zhao Gang pushed through for over 2 hours before fainting. So, you have taken breaks then? Chu Xiongba smirked. Yes, the 3 of them lowered their heads. And what of the beasts? Those who did not arrive are incapable. Those who did have all taken breaks. Indeed, Chu Xiongba's expression shifted to one of understanding. He chuckled. Is that so? Then continue until you faint. This condition is quite lenient, is it not? Fainting is a form of liberation. No stopping. Whoever halts shall meet the demise of their beast. This left Yu Muyang momentarily speechless. After hesitating, he seemed poised to argue. Teacher Chu, I fail to see the purpose of such training. There is no purpose. I derive pleasure from it. Is that answer satisfactory for you? Chu Xiongba offered no room for negotiation. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so. However, I shall have the Black Fiend Bear trample their beast, and then leave them half dead. How does that sound? Quite merciful, I would say. Before Li Mu could feel relieved, Chu Xiongba's voice rang out again. Li Mu, you too. However, since both of your beasts are flying types, they need not accompany you in running. Remember, you share the same fate as the others. The price for stopping remains unchanged. Now begin. Chapter 37. Some will choose to surrender. From this day forth, if anyone were to inquire of Li Mu what despair is, he would undoubtedly respond that it is the experience of running without sight of an end. The four of them ran at a steady pace along the track, their beasts trailing beside them. Initially, it was manageable due to the steady pace, and as Li Mu had only just joined. But it wasn't long before those who had been running for an extended period began to struggle. My heavens, Teacher Chu is truly a devil, Zhang Ju gasped. Do you think Teacher Chu would actually kill our beasts? Wang Ke's voice trembled, heavy with breathlessness. I think it's best not to find out. Although Li Mu had not interacted deeply with Chu Xiongba, he could discern aspects of his character. Given his position, it was likely that he would not hesitate to take drastic measures, even against humans. He would. Once he speaks, he never retracts his words. Yu Muyang asserted softly but firmly, as if it were an undeniable truth. Li Mu cast a surprised glance at Yu Muyang, who seemed to speak with an understanding of Chu Xiongba that suggested he might know the man's true identity. However, fatigue was beginning to weigh heavily on him. His legs felt weak and weary. Wang Ke, already lacking in stamina, found it increasingly difficult after several hours of running, despite having taken brief rests. Fearing Chu Xiongba would return and see them resting, they had only taken hurried breaks before resuming their run. Yu Muyang's breathing became more labored, praying to faint soon, hoping to avoid stopping and disappointing his beast. This is all your fault. Why did you have to mention that we took breaks? Had you not said that, Teacher Chu would not have imposed such punishment upon us. In this relentless, hope-deficient, self-torturous run, Wang Ke's mind and body endured an immense dual strain. In such a state, even the typically meek Wang Ke could no longer contain himself. His eyes glinted with malice, as if all of this were truly Yu Muyang's fault. Yu Muyang paused, but still gasped out an explanation. Do you believe a normal 16-year-old could run non-stop for nearly 4 hours? Teacher Chu is not a fool. Concealing the truth benefits no one. Do you think I wish to endure this? Speak less. Talking requires stamina, Li Mu advised. Yu Muyang nodded, slowing his breath as they continued to run. However, Wang Ke laughed maniacally. It's all your fault. If my night wolf dies, you will be the one responsible. I can't take it anymore. I want to stop. Wang Ke truly came to a halt, after pausing. He instinctively took a few steps forward before collapsing onto the ground. Yu Muyang's face contorted with turmoil, and ultimately, he made a decision to stop as well, moving beside Wang Ke in an attempt to lift him up. Don't be foolish. Teacher Chu will genuinely slay your beast. Get away. I can't get up anyway. It's all your fault. If the night wolf dies, it's on you. Wang Ke lay sprawled on the ground, embodying a mad and reckless demeanor. Yu Muyang wished to persuade him further, to raise him up, but Wang Ke suddenly grasped Yu Muyang's legs tightly, smiling. Then don't run either, all right? Let us give up together. If we must die, we die together. If we live together. Yu Muyang was taken aback. He never anticipated Wang Ke would resort to such measures, and anger surged within him. Let go of me. I shouldn't have bothered with you. Wang Ke clung to Yu Muyang's legs with an unexpected strength, despite having no energy left to run. Yu Muyang struggled to break free. But after running for so long, his legs were nearly devoid of strength. The Snow Shadow Weasel, too, had come to a stop, anxiously contemplating an attack on Wang Ke, only to be restrained by Yu Muyang. It was not that Yu Muyang lacked the heart to strike a fellow student. Rather, the principle of commanding a beast to assault a classmate was an unforgivable offense, leading to immediate expulsion. Li Mu, observing the situation, hesitated briefly before approaching Yu Muyang, intent on aiding him. Zhang Ju noticed Li Mu had halted, and he too seized the opportunity to catch his breath while trailing behind Li Mu, feigning readiness to assist. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ju, such extreme running was fueled by sheer endurance. Once one stopped, resuming the run would prove arduous. At that moment, Chu Xiongba arrived. Glancing at Li Mu and Zhang Ju without uttering a word, then scrutinizing the prone Wang Ke, he stated calmly, "Let go." Wang Ke froze, stuttering, Teacher Chu. Please don't kill my beast. Chu Xiongba remained silent, forcefully prying Wang Ke's hands apart and releasing Yumu Yang. He addressed the trio, this time. Under special circumstances, I shall let it pass. Continue running. If any of you stop, even for a second, be prepared to collect your beast's corpses. What are you still dawdling for? Run. The last two words were bellowed, startling Li Mu and the others into immediate action. Perhaps buoyed by Chu Xiongba's thunderous command, both Yumu Yang and Zhang Ju found their legs aching to the core, yet somehow managed to continue running. Teacher Chu, Wang Ke attempted to articulate something but faltered, ultimately resigning to another collapse onto the ground, an image of surrender. Chu Xiongba regarded the fallen Wang Ke with a slight frown, stating coolly, I can spare your beast. And I can ensure the Black Sha Bear does not trample you. But there is a condition. What condition? Wang Ke shot upright, as if a drowning man had grasped a lifeline. You are unfit to be a beast master. Return to your cultural studies. However, your night wolf must remain. It deserves not to be forsaken. I will assist you in dissolving the contract with the night wolf and compensate you double the imperial currency you paid for it. It was unexpected to discover Wang Ke harbored such traits. Initially, he had seemed quite pitiable, Yumu Yang sighed softly. Li Mu remarked. The wretched often possess their own faults. Though this statement may be overly absolute, it holds truth in most cases. Given his temperament, he likely has endured much repression. And under such torment, he may be unable to withstand it, instinctively seeking an excuse to bear the weight of his own errors. Are you all not exhausted? Still have the leisure to chat? Zhang Ju was panting heavily, his head drooping in fatigue. No matter how tired, we cannot afford to stop. We must not give up. Even at this juncture, Yumu Yang maintained his resolve to comfort others. I will not give up. Zhang Ju indeed persisted. Though his steps were heavy, his legs ached, and his mind began to cloud. Yet, he could not yield. Despite the wild gorilla's disobedience, it still possessed an endearing quality. He recalled the moment the wild gorilla had handed him a chicken leg, despite having already devoured 5 roasted chickens and being unable to eat more. It was still quite adorable. How could he allow the wild gorilla to perish due to his own abandonment? Chapter 38. Some choose to persist. Why don't you just knock me out? Hit me hard. After all, Teacher Chu said it's only a feint. It was unclear whether Zhang Ju was jesting or genuinely contemplating such an idea. Li Mu and Yumu Yang exchanged glances of bewilderment. How on earth can one induce a feint? I truly envy Zhao Gang. Zhang Ju's words began to flow more freely. Damn it, running to the point of fainting. How long are we supposed to run? This is truly tormenting. I suddenly understand Wang Ke a bit more. Li Mu's breathing grew more labored. This sensation was excruciating. The mental pressure outweighing physical discomfort. The only endpoint was unconsciousness, yet this destination felt elusive. The training method, devoid of hope, yet demanding persistence, was unfathomable to Li Mu. He believed Chu Xiongba to be a devil. I feel like I could fly. I think I'm about to take off. Zhang Ju suddenly muttered incoherently. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this fellow was nearing his limits, on the brink of fainting. However, at this moment, fainting could be deemed a blessing. Indeed. Zhang Ju's voice grew softer, though he appeared to continue mumbling. Yet, his steps quickened. He surged ahead, surpassing Li Mu and Yumu Yang, only to collapse in blissful unconsciousness after a few strides. Chu Xiongba lifted Zhang Ju with one hand, casting a glance at Li Mu and Yumu Yang without a word, and took Zhang Ju to the infirmary. I envy him so much, Yumu Yang's voice, laced with heavy breaths, became increasingly indistinct. What is there to envy? As long as you persevere, you too will eventually faint. Is that meant to be comforting? Yumu Yang struggled to articulate, his speech becoming fragmented. Li Mu managed a weak smile, perhaps. In the current situation, comfort seems futile. The choice to persist lay solely with oneself. If one wished to prevent their beast's demise, they must endure. If one could not withstand it, and felt indifferent towards their beast's fate, of course, they could choose to abandon it. Yumu Yang ceased speaking, merely continuing to run in silence. Words had escaped him. Li Mu's condition was hardly better, sweat cascading down his forehead into his eyes. To prevent the sweat from stinging, he wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Time became nebulous as they ran aimlessly. The sense of time began to fade. Li Mu's right sleeve was thoroughly soaked, and his forehead once again glistened with perspiration. This time, he used his left sleeve to dry the sweat. With his eyes slightly opened, Li Mu noticed that he was now alone. Had Yumu Yang fainted somewhere? Li Mu was unaware, and at that moment, he lacked the energy to ponder. Now, only Li Mu remained, the weight of solitude pressing down on him. At least before, he had someone to share in despair. Now, he was utterly alone. Hey, Li Mu. A melodious voice echoed beside him, prompting Li Mu to instinctively look up. Chen Xianyu? What brings you here? Chen Xianyu helplessly remarked. It's just that I wasn't dizzy a moment ago. Teacher Chu said he treats everyone equally. Everyone must faint at least once to pass. Limu nodded, choosing not to respond further, as he was parched and had no desire for conversation. After a prolonged rest, Chen Xinyu had just begun running and felt quite energetic. Curiously, she inquired, Limu, what were you and Teacher Chu up to? You took so long to return. And why is there a beast companion with Teacher Chu? It's quite unusual. I've never seen one like it. Just a minor delay. You should conserve your energy and refrain from talking, Limu replied. Chen Xinyu pouted, falling silent as she continued her run. However, it wasn't long before the after-effects of muscle soreness began to set in. Her condition started to decline sharply, and her breathing became increasingly labored. Do you need water? You can hydrate without stopping, a voice chimed in. Chu Xiongba had appeared before Li Mu and Chen Xinyu, each hand holding a disposable cup of water. Without hesitation, Li Mu accepted a cup and drank while running, careful not to gulp too hastily. Chen Xinyu, having just started, wasn't thirsty. Her legs merely ached. So she declined the offer. A faint smile crept across Chu Xiongba's lips, tinged with an enigmatic amusement, as he stepped aside. After slowly sipping a cup of lukewarm saline water, Li Mu felt rejuvenated, as if he had been revived. Reflecting on his recent demeanor towards Chen Xinyu, he apologized. I'm sorry, I was in such poor shape earlier that I couldn't focus on conversation. Chen Xinyu smiled sweetly. It's fine, I understand. By the way, why did Teacher Chu suddenly become so generous as to bring us water? Li Mu paused, realizing he had overlooked a crucial point. Chu Xiongba bringing water was certainly not an act of kindness. Fainting must be preceded by corresponding symptoms, and dehydration was the most likely cause during running. Since he had just replenished his fluids, it meant he could run significantly longer than someone who hadn't. Before experiencing symptoms of dehydration that could lead to fainting, Li Mu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been outwitted and hadn't noticed it before. But in his previous state of mind, he had been too dazed to consider these implications. What's wrong? Chen Xinyu asked cautiously. Li Mu shook his head, resigned to reality, but still kindly warned her, don't drink the water given by Teacher Chu. What? Is there something wrong with the water he provided? Chen Xinyu replied, astonished. That's not quite the point. Simply put, if you drink the water, it becomes much harder to faint, Li Mu said, feeling helpless. He considered himself a disciple under the tutelage of Chu Xiongba, yet his master was not only neglecting the care of his student, but actively setting him up for failure. Wait, so you were tricked? Chen Xinyu's breathing grew more rapid as she continued. Why did Teacher Chu have us do this? What is this training meant to accomplish? Shouldn't we be training our beast companions instead of ourselves? Listening to Chen Xinyu's labored breaths, Li Mu sensed something amiss. The heavy breathing of the two men around him hadn't been alarming, but Chen Xinyu's breathlessness was concerning. Noticing Li Mu's silence, Chen Xinyu asked worriedly, Li Mu, are you okay? No. Li Mu forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. I think Teacher Chu is doing this to train our willpower. I only feel despair. Even setting an impossible goal would be better. Why must we faint? Chen Xinyu expressed her discontent. Who knows? But for the sake of our beast companions, let us just endure, Li Mu urged. Chen Xinyu ceased her inquiries, evidently feeling worse as her breathing became increasingly labored. Thus, Li Mu found himself further tormented. Chapter 39. The habit of despair. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the setting sun proved even more enchanting than the dawn. The rosy light painted the clouds, creating a spectacle of fiery clouds. The evening glow bathed the earth in golden hues, adding vibrancy to the people below. Two figures trudged along the track at a snail's pace, oblivious to the breathtaking scenery around them. They understood only that they must keep running, never allowing themselves to stop, even if it meant death. The sunset was beautiful, the evening glow surpassing the morning's splendor, yet fleeting, as if beauty were always intertwined with transience. As the last rays of light vanished with the sun, the curtain of night unfurled. A few strands of hair clung to her cheeks due to sweat, and her gaze began to grow hazy, her damp clothes clinging to her curvaceous form. However, Li Mu had no mind to notice. When he did, he saw that they were pink. Teacher Chu is truly a devil, was Chen Xinyu's final remark. As if the sunset took not only the light, but also her last shred of persistence. She fainted, finding relief. Yet, had she chosen to persevere before succumbing? Was that not a bit foolish? Indeed, Chen Xinyu was aware of this, but she simply did not wish to concede. Though it was not a competition, she was unwilling to exit the stage first. However, persistence is not always beneficial. Eventually, Li Mu found himself the sole occupant of the track. As the high school students had departed before sunset, the field was illuminated by streetlights, but due to its vastness, light only reached the perimeter, leaving much of the area in darkness. Li Mu's shirt was thoroughly soaked, resembling someone who had just emerged from water, with every step causing beads of sweat to drip onto the ground. His body's moisture evaporated as sweat, rapidly depleting his reserves. Yet this did not instill hope in him. On the contrary, the loss of fluids left Li Mu extremely parched, his lips having been licked repeatedly to no avail. They were now dry and pale, and he could hardly feel any saliva in his mouth. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. He could no longer even feel the soreness. Li Mu was uncertain how much longer he could endure or how long it would take to faint. His consciousness had long since blurred into a haze. His steps were mechanical. Everything became increasingly indistinct. Finally, everything descended into darkness. Teacher Chu, isn't this a bit too harsh? On the sidelines, Principal Kong Bohai had appeared beside Chu Xiongba at some point. This is just the beginning. After all, they have only just become Beast Tamers. But this is a choice they made for themselves. Kong Bohai remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, questioning with confusion. Can that child truly pass the Imperial Beast Academy entrance exam? It would be much safer a year and a half from now. Why must he participate in this year's general test? Comfort is forever the greatest enemy of a beast tamer. To become a formidable beast tamer, one requires pressure, not comfort. Even a genius can be destroyed by complacency. Li Mu opened his eyes once more, greeted by blinding white light. He quickly squinted, taking a while to adjust before reopening his eyes. It appeared to be a hospital room, with several other beds nearby, though he could not discern if they were occupied. His muscles, particularly in his legs, ached as if they might cramp. He couldn't even move, let alone feel their presence. However, there was no dampness to be felt on his body, leading Li Mu to wonder if someone had changed his clothes. The only part of his body that Li Mu could move was his neck, providing him with a limited range of vision. Master, are you awake? The flower sprite perched on Li Mu's pillow inquired. Indeed, Li Mu's voice was hoarse and his mouth parched, compelling him to resort to communicating through his soul. Muur, is there any water? I am quite thirsty. There is a bit, Master, just a moment. The flower sprite fluttered over to the bedside table, where a water jug and an empty cup awaited. She grasped the handle of the jug and flapped her wings with all her might. Yet, the flower sprite was far too small. The jug was vastly larger than her, making it impossible for her to lift. Muur, never mind, where's Rayquaza? Witnessing this scene, Li Mu felt a pang of sympathy, wondering where that rascal had scampered off to. I'm sorry, Master, it's my fault for being so weak. The flower sprite hovered before Li Mu, looking quite remorseful. Rayquaza is right here. It seems to be asleep. Is it on the bed? Li Mu asked in surprise. But with his immobile body, he could not see where Rayquaza lay. Muur, please wake it up. All right. The flower sprite nodded obediently and flew towards Li Mu's feet, which were out of his line of sight. Before long, Li Mu felt a sudden lightness on his legs, followed by Rayquaza's face drawing near. Master, you're awake. You weren't napping on my legs, were you? Rayquaza recoiled slightly, a hint of guilt in its eyes. Li Mu remarked on how heavy his legs felt, barely aware of their existence. It turned out he had been pinned down by that rascal Rayquaza. Damn it, with such pressure from Rayquaza. I hope I won't be bedridden for days, Li Mu said with a hint of irritation. You heartless creature, pour me a glass of water. Rayquaza tilted its head, still processing that Li Mu was indeed addressing it. You're awake now. The voice of Chu Xiongba suddenly resonated beside Li Mu's bed as he poured a glass of water, inserting a straw and bringing it to Li Mu's lips. Teacher. Li Mu greeted him, eagerly taking the straw into his mouth, the pleasantly warm water flowing into him, reaffirming his sense of existence. Once Li Mu finished drinking, Chu Xiongba placed the cup aside and remarked, Do you know why I made you do this? Of course, Li Mu had no inkling. Chu Xiongba continued. What do you feel? Do you think I have been overly harsh? Certainly not, teacher. Your intentions are noble, and we are grateful. Li Mu was merely fabricating flattery, his audacity reaching new heights. Chu Xiongba smirked slightly. Noble intentions? How would I know? What if I simply find it amusing? At this, Li Mu fell silent. Chu Xiongba chuckled before turning earnest. In truth, I wish to impart something to you. This knowledge is futile unless you experience it yourself. What is it? Despair. Chu Xiongba's gaze grew distant, as if he were recalling memories visible only to him. What you have encountered pales in comparison to true despair. You must acclimate to it, and then conquer it. Li Mu fell into contemplation. I am gratified. I cannot be certain if you will endure, but you have persevered thus far. Chu Xiongba patted Li Mu's shoulder. Rest well. The Real training begins now. Chapter 40, Survival Mission. Chu Xiongba allotted Li Mu and the others merely one day of respite. The following day, they resumed their training, their bodies still aching. Fortunately, the upcoming training did not require the Beast Masters to expend excessive physical energy. Li Mu's two beasts, the Flower Sprite and Rayquaza, needed to focus on fundamental aspects such as attack speed, accuracy, and reflexes. Additionally, Rayquaza needed to enhance its close-quarters combat skills. During these days, Chu Xiongba also led Li Mu and the others in light exercises like running. But the intensity was far less extreme than during their initial training. Thus, another week passed. The nutritional paste purchased for Rayquaza had been consumed, and as a result, it had ascended to level 0, stage 5. Although the others were curious about Rayquaza, their training schedule was too tight for them to express it. Chu Xiongba adhered strictly to the training regimen, allowing only time for meals and sleep. At that moment, Chu Xiongba drove a large bus, which contained only Li Mu, Chun Xinyu, Yumu Yang, Zhangju, and Zhao Gang, along with their beasts. We're heading to the wilderness now. It seems a bit sudden. Yumu Yang voiced his concerns. What's wrong? Isn't the wilderness exciting? I've never been there, and I've been curious for ages, Zhangju replied. Appearing quite enthusiastic, Zhao Gang muttered, the wilderness might be quite perilous. Unfazed, Zhangju retorted, we all have our beasts. What's there to fear? My wild gorilla is about to reach stage 4. Chun Xinyu frowned slightly. Yumu Yang is right. The wilderness is genuinely dangerous, and our city, Chunan City, is not far from the imperial border. Is our Chunan City near the imperial border? What is the border like? Li Mu inquired with curiosity. Although geography was part of their curriculum, it had never covered the border, and Li Mu only knew that Chunan City was located in the southwestern part of the empire. Yumu Yang explained, it's over 1,000 kilometers away. The nearest city to the border is Nanshi City, exactly 1,000 kilometers away. That's the limit. That still seems quite far. What sort of danger could there be? Li Mu mused, surprised that such a distance could be deemed close. Yumu Yang shook his head. You have no idea how terrifying the border is. Battles rage there constantly, with fearsome beasts appearing at every moment, and countless beast masters meeting their demise. How do you know all this? Li Mu had long suspected that Yumu Yang's background was not ordinary. Yumu Yang smiled, but remained silent. Shifting his line of questioning, Li Mu asked, if there is a border, why isn't all danger kept at bay? Chun Xinyu responded, because the empire is vast, and the cities are separated by considerable distances. It's simply impossible to eliminate all danger. Even within the boundary, there are still many terrifying creatures, and some areas remain forbidden. The only truly safe places are within the cities. Li Mu continued, then what is the purpose of having a border at all? I'm not quite sure. Chun Xinyu shrugged, casting a glance at Yumu Yang. Yumu Yang helplessly rubbed his nose. It's to prevent the incursion of truly terrifying creatures. And it also serves to declare territorial boundaries. You needn't be too curious about this, as under normal circumstances, you'll likely never encounter it. After all, life passes swiftly. The last statement did not carry an air of mockery, but rather felt like a self-soothing remark. Li Mu grew increasingly curious. Yet it was evident that Yumu Yang had no intention of elaborating further. Just then, the bus came to a halt. Boys, we've arrived, get out. Chu Xiongba opened the bus door and stepped out first. Li Mu and the others disembarked with their respective beasts. Surrounding them was a lush expanse of greenery, with dense woods to the left, and the group now stood upon a grassy patch. Chu Xiongba observed the group, wearing a smile that Li Mu had grown familiar with. This expression always signaled mischief. Your task is to survive here for 3 days and 2 nights. How does that sound? Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? As Chu Xiongba's voice fell, a sudden rustling emanated from the nearby thicket, revealing a pack of gray wolves emerging from the woods. Though their size was modest, akin to that of an ordinary husky, their ferocious gazes and bared fangs unmistakably indicated that these creatures were not to be trifled with. Designated as coyotes, their quality was deemed ordinary, with levels ranging from 0 to 5. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, observing that there were a total of 6. All of similar strength, fluctuating between levels 4 and 6, presenting a minimal threat. The others tensed up momentarily when Chun Xinyu commanded, Purple lightning. Instantly, the purple lightning leopard crouched low, emitting a low growl, poised to strike at Chun Xinyu's command. Chu Xiongba waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from making any rash movements, and then he boldly shouted, get lost. If you're looking for death, at least wait until I finish speaking before you leave. Come back after that. Perhaps sensing the formidable presence of this group, the coyotes refrained from launching a blind attack. And at Chu Xiongba's roar, they cautiously retreated back into the woods. All right. Let us proceed, Chu Xiongba resumed. We are not far from Chunan City, and the beasts that appear here are mostly of ordinary quality. Any better ones have long been captured. Additionally, it is rare for any beasts above the first tier to emerge, so your safety should not be a significant concern. Zhangju raised his hand. What if they do appear? Chu Xiongba shot a glare at Zhangju, irritated. If they appear, it's just bad luck. Pray for a swift end. Zhangju's face fell. What nonsense. Chu Xiongba crossed his arms. In any case, I want to be responsible for you. Once I finish my business, I'm heading back to Chunan City in style. Instantly, Everyone's expressions turned grim, including Li Mu, clearly indicating that Chu Xiongba was serious. Now, aside from survival, you all have tasks. Zhao Gang, your mission is to hunt more than 2 beasts of level 3 or above. Zhang Ju, you need to take down more than 2 of level 4. Yu Muyang, aim for more than 3 of level 6. Chun Xinyu, you must slay more than 5 of level 6. Li Mu, your target is more than 10 of level 7. Furthermore, unless faced with life-threatening danger, do not allow Li Kuang to use energy attacks. By the way, some of you are likely strong enough to contract a second beast now. But don't go around recklessly making contracts in the wild. Feel free to hunt as much as you can. The corpses of these beasts are still valuable. Remember to keep them for later, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Also, don't try to fool me. Only the beasts you personally slay count. That's it for now. I'll come to pick you up the day after tomorrow when the sun sets. Let us hope there are no accidents. If there are, do remember not to leave the bodies for me to deal with. I don't have the time for that. I suggest you feed them to the beasts instead. That's all. I'm leaving. Having delivered a lengthy monologue without granting anyone a moment to respond, Chu Xiongba boarded the bus and shut the door. Suddenly, he poked his head out again and added, "Oh, and those who fail to complete their tasks, I won't be taking you with me." With that, Chu Xiongba wasted no time, starting the bus and driving away. Chapter 41 thus concluded. Li Mu and the others exchanged glances, with Zhang Ju incredulously asking, "Did Teacher Chu really just leave? What else could it be?" Li Mu responded with a sense of resignation. Zhao Gang suggested, "Since Teacher Chu has left, we should consider our next steps." Indeed, Li Mu nodded. "We should first find a secure location to set up camp. It's still early. Shouldn't we hunt some beasts first?" Zhang Ju proposed a differing opinion. "Even if we hunt beasts, we need a place to store them. We can't carry them on our backs. Besides, we are unfamiliar with this area. We have 3 days, so it's wiser to be cautious," Li Mu reasoned. Devoid of any intent to target Zhang Ju, having long since discarded their previous minor disputes. To put it plainly, Zhang Ju was merely an immature child at 16, and past grievances were behind them. However, if Zhang Ju sought revenge in the wild, Li Mu would not hesitate to respond. The Empire's laws applied only in cities and on official roads. In unregulated territories, the absence of law was not merely a phrase. Yu Muyang concurred. "We should indeed be more cautious in the wild. Life is short, but I'd rather not end it prematurely." Li Mu patted the floating Li Kuang beside him. "Li Kuang, ascend and survey the terrain nearby. Locate any water sources, but don't wander too far." "Understood, Master," Li Kuang replied, soaring into the air with the grace of a fish gliding through water. Yu Muyang eyed Li Kuang with curiosity, yet refrained from voicing his questions. "Li Mu, what kind of beast is this? I've never seen one before, and Teacher Chu assigned you a task involving a level 7 beast." Zhang Ju, who never filtered his thoughts, blurted out his inquiries. Li Mu shot him a sidelong glance, responding coolly, "Have you forgotten how you treated me before? Weren't you eager to teach me a lesson? Have you forgotten?" Zhang Ju awkwardly scratched his head. "I thought you had forgotten." Li Mu nodded. "I've mostly forgotten. But I wanted to clarify things. After all, if all goes well, we'll be together for the next 6 months." Although he wasn't afraid of Zhang Ju's retaliation, even if Zhang Ju had some influence, Li Mu was unconcerned, as he had Chu Xiongba backing him. Yet, if Zhang Ju harbored lingering resentment and occasionally pulled petty tricks, it would be bothersome. Thus, Li Mu needed to ascertain Zhang Ju's stance, if he truly sought revenge. Given that they were in the wild, Li Mu wouldn't mind finding an opportunity to eliminate him. Despite never having taken a life, Li Mu had long accepted the necessity of bloodshed in such a perilous world. There had to be a first time for everything. Zhang Ju felt a mix of awkwardness and indignation, at a loss for words. At that moment, Chun Xinyu interjected, "Zhang Ju, you should apologize to Li Mu for what happened before. Li Mu, you should forgive him. After all, as you said, they would be together for quite some time. There's no need to make things too tense." Zhang Ju glanced at Chun Xinyu gratefully, then hesitantly said to Li Mu, "Li Mu, about what happened before. I was in the wrong. I was immature and shouldn't have bullied the weak." Li Mu interrupted. "All right, let us just clarify things. An apology suffices. Although we may not become friends, being ordinary classmates is still acceptable." "Thank you," Zhang Ju replied. Li Mu noted that Zhang Ju seemed to harbor little resentment. After all, it wasn't him who had been bullied, so what was there to grieve about? As long as he didn't cause trouble, Li Mu wouldn't mind anything else. At that moment, Li Kuang returned, hovering in front of Li Mu, appearing quite excited. "Master, there are so many trees here, and the sky is so high. I asked you to observe the terrain and identify any beasts nearby. There's a small stream over there, and I spotted a few small birds. I could have chased them, but remembering your command, I held back." "How was that, Master? Am I obedient?" Li Kuang beamed, eager for praise. "Very good," Li Mu smiled. giving a gentle squeeze to Li Kuang's dragon horn, feeling his own spirits lift at Li Kuang's enthusiasm. Rayquaza was meant to be the sovereign of the skies, with the vast expanse of the firmament serving as its rightful domain. However, it found itself somewhat stifled in the confines of the city. Li Mu addressed the others, suggesting, "Let us venture near the brook." Yu Muyang furrowed his brow slightly, aware that areas with water in the wilderness often signified peril, as many exotic beasts would come to drink. Suddenly, Chun Xianyu broke into a smile, exclaiming, "I comprehend Li Mu's intent. He wishes for us to lie in wait. And by positioning ourselves by the water's edge, we shall attract a continuous stream of exotic beasts." Yet, this seemed a tad reckless to Yu Muyang, who harbored reservations. Zhang Ju, brash and carefree, declared, "What is there to fear? We are many." Li Mu nodded, asserting that being in the wild inherently entailed risk, even if danger lurked. It was unlikely to be severe. Did not Teacher Chu mention that no beasts above the first stage would appear here? Though Yu Muyang felt somewhat reluctant, the consensus among the others was clear. Isolated, he had no choice but to follow suit, resigning himself to accompany the group toward the water's edge as suggested by Rayquaza. The five of them moved together, with the long-haired boar leading the way. Despite the abundant shrubs and underbrush in the forest, the passage became significantly easier under the pressure of the long-haired boar. The thunderbolt leopard and the snow shadow mongoose flanked the group, ever vigilant against potential threats, while the wild gorilla trailed behind, and Rayquaza soared gracefully above them. The flower sprite perched upon Li Mu's shoulder, though now braver than before. It saw no need to take flight with Rayquaza present, enjoying instead the closeness to Li Mu. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his voice, halting the procession. "What is it?" Chun Xianyu inquired. Li Mu replied calmly, "Zhang Ju, there is a snake on that cypress tree a few meters ahead. Name, poison tree snake. Quality, common. Level, 0 stage, 3rd tier. Attribute, poison." What? Zhang Ju exclaimed, startled and retreating hastily. "Be cautious," Yu Muyang warned, raising his left wrist adorned with the multifunctional Beast Master Combat Assistant watch. "It's a 3rd tier poison tree snake. Keep your distance. If an ordinary person is bitten by it, they would not survive more than a few minutes." The poison tree snake was only as thick as 2 fingers and about a meter long, its gray-brown hue camouflaging it against the tree, making it difficult to detect. In the wild, apart from formidable exotic beasts, the most perilous threats were those hidden in the shadows, like this venomous creature. There's no need to be overly tense. Li Mu chuckled. "We will inevitably encounter more exotic beasts in the wild. This poison tree snake is not particularly strong. Aside from its venom, it possesses no other effective means of attack. Moreover, it is a 3rd-tier beast, fitting perfectly within Zhao Gang's mission parameters. Would you like to give it a try?" Just then, the poison tree snake seemed to realize it had been exposed. It dropped from the tree and vanished into the underbrush in an instant. "It appears we shall have to search for the next one." Li Mu shrugged, urging them to continue onward. Chapter 42, The Coyote Pack. At last, Li Mu and his companions arrived at the brook, having encountered numerous exotic beasts along the way. However, these were predominantly wary, smaller creatures that quickly fled upon seeing the group and their beasts, leaving them with no opportunity to strike. The brook was not wide, merely a few meters across, and its depth appeared to be only 20 to 30 centimeters, with crystal-clear waters flowing gently. As Li Mu and the others reached this spot, several small creatures by the water's edge were startled and fled. "Wow, the wilderness is indeed splendid," Zhang Ju exclaimed, rushing to the brook's edge. Yu Muyang cautioned, "Be careful, danger could lurk anywhere." Zhang Ju replied dismissively, "Oh, I know that. By the way, can we drink this water? I've been parched for ages." Yu Muyang advised, "It's best to boil it first." Chun Xianyu frowned slightly. "We don't have anything to carry water." Li Mu too furrowed his brow, recalling that this time, Chu Xiongba had not permitted them to bring any supplies. No food, no water, no tents, nothing. Even their phones had been confiscated, leaving them with only their beasts and the combat assistant device. Additionally, each had received a small dagger, though it was of little use. With a sigh, Li Mu reflected. "Thus, our tasks are twofold, survival and hunting. It seems that mere survival will not be a simple endeavor, nor insurmountable." Yu Muyang managed a faint smile. "We have 3 days. Regardless of the conditions, we shall endure. So what should we do now? I'm both hungry and thirsty," Zhang Ju declared as he plopped down on the ground. Li Mu too felt hunger gnawing at him, though he had eaten breakfast. The long journey and walk had taken their toll. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly noon. Typically, one would be eating around this hour. "We could construct a simple shelter using branches and leaves, and for food, we can hunt exotic beasts." Li Mu recalled survival shows he had watched in his past life. Although the worlds differed, there were commonalities. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the woods behind the group. prompting Limu to swiftly turn around and beckon Rayquaza to his side. Even though the exotic beast had not yet revealed itself, the system's panel displayed its information. Name, Jumping Rabbit. Quality, Common. Level, 0 stage, 2nd tier. It was merely a rabbit. As Limu's alertness heightened, the system panel abruptly transformed. In the woods ahead, multiple panels appeared, each revealing information. Name, Coyote. Quality, Common. Level, 0 stage, 5th tier. The number of panels was numerous, with at least a dozen coyotes visible at a glance. Limu issued a warning. Be cautious. There are many coyotes, at least a dozen. Prepare your beasts for defense. Can you see them? Yumuyang asked, surprised, glancing at Limu. Limu nodded. Get ready. It appears those earlier ones were not merely frightened off, but went to summon their companions. As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, the coyotes emerged from the woods, not attacking immediately, but instead surrounding Limu and his companions. The coyotes crouched low, slowly advancing, as if poised to pounce at any moment. The group huddled closely together, retreating gradually toward the brook, with their beasts forming a protective barrier in front of them. Yumuyang calmly noted, these coyotes are of considerable level, ranging from the 4th to 6th tiers, although only a little over 10 have appeared thus far. We cannot be certain if more are lurking in the woods. We must exercise caution. Chun Xianyu nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting not fear, but rather excitement. If they are merely 4th to 6th tier, they pose little threat to us. My goodness, we're starting off with such a challenge. Zhang Ju felt the gravity of the situation. Brothers and sisters, my beast hasn't even reached the 4th tier, and Zhao Gang's is only at the 2nd. Isn't this a significant problem? Limu shot him a glance. Your wild gorilla is of good quality, and nearing the 4th tier. So taking down 1 or 2 common quality 4th tier coyotes should not be an issue. Ensure your beasts protect you. Yumuyang squinted slightly, perhaps feeling a twinge of anxiety. They're coming. The leading coyotes could no longer contain themselves. Almost simultaneously, they lunged toward the group from various directions. Thunderbolt! Chun Xianyu shouted. The Thunderbolt leopard, having been poised to strike, leaped into action, its body crackling with purple electricity, delivering a powerful blow to one coyote's neck. The coyote that had leapt at them was knocked to the ground, and the Thunderbolt leopard, utilizing the momentum, pivoted to attack another coyote. Snowball, you too. Be cautious. The Snowball is a nickname given by Yumuyang to his Snow Shadow Ferret. As the Snow Shadow Ferret leapt from his arms, it transformed into a swift white shadow, rapidly closing in on a coyote. Limu gently advised the flower sprite perched on his shoulder, Mu, assist them with your ranged attacks. Of course, master. The flower sprite took flight from Limu's shoulder. A burst of green light igniting as a flurry of emerald leaves shot forth. The flower sprite had significantly improved in casting speed, and its accuracy was unquestionable. The only drawback was its rather feeble power. The leaves sliced through the coyote's body like blades, leaving superficial wounds that hardly affected its combat prowess, only serving to incite its fury further. Master, what about me? The excited Rayquaza approached Limu eagerly. It was evident that Rayquaza was itching to join the fray, yet it restrained itself, awaiting Limu's command. Limu chuckled. Be patient. Remain here and guard. Only engage if a coyote attempts to ambush us. Otherwise, do not interfere. Why, master? Rayquaza asked, slightly disheartened. Because your target lies beyond these creatures. You seek stronger beasts. Be patient. You may soon have your chance. Limu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the fact that coyotes, like wolves, often had a pack leader, though he was uncertain of the rank of this particular alpha. Rayquaza circled excitedly in front of Limu, observing the battle. Suddenly, Limu turned to Zhang Ju and said, let your wild gorilla join as well. Your task is to handle the 4-star beast. After all, isn't that a bit risky? Zhang Ju hesitated. Be cautious. It will be fine. Your wild gorilla is tough. And with my Rayquaza and the long-haired pig protecting us, our safety is assured. All right then, Zhang Ju finally resolved. Wild gorilla, go. The wild gorilla, brimming with enthusiasm, pounded its chest a few times, letting out a series of roars before charging towards a coyote. While some coyotes surrounded Limu and his companions, the rest had already engaged in battle. The arrival of the wild gorilla alleviated some pressure from the Thunderbolt leopard and the Snow Shadow Ferret, as even the smallest assistance was still a help. Chapter 43, Rayquaza strikes and dominates. The Thunderbolt leopard faced 3 or 4 coyotes alone, showing no signs of faltering. In mere moments, it seized an opportunity, evading a coyote's charge and sinking its teeth into another's neck. Although the other coyotes rushed to attack the Thunderbolt leopard in an attempt to rescue their companion, it was too late. With a swift release of its grip, the coyote fell helplessly to the ground, its body twitching slightly. The Thunderbolt leopard had nearly bitten through its throat, though the coyote was not yet dead. It was merely a matter of time, as blood flowed steadily from the wound. Though the Thunderbolt Leopard had not yet reached the 6th rank, it was exceedingly close. And its superior quality allowed it to handle these coyotes with ease, who were not even worthy of a challenge. The Thunderbolt Leopard swiftly struck down a coyote, attempting to ambush it from behind, electrical energy coursing through its claws and incapacitating the creature, which collapsed in convulsions. Clearly unable to rise again, the Snow Shadow Ferret, however, found itself in a more challenging position. While its speed was on par with the Thunderbolt Leopard, if not slightly faster, its offensive capabilities were far more limited. It could only rely on its speed to distract several coyotes. The wild gorilla was engaged in a one-on-one struggle with a 4-star coyote. Despite being of a lower rank, its superior quality gave it a slight edge. However, it was unrealistic to expect the wild gorilla to finish off the coyote quickly. Meanwhile, the flower sprite continued to disrupt the coyotes with ranged attacks, providing immediate assistance whenever one of Li Mu's beasts faced dire straits. It was undeniable that Chu Xiongba's training had yielded remarkable results. Each of the beasts had shown significant improvement during this period. The 4 beasts had entangled a number of coyotes twice their own, creating a stalemate. Chen Xianyu smiled, evidently pleased with the Thunderbolt Leopard's performance. It seems we are not in trouble. Once the Thunderbolt Leopard takes down a few more coyotes, our advantage will turn into victory. I fear it may not be that simple, Li Mu remarked, his eyes narrowing as he finally spotted the hidden Wolf King, though it had yet to reveal itself. The systems panel had appeared. Name, Coyote. Quality, Ordinary. Level, 0 stage 8 rank. Moreover, this Wolf King was flanked by 2 7-rank coyotes, a force not to be underestimated. Had Rayquaza not been present today, they might have struggled to escape. What's wrong? Chen Xianyu inquired, glancing at Li Mu in surprise. There are still a few coyotes lurking, including the Wolf King. Before Li Mu could finish, a gray shadow suddenly burst from the underbrush. Its speed rivaling that of the Thunderbolt Leopard, and its sudden appearance caught them off guard. The Thunderbolt Leopard, already engaged with several other coyotes, had no time to react as the gray shadow collided forcefully with it. The Thunderbolt Leopard was sent flying, while the gray shadow came to a stop, swiftly regaining its footing before leaping again. It was yet another coyote, significantly larger than the others, comparable in size to an ordinary lion or tiger. Thunderbolt! Chen Xianyu exclaimed in shock, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Rayquaza! Li Mu shouted, restraining Chen Xianyu from advancing. Roar! Rayquaza let out an excited cry, its body transforming into a blur in the air, outpacing even the swiftest arrow. Although it was a late arrival, it reached the scene first. Before the Wolf King could launch its follow-up attack on the Thunderbolt Leopard, Rayquaza intervened. With the force of a battering ram, it lowered its head and charged into the side of the Wolf King. Despite Rayquaza's seemingly modest size, its terrifying speed and incredibly resilient body sent the Wolf King soaring through the air, landing a good 10 meters away. Rayquaza, remember, do not use energy attacks. Although they had just begun to engage, Li Mu had already discerned that the Wolf King posed little threat to Rayquaza. As the Wolf King landed, it immediately performed a roll and regained its stance, yet it hesitated to launch another reckless assault, crouching low and glaring fiercely at Rayquaza. A woo! The Wolf King suddenly emitted a low growl, summoning the hidden coyotes from the forest, which now surrounded Rayquaza alongside their leader. Li Mu, the Wolf King, is 8 rank. And there are 2 7-rank coyotes. The rest are all 6 rank. Is your beast all right? Yu Mu Yang had scanned the coyotes and, upon discerning their ranks, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Who knows? Li Mu replied with a nonchalant smile. We're not going to die here, are we? Zhang Ju asked, his face drawn in distress. Don't say such things. Chen Xianyu shot him a glare. We'll be fine. My Thunderbolt Leopard can still fight. As long as your Rayquaza keeps the Wolf King occupied, once the Thunderbolt Leopard deals with the other coyotes, it can assist in taking down the Wolf King. Li Mu smiled but remained silent, intently observing Rayquaza's battle. Restricting Rayquaza from using energy attacks indeed posed significant limitations, as energy was its primary means of assault. Although the fangs and claws of the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, as well as its dragon-like horns, are remarkably sharp, its size, measuring just over 1 meter in length, poses a limitation. However, this does not imply that Rayquaza is incapable of confronting the Coyote King. On the battlefield, Rayquaza and the Coyote King are once again engaged in combat. Perhaps to assert its regal demeanor, the Coyote King leaps into the air, its bared teeth glinting ominously. Nevertheless, it faces Rayquaza, which exhibits no hint of trepidation, even without resorting to energy attacks. It may be attributed to Rayquaza's genetic disposition. The thrill of battle invigorates it. With no hesitation, Rayquaza lunges towards the Coyote King, and as the latter's claws are too short for an effective assault, Rayquaza lashes out with its powerful tail as it draws near. To the surprise of all, the Coyote King, exhibiting exceptional combat instincts, opens its jaws wide, filled with sharp teeth, and bites down on Rayquaza's tail. It made contact. However, the once formidable fangs seemed to have lost their edge, soon followed by an overwhelming force. The Coyote King crashes heavily to the ground, and a few white specks, mingled with blood, rain down. These are the Coyote King's teeth, rather than piercing Rayquaza's skin. It has lost a significant number of its own. The Coyote King remains unresponsive on the ground, clearly affected by the impact. Without a moment's doubt, Rayquaza descends rapidly, while other coyotes attempt to intervene, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Rayquaza's tail. At last, Rayquaza lands before the Coyote King. As the Coyote King struggles to raise its head, Rayquaza's claws press down firmly upon it. Instantly, deep, bone-revealing gashes appear where the claws have traversed, rendering the Coyote King unable to lift its head. Lowering its own head, Rayquaza's sharp fangs swiftly pierce the Coyote King's neck, and blood splatters into Rayquaza's mouth, sweet and exhilarating. With the demise of the Coyote King, the remaining coyotes exhibit no inclination to avenge their fallen leader. Rather, they immediately flee the battlefield. Rayquaza, leave those two seven-tiered ones behind. Don't let them escape. Limu commands, unwilling to allow the prize to slip away. The others quickly react. Chun Xinyu exclaims, Zidian, focus on the six-tiered ones. Snowball, do your best, but avoid injury. Wild Ape, don't let them escape. Take down that scoundrel. Zhao Gang looks towards the group, timidly inquiring. Should my long-haired pig join the fray? Yu Muyang raises an eyebrow. Your task is to deal with the three-tiered beasts. These coyotes are all at least four-tiered. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Oh, very well, Zhao Gang concedes, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Suddenly, Limu interjects, you can join in. Teacher Chu mentioned that we could engage beasts above our level, but not below. Since these coyotes are attempting to flee, they pose little threat. Let your long-haired pig have a go. All right, Zhao Gang replies gratefully, directing his long-haired pig, charge forward. Take them down. With a powerful kick to the ground, the long-haired pig, weighing several hundred pounds, surges forward. Meanwhile, the coyotes, intent on escape, vanish into the forest, save for a few that are held back by other beast tamers. Rayquaza has already dispatched one of the seven-tiered coyotes and is now pursuing another. Limu observes that Rayquaza appears especially invigorated after tasting blood. With newfound experience from vanquishing the Coyote King, Rayquaza's attacks have become notably more ferocious, swiftly eliminating the other seven-tiered coyote with ease. Before long, Rayquaza returns to Limu, a trace of blood still adorning its mouth. Master, how was that? Am I not impressive? Rayquaza exclaims excitedly, bouncing around. Indeed, you are quite formidable, Rayquaza, Limu replies with a smile, patting its head and wiping away the blood from its mouth. Hee, Rayquaza beams with delight. Of course, my moor is also remarkable, Limu adds, extending his hand to the flower spirit, which gracefully lands in his palm. The flower spirit giggles, not at all. Master, you're just flattering me. I assure you, my dear moor is indeed exceptional, Limu says, affectionately ruffling the flower spirit's head. At this moment, Chun Xinyu's Zidian leopard returns, and she crouches down to stroke its head, causing it to blissfully narrow its eyes. After a battle, comforting the beasts and offering praise fosters a bond between the beast tamer and their creature, as taught in class. The other beasts gradually return to their respective masters, including the long-haired pig, which has successfully taken down a four-tiered coyote. Although the long-haired pig remains a two-tiered beast, the combat prowess of exotic creatures cannot be solely measured by their level or quality. During this time, the long-haired pig has also grown considerably, now weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, and unlike domestic pigs, it has not only gained weight, but size as well. With such mass, its high-speed charges pack a considerable punch. Zhangju beams with pride. Teacher Chu's task isn't too difficult. I've already taken down one. Just two more, and I'll complete it. Limu, in good spirits, asks, how many have you all slain? Chun Xinyu smiles slightly, while Zidian Leopard has taken several. I still require 3 more six-tiered ones. Yumuyang scratches his nose. Snowball has only taken down one. I need 2 more. If 4-tiered counts, then just 1. Zhao Gang is busy grooming the long-haired pig. I still need 7, Limu notes. It seems this task isn't overly challenging. Teacher Chu has shown some leniency. By the way, are you all not hungry? Can these coyotes be eaten? Zhang Ju's eyes gleam as he gazes at the coyote corpses on the ground, clearly famished. Yumuyang frowns slightly. The meat of coyotes is not toxic, but the flesh of wolf-like exotic beasts is not particularly palatable. As long as it's edible, who cares about the taste? Does anyone know how to prepare it? Zhang Ju asks. Zhao Gang raises his hand. I know a bit, though I can't guarantee it will be well done. Zhang Ju, since you're so eager, why don't you assist Zhao Gang in processing the coyote carcasses? Chun Xinyu, you and Yumuyang go gather some firewood. We shall have a barbecue. I'll craft a grill and skewers for the meat. Having watched a few seasons of survival shows, Li Mu has absorbed some knowledge. All right. Zhang Ju agrees enthusiastically, but suddenly his demeanor shifts. My wild ape is also hungry. What should I do? It says if it doesn't get food soon, it will gnaw on me. Then let it gnaw, Li Mu quips jokingly. What are you joking about? Zhang Ju steps back from the wild ape, keeping his distance. Yu Muyang points at the coyote carcasses. There's food here. Let it eat. Remember what Teacher Chu once said? What? Zhang Ju instinctively asks. Truly powerful beasts are ferocious. A beast tamer must cultivate their fierceness and bloodlust. Yu Muyang's expression grows oddly serious. Li Mu pauses, recalling that Teacher Chu had indeed mentioned this during training, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now, observing Rayquaza's excitement, he suddenly finds wisdom in those words. What are you talking about? Zhang Ju does not comprehend. What I mean is, Teacher Chu has prohibited us from bringing food, not even allowing us to carry nutritional paste for our beasts. Teacher Chu desires for our beasts to hunt in the wild and consume raw meat directly, thereby fostering their ferocity. Li Mu turned his gaze towards the Rayquaza. Are you hungry? Rayquaza nodded slightly. A bit, master. Do you have anything to eat? Indeed, the beasts you just hunted are your sustenance. If you are hungry, go ahead and feast. Li Mu squinted his eyes slightly. Rayquaza looked bewildered. At that moment, others were also communicating with their respective beasts. Zhao Gang suddenly interjected. If you plan to feed your beasts' corpses, we should first process the bodies. Oh, how do we handle them? Cooking the meat would diminish its effect, Li Mu replied. Looking at Zhao Gang shook his head. That's not what I meant. Do you all remember? Teacher Chu mentioned that the corpses of these beasts are quite valuable. The coyote's valuable parts are its fur and teeth. We can strip those off first. Does anyone know how to skin them? Besides, these first-tier beasts are worth only a few hundred at most, Yu Muyang frowned. Yet, Li Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. A few hundred could sustain him for several weeks. Currently, with no source of income and Rayquaza being a glutton, the nutritional paste was indeed expensive. But it couldn't be denied. His savings were dwindling, and he had to find a way to earn money. You all go gather firewood. Zhao Gang and I will handle the skinning. Whoever made the kill keeps the spoils, no worries. Not for me. Whoever wants it can take it. Yu Muyang scoffed at the idea. Chapter 45. Roasting meat. Yu Muyang, Chen Xianyu, and Zhang Ju set off with their beasts to collect firewood, leaving Li Mu and Zhao Gang behind. Zhao Gang, do you know how to skin? Li Mu inquired. I should, but I'm not very confident, Zhao Gang replied. Then let's give it a try. Li Mu took a seat beside a coyote's corpse, drew his dagger, hesitated for a moment, and plunged it into the center of the coyote's forehead. After 10 minutes, Li Mu surveyed the tattered fur before him. Either it was matted with blood and flesh, or it hadn't been removed at all. He wisely chose to abandon the endeavor. This was not something one could master immediately. Looking over at Zhao Gang, Li Mu was mildly surprised. Although Zhao Gang had only skinned half of his corpse, that half was intact, and he was diligently continuing his work. Li Mu called Rayquaza over. If you're hungry, gnaw on this corpse. If you don't want to eat, you can go hungry. It's only 3 days. I doubt you'll suffer too much. Master, I want the nutritional paste. Rayquaza looked at Li Mu with pleading eyes. I can't help it. It's not that I don't want to bring it to you. Whether you eat or not is up to you. Li Mu dismissed Rayquaza's pleas and turned his attention to the flower sprite. Muer, are you hungry? The flower sprite smiled sweetly. Master, I'm not hungry. By the way, besides the nutritional paste, what else can you eat? Actually, in such a wood element-rich environment, I want to feel hungry even if I don't eat. Even if I do, I can gather nectar. I see, that's good. Li Mu thought to himself that he certainly didn't want such a delightful flower sprite to end up like Rayquaza, feeding on blood and flesh. As Chun Xianyu and the others had not yet returned, Li Mu struck up a conversation with Zhao Gang. You're doing quite well with the skinning. It's my first time too, but it's not too difficult if you're careful, Zhao Gang replied while focused on his task. I only have this one. If you need help after I'm done, I can assist you. Oh, thank you. By the way, is your family situation not so good? Li Mu asked. This caught Zhao Gang off guard, and he merely nodded slightly. Just then, Chun Xianyu and the others finally returned, with the wild gorilla carrying a bundle of relatively dry wood, while Zhang Ju held a rabbit-like beast. Did anything unexpected happen? Li Mu approached them. Yu Muyang smiled warmly. No, we even found a rabbit. We were quite lucky. It's quite plump and should be enough for us. So, how do we start a fire? Zhang Ju stared blankly at the pile of wood on the ground. Let's use a fire drill. 2 dry pieces of wood rubbing together should do the trick. You know how, right? Yu Muyang clearly had no intention of helping, merely standing by. All right then. Zhang Ju fumbled for quite some time, nearly blistering his hands, but no sparks appeared. Li Mu was speechless. Zhao Gang had already skinned the rabbit and cut it into pieces. Finally, even Zhang Ju's beast, the wild gorilla, could no longer watch and pushed Zhang Ju aside. using its large hands to start the fire drill. The wild gorilla's strength was indeed remarkable, and with its tough skin and muscle, it spun the wood at an astonishing speed. Soon, a fire ignited, and skewers of rabbit meat were propped over the flames on branches. Everyone gathered around the fire, feeling weary after such a long day, except for Zhangju, who was still busy skinning another coyote. Li Mu called out to Zhangju, "Why don't you take a break? You can skin after we eat the rabbit." "No need. I'm not tired," Zhangju politely declined. Li Mu watched the roasting meat in a daze, lost in thought. Rayquaza was devouring the Coyote King's corpse, its skin having already been removed by Zhao Gang. Though it was Rayquaza's first time eating raw meat, it showed no sign of resistance. On the contrary, the blood and flesh were exceptionally delectable to it, packed with energy from the 8-tier beast's body, which was quite beneficial. The long-haired pig was also munching on the coyote it had killed, while the wild gorilla and the thunder leopard feasted on raw meat as well. Only Yu Mu Yang's snow shadow weasel was cradled in his arms, refusing to eat raw meat, insisting that it would be given roasted meat later. The others could only let it be. "Do you think the meat roasted in this manner will taste good?" "There are no seasonings at all," Zhangju remarked. Chun Xianyu, who was turning the skewers, shot Zhangju a glare. "If it's not to your liking, you can skip it. We're out here in the wild. Where would we find seasonings?" Zhangju weakly replied, "At least some salt would be nice." Yu Mu Yang responded nonchalantly, "If we had it, we would use it, but we don't. I heard from the teacher that human sweat contains salt. How about we?" Zhangju's eyes sparkled, eager to try. "Could you be any more disgusting?" Chun Xianyu glared fiercely at Zhangju. "Indeed, it was quite revolting. Please sit further away from me. I can already picture it." Yu Mu Yang shifted his position away from Zhangju. The first skewer of roasted meat was ready, and Chun Xianyu handed it to Zhangju. "Aren't you hungry? Eat up." Surprised, Zhangju accepted the roasted meat. Thank you. "Hurry and eat," Chun Xianyu urged. Zhangju blew on it a few times and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Chun Xianyu's eyes lit up, quickly asking, "How is it? Is it cooked?" Zhangju was momentarily stunned, realizing he was the one being tested for poison. Nevertheless, he honestly replied, "It should be. It's quite tasty. Xianyu, you're quite skilled." Chun Xianyu nodded in satisfaction and then took down 2 more skewers to hand to Li Mu and Yu Mu Yang. "Let us roast it a bit longer." Li Mu did not accept it, having noticed that the piece Zhangju had bitten into still had some blood in it. "I won't take this one. It's medium rare, just the way Shueqiu likes it." Yu Mu Yang carefully fed the roasted meat to the snow shadow weasel. Li Mu thought to himself that sometimes Yu Mu Yang was even more nurturing than Chun Xianyu, especially in his attitude towards their beasts. Akin to a woman caring for a pet. The rabbit they brought back was also a beast, significantly larger than an ordinary rabbit, weighing at least dozens of pounds. Even after removing the internal organs and fur, 5 individuals could feast comfortably, and even with the addition of the snow shadow marten, the food was still insufficient. Li Mu managed to consume only a single skewer. The unseasoned roasted meat proved somewhat difficult to swallow, merely serving to satiate his hunger. He tossed the wooden skewer into the fire pit, noting that it was still early, only around 2 or 3 o'clock. "Shall we venture out to hunt some exotic beasts?" he proposed. "Are we simply going to sit here and wait for them to come to us?" Zhangju reclined contentedly on the grass. Although the taste of the roasted meat left much to be desired, Zhangju, perhaps truly famished, still managed to eat a fair amount. Li Mu remarked, "We have been here for several hours, yet no exotic beasts have approached. At most, they merely lingered around the forest before departing." The recent commotion caused by the pack of coyotes, coupled with the strong scent of blood, likely deterred ordinary beasts from coming near. Thus, we must venture forth in search of them. Chapter 46, The Cunning Spider. After some deliberation, the group ultimately decided that Li Mu and Chun Xianyu, who had a greater gap in their tasks, would scout the nearby area first. Meanwhile, the others would remain behind to construct a shelter and dispose of the coyote carcasses. As Li Mu and Chun Xianyu traversed the woods, the purple lightning leopard leapt playfully from branch to branch beside them. The Rift Sky Beast trailed closely behind Li Mu, while a flower spirit perched upon his shoulder. "What exactly is your Rift Sky Beast?" Chun Xianyu inquired for the 3rd time. Previously, Li Mu had skillfully redirected the conversation, but this time he found himself at a loss for words and resorted to silence. "Come on, is it that serious? Will saying it cause you harm?" Chun Xianyu nudged him with his elbow, clearly dissatisfied. Li Mu could only manage a helpless smile and replied, "It's nothing much, merely a rather rare type of beast." "What's nothing much?" Even Yu Mu Yang is unaware. "Do you have any idea how much that auxiliary device of his costs?" "How would I know? The top-tier version costs at least several million. It can scan all beasts below the extraordinary level and most of those at the extraordinary level, even the relatively common perfect ones." Chun Xianyu spoke with a hint of envy. Li Mu raised an eyebrow in surprise. then realized that the fellow was indeed remarkable. Yu Muiyang's family must be quite wealthy then. Does it even need to be said? Of course. Are there any such affluent families in Chunin City? None. Even the son of the city lord would hesitate to purchase such a device. And besides, the city lord's surname isn't Yu. So you mean to say he's from a prominent family elsewhere? Do you know where he's from? Li Mu asked, his curiosity piqued. However, he had already guessed why Yu Muiyang would come to such a small place. Aside from the Chu Xiongba, there seemed little else of worth. How would I know? Chun Xinyu shot Li Mu an exasperated glance. Don't try to change the subject again. You still haven't told me how you obtained your Rift Sky Beast. Li Mu smiled awkwardly, realizing he had been discovered. Forget it. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Chun Xinyu pouted, choosing to remain silent. That's not the intention. I merely thought you might not believe me. Go ahead and tell me. Chun Xinyu's curiosity was once again piqued. If I told you it evolved from a green caterpillar, would you believe me? Li Mu was not lying. This was indeed the truth. Chun Xinyu glared at him, as if he thought Li Mu was treating him like a fool, and fell silent. Li Mu shrugged in exasperation, lamenting the fact that no one ever seemed to believe his honest words. Though there were some peculiar factors involved, it was indeed true that the Rift Sky Beast had evolved from a green caterpillar. Suddenly, Li Mu grasped Chun Xinyu's arm. What are you doing? Chun Xinyu exclaimed, somewhat flustered and irritated by the sudden grip. Li Mu pointed towards a large tree with dense foliage ahead. Name, Brain Eater Spider. Quality, good. Level, 0, Stage 6. The Brain Eater Spider had yet to reveal itself, and Chun Xinyu remained oblivious to its presence, even with an auxiliary device. Unlike auxiliary devices, which required the exotic beast to be within visual range for scanning, Li Mu's system functioned differently. Not only did it provide comprehensive and complete information, but as long as one was within a certain proximity to Li Mu, it could detect even the most well-hidden creatures, even without spotting the Brain Eater Spider. Chun Xinyu sensed something amiss, for a dense web was strung between the large trees ahead. The web was fine, and, combined with the dim lighting of the woods, could easily catch one unawares. What is this? Chun Xinyu summoned the purple lightning leopard, growing cautious. Li Mu replied nonchalantly, a good quality Brain Eater Spider, Stage 6, is concealed in that tree. Stage 6? That falls right within my task range, Chun Xinyu said confidently, grinning. Purple lightning. Wait, Li Mu interjected, halting Chun Xinyu. This is a good quality beast, and considering your purple lightning leopard is only one stage higher, its power is quite comparable. Moreover, this is its territory, and with webs everywhere. Recklessly sending in your purple lightning leopard could be perilous. Chun Xinyu calmed himself, contemplating Li Mu's words, and nodded in agreement. However, his attractive brows furrowed again. But we've been searching for so long without encountering any other exotic beasts. It seems the nearby ones have sensed danger and fled. Those that remain must have confidence in their strength. There's likely not a single easy target among them, and we still need to complete our task. Li Mu gently shook his head, pulling Chun Xinyu back slowly. Let us forget about the other exotic beasts. We should abandon the Brain Eater Spider. In the woods, its webs would severely limit our beast's capabilities. After a moment's thought, Chun Xinyu nodded and began to retreat with Li Mu. However, as they attempted to leave, the Brain Eater Spider did not permit it. The branches of the densely leaved tree began to sway, and a massive spider emerged, its body larger than a grinding wheel. Its 3 pairs of green compound eyes appeared exceptionally sinister, and its sizable mandibles bore 2 protruding fangs resembling pincers. The entirety of its body was jet black, yet its back bore a gray pattern unmistakably shaped like a human head. The Brain Eater Spider swiftly descended from its silk threads, advancing toward Li Mu and Chun Xinyu midair. What should we do? Should we run? Chun Xinyu glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu smiled. If it hadn't emerged, that would be one thing, but since it has, losing its advantageous webbing means it's essentially courting death. Let your purple lightning leopard engage, but be wary of its threads. All right. Chun Xinyu nodded, letting out a commanding shout. Purple lightning. The purple lightning leopard immediately scaled a large tree, drawing closer to the Brain Eater Spider with great agility. The Brain Eater Spider evidently noticed the purple lightning leopard, but shockingly refrained from attacking, even pausing its advance. Instead, it turned and fled. Li Mu was taken aback, quickly urging, hurry, call back your purple lightning leopard. What's wrong? Chun Xinyu was still processing the situation. This spider is trying to lure the purple lightning leopard into a web-heavy area. Unbelievably, a beast that is barely even at stage 1 is exhibiting such cunning. Chun Xinyu was also stunned. Could this spider truly be so intelligent? Nevertheless, he obediently called his purple lightning leopard back. Let us move. We'll change direction. This time, Li Mu hesitated not at all, leading Chun Xinyu away. Seeing Li Mu and Chun Xinyu depart, the Brain Eater Spider reappeared, even spitting out a few strands of silk in their direction. However, Due to the considerable distance and the dense foliage, the spider silk did not draw near to them, prompting Li Mu and Chun Xianyu to disregard the cunning arachnid. They chose to depart without further ado. Primarily, this spider was of the 6th tier, falling solely within the scope of Chun Xianyu's mission, rendering it exceedingly perilous for the Xidian leopard to engage. Chapter 47. The Terrifying Roar of Beasts. It appeared that this task was far from straightforward. Li Mu, feeling quite exasperated, distanced himself from the lair of the brain-eating spider, and he and Chun Xianyu spent nearly an hour searching in vain for a suitable exotic beast. Even when they chanced upon an exotic creature, it was merely a small entity of tiers 3 or 4, which scuttled away the moment it caught sight of them. The challenge of this mission lay not in the act of hunting, but in locating a beast that met the requisite tier level. Let us search slowly. After all, we have a few days. What other choice do we have? Chun Xianyu consoled. Li Mu nodded in agreement and pressed onward. Suddenly, a formidable roar erupted from ahead, imbued with a sense of ferocity. Both Li Mu and Chun Xianyu halted in their tracks and exchanged glances. Li Mu frowned slightly. The sound alone indicated that this was no ordinary creature. Shall we investigate? Chun Xianyu inquired. Boom. Howl. The cacophony of roars was accompanied by the sound of explosions, immense and thunderous. No, we must retreat and find the others. This commotion is certainly beyond our capacity to confront. We need to leave swiftly. Very well, Chun Xianyu conceded. His curiosity piqued, yet ultimately he followed Li Mu back to their camp. Why are you in such a rush? Chun Xianyu asked, noticing Li Mu's urgency. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. Given the volume of that noise, it is evident that exotic beasts are engaged in battle, and likely of tier 3 or higher. Otherwise, the din would not be so tremendous. What if they end up gravely wounded? We might just seize the opportunity. Li Mu cast a disapproving glance at Chun Xianyu, who seemed to believe he was the protagonist of a tale, as he knew well that such opportunistic gains were the privilege of heroes. Furthermore, even a severely injured beast of tier 3 or above could easily obliterate them with a mere flail. Both Chun Xianyu and Li Mu maintained a brisk pace, bolstered by their recent training under Chu Xiongba, which allowed their stamina to keep up. After running for over 10 minutes, they finally returned to the camp, and upon seeing the other 3 still present, Li Mu felt a momentary relief. Are you all right? Yu Muyang approached, concern etched on his face. Li Mu shook his head. You heard that beast's roar as well, didn't you? Yu Muyang nodded. Zhang Ju wanted to investigate, but I stopped him. The source of that sound is decidedly formidable and should not be here. But it has appeared, so what should we do now? Chun Xianyu's expression turned anxious. We can only hope that the creature does not seek us out, Yu Muyang replied, his brow furrowed with worry. For now, let's refrain from venturing out. We should rest in the camp for a while. At that moment, Li Mu's gaze drifted toward the woods behind the group, and he froze. Name: Blood Fiend Demon. Quality: Exquisite. Level: Tier 4, Segment 7. Talent: Bloodthirsty. Name: Hellish Nether Crystal Lion. Quality: Exquisite. Level: Tier 4, Segment 9. The thicket quivered, the leaves began to wither, and footsteps approached, devoid of any attempt at concealment. At this juncture, the others finally took note, and Li Mu hastily signaled for them to retreat and gather together. What is happening? Zhang Ju queried, bewildered. Yu Muyang's expression darkened. Exotic beasts are approaching. They may very well be the source of that roar. How strong are they? Chun Xianyu asked. Very strong. They are absolutely beyond our capacity to contend with. Li Mu felt a surge of anxiety. Hastily stowing the flower spirit in his pocket and urging the rift seat to take refuge behind him. Yet, the rift seat, contrary to Li Mu's instructions, stood resolutely in front of them alongside the other beasts, forming a protective barrier. Hello, little friends. Please, do not be overly anxious. The first figure to emerge from the woods was not the beast that Li Mu had detected, but a man, a middle-aged figure, somewhat gaunt, with disheveled hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. He wore a tattered brown combat suit, suggesting he had been in the wild for an extended period. Who are you? Yu Muyang asked, feigning calm. The gaunt man paused, then erupted into laughter. You dare to ask me a question? Huh, since you inquired. I shall oblige. You may call me Blood Fiend. At this moment, the 2 exotic beasts Li Mu had previously detected revealed themselves, flanking Blood Fiend on either side. The Blood Fiend demon bore a striking resemblance to the legendary demon, sporting twisted ram horns and a body comprised of rock and flame. Yet its flames were a deep crimson. The Blood Fiend demon floated, its stature slightly taller than Blood Fiend, while the hellish nether crystal lion was considerably larger. Even in a prone position, it stood 4 to 5 meters tall, its pitch-black body exuding a crystalline quality. Li Mu was taken aback to discover that the roar had not emanated from a wild exotic beast, but rather from a human's companion. At that moment, the expressions of his companions turned grim. Their auxiliary devices could not glean any information about the Blood Fiend Demon or the hellish Nether Crystal Lion. Yet, their mere appearance was enough to convey their terrifying nature. I already mentioned, do not be overly anxious. Blood Fiend flashed a grin he deemed amiable. Since I have answered your questions, might you also reciprocate with some of mine? As he took a step forward, the group tensed. Li Mu whispered urgently, do not act rashly, do not provoke him. Blood Fiend caught the remark, grinning at Li Mu. Very well, here is my first question. Why are you in this wilderness? A place unsuitable for children like you? Our instructor sent us here for survival training. Li Mu responded without hesitation. Such trivial inquiries posed no harm. There was no need to wear thin the patience of this individual. I see, Blood Fiend nodded. And where is your instructor? Our instructor is nearby. It would be wise for you not to act impulsively, Yu Mu Yang interjected. Oh, is that so? Blood Fiend chuckled. And the Blood Fiend demon suddenly raised a massive arm, feigning a grip. Ah! Yu Mu Yang cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably. I detest being lied to. Truly, this is merely a small lesson. Blood Fiend waved his hand, and the Blood Fiend demon retracted its arm. Yu Mu Yang, now slightly relieved, felt the boiling sensation in his blood dissipate. He quickly embraced his snow shadow weasel, glaring at Blood Fiend. Fearful that the creature might lash out, a move that would spell doom. Li Mu's heart sank. The man's malevolence was now blatantly evident. And he and his companions stood no chance against him. Their only hope rested with Chu Xiongba. Surely he would not abandon them, would he? Chapter 48, Blood Fiend and His Accomplices. I favor obedient children. Come with me, and I hope you will exhibit some intelligence. Blood Fiend turned and strode toward the woods. Should we take this opportunity to flee? Zhang Ju proposed. That would not be a wise decision, came Blood Fiend's ominous voice from behind. Zhang Ju instinctively shrank his neck in fear, fortunate that Xuan Ming did not impose further punishment. Li Mu helped Yu Mu Yang to his feet and addressed the others, urging them to follow him as there was no other option. The group trailed behind Xuan Ming, re-entering the forest, with the Hell Crystal Lion leading the way, its massive form crashing through the towering trees without hesitation. The Blood Fiend demon stalked closely beside Xuan Ming, while Li Mu and the others maintained a distance of 5 to 6 meters behind him. Boy, what is the quality of your beast? Xuan Ming suddenly turned to gaze at Li Mu. A chill ran down Li Mu's spine. He knew that the true essence of the Sky Ripper must not be divulged to this evidently malicious individual. Yet, how could he respond? Would he even be believed? Xuan Ming offered Li Mu little time to ponder, as the Blood Fiend demon raised a hand towards him. Li Mu's pupils instinctively constricted, and before he could react, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. His body began to convulse uncontrollably, and in that moment, he comprehended Yu Mu Yang's earlier torment, as if his blood were boiling within his veins. The vessels in his body felt like countless wriggling insects, scurrying chaotically, accompanied by not only searing pain, but also a peculiar sense of heart palpitations. Xuan Ming halted, turning to scrutinize Li Mu, shaking his head. I just told you to be smarter. Why do you refuse to listen? Roar. The Sky Ripper let out a furious roar, enraged. Knowing that its master had been harmed by the man before them, it surged forward with extraordinary speed, jaws agape, as a brilliant white light coalesced. The agony was swift to arrive and equally fleeting, lasting mere seconds, yet the sensation would be forever etched in Li Mu's memory. Even now, with the pain dissipated, a lingering weakness enveloped him, as if something resided within his body. Stop, Sky Ripper. Come back. Li Mu called out in desperation as he saw the creature preparing to attack Xuan Ming, but it was already too late. A beam of dazzling white light, as thick as a bowl, descended upon Xuan Ming. Roar. The Hell Crystal Lion suddenly turned, unleashing a fierce roar, yet Xuan Ming emerged unscathed. Not even a tear on his clothing. The Sky Ripper's attack had redirected onto the Hell Crystal Lion, and being a mere first-tier creature, it only elicited a slight discomfort from the formidable beast. Sky Ripper, return. Li Mu, aided by Chun Xianyu, struggled to his feet, urgently calling for the creature. Seeing that Li Mu was unharmed, the Sky Ripper hesitated but eventually flew back to his side, its gaze still fiercely fixed upon Xuan Ming. Apologies. Li Mu attempted to express regret, but the words faltered as he grappled with how to articulate his sentiments. Was an apology even meaningful? To his surprise, Xuan Ming did not react with anger. Instead, he regarded the Sky Ripper with heightened interest. Boy, tell me, what quality is this beast? You surely do not wish to experience that sensation again, do you? Li Mu hesitated. Recalling the words once spoken by Chu Xiongba, a legendary beast can never change its master. He finally spoke. It is legendary. If a change of master was impossible, Xuan Ming would likely not squander the opportunity to possess a legendary beast, thus temporarily securing Li Mu's life. Xuan Ming was momentarily taken aback. lightly tapping his forehead as if contemplating something. Not just Xue Ming, but the others, Chen Xianyu, Yumu Yang, Zhang Ju, and Zhao Gang, were also stunned. Legendary? How is that even possible? Yumu Yang exclaimed in disbelief. What is impossible? It is highly plausible, Xue Ming retorted, persisting with his inquiries. Boy, is your beast a newly emerged legendary one? Li Mu nodded expressionlessly. Huh. Ha 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 ha. Xue Ming erupted into laughter, unabashed and boisterous. Li Mu listened impassively, making no move. Chen Xianyu and the others gradually emerged from their shock, realizing their precarious situation. Ha 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 ha. Xue Ming continued his laughter until a sharp voice echoed from the sky. Xue Ming, I advise you to surrender, rather than stubbornly resist. The laughter abruptly ceased, though a trace of mirth lingered on Xue Ming's face. A fierce wind descended, uprooting the trees around Li Mu and the others. Such a violent gale would typically be insurmountable for Li Mu and his companions, likely sweeping them away along with the trees. However, Xue Ming commanded the Blood Fiend Demon to shield Li Mu's group. With the trees cleared, visibility expanded, revealing 3 enormous eagles soaring above, with a shadowy figure visible behind them. Name: Hurricane Eagle. Quality: excellent. Level: 4th tier, 2nd segment. The 3 Hurricane Eagles were of similar levels, 1 at 3rd segment, and 2 at 2nd segment. Yumu Yang's eyes brightened. It's the Empire's inspector. Does this mean we are saved? Chen Xianyu inquired, a hint of excitement in his tone. Not that simple, Li Mu replied, his brow furrowed. If it's only 3 Hurricane Eagles, they might not be a match for Xue Ming. As expected, Xue Ming appeared unfazed, laughing boisterously. Even if you're seeking death, could you not be so eager? I'm already weary of killing. Still so arrogant. A furious roar resonated from above, followed by a single Hurricane Eagle flapping its wings fiercely. 2 massive wind blades descended from the sky. Xue Ming narrowed his eyes. Are your eyes so poor that you cannot see I have hostages? These are citizens of your empire. The Hell Crystal Lion effortlessly absorbed the 2 wind blades, leaving no trace on its surface. The colossal eagles dared not approach too closely to the ground, seemingly wary of Xue Ming. Upon hearing his words, a voice of righteous indignation emanated from the back of the 3-segment Hurricane Eagle. The Empire's inspector is not threatened. Citizens of the Empire shall sacrifice themselves for the Empire, and cannot be spared to indulge you lawless brigands. Xue Ming was momentarily stunned, then cursed, damn, the hostage was for naught. Even Li Mu and the others were taken aback. Is this really the Empire's inspector? Li Mu couldn't help but curse as well. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted around them as numerous beasts and figures clad in uniform black attire emerged from the distance. Simultaneously, the voice from above rang out again. Below are Xue Ming and his accomplices. Do not hold back. Eliminate them all. Damn. Li Mu mentally cursed the ancestor of that voice in the sky. Can it get any crazier than this? Chapter 49, Terrifying Figures. On the ground, those inspectors, accompanied by their beasts, encircled them, forming a tight perimeter. At a glance, there were over 10 individuals, each accompanied by a 2-meter-tall, 3 to 4 meter-long black canine beast, identical in appearance. They were likely standardized beasts. Name: Night Fiend Wolfdog. Quality: excellent. Level: 4th tier, 1st segment. Along with the Hurricane Eagles in the sky, the number of beasts approached 20, while Xue Ming had only 2. Albeit, these 2 were far superior to the common beasts surrounding them. On the ground, a captain-like inspector issued the command, attack. Over 10 massive Night Fiend Wolfdogs launched their assault simultaneously from all directions, showing no intention of sparing Li Mu and his group. Damn it. They are really going for it. Xue Ming's expression darkened, though he did not appear overly alarmed. Clearly, he was no stranger to being surrounded. With a fierce roar, the Hellfire Crystal Lion charged forth, dwarfing the Nightshade Wolfhounds, whose sizes were akin to that of a child compared to an adult. One of the black Nightshade Wolfhounds lunged at the Hellfire Crystal Lion, only to be swatted away effortlessly. The Hellfire Crystal Lion then surged towards another Nightshade Wolfhound. Bloodshadow cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu, seizing his collar and pulling him close. Li Mu felt an overwhelming force, rendering him utterly defenseless. Wasn't Bloodshadow human? How could someone so slender possess such strength? If you wish to survive, ensure your beast obeys, Bloodshadow said coolly, clearly having abandoned the others. Bloodshadow clone, he commanded, and suddenly, the Bloodshadow demon began to swell, its crimson flames intensifying with ferocity. The flames surged, and the temperature skyrocketed. Beneath the Bloodshadow demon, the ground dried up. The grass withered, and soon turned to ash. A sphere of flame detached from the Bloodshadow demon, crashing onto the ground before it, followed by a second and a third. Upon touching the earth, these flames underwent a dramatic transformation, swiftly morphing into diminutive versions of the Bloodshadow demon. These smaller Bloodshadow demons charged at the Nightshade Wolfhounds. And despite their size, their strength was not to be underestimated. Coupled with their semi-elemental forms and the ability to attack from a distance with flames, these diminutive Bloodshadow demons held their own against the Nightshade Wolfhounds. While it was true that the inspectors primarily controlled beasts, the Hellfire Crystal Lion and Bloodshadow Demon were of exceptional quality, their levels far surpassing those of the Nightshade Wolfhounds. It was unrealistic to rely on these 10 or so Nightshade Wolfhounds to deal with Bloodshadow, and the inspectors were evidently aware of this. Their so-called offensive was merely to stall Bloodshadow. Once reinforcements arrived, there would be no escape for him. Li Mu was brought to Bloodshadow's side, while the remaining Yumu Yang and others remained stationary. Yumu Yang understood that these inspectors would not care for their lives, and without their status as hostages, Bloodshadow would have even less reason to concern himself with them. Realizing that a confrontation was imminent, Yumu Yang knew they could no longer delay. They had to flee or risk being caught in the crossfire. Run with me, quickly, Yumu Yang urged the others in a hushed tone. Chun Xianyu hesitated. But what about Li Mu? He is valuable. Bloodshadow will protect him, while we are of no use. Can't you see? But where can we run? Look around. These damned inspectors do not care for our lives, Zhang Ju lamented. Li Mu glanced at Chun Xianyu and then at Bloodshadow before saying, let them go. I will cooperate with you. Huh, laughable friendship, Bloodshadow remarked with an inscrutable smile. I never intended to kill them. That desire lies with those lapdogs. Li Mu smiled dismissively. Just don't hinder their escape. By the way, how do you plan to take me away? Given the current situation, it seems difficult for you to leave alone. Much less with me as a burden. You need not concern yourself with that. Li Mu frowned. They are clearly stalling you. Once their reinforcements arrive, you won't be able to leave, and I certainly do not wish to be killed as your accomplice. Silence. With them, even given decades, they could never capture me. Bloodshadow's impatience began to show. On the inspector's side, a young inspector remarked, Captain, those kids are running towards us. The captain replied coolly, kill them. Captain, you know they cannot possibly be Bloodshadow's accomplices. The young inspector was incredulous, unable to accept this. I know, but I dislike complications. Killing them is the simplest way to handle it. What does it matter if a few civilians die during the mission? The captain's tone was cold, as if the lives of those children were as insignificant as that of insects. But they are still children. The young inspector could hardly believe his captain would utter such words. Zhang Feng, you talk too much. If you can act, do so. If not, get lost. The captain's annoyance was palpable. With a wave of his hand, a winged tiger emerged from behind him. Inspectors could train beasts beyond the standard Nightshade Wolfhounds. And this winged tiger was the captain's true, strongest beast. Kill those few people, then return, the captain instructed the winged tiger indifferently. The winged tiger unfurled its wings and let out a menacing roar as it soared towards Yumu Yang and the others. Yumu Yang harbored no illusions. He knew the winged tiger was targeting them. Don't kill us. I'm from the Yu family of Tianhe, he shouted desperately. The captain narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand, prompting the winged tiger to reluctantly return. You wanted to save them, right? Fine, bring them to me. He ordered Zhang Feng. Yes, Zhang Feng responded eagerly. Bloodshadow heard Yumu Yang shout and frowned slightly, realizing he had let a big fish slip away. What is the significance of the Tianhe Yu family? Li Mu inquired. Bloodshadow shot him a glance. If I said I would let them go, then they are free. Not even the royal family would make me regret it, but you would do well to behave. Of course, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. I am not foolish, Li Mu replied with a forced smile. That winged tiger seems quite formidable. Why not join the fray? Li Mu had just seen the details of the winged tiger. Name, winged tiger. Quality, exceptional. Level, 4-tier, 5-stage. Unwilling to risk it for a fight, I suppose. Prepare yourself. We must depart imminently, Bloodshadow said confidently. Depart? How? Li Mu instinctively asked. This time, however, Bloodshadow did not respond. He gazed at the sky, snapped his fingers, and uttered 2 words, lava. A fearsome figure, black and red and speckled with embers, shot through the sky. In an instant, a hurricane eagle was torn asunder, its mangled body crashing to the ground with a wave of heat. Chapter 50, Lava Dragon. Li Mu stood transfixed, staring at the terrifying figure in the sky. It was indeed a dragon, a colossal western dragon from myth and legend. Its black and red body seemed to be composed of lava, with sparks cascading from its wings as it soared, drops of blood from the hurricane eagle staining its razor-sharp claws. Name, Lava Dragon, dragon species. Quality, perfect. Level, 5-tier, 6-stage. Talent, Heart of Lava, true dragon's fury. Status, severely injured. Is this your beast? Li Mu asked, astonished. What else could it be? Bloodshadow smirked slightly, displaying a somewhat rigid smile. It's time to go. The lava dragon folded its wings and glided down, landing heavily before Bloodshadow in the blink of an eye. The lava dragon affectionately tilted its head towards Blood Shadow, who now wore a genuine smile, reaching out to stroke the dragoness head. Only after the lava dragon landed did Li Mu realize its true size. The fearsome dragon head was even larger than Blood Shadow's entire body, and with its tail included. It must have measured several dozen meters in length. However, this terrifying giant bore a massive wound in its abdomen, nearly 10 meters long and still unhealed. One could even see what resembled lava-like blood flowing within the lava dragon. Without hesitation, Blood Shadow hoisted Li Mu onto the lava dragon's back, while the Blood Shadow demon also climbed aboard. Let us depart. With a gentle admonition from Blood Ming, the lava dragon unfurled its massive wings and, with a powerful sweep, soared skyward. Although the flight speed of the Sky Splitter was considerable, it paled in comparison to that of the 5th-tier lava dragon, compelling Li Mu to guide Sky Splitter to descend onto the dragon's back. The Hell Crystal Lion, realizing its master had departed, ceased its skirmish with the night howling hounds and charged fiercely, colliding with one of the dark canines, then sprinting in the direction of the lava dragon's flight. There was little choice. The Hell Crystal Lion was too immense, and while the lava dragon could carry it, doing so would significantly hinder its speed and agility. In the blink of an eye, as Li Mu registered his surroundings, the white clouds were within arm's reach, and the lava dragon had ascended to an unknown height. Despite the stability of the lava dragon's back, standing atop such a flying creature at such an altitude for the first time made Li Mu's legs weaken instinctively. Have you resigned yourself to fate? Blood Ming inquired nonchalantly. Unlike Li Mu, Blood Ming stood firmly on the lava dragon's back, devoid of any trepidation. Li Mu nodded dutifully. What other option did he have? I find myself in your grasp, so I must acquiesce. How disappointing, Blood Ming remarked, pursing his lips. Li Mu hesitantly inquired, could you tell me why you brought me along? It would ease my mind. Blood Ming replied coolly, to join us. Join? You mean you all? Li Mu questioned, perplexed. Could you elaborate on what you mean? Just as Blood Ming was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly, and he seized Li Mu, exclaiming, hold on tight, lava. Accelerate. The lava dragon spread its wings wide, instantly increasing in speed, causing Li Mu to momentarily lose his balance, but Blood Ming's grip steadied him. Blood Ming, do you believe you can escape? Came a chilling voice from behind. Surrender now. Why waste time on him? Attack. A series of frigid voices echoed from the air behind them. Li Mu instinctively turned his head to look. 3 colossal beasts were pursuing the lava dragon at an astonishing speed, each accompanied by a figure. Name, Wind God Pterosaur. Quality, exceptional. Level, 5th tier, 8th segment. Name, Gale Wind Giant Eagle. Quality, exceptional. Level, 5th tier, 7th segment. Name, Reverse Feather Divine Eagle. Quality, exceptional. Level, 5th tier, 7th segment. All 3 beasts were exceptional 5th tier creatures, sending a chill down Li Mu's spine. If Blood Ming were to falter, his own predicament would be dire as well. Even if he claimed to possess a legendary beast, both parties might vie for it, but the one unable to obtain it might resort to destruction to prevent the other from gaining it. In such heights, a single misstep could result in obliteration. Even if one side wished to preserve itself, survival was not guaranteed. I advise you to remain calm and not entertain wild thoughts, or you may find yourself dead before me. Blood Ming cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. Despite the lava dragon's full-speed flight, it could not shake off the 3 pursuing beasts due to its injuries. The Wind God Pterosaur, the fastest of the trio, was now only a few hundred meters away, a mere breath apart at their level. Blood Ming, are you still clinging to hope? To be honest, it would be a shame for your lava dragon to perish like this. A cold, indifferent man clad in a military-style black uniform stood behind the Wind God Pterosaur, his cape billowing in the wind. Well, even if it's a shame, it can't be helped. After all, it chose the wrong master, the indifferent man scoffed. As if Blood Ming were already trapped, the Wind God Pterosaur surged forward once more, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades upon the lava dragon. Blood slaughter. Blood Ming shouted, and the blood slaughter demon understood, positioning itself at the rear of the lava dragon. With its massive arms outstretched, it hurled blood-red fireballs towards the incoming wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated in the air as the blood-slaughtered demon pressed on, desperately channeling its blood flames to counter the wind blade assault. Though the blood slaughter demon was only 4th tier, it struggled to withstand the attacks of the 5th tier Wind God Pterosaur, even if the wind blades were merely casual strikes. Li Mu, growing anxious, urged, Brother, do you have any hidden beasts left? Bring them out quickly. Stop holding back. Blood Ming cast a glance at Li Mu, a smile unexpectedly gracing his lips. Yes. Li Mu was taken aback, then hurriedly pressed. Then let it take action. Blood Ming replied with a hint of indifference. It has already perished. Li Mu was at a loss for words. wanting to curse but refraining. How could he say such a thing, given the current circumstances? Blood Ming truly seemed to be at the end of his rope, and provoking him further might lead to dire consequences. The Blood Slaughter Demon was nearing its limit. Not only the Wind God Pterosaur, but also the Gale Wind Giant Eagle and Reverse Feather Divine Eagle were closing in on the Lava Dragon. Several attacks had already landed on the Lava Dragon, leaving faint crimson marks upon its body. Yet, the Lava Dragon appeared unperturbed, neither retaliating nor slowing down, simply fleeing at its utmost speed. Blood Ming's expression had long since turned blank, lost in thought. Finally, he uttered 2 words, "I'm sorry." Roar. The Lava Dragon emitted a fierce roar, brimming with fighting spirit, as if to console Blood Ming. Subsequently, the Lava Dragon ceased its flight and dove downwards, carrying Blood Ming and Li Mu towards the ground. Chapter 51, A Fateful Entrance. The Lava Dragon landed heavily upon the ground, and Blood Ming grasped Li Mu. Leaping down from its back, the Lava Dragon lifted its enormous, fearsome head to glance at Blood Ming, then, without hesitation, flapped its wings and ascended once more. Time was of the essence. The 3 beasts were in pursuit. The Lava Dragon needed to intercept them. Blood Ming's lips moved as if he wished to speak, but ultimately, no sound emerged. "What should we do now?" Li Mu inquired. Blood Ming remained silent, gazing at the Lava Dragon, which had ascended into the sky. As the Lava Dragon took flight, its body underwent a violent transformation, cracks forming across its surface like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Within these fissures, bubbling magma churned, emanating an intense heat from the Lava Dragon's form. The surrounding air seemed to warp under the heat. It was moving faster, even 2 to 3 times quicker than when it had carried Blood Ming and Li Mu. Roar. A furious dragon's roar echoed, infused with boundless rage and battle intent. The Lava Dragon charged recklessly towards the 3 beasts. Despite their numerical and level advantages, the 3 beasts chose not to confront the Lava Dragon head-on. Instead, they retreated, evading the dragon, unwilling to engage directly. Yet, they did not flee. They understood that the Lava Dragon could not maintain this state for long. Once its explosive power subsided, it would be vulnerable. A beastly roar erupted from behind, and Li Mu turned to find it was the Hell Crystal Lion. Blood Ming withdrew his gaze, his expression unyielding, and without a second glance at the aerial battle, he hoisted Li Mu and leapt onto the back of the Hell Crystal Lion. The Hell Crystal Lion then charged away with Blood Ming and Li Mu aboard. The individual behind the Wind God Pterodactyl furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene, dispatching the Reverse Feather Divine Eagle to pursue Blood Fiend while he himself engaged the Lava Dragon alongside the Gale Wind Giant Eagle. However, the current Lava Dragon was exceedingly formidable, boasting a perfect quality. What is perfection, if not the absence of flaws? Even though the levels of the 3 summoned beasts exceeded that of the Lava Dragon slightly, and despite the Lava Dragon being gravely injured, its speed and offensive power were far superior to that of the 3 summoned beasts. Ignoring the long-range attacks from both the Wind God Pterodactyl and the Gale Wind Giant Eagle, the Lava Dragon allowed the strikes to rain upon it. It unfurled its wings, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, releasing sparks like falling stars. With a mighty roar, the Lava Dragon surged forward, breaking through yet another limit, swiftly closing in on the Reverse Feather Divine Eagle, which had foolishly attempted to chase Blood Fiend. The Wind God Pterodactyl and Gale Wind Giant Eagle remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The clouds in the sky appeared to ignite, transforming the entire atmosphere into a fiery crimson hue, engulfed in flames. This was the breath of the Lava Dragon, an endless inferno directed at the Reverse Feather Divine Eagle as it charged into the flames. Caught off guard by the fiery onslaught, the panicked Reverse Feather Divine Eagle had no time to react before the Lava Dragon's claws seized its body. Subsequently, a torrent of blood cascaded down, accompanied by the charred remains of the Reverse Feather Divine Eagle, now cleaved in 2. The might of the Lava Dragon surpassed Li Mu's expectations, compelling him to glance back at the aerial battle with an involuntary gaze. Blood Fiend remained expressionless, not looking back, his focus unwavering ahead. The hellish Crystal Lion galloped with all its might, moving swiftly, and soon Li Mu could no longer behold the clash in the skies. He cautiously eyed Blood Fiend, but decided to keep his mouth shut. It was unwise to provoke him at this juncture. The Lava Dragon was unlikely to return. Although it had unleashed an impressive display of strength, it was evidently a manifestation of its innate abilities. Given the Lava Dragon's severely wounded state, such a condition could not be sustained for long. A mournful dragon's roar echoed from the distant sky, and after that, tranquility enveloped the realm once more, devoid of the sounds of battle. Concurrently, Blood Fiend, who stood atop the hellish Crystal Lion, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, causing his previously upright posture to falter. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, then steadied Blood Fiend's form, inquiring about his condition. You're not dead yet, but it may not be long now. Blood Fiend's voice remained eerily calm, as if facing death with an unsettling acceptance. At a loss for words, Limu pondered the absurdity of their situation. They had merely ventured out of the city to hunt a few minor aberrant beasts for a task, only to be ensnared by Blood Fiend and relentlessly pursued. Who could he turn to for recourse? Kid, what is your name? Blood Fiend suddenly queried. Huh, I'm Limu, why do you ask? Help me with something. All right. Limu answered without a moment's thought. He had just been concerned that Blood Fiend might drag him down before dying, but as long as he remained useful, surely that wouldn't happen. What mattered was to agree for now. When Blood Fiend truly met his end, it would be up to him to decide his course of action. To be honest, I don't trust you, kid. Blood Fiend shot Limu a cold glance. You seem rather cunning. Do I? Limu could only manage an awkward smile. Blood Fiend revealed a peculiar smile, opening his mouth as if to speak, but suddenly his expression changed, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Limu sensed that Blood Fiend's strength was waning, and he tightened his grip. Indeed, this fellow had already bled enough to fill 2 large bowls. How could he not be weakened? It appeared that the lava dragon had truly perished. Otherwise, Blood Fiend's backlash would not be so severe. Reflecting on the lava dragon, Limu felt a pang of regret. It had been undeniably impressive and powerful. What a pity. Blood Fiend grasped Limu's arm and sat down on the back of the hellish crystal lion. The beast seemed to sense its master's dire condition and reduced its speed. I'm fine, keep going. Don't stop. They are still on our tail. Blood Fiend urged wearily. The hellish crystal lion hesitated, but upon Blood Fiend's urging, it resumed its pace. Blood Fiend turned his gaze to Limu, a smile gracing his lips, even with blood staining the corners of his mouth and his attire. Limu felt a shiver at the sight. Kid, are you curious why I am being pursued? Curious about who I truly am? Limu hesitated, but ultimately nodded. It seemed Blood Fiend was ready to reveal his final words. Yet, why share this with him? Limu felt utterly helpless. Had he not been taken hostage by Blood Fiend? Previously, I mentioned inviting you to join us. Do you remember? Blood Fiend's voice had noticeably weakened. I remember. Limu replied, nodding. I hail from the Dragon Tomb, and do not belong to the Empire. Even if I cannot return, you must go. If you do not join the Dragon Tomb, you will only meet a dead end. Blood Fiend regarded Limu with a keen gaze, his eyes still vibrant despite his frail state. Why? Once you arrive, you'll understand. Help me deliver this to someone named Zhu Jiuyin. Blood Fiend removed a ring from his hand and handed it to Limu. This is a storage ring. Within it lies a red box. Give that box to him, and afterwards, you may keep the ring. Limu accepted the ring, inspecting it closely. The ring bore a red gemstone the size of a mung bean, lacking any luster and appearing somewhat dull. The band was black and felt smooth, likely crafted from some metal. Limu had not anticipated encountering a legendary storage ring, let alone receiving one. Blood Fiend smirked. I know that if I meet with an unfortunate fate, you might not behave yourself, so don't celebrate too soon. What do you mean? Limu tucked the ring away, instantly on guard. Blood Fiend chuckled, blood continuing to seep from his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind as he continued. The Dragon Tomb lies beyond the Empire's borders. The exact location is known to Blood Fiend Demon. I will ensure it guides you there. If you dare to play tricks, Blood Fiend Demon will kill you immediately. Of course, if you can remain obedient. Upon reaching the Dragon Tomb and joining, not only will you receive the ring, but Blood Fiend Demon will become yours as well. It has been with me for many years, treat it well. Wait, hold on. Limu felt somewhat dazed. You want me to sneak out of the Empire's borders? Are you joking? I could never make it out. Don't even mention the borders. If you leave me here, I want tea last a day. They had flown on the lava dragon and were now being whisked away by the hellish crystal lion. He had long lost track of where they were. However, Limu was certain they had ventured deep into the wilderness, having detected several aberrant beasts during their journey. Most were 2nd or 3rd tier, and he had even spotted a 4th tier wild aberrant beast. In such a perilous place, relying on a not yet 1st tier rift breaker, Limu had no confidence in his survival. Blood Fiend cast a dispassionate glance at Limu. Blood Fiend Demon will protect you. With it by your side, as long as your luck isn't too dire. You should be safe. Limu timidly remarked, brother, that Blood Fiend is the very threat I fear. Without your control, what if it becomes famished and decides to devour me first? Moreover, the dangers beyond the border are even greater. I have yet to reach the 1st tier, and a mere mishap could cost me my life. How about I wait until my level increases a bit before venturing to that place you mentioned? Xuanming furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. After a brief moment, to Limu's astonishment, Xuanming actually nodded in agreement. Very well, but not for too long. Once your Void Splitter reaches the 2nd tier, coupled with the Blood Fiend, you should be able to manage the journey beyond the border without significant issues. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, you must depart immediately. I will instruct the Blood Fiend that if you do not head to the Dragon Tomb after attaining the 2nd tier, It will eliminate you without hesitation. With the legendary beast taming talent you possess, it should take no more than a year to reach the second tier, and at that time, you must go. Understood. I will definitely go once I reach the second tier. Li Mu pledged earnestly. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to waste it conversing with you. Remaining in the Empire is not in your best interest. It will inevitably lead to your demise. I am attempting to save you. Xuanming spoke rapidly, though his voice grew weaker. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Remain vigilant, and you will discern the truth. Aside from that wooden box, you must not touch anything in the ring. There are some materials I have collected that you may utilize. And there is also a dragon scale token. If you encounter anyone from the dragon tomb, they will assist you. But remember, only those with the token are truly affiliated with the dragon tomb. I understand. Li Mu nodded, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Enough hesitation, take him away. Xuanming commanded, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the blood fiend. Subsequently, he struck his own chest with great force. A copious amount of blood spewing forth onto the blood fiend. The blood did not linger on the surface, but rather melded directly into the blood fiend's being. Simultaneously, the flames within the blood fiend dimmed slightly. Li Mu was taken aback. Was this a method of severing the contract? Indeed, there exists a means to dissolve the bond. Before Li Mu could ponder further, the ritual concluded, and the blood fiend stood there, seemingly dazed. A pang of pity welled up within Li Mu as he observed its forlorn demeanor. Stop dawdling, take him and leave. Xuanming urged, slapping the blood fiend forcefully. The blood fiend cast one last lingering glance at Xuanming before reluctantly retracting its gaze and seizing Li Mu. Leaping down from the infernal crystal lion and landing on the ground. The void splitter hastily followed Li Mu, and by the time Li Mu regained his senses, the silhouette of the infernal crystal lion had already dwindled into a mere speck in the distance, gazing towards the direction where Xuanming had completely vanished. And then at the blood fiend, which had lost much of its fiery brilliance, Li Mu felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. How had events spiraled into such an absurdity? It seemed as though he was the captive, yet now it felt like his comrade had sacrificed themselves to draw away the enemy, leaving him to fulfill their final wish, a trope straight out of an old melodrama. Nevertheless, Li Mu soon accepted the reality. The paramount concern was how he was to return. Presently, he was utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a grassy expanse, seemingly a plain, devoid of any extraordinary beasts. Perhaps they had been frightened away by the blood fiend. Realizing he could not find his way back, Li Mu, in exasperation, turned his gaze to the blood fiend and weakly inquired, brother, do you know how we should return? To the place where we first met? The blood fiend paid no heed to Li Mu, its head resting despondently, the flames upon its body appearing exceedingly dim. Name, blood fiend quality, exceptional level, tier 4. Stage 1, rebound drop, mood, sorrowful, dejected condition, severely injured, consuming blood can rapidly restore strength. The higher the blood quality, the faster the recovery. Talent, bloodlust. Consuming blood rapidly elevates levels and allows for a degree of control over the target's blood. The weaker the target, the greater the effect. It can also manipulate its own blood to achieve a state of boiling blood, significantly enhancing combat prowess, while consuming blood accelerates healing. It must be said that this blood fiend is formidable and possesses a remarkable talent, not to mention its striking appearance. A demon of such caliber. Li Mu found himself longing to possess it. However, such aspirations were futile for the time being. Xuanming would not bestow both a beast and equipment upon him. This blood fiend was, after all, a sword of Damocles hanging over Li Mu's head. As for whether he should venture beyond the border, Li Mu was reluctant to court death. Was it not wiser to develop steadily within the empire? Even if he did decide to go, it would not be until he felt adequately prepared to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Regarding the blood fiend, locating Chu Xiongba should not pose too great a challenge. Yet the pressing matter remained. How to find Chu Xiongba? At this thought, Li Mu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Oh, my teacher Chu, you are truly a burden. Oh, is that so? A voice laced with amusement suddenly emerged from behind him, causing Li Mu's heart to leap. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. The blood fiend immediately sensed the presence, its flames intensifying as it positioned itself protectively in front of Li Mu, warily eyeing the newcomer. Turning around, Li Mu's eyes widened in recognition. It was indeed him. At that moment, Li Mu found himself at a loss for words. Never before had he felt so incredulous in his life. Despite his dissatisfaction, he obediently greeted, Teacher Chu. Chu Xiongba stood with arms crossed. A smirk plastered across his face as he observed Li Mu. I seem to have heard someone speaking ill of me from behind. Li Mu feigned outrage. Who? Who dares to speak ill of my teacher? I shall confront them. Huh. Chu Xiongba rolled his eyes, unimpressed. At that moment, the blood fiend let out a low growl. The more it fixated on Chu Xiongba, the greater the pressure it felt. its flames threatening to erupt uncontrollably. Brother, Li Mu attempted to pat the blood fiend. But upon witnessing the raging flames, he wisely refrained. He is a good person, one of us, you know. The blood fiend ignored Li Mu, remaining on high alert. Its gaze fixated on Chu Xiongba, as if ready to unleash its fury at any moment. Chu Xiongba paid no mind to the blood fiend, casually inquiring, "What are your plans for this beast? If possible, I would like to keep it. I promised Xueming I would take care of it, and he mentioned that as long as I helped him deliver something, this beast would be mine," Li Mu replied. "He directed you to the dragon tomb, didn't he?" "That's a one-way ticket to death," Chu Xiongba remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "What do you mean, teacher?" Li Mu asked, perplexed. "Let us discuss it later. This matter is too distant for you. Hand over the ring." Chu Xiongba extended his hand. Li Mu hesitated momentarily, but prepared to remove the ring. Just then, the blood fiend erupted, its blood flames surging to new heights, its form lunging towards Chu Xiongba with alarming speed. Dense, crimson flames enveloped the blood fiend's right arm, transforming into a miniature fiery vortex as it struck towards Chu Xiongba. Chu Xiongba frowned slightly, but without making any visible movement. A massive, oval-shaped black void suddenly appeared before him. A colossal hand emerged, seizing the blood fiend before it could even react, dragging it back into the abyss. The elliptical black hole vanished instantaneously. Li Mu stood there, somewhat dazed, pondering the nature of such a terrifying entity. Merely an arm of that size was astounding, with fingers nearly as thick as his own body. Strangely, whether it was because Li Mu had yet to comprehend the situation or due to the fact that only an arm had been revealed, the system's panel surprisingly failed to register it. "Teacher Chu, what is this?" Li Mu asked, his voice tinged with bewilderment. "It's nothing. Just let it be for a while," Chu Xiongba replied with an expression of indifference. Reluctantly, Li Mu surrendered the blood fiend's ring to Chu Xiongba, realizing the depths of his enigmatic character. Chu Xiongba took the ring, examined it briefly, and a crimson wooden box materialized in his hand. However, before Li Mu could fully see the box, it vanished once more. Chu Xiongba tossed the ring back to Li Mu, saying, "I will keep that for you for now. I won't take a cut this time. Just take it." Li Mu accepted the ring, contemplating before inquiring, "Teacher Chu, have you been following me all along? What do you think?" Chu Xiongba shot a sidelong glance at Li Mu, crossing his arms as he walked in a particular direction. Li Mu felt utterly speechless. Was Chu Xiongba truly so carefree, or simply indifferent to his own safety? Nevertheless, recalling that he had not encountered any real danger, and given the thrilling experiences he had gathered along the way, Li Mu felt somewhat reassured. He hurried to keep pace with Chu Xiongba, while the void splitter followed behind him, appearing somewhat dejected. "Teacher, did you deliberately allow the blood fiend to take me?" Li Mu queried. Chu Xiongba nodded silently. Li Mu pressed on. What did the blood fiend mean by the dragon tomb? Was he being pursued by the Empire's inspectors? What are inspectors, and why are they after him? Neither are they virtuous. Best to stay out of it, Chu Xiongba responded coolly. Is this how the Empire's upper echelons treat civilians? Li Mu's brow furrowed. For the most part, Chu Xiongba replied. Li Mu was inundated with questions. Yet Chu Xiongba clearly showed no intention of providing thorough explanations. Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Mu was suddenly interrupted by Chu Xiongba's voice. "You may visit the dragon tomb, but only after reaching the 7th tier. Until then, it's best if you do not leave the Empire. The dangers beyond the borders are far beyond your imagination." But the blood fiend is only a 5th-tier beast. How could it traverse the borders? Li Mu questioned, perplexed. Chu Xiongba remained silent, continuing his steady pace. Li Mu switched topics. The blood fiend suggested that leaving the Empire would be for my own good. What does that mean? Is it mere exaggeration? Or is there truly a danger within the Empire? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiongba replied, "Both, but as long as I am here, you will not be in danger." Li Mu smiled faintly, at a loss for words. After a while, he changed the subject. "What about Yumu Yang and the others? Are they all right?" "They are fine, continuing with their tasks," Chu Xiongba assured. "But isn't it dangerous to leave them out there in such circumstances?" Li Mu exclaimed, astonished. "What else would you have me do? I already told you. Until the mission is complete, they cannot return to Chunin City. Did you think I was jesting?" Chu Xiongba shot a cold glance at Li Mu. Moreover, encountering such an event once is already a stroke of luck. Expecting to face it again is foolish. "Is that truly luck? I nearly had a heart attack," Li Mu replied, feeling helpless. "Do you have any idea of the total worth of a 5th-tier Beast Tamer's entire collection? Not to mention that storage rings are priceless. This is indeed luck." Li Mu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the ring on his hand. "Teacher Chu, how do I open it?" "With your soul. Figure it out yourself." Chu Xiongba replied nonchalantly. "All right," Li Mu conceded, casually agreeing as he examined the ring. After a considerable distance, Li Mu felt his legs grow weary and inquired, "Teacher, do you know where we are? Are we really just walking back?" "Not we, but you." You alone. We are over 300 kilometers from Chunan City. Just keep going in this direction, Chu Xiongba said with a mischievous smile. You can rest assured that no beasts above the second tier will appear. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. Regardless of how long it takes, as long as you return to school before the exam. You must complete your task of hunting 100 beasts of 7th tier and above. What? 100? Li Mu exclaimed, utterly bewildered. What else? This is how it is. I must take my leave now. As he spoke, Chu Xiongba summoned the familiar black fiend bear, leaping onto its back as it took off at a rapid pace, leaving Li Mu standing alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 54, The Storage Ring. Confirming that Chu Xiongba had indeed departed, Li Mu's level of incredulity had been redefined once more. Was he truly left to trek back alone? Glancing at the void splitter by his side, he realized he had no choice but to rely on it. At that moment, he noticed that the void splitter seemed to be in an unusual mood. Void splitter, what troubles you? I feel so useless, it lamented. The recent abduction by the blood fiend, along with the intense battle with the blood fiend's beasts, had dealt a significant blow to the void splitter's morale. Li Mu, exasperated, gave a firm squeeze to the void splitter's dragon horn. You're still young. When you grow up, you will surpass them all. But how long will that take? The void splitter gazed up at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. Li Mu had no concrete answer but offered a vague reassurance. Not long at all. As long as you put in a little effort, you'll grow quickly and become even stronger than them. All right, the void splitter exclaimed, its spirits lifted, letting out an excited roar. Li Mu smiled, suddenly recalling that the flower spirit was still tucked away in his pocket. He reached in and, sure enough, found her there. Mu'er, how are you? The flower spirit had remained unusually quiet in his pocket during the tense moments, and Li Mu had nearly forgotten about her. I'm perfectly well. Master, she replied sweetly. That's good. Now that it's safe, you don't need to stay in my pocket anymore. Just as Li Mu finished speaking, a chorus of wolf howls echoed through the air. Void splitter, flower spirit, stay alert. Li Mu commanded, frowning. Name, Blue Wolf. Quality, common. Level, 0 tier, 8th stage. Nearly 10 blue wolves dashed towards them, their bodies bulkier than the coyotes Li Mu had encountered previously, their fur a deep navy blue. Void splitter, attack. Utilize energy strikes this time, and eliminate them quickly. Li Mu ordered sharply. Understood. The void splitter responded eagerly. With a powerful roar, the void splitter lunged forth at incredible speed, initially refraining from using energy. The flower spirit glanced at Li Mu. Master, what about me? You should use ranged attacks to support the void splitter. Don't get too close. Be careful, Li Mu advised, trying to bolster her confidence. Although both the flower spirit and the void splitter were at the 4th tier, the gap in their combat abilities was vast. 100 flower spirits would stand no chance against the void splitter. All right, the flower spirit pouted slightly before soaring into the air. Li Mu felt a headache coming on. This was not a sustainable situation. As time passed, the disparity between the flower spirit and the void splitter would only widen. It seemed imperative to devise a way to enhance the flower spirit's quality soon. Li Mu mentally called out, System, I am here. Do you have no other tasks? Moreover, that task provides me with an opportunity for a mere ordinary quality evolution, which is of little use to me. Under certain conditions, it may trigger side quests that also reward opportunities. As for the ordinary quality evolution opportunity mentioned by the host, it is not as useless as you think. 3 ordinary quality evolutions can be combined to create 1 opportunity for a good quality evolution. What about the excellent quality? Is it also 3 combined? No, it requires 4. For the exceptional quality, 5 are needed. What a ripoff, Li Mu sighed in exasperation. If you find it so bothersome, you need not use it. No one is forcing you. Li Mu helplessly rubbed his nose, wondering if the system's intelligence had reached such heights, exhibiting a rather proud demeanor. As he concluded his conversation with the system, Li Mu glanced up to find that his Pokemon, Rayquaza, had nearly finished the battle. Almost 10 corpses of the blue wolves lay scattered on the ground, several of them featuring gaping wounds the size of a bowl, nearly piercing through their entire bodies. Master, how did I perform? Rayquaza appeared eager for praise. Quite well, splendid indeed. Li Mu smiled as he approached the blue wolf carcasses. They should be worth something. But how to transport them? Li Mu looked at the ring in his hand and began to try again, calming his mind and using his soul to perceive it. As his soul power made contact with the gem, a wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by the sight of a peculiar space. This was a realm visible only through the soul. Within this space, a myriad of items occupied nearly half of it, various materials and valuable parts from exotic beasts. Li Mu made a rough estimate, noting the space was about 10 meters in length, width, and height, suggesting it could hold around 1,000 cubic meters. Li Mu did not linger on the items within the ring for long. The bloody scent of the blue wolves might attract other exotic beasts, rendering the area unsafe. He stored several of the blue wolf corpses within the ring and departed with Rayquaza and the flower sprite. Noticing that the sun had set and darkness was approaching, Limu frowned, realizing he needed to find a safe place to rest for the night. After wandering for quite some time without finding a suitable location, he reluctantly stopped in a small grove. This will have to do. It's better than nothing. The risk of moving around in the dark is too great. Limu sat down on a fallen dead tree and instructed, Rayquaza, go gather some wood. Flower sprite, keep watch around us and alert us at the slightest noise. Understood. The flower sprite obediently replied. Rayquaza hesitated. Master, how should I carry it? Limu replied, slightly irritated. Use your tail to wrap it, hold it with your claws, or even carry it in your mouth. Just collect it from around here, and don't stray too far. All right. After ensuring Flower Sprite and Rayquaza were occupied, Limu turned his attention inward to the ring's space. Having glanced around earlier, he discovered many valuable items. The ring indeed promised a significant surprise. Clothes. Perhaps I could use them for firewood? Limu eyed a pile of clearly blood-stained garments, still unwashed. After a moment's consideration, he decided against it. Although Blood Demon had captured him, he had not suffered greatly, and in fact, had gained a considerable advantage. To burn those clothes seemed somewhat ungracious. He would keep them, perhaps to return them if he ever encountered Blood Demon again. Deep down, Limu knew he might never see Blood Demon again in this lifetime. Following the clothes were various daily necessities, food and water, as well as a tent and flint. This storage ring truly was an essential artifact for travel, having it made everything much more convenient. Limu paused his exploration to retrieve the flint, realizing it was getting rather cold outside at night. It was best to start a fire. Rayquaza returned with a substantial amount of wood, piling it into a small mountain before continuing to bring more. That's enough. You can stop now, Limu called out to Rayquaza. This creature was quite obedient, diligently fulfilling every task given. Limu patted Rayquaza's head, praising it for its efforts. With the flint, starting a fire was simple. Soon a campfire blazed before him, providing warmth. Limu once again focused his mind into the ring's space. Chapter 55, Striking It Rich. Aside from miscellaneous items, the space was filled with all manner of materials, beast furs, teeth, claws, and various horns. In addition to these, there were numerous precious resources. Limu recognized very few of these materials. The world was vast, teeming with exotic beasts and materials, far too many to count. A common person could spend a lifetime trying to memorize them all. Name: Tier 3 Excellent Quality Magic Horned Wolf Beast Horn. Value Assessment: 20 million. Purpose: Required for the Night Wolfhound S promotion, necessary for the Prairie Wolf S advancement. Limu was taken aback. What was this sudden system panel? How could the system possess such a function that he was unaware of? He muttered to himself, System, I am here. Can you scan materials as well? If you can scan exotic beasts, why not materials? It's merely a minor function. What about the value? Is that number in Imperial coins? Indeed. The value assessment is based on transaction records from the Imperial local network. My goodness, that's impressive. Limu was left speechless. He ceased communicating with the system and turned his attention to the other materials. Name: Golden Dust Sand. Value Assessment: 24 million per gram. Purpose: Enhances the defensive capabilities of scale-armored beasts required for the Golden Python S promotion. Name: Tier 4 Good Quality Fong of the Terror Tooth Wolfhound. Value Assessment: 20 million. Purpose: Strengthens the fangs of Beast Tamers, required for the Wolfhound Class Beast promotion. Name: Tier 4 Excellent Quality Earth Element Crystal Core. Value Assessment: 500 million. Purpose: Raises the level of Earth-type beasts. There were countless materials in the space, none valued below 1 million. Limu could hardly contain his glee, realizing he had struck it rich, tremendously so. The sheer volume of items rendered him unable to ascertain their exact total value. But he was certain the sum was a staggering figure. Even a common person could not exhaust such wealth over several lifetimes. The value was merely a number. After indulging in his joy for a moment, Limu regained his composure. What truly mattered was that these were materials. After a cursory glance, he discovered he could amass enough materials to directly promote several excellent quality beasts to exceptional quality. Limu continued to delight in examining the materials when suddenly, he spotted an egg in one corner of the space. It was an oval-shaped egg, covered in black scales, standing about 1 meter tall. Upon seeing the egg, Limu's heart raced. Could this possibly be a dragon egg? The egg of the lava dragon? As someone with a slight collecting obsession, Limu had a great fondness for the lava dragon, not only for its formidable strength, but also for its striking appearance. Name: Lava Dragon Egg. The system panel this time contained only a succinct piece of information. As Limu had suspected, it was indeed the egg of the lava dragon. System: I am here. The information regarding this dragon egg is rather scant. Can we discern any additional details? Is it a viable egg or a lifeless one? If it is to hatch, how long would the process take? The vitality exuded is rather feeble, and successful hatching is not guaranteed. To facilitate the hatching process, it would require removal from the storage space, supplemented with certain materials that could accelerate both the hatching speed and probability. Simultaneously, the system panel reappeared before Limu, this time enumerating the conditions and materials necessary for the hatching. Magma. The higher the temperature, the quicker the hatching progresses. Dragon blood enhances both the speed and likelihood of hatching. The higher the quality, the greater the enhancement. Numerous materials were listed, though not all were essential. The more, the better. In this space, aside from magma, most other materials were readily available, indicating that Blood Demon had likely been preparing for the dragon egg's hatching. Limu inquired about the probability of successfully hatching the dragon egg with the materials available in this space. A substantial number, 3862, materialized before his eyes. Limu hesitated. These materials bore considerable value, and the probability was not high, suggesting he might end up with nothing to show for his efforts. He pressed further, asking if the egg would yield a perfect quality lava dragon upon hatching. The answer was uncertain. Typically, pureblood dragons are born with qualities ranging from exceptional to perfect, and this particular egg, due to its weakened vitality, posed challenges. Perfect, 10. Exceptional, 40. Outstanding, 50. This left Limu in greater doubt. A 1/3 chance of success followed by a 50% chance of achieving outstanding quality. The materials required, if sold, could easily procure a beast of exceptional quality. He then asked if keeping the dragon egg in the storage space would diminish its hatching probability. The response was negative. The storage space essentially halts time, and the egg's feeble vitality stemmed from inherent damage rather than its confinement. Having weighed his options, Limu opted to set the dragon egg aside for the time being. Perhaps, if it came to it, he could feed it to the Sky Splitter. After all, they were both dragons, and though there might be some disparity, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. However, he mused that it would be a shame to simply use it as fodder. There were plenty of other options for the Sky Splitter within this space. Turning his attention back to his surroundings, Limu soon spotted the dragon scale token mentioned by Blood Demon. He chose not to disturb it, leaving it where it was, as retrieving it served no purpose. After surveying the materials, he mentally called out, "System, I am here," came the response. "Please retrieve all the promotion pathways for the Flower Spirit. As you wish. 1. Moon Spirit. Requires 1 moonstone and 1 full moon fruit for promotion. 2. Blood Spirit. Requires 10 grams of blood essence and 1/3 tier blood crystal core for promotion. 3. Wood Spirit. 4. Water Spirit." The promotion pathways for the Flower Spirit were numerous, totaling 18. System, can the materials in this space directly fulfill any of these pathways? Please also list those that are missing 1 or 2 materials. The Blood Spirit pathway was complete, while the Wood Spirit required 1 heart of spirit wood, and the Moon Spirit was lacking 2 materials. Limu frowned slightly, taken aback by the extensive list of materials, only 1 pathway being readily available for direct fulfillment. However, the Blood Spirit pathway was not weak. It could rank among the top 3 of the 18. Yet, Limu felt this pathway was not ideally suited for the Flower Spirit. The Blood Spirit, akin to the Blood Demon, primarily employs blood control as its mode of attack. Conversely, the Flower Spirit's innate talent lies in elemental affinity, which he believed did not harmonize well with the Blood Spirit. Additionally, he had reservations regarding the darker connotations of the Blood Spirit. He preferred the Flower Spirit to retain its innocence. Shaking his head, he returned his thoughts to the external world, deciding to return to Chunin City first. At worst, he could sell some materials and procure the necessary items for the Flower Spirit's other promotion pathways, as there was an abundance of materials within that held little direct value for his 2 beasts. Chapter 56. The legend upgrades rapidly. The Sky Splitter continued to soar above the fire, and Limu had previously inquired if it found the continuous flight tiring. The response was that it was not fatigued. In the air, it felt akin to a fish in water, a near instinctual ability that required no conscious effort to control. It could even float in the air while sleeping. The Flower Spirit, also a flying beast, lacked this ability, as flight for it consumed stamina. "Come here to rest for a moment, Muaer, and you too, Sky Splitter." Limu beckoned. "Master." The Flower Spirit obediently settled upon Limu's shoulder, while the Sky Splitter leaned its face closer to him. Limu, with a hint of exasperation, gently pushed the Sky Splitter's head aside, only to be taken aback. The Sky Splitter had already reached the 5th tier, and he had not even realized it. He scanned the Flower Spirit, which remained at the 4th tier. Was this the rapid growth rate of a legend? Not long ago, the Sky Splitter had been of a lower tier than the Flower Spirit, yet it had now surpassed her in such a brief span. Limu retrieved a 2nd-tier crystal core from his storage space and offered it to the Sky Splitter. It devoured it eagerly. The crystal core, akin to inner elixirs found in novels, was produced by beasts of at least the 1st tier. Until now, Li Mu had not encountered such an item. Despite being unfamiliar with it, the Sky Splitter trusted him wholeheartedly and swallowed the core in one gulp. After a few minutes, noticing no apparent changes in the Sky Splitter, Li Mu frowned slightly. Just then, the Sky Splitter leaned closer. Master, do you have more? I feel that this item is greatly beneficial to me. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Perhaps a bloated sensation? Li Mu inquired with concern. Not at all. My body feels warm, as if waves of energy are integrating into me. The Sky Splitter replied. Li Mu nodded. The crystal core's energy was far more potent than that of the nutrient paste, albeit more volatile. Typically, beasts could only consume cores of their own tier, and at most, barely manage to ingest those of a higher tier. The Sky Splitter, a true legend, demonstrated its resilience by consuming cores 2 tiers above without issue. Master, may I have another, please? I desire more, the Sky Splitter implored, nudging closer. Li Mu hesitated but ultimately retrieved another second-tier core and handed it to the Sky Splitter, which joyously swallowed it. Thank you, Master. The flower spirit observed this exchange with curiosity. Li Mu affectionately stroked her head. I'm sorry, Mu'er, but you cannot consume these yet. Your body cannot withstand it. The flower spirit nodded obediently. It's all right, Master. I am not greedy. Li Mu tenderly ruffled her hair. Though there were numerous cores within the ring, spanning various attributes, most were of the 3rd or 4th tier, with the lowest being 2nd tier. Li Mu would not dare to offer 2nd-tier cores to the flower spirit. She was not on par with the Sky Splitter. There had been instances of beasts meeting their end from consuming cores of too high a tier. However, while he could not feed her cores, the abundance of items within the space was undeniable, a veritable assortment of everything. Li Mu retrieved a small fruit resembling a grape and offered it to the flower spirit. You can eat this. Thank you, Master. The flower sprite beamed sweetly. Although the fruit was diminutive, it was substantial enough for her to embrace. Li Mu chuckled softly and tossed a piece of flesh, evidently from a high-tier beast, to the Sky Ripper before he himself began to consume some provisions. He merely needed to satiate his hunger, as he did not expect to indulge in gourmet fare while in the wilderness. Once he had filled his belly, a sense of ennui washed over him. Despite the shroud of night having descended, the hour was still early, and he had no intention of retiring to slumber just yet, lacking any form of entertainment. Thus, Li Mu retrieved the carcass of a blue wolf that the Sky Ripper had slain earlier that day and, from his spatial ring, produced a notably sharper dagger. He commenced the arduous process of skinning. Although the ring possessed ample space, as noted by Chu Xiongba, the task was to hunt 100 beasts. Should he indeed succeed in this endeavor, it was likely that the space would prove inadequate to accommodate entire carcasses, necessitating the retention of only the most valuable parts. Despite his inexperience in skinning, Li Mu was resolute that practice would yield proficiency. After expending over an hour, he finally managed to peel off the tattered hide of the first blue wolf. Though it was far from whole, having been reduced to several fragments, he felt a sense of accomplishment nonetheless. After a brief respite, he employed his tools to pry out the canine teeth and stowed the mangled hide along with the bloodied remains back into his spatial ring. While the corpse had lost much of its value, it was unwise to leave it behind, especially since they intended to spend the night there. The scent of blood could easily attract wild beasts. Li Mu proceeded to skin another blue wolf. Although it too was in tatters, he felt he had made considerable progress. He refrained from retrieving a 3rd wolf carcass, feeling fatigued, and cautioned the Sky Ripper and the flower sprite to remain vigilant. He then unfurled his sleeping bag and nestled beside the fire. The night passed in silence, though not entirely devoid of sound. Distant howls of beasts occasionally echoed, and a few creatures did approach the campfire, all of which were swiftly repelled by the Sky Ripper. Had Li Mu not roused the Sky Ripper, urging it not to pursue, they might have accrued additional trophies. However, it was too perilous to allow the Sky Ripper to venture far into the night for the sake of a few beasts. As dawn's first light graced the earth, Li Mu awoke, his eyes fluttering open. The fire nearby still flickered warmly, indicative of the Sky Ripper's diligent efforts to stoke the flames. After folding his sleeping bag and using his toiletries from the spatial ring for a hasty wash, he felt invigorated. He could not help but sincerely express his gratitude to Bloodming for the convenience afforded by the spatial ring. Li Mu inquired of the Sky Ripper and the flower sprite. Are you both feeling drowsy? Not at all. I feel splendid. Master, I yearn for a battle. I am so eager to fight. The Sky Ripper erupted with enthusiasm, bounding about in front of Li Mu. Li Mu summoned the system panel and confirmed that, indeed, the energy from the 2 cores had propelled the Sky Ripper to the 6th tier. It appeared that there was still plenty of energy yet to be fully absorbed, which explained the creature's exuberance. The flower sprite perched upon Li Mu's shoulder chimed in. Master, I am also not tired. Li Mu nodded. Then let us set forth. He, accompanied by the flower sprite and the Sky Ripper, ventured onward in the direction indicated by Chu Xiongba. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and Li Mu considered himself a hunter of sorts. It wasn't too long before Li Mu encountered his first beast, a gigantic beetle, nearly the size of a domestic pig. Its designation was the giant horned beetle. Quality, good. Level, 0 tier, 9th segment. Though its quality was commendable and it stood at the pinnacle of the 0 tier, it was hardly a challenge. Sky Ripper, go? Li Mu commanded. With an eager roar, the Sky Ripper surged forward, and before it even got close, a beam of destructive energy as thick as a bowl pierced through the giant horned beetle's body. Li Mu, taken aback, stowed the beetle's remains. Feeling that the encounter had been almost too effortless, the Sky Ripper, evidently unsatisfied, continued onward. 3 days later, at the edge of a nearly 100-meter-high cliff, Li Mu halted, realizing he had reached an impasse. He had been traveling in a straight line, but in the wild, such a course was rarely feasible. It seemed he would need to take a detour. This was not the first time Li Mu had needed to navigate around obstacles, but each deviation required significant effort to reorient himself. He began to understand why Chu Xiongba had advised him merely to return to Chunin City before the examination. While the straight-line distance was over 300 kilometers, traversing it on foot would likely require at least double that distance. Additionally, various delays plagued his journey. Though he was uncertain how far he had traveled over the past 3 days, he suspected it was not even a tenth of the way. During these 3 days, he had encountered numerous beasts, successfully hunting at least several dozen, with the valuable parts stored within his spatial ring. His skinning skills had significantly improved, achieving a roughly 50% success rate in removing a passably intact hide. The Sky Ripper, fueled by the energy from 2 cores, had reached the 7th tier, while the Flower Sprite had finally attained the 5th tier. The Sky Ripper had also grown in size, nearing 2 meters in length, with its fangs and claws sharpened considerably. Let us take a break, Li Mu suggested, settling at the cliff's edge and pulling out some provisions to eat. The Flower Sprite settled obediently on his shoulder, while the Sky Ripper continued to dart energetically above him. The past few days had been exhausting. Li Mu's legs had begun to ache on the first day, worsening the next, and only slightly improving by today. Sleep had been elusive, as finding a peaceful slumber in the wild was nearly impossible. After these few days, Li Mu's mental state was far from optimal. In stark contrast to Li Mu's weariness, the Sky Ripper appeared exuberantly energetic, even taking on a somewhat combative demeanor. Each time they encountered a beast, it would eagerly charge forth. On one occasion, they came across a first-tier, 8th segment tiger-striped wilderness wolf. The Sky Ripper exhibited no fear, but Li Mu, prioritizing caution, chose not to allow it to engage and instead opted to circumvent the confrontation. This decision left the Sky Ripper in a sulky mood for the better part of the day. After eating, Li Mu lingered a moment longer before rising. But as he sat, drowsiness began to overtake him. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. Li Mu jolted back to alertness and stood up. The howling of wolves accompanied the explosion. Was a battle unfolding nearby? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to investigate the commotion, seeking any potential spoils. The explosion had not been overly dramatic, and since Chu Xiongba had assured him that no beasts above the 2nd tier would appear, he felt confident in his decision. Sky Ripper, Flower Sprite, let us go. The sound had originated from just below the cliff, which coincidentally Li Mu also needed to descend. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a less steep area and carefully made his way down. Following the noise, he soon found his target within a small valley. Li Mu crouched atop a hillock adjacent to the valley, concealing his presence. At the valley's entrance, 2 groups of beasts were locked in combat. One comprised of over a dozen massive lizards, each draped in crimson exoskeletons and measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, including their tails. Title, Earthfire Lizard Quality, Good Level, 1st Stage, 5th Tier. A multitude of Earthfire lizards, all surpassing 1st Stage, 3rd Tier, with the highest among them even reaching 1st Stage, 9th Tier, clearly represent the original inhabitants of this valley, stationed at its entrance to thwart any intruders. In stark contrast, the opposing force comprises a vast horde of nearly 100 creatures, wolves, each comparable in size to a typical lion or tiger, though significantly inferior in level. Name, Crimson Wolf Quality, Ordinary Level, 0 Stage, 9th Tier. Name, Vermilion Wolf Quality, Good Level, 1st Stage, 2nd Tier. The pack is predominantly made up of crimson wolves, most of which hover around the lower end of the 1st Stage, accompanied by over 10 vermilion wolves, each at 1st Stage, 2nd or 3rd Tier. While they appear to be 2 distinct species, it is evident that the vermilion wolves have evolved from the crimson wolves. In the wild, creatures can indeed enhance their quality through various means, such as consuming rare treasures or residing in unique environments. Among the pack, the Wolf King, Li Mu, observes the unfolding battle from the rear, exuding an air of confident supremacy, seemingly unconcerned about engaging in the fray. Li Mu recognizes the Wolf King at a glance due to its unique nature. It is neither a crimson wolf nor a vermilion wolf, but rather a different breed altogether. Name: Fiery Flame Wolf. Quality: excellent level. First stage, 9th tier. This singular Fiery Flame Wolf is substantially larger than its crimson and vermilion counterparts, approaching the size of a water buffalo. Its coat is particularly striking, radiating a fiery orange hue reminiscent of a blazing sunset, flowing gracefully with the gentle breeze as if it were flames in motion. Upon first laying eyes on this Wolf King, Li Mu feels a surge of astonishment. This is the first creature of excellent quality he has encountered in the wild. Furthermore, its striking appearance makes him wish he could tame it as his own companion. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, recognizing that wild beasts are notoriously difficult to subdue, especially the ruler of such a pack. As a king, regardless of the number of subordinates, a leader inherently possesses a certain dignity, making it improbable for them to be tamed even in death. Li Mu furrows his brow, scrutinizing the battle at the valley's entrance, perplexed by the reason behind the conflict between these two factions. Creatures of the wild are not foolish. It is uncommon for them to seek out adversaries of comparable strength, as sustaining injuries in the wild could render them prey for other beasts. The power disparity between these two groups is not substantial. Indeed, the wolf pack may possess a slight advantage. However, the earth-fire lizards exhibit formidable defensive capabilities, and being on the defensive, they have thus far managed to maintain their ground against the wolves, which have already left behind nearly 10 corpses. Conversely, aside from one severely injured body, the remaining earth-fire lizards have sustained only minor injuries. Yet, despite this, the wolf pack shows no signs of retreat. The Wolf King continues to assess the battlefield, indifferent to the losses among its ranks. If this continues, the wolves may very well emerge victorious, as they are gradually depleting the stamina of the earth-fire lizards under the command of their king. Conversely, after much contemplation, Li Mu fails to identify any leader among the earth-fire lizards. The one at first stage, 9th tier, is merely higher in level. After considerable reflection, he ultimately decides to withdraw discreetly. The conflict between these two groups of beasts is of little relevance to him. As for any thoughts of seizing an opportunity, that seems unrealistic, given that these are two distinct beast factions rather than solitary individuals. However, just as Li Mu prepares to rise and depart, he abruptly halts, resuming his position on the ground. "Do not leave," comes the voice of the system. Chapter 58. Earthfire Melting Lotus. What is it? Li Mu inquires, somewhat perplexed. As the system has never before initiated contact, there is something within the valley that would be of use to you. What is it? The system remains silent, and a panel appears before him. Name: Earthfire Melting Lotus. Purpose: to refine the physical body of tamed beasts, enhancing the purity of the flames they control. Beasts lacking a fire attribute may have a chance of acquiring one. At last, Li Mu comprehends the reason behind the conflict between the two factions. They are battling over this precious resource. He also grasps the system's implication. Are you suggesting that this lotus can enable the flower spirit to master the fire attribute? What is the probability? Typically, the chance for a tamed beast to acquire a completely new attribute is less than 1 in 10, but for the flower spirit, due to her innate talent, it stands at an astounding 99%. This probability is nearly tantamount to certainty, barring any exceptionally unfortunate circumstances. After some contemplation, Li Mu realizes that the flower spirit currently possesses only the wood attribute, which leans towards healing and control, thus rendering her offensive capabilities quite lacking. Should she acquire the fire attribute, her offensive prowess would surely ascend to a new echelon. Furthermore, Li Mu considers the elemental interactions, wood nurtures fire, which likely contributes to the flower spirit's nearly guaranteed mastery of the fire attribute. Resolutely, Li Mu makes a clandestine decision. Let us proceed. After all, what is a little risk? The relationship between risk and reward is invariably proportional. If the flower spirit masters the fire attribute and subsequently advances to an excellent quality, her strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. The battle at the valley's entrance rages on, with the wolf pack leaving behind several more corpses. An earth-fire lizard has also sustained severe injuries. This wounded lizard was struck by the Wolf King, though it is more accurate to say it was not a physical attack. The Wolf King, despite remaining at the rear of the pack, launched an energy attack that traversed nearly 100 meters in an instant. A fireball landed on the back of the unfortunate earth-fire lizard, severely injuring it in the explosion. The wolf pack is executing a well-coordinated assault, dividing into groups to systematically attack the earth-fire lizards. While the wolves can rotate and rest, the earth-fire lizards cannot afford such a luxury. If this continues, without additional means, the wolves' victory seems inevitable. Li Mu furrows his brow. The current situation does not bode well for him. The most favorable outcome would be for both sides to suffer substantial losses, leaving only a few beasts alive. However, judging by the current circumstances. It appears that while the ordinary Crimson Wolves may suffer significant casualties, the true elite forces will likely remain largely intact. Sky Rift, Li Mu calls out through his soul. What is it, Master? Sky Rift, also lying on the ground, though uncomfortable, obediently complies with Li Mu's command. Li Mu inquires, what is the power of your paint the dragon's eye technique? Huh. Sky Rift is momentarily taken aback. Li Mu frowns slightly, given the Wolf King's quality and level. The likelihood of Sky Rift prevailing in normal circumstances is quite low. The only glimmer of hope rests in Sky Rift's ultimate move. Yet Li Mu is uncertain of its potency, and it seems Sky Rift is equally in the dark. Previously, Sky Rift had never employed Paint the Dragon's Eye, and Li Mu does not even know if Sky Rift can execute it. Regrettably, it seems he underestimated the importance of familiarizing Sky Rift with all its abilities ahead of time. However, this was due to Li Mu's tendency to avoid stronger beasts. While weaker ones did not provide an opportunity to utilize Paint the Dragon's Eye, Li Mu again queries, do you know how to use Paint the Dragon's Eye? It is your most powerful attack. I think so. I can feel something, Sky Rift replies timidly. Li Mu was at a loss for words. However, recalling the initial successful energy attack by the Sky Splitter, he believed there should be no significant issues. He continued to observe the battle intently, knowing that the moment was not yet ripe, and he must await the opportune chance. At that instant, the Wolf King, situated at the rear of the wolf pack, cast a disdainful glance in Li Mu's direction. With just a fleeting glance, the Wolf King turned its head away, as if Li Mu were unworthy of a second look. Li Mu understood that the Wolf King had likely detected his presence. Although it did not gaze directly at his location, its eyes spoke volumes. After all, a wolf's sense of smell far surpasses that of a human, and despite Li Mu's adept concealment, he could not mask his scent. Even though he realized he had been discovered, Li Mu remained motionless, as the Wolf King showed no intention of acknowledging him, evidently dismissing Li Mu's presence entirely. The Wolf King turned back, expelling a fireball the size of a basketball from its mouth, followed by a second. And then a barrage of fireballs rained down upon the ground-dwelling fire lizards. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of violent explosions erupted as several fireballs struck a single ground-dwelling fire lizard, leaving its back a mangled mess. After unleashing a series of energy attacks, the Wolf King resumed a half-crouched position, while the wolf pack seized the opportunity to intensify their assault under the Wolf King's fiery dominance. Several severely injured fire lizards were torn to shreds by the fearless red wolves, and as more fire lizards succumbed, their defenses became increasingly porous. Although the wolf pack suffered considerable losses, the Wolf King's leadership ensured their attacks surged like a relentless tide, showing no signs of waning. Meanwhile, the ground-dwelling fire lizards received no reinforcements, seemingly lacking any contingency plan. Li Mu realized that the fire lizards could not hold out much longer in such moments. He reminded himself to remain calm and patient. Half an hour later, more than half of the red wolves had perished, including 4 or 5 of the crimson wolves. While only a single fire lizard remained alive, the strongest of the first-tier, 9th-grade fire lizards, though it was already battered and bruised. Its once formidable and resilient exterior had been rendered tattered by the Wolf King's fireballs. Had it not been for the fact that the fire lizard was also of the fire element, possessing a certain resistance to fire energy, it would not have endured for so long. But now, it was time for the conclusion. A low howl emerged from the Wolf King, prompting the surrounding crimson and red wolves, which had been besieging the last remaining fire lizard, to withdraw. The Wolf King stood tall and began to stride toward the solitary fire lizard. Clearly, it intended to personally conclude the battle in a display of regal authority. Suddenly, the Wolf King accelerated, transforming into a crimson blur racing towards the fire lizard. A fierce glint emanated from the vertical pupils of the fire lizard. Showing no signs of despair despite its dire circumstances, the fire lizard charged forward as well, although gravely wounded. Its injuries were primarily on its back and did not impede its movement. This time, the Wolf King refrained from employing energy attacks, opting instead to settle the conflict through physical prowess. As the fire lizard barreled toward it, the Wolf King executed a deft leap, landing squarely on the injury on the fire lizard's back. The fire lizard endured the excruciating pain and lashed its long tail toward the Wolf King. Sky Splitter. Now was the moment. Suddenly, a dark green figure surged forth from the nearby forest, moving with astonishing speed, aimed directly at the Wolf King. Chapter 59, The Finishing Touch. In midair, the Wolf King, having just leaped, appeared to have no place to gain leverage. Yet, a cunning light flickered in its eyes. The Wolf King turned its head to face the incoming Sky Splitter, unleashing torrents of flames from its mouth. The flames in the air dispersed into numerous flickering embers rather than coalescing into fireballs as before. Although smaller in size, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. It was as if a rain of fire had begun to fall from the heavens, ensnaring Sky Splitter in a fiery net, completely obstructing its path. Sky Splitter reacted swiftly, adjusting its trajectory to avoid colliding with the inferno. However, this brief delay allowed the Wolf King to regain its footing on the ground, maintaining control over the expanding fire net. The net advanced toward Sky Splitter, which, despite its speed, found itself in a precarious situation as the Wolf King continued to unleash flames to reinforce the fiery trap. The fire net swelled larger, and Sky Splitter darted left and right in a desperate attempt to evade, appearing increasingly vulnerable. A look of disdain flickered in the Wolf King's eyes as it bared its teeth. Flames erupted behind Sky Splitter, transforming into another massive fire net that converged on it from both sides. At that pivotal moment, the remaining fire lizard, still fighting for survival, suddenly launched a counterattack against the Wolf King. Its tail, over 2 meters long, whipped forcefully toward the Wolf King's back, igniting with fierce flames as it swung. The Wolf King reacted swiftly, leaping to the side, but was a fraction too slow. The tail grazed past its flank. The Wolf King's defenses were evidently lacking, and it let out a pained howl. As if commanded by instinct, the other red and crimson wolves surged forward, overwhelming the fire lizard in a frenzy. At that instant, the dark green figure had stealthily arrived behind the Wolf King. The Wolf King's control over the fire net weakened significantly during the ambush. Seizing the opportunity, Sky Splitter unleashed a destructive beam that pierced through the fire net, its body following closely behind as it burst free from the flames. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the air. Though small, it was astonishingly brilliant, prompting Limu, observing from the sidelines, to squint slightly. This singular glimmer transformed into a line that traced through the sky. Roar! Sky Splitter arched its body and emitted a soft growl, then vanished, leaving no trace of its presence in the air. The Wolf King, finally realizing what was happening, squinted against the dazzling cold light, sensing an immense threat. Boom! In an instant, flames engulfed the Wolf King, enveloping it in a fiery armor. Without hesitation, the Wolf King turned to flee, calling for its subordinates. Yet, it was far too late. The cold light elongated in the air, traversing the expanse, and Sky Splitter reappeared, this time positioned behind the Wolf King. The finishing touch. Limu nearly shouted with excitement. It appeared that Sky Splitter had just pierced through the Wolf King's body. The speed was blinding, and Limu could only catch a vague glimpse of it. Roar! Sky Splitter let out a triumphant dragon's roar, proudly lifting its body as it floated in midair. Meanwhile, the Wolf King lay sprawled on the ground. A grievous wound that seemed to cleave its body in two marked its midsection. Even in its final moments, the Wolf King's eyes widened in disbelief, devoid of the previous disdain, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of incredulity and fear. The remaining red and crimson wolves had only just sacrificed several of their own to finally subdue the last fire lizard. Now, they gazed at the Wolf King's corpse on the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief, with several red wolves frozen in place, paralyzed by shock. Sky Splitter, just drive them away, Limu commanded through his soul. Roar! The Sky Splitter erupted with a furious roar, soaring above the pack of wolves and unleashing a beam of destructive energy that pierced through the body of a crimson wolf. Only then did the wolf pack react, most of them scattering and fleeing in all directions. Yet a few crimson wolves, seemingly fiercely loyal to their alpha, refused to abandon their post. One such crimson wolf crouched low before suddenly leaping, as if it intended to pounce upon the Sky Splitter. With a mocking grin, the Sky Splitter ascended higher. The wolf, at most, could leap 3 to 4 meters, while the Sky Splitter could effortlessly dart away several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Even given decades, the crimson wolf would never touch the tail of the Sky Splitter. Reluctantly, the leaping crimson wolf landed back on the ground, lowering its body and glaring at the Sky Splitter as though contemplating another attempt. However, the Sky Splitter had no time to indulge the crimson wolf further. Releasing another beam of destructive energy that the wolf could not evade, the energy struck it directly. This time, though, the beam did not completely pierce through the crimson wolf's body, leaving merely a circular wound that was neither deep nor shallow. Limu furrowed his brow, realizing that the energy of the Sky Splitter must be nearly depleted. The recent display of power had certainly taken its toll. Nonetheless, the effect was unexpectedly effective, having instantly felled the Wolf King, a result Limu had not anticipated. Fortunately, although the destructive beam did not slay the crimson wolf, it frightened the remaining few into a hasty retreat. At last, apart from the Sky Splitter, there was not a single living creature left at the mouth of the valley. Limu remained unhurried, waiting for several minutes to ensure there were no hidden dangers before leading the flower spirit onward. Upon sighting Limu, the Sky Splitter immediately rushed over, exuberantly bounding around him. Limu affectionately patted the Sky Splitter's head, exclaiming, "Impressive. You truly live up to your reputation, Sky Splitter. The Sky Splitter grinned foolishly. Master, I am hungry. Let us grab something to fill my belly. Limu produced a second-tier crystal core and tossed it to the Sky Splitter, who eagerly opened its mouth to catch the crystal and swallowed it whole. Let us go? We should explore the valley now. Limu beckoned to the Sky Splitter and the Flower Spirit as they stepped into the valley. Though the numerous corpses outside were of considerable value, the ground fire-melting lotus was of greater importance. They could always return for the corpses later after securing the lotus. Limu cautiously made his way deeper into the valley, which was unlike a typical damp valley, instead being quite arid. The soil beneath was hard and cracked, and there was a conspicuous absence of vegetation. The valley space was less than that of a football field. It felt expansive and devoid of anything particularly noteworthy, except for a cave located on the inner wall of the valley. As Limu approached, he was met with a wave of heat emanating from the cave, and he surmised that the ground fire-melting lotus must be inside. After instructing the Sky Splitter and the Flower Spirit to remain vigilant, Limu retrieved a powerful flashlight and ventured slowly into the cave. It was not pitch dark within. Faint red glimmers dotted the surrounding rock walls, and the temperature increased the further he progressed. Limu was already beginning to sweat, but he was nearing his destination, and soon the view ahead opened up remarkably. Chapter 60, Ground Fire Lizard Egg. An expansive underground chamber stretched out before him, seemingly endless. Yet, Limu found himself halted, as there was no path forward. Before him lay a river of molten lava, bubbling ominously and radiating an intense heat that warped the air above. In the center of this river grew an otherworldly lotus, its orange-red petals and black leaves swaying gently with the turbulence of the lava. Limu turned to the Sky Splitter, instructing it to retrieve the lotus without touching the lava, cautioning that even it might struggle against such heat. Understood, the Sky Splitter replied, launching itself into the air. It appeared to possess a commendable resistance to flames, having passed through the Wolf King's fiery net without sustaining injury. This gave Limu the confidence to allow the Sky Splitter to collect the ground fire-melting lotus. The Flower Spirit, however, was far less resilient. Her physical strength was considerably lower, perhaps even less than that of a human. While Limu merely felt hot, sweating profusely, it was still bearable. In contrast, the Flower Spirit curled up on Limu's shoulder, her expression reflecting discomfort. Limu felt a twinge of sympathy and gently cradled the Flower Spirit in his hands, shielding her from the heat. Moor, how are you feeling? The Flower Spirit looked up, mustering a faint smile. I'm fine, Master. Good, Limu said, gently ruffling her head. You'll feel better soon. The Flower Spirit nodded obediently. Master, I got it. The Sky Splitter returned, clutching the lotus flower in its mouth, exclaiming, it's so hot. Upon reaching the bank, the Sky Splitter quickly opened its mouth, depositing the lotus onto the ground. Wisely, Limu refrained from picking it up with his hands and instead inquired of the system, seeking guidance on its usage. Simply consume the lotus seed. The actual temperature of the ground fire-melting lotus is not excessively high. The Sky Splitter perceives it as hot only due to its recent harvest. As the root retains heat, it is advisable to consume it promptly. The effectiveness of the lotus will diminish the longer it is removed from the lava. Upon hearing this, Limu hurriedly reached for the lotus flower, but as soon as his fingers brushed against it, he quickly withdrew his hand. Damn, you call this not too hot? You're just scaring yourself. The system responded with an air of indifference. Resigned, Limu picked up the ground fire-melting lotus once more. It was indeed quite warm. At least 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, yet still tolerable. He had no time to scrutinize it further, pulling apart the petals to reveal a small central platform, upon which rested a singular, peculiar lotus seed. Limu picked up the seed, which was the size of a broad bean and a semi-transparent orange-red, resembling a gemstone rather than a typical lotus seed. He handed the seed to the Flower Spirit, saying, Mooer, eat this and use your abilities to digest it. All right, Master. The Flower Spirit replied weakly, taking the seed. Due to its size, she could not swallow it whole and would need to gradually digest its energy, allowing it to shrink before consumption. A gentle green light enveloped the lotus seed, and upon contact, it reacted violently, releasing a dazzling orange-red glow that intertwined beautifully with the Flower Spirit's green light. The Flower Spirit's expression gradually regained its calm, yet her focus was fully absorbed in the process. Noticing that the Flower Spirit was well, Limu shifted his gaze away from her. Master, come quickly and take a look. The Sky Splitter, seemingly excited, had discovered something at the edge of the lava river. Limu cautiously approached the riverbank, directing his flashlight towards where the Sky Splitter was, and was taken aback. Near the lava river, just a few meters away, lay a pale red egg partially buried in the ground. There was not just one, several others were nearby, all protruding partially from the earth. Name, Ground Fire Lizard Egg. Quality, good. Limu realized he was about to strike it rich, Ground fire lizard eggs were worth a considerable sum when sold. He approached the riverbank, carefully retrieving tools from his spatial inventory to begin excavating. The soil surrounding the ground fire lizard eggs was loose and easy to dig. The eggs were the size of ostrich eggs, with a warm, pale red shell. Limu carefully stored the excavated fire lizard eggs into his storage space. After unearthing the 72nd egg, the area had transformed into a considerable pit. However, there were still eggs within, and as Limu picked up one particularly intriguing specimen, he was taken aback. Although this egg was similar in size, its exterior boasted a deeper hue and a rougher shell. This was not a fire lizard egg. Name: Magma lizard egg. Quality: excellent indeed. This was an egg of superior quality. Limu pondered whether this was originally laid by a magma lizard or if it had evolved directly from the form of a fire lizard egg. However, he deemed the latter scenario somewhat implausible. If it were indeed an egg of a magma lizard, why had it not appeared until all the fire lizards had perished, and he himself had arrived in this locale? Suddenly, a possibility struck him. An excellent quality beast, upon maturity, would be of at least second tier or higher. Therefore, it was highly probable that the magma lizard was a being of second tier or above. Yet, Chu Xiongba had asserted that no second tier or higher beasts would ever appear. Could it be that Chu Xiongba had hunted down all second tier beasts along his path? This could also elucidate why the wolf pack had chosen this moment to assault the valley. Had a magma lizard been present, the wolves would dare not covet the valley. The more Limu contemplated, the more convinced he became of this theory. Apart from silently admiring the brilliance of the situation, he found himself at a loss for words. After nearly an hour of diligent work, his back ached and his body was tired, but he finally managed to collect all the eggs. After checking multiple times to ensure nothing was overlooked, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He resolved to find a capable beast to assist with such tasks in the future, as a beast tamer. It was quite absurd that he had to dig for eggs himself. However, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to do it himself, as his partner. The Latios was hardly suited for such labor with its small, stubby claws. He certainly could not have it use its head to burrow. He feared it might damage the eggs. These eggs were immensely valuable, and the mere thought of it seemed to dissipate his fatigue. In total, he had unearthed 80 fire lizard eggs and 11 magma lizard eggs. While beast eggs may not be as valuable as young beasts, they were still worth a significant amount. Quality young beasts were typically valued between hundreds of thousands to millions. The fire lizard was among the few with elemental energy at merely good quality, ranking it among the highest tiers of good quality beasts. If they were eggs, each could fetch at least 1 million or 2, totaling around 100 million for the 80. As for the 11 magma lizard eggs, he estimated they could amount to 2 or 300 million, bringing the total to 400 million. As he calculated, a silly grin spread across his face. He had struck it rich. Moreover, this thrill surpassed even the excitement he had felt upon discovering the treasures within the ring. The ring had come too easily, leaving him with an unreal sensation. Whereas this bounty was entirely the result of his own efforts, the feeling was entirely different. Chapter 61. Preparing to hatch the eggs, the flower spirit remained with its eyes closed, the orange-red and emerald-green lights flickering before it. Yet the lotus seed had vanished. It had taken quite some time, and Limu recalled that Latios' evolution had only taken a little over an hour. He could not help but inquire, "System, how much longer will this take?" Soon. After contemplating, Limu cautiously placed the flower spirit into his pocket and, accompanied by Latios, exited the cave, arriving at the valley entrance. The numerous corpses of exotic beasts lay scattered about, which Limu could not afford to neglect. Furthermore, the first-tier beasts had already yielded crystal cores, all of which were of the fire attribute. Once the flower spirit mastered the fire attribute, it could utilize them directly. Upon reaching the valley entrance, he spotted several dog-like beasts feasting upon the corpses on the ground. How dare they seize his spoils? Limu raised an eyebrow, commanding Latios to chase them away. Understood, Latios exclaimed with enthusiasm, soaring into action and unleashing a beam of destructive light. One of the wild dogs was instantly pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while the remaining creatures scattered in terror. A smirk crept onto Limu's lips. It seemed Latios' recovery speed had improved significantly, as its destructive beam now matched its peak power. He instructed Latios to remain vigilant while he collected the corpses of the wolf pack and the fire lizards, laboring for nearly half an hour. Finally, he had gathered every last body, ensuring that even the wild dog's carcass would not go to waste. With such a multitude of corpses, he was grateful for the ample space within the ring. However, he realized that the ring was nearing its capacity. He would need to find an opportunity to remove the useful parts from these corpses and discard the flesh, thus saving considerable space. At that moment, Limu felt some movement in his pocket and quickly retrieved the flower spirit. The radiant glow before it had faded, and it reopened its eyes. Overall, it appeared unchanged, though a few streaks of crimson glimmered within its large green eyes. Name, Flower Spirit Quality, Excellent Level, 0 Tier, Stage 6 Talent, Elemental Affinity Attributes, Wood. Fire. It was a success, and its level had even increased. Limu couldn't help but smile. Muir, how do you feel? Master, I feel fantastic. The flower spirit replied excitedly, soaring into the air and performing a few joyful loops before landing on Limu's shoulder. Shall we test your newly acquired attributes? He inquired with a grin. Absolutely. The flower spirit nodded eagerly, embracing its arms across its chest. Soon, a flicker of light began to emanate. Although it initially manifested as the green glow of the wood attribute, Limu furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from commenting. Before long, red hues intermingled within the green light, and the crimson aura grew larger and more numerous, while the green began to diminish. Limu was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the flower spirit was utilizing its wood attribute to bolster its fire attribute, thereby enhancing its fiery prowess. As the red glow enveloped the flower spirit, it transformed into a basketball-sized fireball that shot forth, striking a nearby tree. The fireball ignited the entire tree in flames. And suddenly, the flames erupted in an explosion. Boom. Limu squinted as the site where the tree once stood was now nothing but a patch of black ash. The remnants of the explosion leaving no trace of branches behind. Master, what do you think? The flower spirit gazed up proudly, eagerly awaiting his praise. Impressive, very impressive. Limu nodded with a smile. Muir, how's your energy consumption? How many times can you use such an attack? The flower spirit replied cautiously. With this, I can barely manage to use it twice. That's still quite remarkable. Limu chuckled, acknowledging its prowess, especially since the flower spirit's ability was an area attack. Suddenly, the flower spirit asked, Master, are we leaving? Limu nodded, then recalled the magma river within the cave and inquired of the system. System, what are the chances of hatching a dragon egg here? How long would it take? 6341. Such a high probability? Limu was taken aback. Can mere magma really elevate the odds so significantly? This is a branch of the fire-earth vein, with a high purity level. Otherwise, the fire-earth melting lotus could not thrive here. Furthermore, the petals of the fire-earth melting lotus you discarded earlier, along with those eggs, also contribute to the probability of hatching the dragon egg. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Limu exclaimed, calling for Latios and the flower spirit as they hurried back into the cave. You have not inquired. And according to the 321st article of the system's regulations, it is indeed a breach of protocol for me to inform you of the presence of the Ember Lotus. The system ought not to interfere excessively with the host's decisions. Limu paid no further heed to the system and hurried back to the cavern, illuminating the ground with his flashlight, ultimately locating the petals of the Ember Lotus that he had previously discarded. Picking up the petals, which were already somewhat withered, he could not help but ask, how should this be utilized? Will the withering affect it? Not significantly. Are you certain you wish to incubate the dragon egg? If so, this system will devise the most rational plan for you based on the available materials and environment. Absolutely. This time, Limu did not hesitate. A probability of over 60% was worth the gamble. After all, life is about taking risks, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Besides, the dragon egg could not simply be left to gather dust. Minutes passed, and Limu grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, the system's panel illuminated before him, displaying a detailed plan. The detailed procedures have been outlined. Please commence as soon as possible, as the system's calculations may encounter unforeseen changes with the passage of time. Limu gazed curiously at the panel, pondering whether this contraption truly facilitated egg incubation. Nonetheless, recalling the system's prompt, he swiftly set to work. He retrieved an enormous cauldron of unknown purpose from within the spatial realm, its 3 legs and 4 ears evoking an ancient aesthetic, seemingly crafted from bronze, adorned with abstract depictions of mythical beasts. Without lingering too long on its appearance, he followed the system's next instruction and extracted 6 magma lizard eggs. These 6 were the finest specimens, and Limu felt a pang of regret, for their worth amounted to a staggering 1 or 200 million. However, despite the pain of parting with such wealth, he could not afford to delay. He unsheathed a dagger and pierced one of the eggs, cracking it before depositing it into the cauldron. All 6 eggs were soon in the cauldron, and while he felt a deep sense of loss, there was also a peculiar sensation, as though he were cooking. Next came a large barrel filled with dragon blood, exceptionally pure. As soon as he opened it, the dragon blood began to boil spontaneously. Limu hastily poured the dragon blood into the cauldron. According to the system's valuation, this barrel of dragon blood was far more precious than all the magma lizard eggs combined, worth many multiples of their total. The corners of Limu's mouth twitched in distress. He hoped fervently that his efforts would not be in vain. Despite his heartache, he continued his work, adding a variety of exceedingly rare materials: dragon's blood fruit, dragon's essence, and life spring water. These invaluable components were cast into the cauldron like ingredients for a feast. Once all the necessary materials were added, the cauldron reacted violently. The ingredients began to boil and transform into liquid until only half a cauldron of black liquid remained, bubbling as if it were boiling water. Limu hesitated for a moment, then directed his attention toward the cauldron's opening, retrieving the dragon egg from the spatial realm. The egg fell heavily into the cauldron, causing his heart to leap. After a careful inspection, he noted that there were no cracks on the egg, and he released a slow breath of relief. System, how long will this step take? Approximately half an hour. The faster the process, the higher the probability of the dragon egg hatching. Is that so? Limu fixed his gaze intently on the cauldron, where the dragon egg had submerged into the black liquid, with only a faint layer visible above the surface. The liquid continued to boil, and Limu felt a rush of anxiety. This truly was a gamble. The total value of those materials could reach nearly 10 billion imperial coins. And excluding items related to beast taming, the purchasing power of imperial coins remained formidable. In Limu's memory, it was comparable to the purchasing power of the RMB in the early 2000s. Emperor of Heaven, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Almighty God, Sakyamuni Buddha, Zeus, Odin, please grant me success. Limu fervently prayed to all the deities he could think of, uncertain whether the gods of that world had any influence here. At last, the liquid in the cauldron began to exhibit noticeable changes. The boiling intensified, and the liquid visibly decreased at a remarkable pace. Limu dared not blink as he watched the cauldron. Eventually, he lost track of time, but the liquid was nearly depleted. System, what is the status? How long has it been? Please remain calm, host. The dragon egg is in excellent condition. It has been 19 minutes. Limu nodded, his gaze unwavering on the dragon egg, akin to a desperate gambler wagering his entire fortune, awaiting the final outcome. Finally, the liquid was entirely absorbed, leaving the cauldron dry. A stark contrast to the half-full state it had been in moments ago. Total time, 23 minutes and 8 seconds. The current probability of successful hatching stands at 73%. The system's notification prompted an involuntary smile from Limu. The probability had increased, and everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Now came the final step, the actual hatching. Limu attempted to lift the dragon egg from the cauldron, but despite his efforts, it would not budge. This thing was incredibly heavy, at least several hundred pounds. Liakong, come help, Limu called. What's wrong, master? Liakong approached, having been curious several times prior, but dismissed by Limu for fear of interference. Can you help me extract this dragon egg? Limu asked, uncertain if it was feasible. I'll give it a try, Liakong responded readily. Circling the dragon egg a few times to assess it, Liakong then landed in the cauldron, wrapping its body around the smaller end of the egg, securing it with its claws, and took off into the air. Limu was taken aback. It could be done this way? Moreover, this position allowed for flight. Liakong's body pressed against the dragon egg, leaving no room for movement, and it ascended straight up. This is utterly absurd, Limu thought, speechless. Was it the legendary that was absurd, or was this world just inherently bizarre? Newton's coffin lid could hardly contain it. Master, what should we do next? Liakong's voice snapped Limu back to reality. Just toss it into the magma river, Limu indicated. The deeper, the better. Liakong hesitated. Having witnessed Limu's earlier protectiveness over the dragon egg, would the master really not harm it if it fell in? Just do as I say, it's fine. Even if it breaks, I won't hold you responsible. Though Limu felt anxious, he had no choice. This was the system's directive. All right, Liakong nodded timidly. Flying over the magma river. After a moment's hesitation, it flew a little deeper, then released its grip. With a loud thud, the dragon egg plummeted into the magma river, sending molten rock splashing everywhere. Fortunately, Limu and the flower spirit had kept their distance as Liakong ascended rapidly. Watching the dragon egg disappear into the magma river, Limu's heart raced anew. Was this truly going to be all right? This was magma, with temperatures soaring above 1,000 degrees. Steel would not last long in such heat. System, is everything really all right? You have asked this question 8 times now. If you continue to pose such foolish inquiries, I shall activate the mute mode. There's a mute mode? The system seemed disinterested in further interaction. Limu shifted his question. How long will this process take? Uncertain. The estimated time ranges from 3 days to a month. My heavens, that is quite the variance. Limu sighed in exasperation, bracing himself for a lengthy wait. It has not been long. The hatching of pure-blood dragon eggs is measured in years, and this particular egg has been resting for quite some time. Very well. Limu nodded helplessly, ceasing his communication with the system and gazing at the river of magma. The dragon egg must have sunk, leaving no trace behind. After a prolonged observation, he finally shifted his gaze to the flower sprite perched on his shoulder. Ever since the flower sprite acquired the fire attribute, she felt completely at ease in this place. Moore, how do you feel? The flower sprite smiled sweetly. I feel wonderful, very comfortable. My body is pleasantly warm, and it seems my energy absorption rate has increased. Limu nodded. It was fortunate that they would remain here for a while, and the flower sprite's accelerated growth was indeed welcome news. Master, I am hungry, the Latios said, gazing at him with eager eyes. Limu tossed a second-tier crystal core to Latios to tide him over until they could have meat. Good. Latios swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Limu glanced at the flower sprite, retrieved the corpse of a first-tier red wolf from his spatial storage, and began to skin it and disassemble its parts. After all, waiting idly was not productive. He might as well find something to occupy his time. After more than half an hour, he had collected all the valuable parts from the carcass, aside from the hide and fangs, and had also obtained a crystal core. Limu handed the first-tier fire attribute crystal core to the flower sprite, saying, digest this energy slowly. It will be beneficial for you. Thank you, master. The flower sprite replied with a sweet smile as she accepted the core. Limu cut off a piece of tenderloin weighing nearly a pound from the red wolf's body, found a branch, and set it up on the bank near the river of magma. The rest of the carcass is yours, if you can't finish it. Toss it into the magma river. Now that we have some money, we can afford to eat half and discard half, he said, patting Latios's head. However, Latios paid him no mind, being completely focused on its meal. Limu chuckled helplessly, took out some seasonings from his spatial storage, and sprinkled them over his piece of meat. Once again, he praised Bloodming for having such a plentiful supply within the ring. Chapter 63, The Hatching. It had already been the 8th day, if he recalled correctly. In the wild, relying solely on memory, Limu could not be entirely certain. Indeed, it is the 8th day, the system confirmed. You mentioned yesterday that the dragon egg would hatch within 3 days, so now it is down to 2 days? Correct. The latest it will hatch is in 47 hours and 32 minutes, or it could happen at any moment. However, I must clarify that this does not guarantee hatching. It may also result in failure. I understand. If it fails, it fails. After all, it is just a lava dragon, merely a potential perfect quality beast, merely a legendary dragon. Limu mused, increasingly daunted by the thought of failure. This was something he could not afford, after waiting so long and investing so many materials. The prospect of failure was unbearable. During these 8 days, Limu had ventured out, washing himself in a nearby stream several times. Although bathing in the wild is perilous, the heat here was unbearable. Sweating profusely day after day made it intolerable for him to forego a wash. He had also hunted several exotic beasts during his outings, and the corpses of the fire lizard and those wolves had been processed in recent days. Having skinned so many animals, Limu's skills had become increasingly refined. The last dozen hides had been expertly removed. Notably, the flower sprite had reached the 7th tier, while Latios's upgrade speed was astonishing, having already attained the 9th tier. It had even lingered at the 9th tier for a few days, poised to break through to the 1st tier at any moment. Only when Latios achieved this breakthrough could Limu truly consider himself a master beast tamer. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he would gain the ability of damage transfer, significantly enhancing his survival prospects in the wild. Of course, both Latios and the flower sprite had grown rapidly due to their consumption of crystal cores, yet their digestion abilities differed greatly. The flower sprite required nearly 2 days to digest a first-tier crystal core, while Latios could consume 2 or 3 second-tier cores in a single day. This disparity contributed to the widening gap in their levels. Limu stared vacantly at the river of magma. Initially, he had been focused and excited, but after watching for so long, his enthusiasm had waned. The flower sprite sat cross-legged on the bank, absorbing energy while utilizing the fire elements of the environment to digest the energy from the crystal core within her. Latios, however, floated in the air above him, sound asleep, and Limu found himself at a loss for words regarding Latios's antics. Sensing the energy fluctuations, the system announced that the dragon egg's hatching was imminent, with an estimated time of 1 hour. The unexpected notification left Limu momentarily stunned. After a while, he regained his composure. Was it truly about to succeed? Signs of cracking were already apparent, making successful hatching inevitable. Simultaneously, a countdown appeared before Limu. 53, 42. A grin spread across his face, unable to suppress his joy. What quality would emerge from the hatching? Presently, it was uncertain, as only the moment of complete cracking would reveal the answer. Perfect, 15. Excellent, 50. Outstanding, 35. The probabilities of each quality had shifted, all seemingly trending in a favorable direction. Limu's smile became increasingly difficult to contain. Yet suddenly, an important question crossed his mind. System, if the egg hatches and the little lava dragon runs down the magma, what then? Even if it doesn't run, will it come ashore on its own? What should I do if it doesn't come up? This is not a concern for this system. It is a matter for you to ponder. The responsibility of this system is to evolve the host's existing beasts, not to assist the host in taming new ones. The provision of the optimal hatching plan for the egg is already a special exception. Strictly speaking, the dragon egg does not currently belong to the host's beasts. If that's the case, then you've made quite a few exceptions. Why not make another? Or perhaps offer a hint. Limu ventured. Lava dragons enjoy ground magma berries. They are available in the spatial storage. After that, the system fell silent. Limu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the system had a somewhat proud disposition, though it still possessed a kind heart, which was rather endearing. Soon, Limu found a small pile of ground magma berries in the ring's storage, appearing to contain dozens of them. Name: ground magma berry. Value assessment: 3 million imperial coins. Usage: increases the developmental speed of fire attribute beasts, strengthens their physical bodies, and possesses a unique flavor favored by certain high-quality exotic beasts living near volcanoes. Limu took one berry into his hand, examining it closely. It was the size of an apple, entirely red, with a seemingly transparent white membrane on its surface. The red portion resembled a jelly-like consistency, akin to the special exterior of magma. Holding the ground magma berry, Limu cast a longing glance at the river of magma and suddenly recalled Latios floating above his head. He gave Latios a light smack on its body. "Wake up. I've told you many times not to hover directly above me." Hee. Latios chuckled awkwardly, shifting slightly to the side. Yet, it wasn't long before Latios drifted back toward Limu, inching closer as if carried by an unseen breeze. Limu was too weary to comment further and chose to ignore Latios. His focus intensely fixed on the river of magma as the system's timer dwindled to merely 10 minutes. Amit Ba, Wuliang Tianzin, Taishang Laojun, Jesus Christ, Jade Emperor, Buddha Tathagata, regardless of which deity was invoked, Limu fervently hoped for success, beseeching that the lava dragon would emerge as a perfect quality beast. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly offer my gratitude to each of you, ensuring it is nothing short of perfection, absolutely, not merely excellence. Perfection indeed. At this moment, Limu appeared somewhat eccentric in his fervent desire. Who among the deities could guarantee that the lava dragon would emerge with flawless quality? Should that be the case, he would instantly become its most devoted follower, lighting incense thrice daily. Alas, the significance of quality cannot be overstated, as evidenced by the growth rates of the flower sprite and the sky splitter. A beast of excellent quality may fetch over 100 million, yet a creature of perfect quality is unattainable, even for the wealthiest. Beneath legend lies perfection. The rarity of such a quality is palpable. Thus far, Limu has only encountered one perfect quality beast, the lava dragon belonging to Blood Demon. That creature is undeniably magnificent. Time slipped away unnoticed as Limu indulged in his fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, the central part of the magma river erupted into a vigorous boil. Although the river had always been bubbling, this instance was distinctly different. The boiling was remarkably exaggerated, with bubbles rising and bursting, magma splattering everywhere, and the temperature within the cavern rapidly escalating. Limu hastily scooped up the flower sprite and retreated several paces. Being splattered by lava was no trivial matter. As for the sky splitter, that crafty creature was far too shrewd to be caught in such a predicament, so Limu felt no concern. After several minutes of tumult, the magma river gradually calmed, and the temperature within the cavern swiftly decreased, soon falling to a level even lower than before. A small black head emerged from the surface of the magma river, and as it broke through, it tilted its head back and emitted a dragon's roar. However, this roar seemed somewhat juvenile. With a resounding cry, the diminutive black head surveyed its surroundings, appearing somewhat bewildered. Yet, upon spotting Limu, it unexpectedly swam towards him. Limu was taken aback. Surely the earth berry in his possession could not possess such extraordinary allure. There had to be another reason. At that moment, the panel belonging to the little creature finally appeared. Name: Lava Dragon. Quality: outstanding. Level: 0 stage, 5th tier. Talent: Heart of Lava. Blasted. What a letdown. Limu could not suppress an exclamation. Superstitious beliefs are indeed unreliable, and they deserve to be eradicated. Outstanding quality. How should one interpret this? There was neither great surprise nor significant dismay. The great weight on Limu's heart finally lifted. At least it was not merely excellent. After all, the most likely outcome was outstanding, which seemed reasonable. However, reasoned or not, Limu still felt a pang of dissatisfaction, but what could be done? The little lava dragon moved swiftly through the magma and soon approached the shore. Once ashore, it stretched its body and shook off the magma clinging to it. Limu was uncertain of the little lava dragon's intentions, but crouched down and extended the earth berry towards it. After shaking off the magma, upon seeing the earth berry, the little creature trotted over unsteadily towards Limu. Unable to contain his smile, Limu found the little creature quite endearing. Though it seemed rather small, only the size of a domestic cat. The lava dragon moved on all fours, its forelimbs robust, with two small protrusions behind its head, and its fleshy wings still pressed against its body. As the little lava dragon reached Li Mu, stopping just a meter or two away, it hesitated momentarily, seemingly in doubt. "Little one, do not fear," Li Mu offered a gentle smile, placing the earth berry in front of him. Perhaps Li Mu's warm demeanor had an effect, for the little lava dragon ceased its hesitation and continued to waddle towards him. Instead of eating the earth berry on the ground, it bumped against Li Mu's leg, then extended its forepaws to embrace his leg, half standing and gazing up at Li Mu. Li Mu was taken aback. Was he truly so captivating to beasts? He hesitated briefly, but ultimately lifted the little lava dragon into his arms. The creature was docile, not struggling, still gazing up at Li Mu. This little one was utterly adorable, devoid of the fierce and menacing traits of an adult lava dragon. Even its scales appeared somewhat soft, akin to a kitten in Li Mu's embrace. "Master, who is this?" The sky splitter's head peeked out from behind Li Mu's shoulder, appearing somewhat disgruntled. Li Mu gently pushed the sky splitter away, saying, "I will explain shortly. For now, go play and do not frighten it." "Humph." The sky splitter flew off. Li Mu sighed, knowing he would have to placate the creature later. He turned his attention back to the little lava dragon. "Little one, do you recognize me?" The lava dragon's affectionate demeanor was unusual. Such behavior was not customary, leaving Li Mu pondering other explanations. The little lava dragon nodded slightly, although puzzled. Li Mu refrained from asking further. The lava dragon would not have answers. He picked up the earth berry from the ground and brought it to the little lava dragon's mouth. The creature glanced at Li Mu, who nodded encouragingly. "Go ahead, little one." After a moment of hesitation, the lava dragon bit into the earth berry, discovering that its interior was not fleshy but liquid. The lava dragon punctured the outer membrane and began to suck the liquid within, causing the berry to gradually deflate. Witnessing this, Li Mu couldn't help but smile. How could one abduct a child without offering sweets? "No, I am not abducting. My apologies, my apologies." Before long, the earth berry lay entirely deflated. Li Mu discarded the shriveled shell, revealing a mischievous grin. "Little one, may I propose a matter for your consideration?" The little lava dragon gazed at Li Mu with curiosity. Li Mu's smile widened. "Shall we forge a contract? Together we can fight side by side, growing stronger together. I will accompany you as you develop, shall we?" The little lava dragon appeared somewhat hesitant. Li Mu, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to extol the virtues of strength and the promise of delectable treats, even mentioning finding dozens of female dragons in the future. After an extensive discourse, the little lava dragon seemed less wary. Without hesitation, Li Mu drew forth a dagger, slicing his hand. "Blast it, I cut too deep. That hurts." Unfortunately, within the confines of space, he could not locate a painless blood collection device. And lacking experience in self-harm, he had inadvertently cut too deeply in his excitement. However, there was no time for concern. Li Mu smeared blood across his forehead and that of the little lava dragon, bringing their foreheads together. "Little one, do you wish to fight alongside me?" In the void of space, the essence representing Li Mu's soul extended a hand. A tiny dragon claw rested upon Li Mu's hand. A brilliant golden light erupted, transforming into ancient hieroglyphs that coalesced and evolved in the air, merging into the consciousness of both beings. Li Mu opened his eyes, revealing a sincere smile. It was a success. Looking down at the little creature in his arms, the lava dragon also lifted its head to meet Li Mu's gaze. "Little one, how do you know me?" After signing the contract, Li Mu was finally able to communicate with the little lava dragon through their souls, allowing him to voice his curiosity. "Our dragon kin possess a heritage of memory. Even when I was still an egg, I possessed some awareness. I knew it was you who hatched me. Is that so?" Truly, the draconic lineage is extraordinary, embodying a quality that approaches perfection. "Pray tell, do you possess a name?" Li Mu inquired. "Much like the floral spirits, which denote a species yet bear individual names, hers being Muir, the lava dragon too is a designation of its kind. One cannot simply refer to this little creature as the lava dragon indefinitely. As for the Rayquaza, that being is singular in its existence. Li Rome. This is the name that resonates within the legacy of my memory." "Very well, little one. Li Rong is indeed a commendable name." Li Mu smiled, introducing the lava dragon to the floral spirit and Rayquaza, saying, "This is Li Rong. You shall be companions henceforth, so do ensure you coexist harmoniously." "Understood, master." The floral spirit eagerly fluttered over, extending a friendly smile and a wave to Li Rong. "Humph." As for Rayquaza, it remained huddled in a corner, with its back turned to Li Mu, entirely disregarding him. Li Mu chuckled softly, thinking to himself that relationships develop with time. Chapter 65, The Long-Awaited Return. "Brother, we should be able to gather enough materials for your Tabby Hound's promotion to exceptional quality this time. It's not quite that simple. We still have quite a way to go. However, after processing this harvest, we should be nearly there. Speaking of which, it is remarkable that we encountered no second-tier beasts in the wilderness this time. Do you wish to come across one? Have you forgotten old H.S. Wolfhound? He fell prey to a second-tier beast last time. That's not what I meant. It's just that this journey has been so safe that it feels a bit unusual. About 10 kilometers south of Chunin City, an oversized pickup truck was making its way toward the city. On board was a small team of independent beast tamers, for in total, engaging in lighthearted banter. Their spirits evidently high. Suddenly, old he, the driver, slammed on the brakes, bringing the truck to a jarring halt. What on earth? Why did you stop? We nearly crashed into the windshield, the team leader complained, visibly annoyed. Old he pointed ahead where an individual had abruptly appeared on the road. There stood a disheveled man. Clothes tattered, hair in disarray, waving his hand as if seeking a ride. It was Li Mu, who could hardly recall how long he had been wandering the wilderness. After such an extended period in the wild, appearing somewhat ragged was only natural. In fact, he had even resorted to donning the foul-smelling, unwashed garments from Bloodming, merely to have something to wear. After a while, the pickup halted before Li Mu, and the window rolled down to reveal the head of a burly middle-aged man with a buzz cut. Young brother, what brings you here? Li Mu managed a weary smile. I've been out in the wilderness for quite some time. Could you tell me how far Chunin City is? You intend to go to Chunin City? Li Mu nodded. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, hop in. We're on our way there as well. Thank you, Li Mu expressed sincerely. Having previously flagged down 3 vehicles with no success. No trouble at all. I'm Zhang Hao. May I ask your name? Zhang smiled heartily. Li Mu, he replied, pausing only briefly before climbing into the truck's cargo bed. Inside the bed were the carcasses of several beasts and some materials, as well as a few canine beasts, likely belonging to Zhang and his companions. The beasts merely cast a glance at Li Mu, recognizing him as non-threatening, and returned to their own affairs. Li Mu found a spot to sit and waved to the trees lining the roadside. Rayquaza immediately soared from the foliage, landing gracefully atop Li Mu's head. The lava dragon flapped its diminutive wings and soon hovered in front of Li Mu, though it did not land atop him. Instead, it barreled straight into Li Mu's embrace. With a resigned sigh, Li Mu opened his arms to catch the lava dragon. He had refrained from revealing Rayquaza and the lava dragon earlier due to their unique characteristics, wishing to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Yet, since these individuals had kindly stopped to offer him a ride, he presumed they were not malevolent. Of course, it was primarily because Li Mu had assessed the information of the beasts accompanying them, the strongest being a tabby hound of merely good quality at the second tier. Thus, even if they harbored ill intentions, it was unlikely to pose a significant threat. Zhang Hao gazed at Li Mu's Rayquaza and lava dragon, momentarily stunned. While he was unfamiliar with Rayquaza, the appearance of the lava dragon was unmistakable. Although still quite small, did it not resemble the legendary dragon? Young brother, this. Zhang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Mu smiled. Fortune smiled upon me. I found these beasts. Such luck cannot suffice as an explanation. Zhang Hao hesitated before opting not to probe further into the matter of the beasts. Old he drive. Why are you just sitting there? Zhang Hao redirected the conversation. Old he started the pickup but weakly remarked, aren't you also just sitting there? A youthful man, appearing to be in his 20s, turned to glance at Li Mu in the cargo bed, enviously exclaiming, a dragon hatchling. Brother, may I ask what quality it possesses? Zhang Hao smacked the young man on the head, admonishing, don't pry into matters that don't concern you. Turning back to Li Mu, Zhang Hao smiled. Young brother. This is Xiao Wang. He is young and inexperienced, so please don't take offense. By the way, are you a lone wolf? Li Mu shrugged off the comment with a smile. It's nothing. I'm not a hunter, merely a student left to survive in the wilderness by my teacher. A teacher? Li Mu nodded, confirming, indeed, I am still a student. I see, truly a prodigy among youth. Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly. And any thoughts he had of recruiting Li Mu into their ranks dissipated. As Li Mu engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Hao, he gleaned much about the group. They constituted a hunting team, a collective of independent beast tamers not affiliated with any official or large organization. After reporting to the hunting guild, they could freely venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts. Compared to conventional employment, the income from beast hunting was significantly higher, albeit with a considerable cut taken by the Empire. Zhang Hao's hunting team was known as the Ironstone Team, comprising 4 members, the leader Zhang Hao, the older He Bo, the 20-something Wang Jiyu, and the most taciturn of the group, Qian He, who appeared to be around 30. After some time spent in conversation, Li Mu found Zhang Hao and his companions to be quite amiable, showing no signs of coveting anything from him. Zhang Hao also refrained from pressing Li Mu about Rayquaza and the lava dragon, instead engaging in light-hearted discussions about everyday matters and the gossip surrounding beast tamers. Li Mu considered offering some beast pelts as a token of gratitude for the ride, recognizing it as a reasonable favor. However, Zhang Hao firmly declined. Before long, the gates of Chunin City appeared in the distance, and Li Mu spotted a familiar figure by the gate. He sighed inwardly, and despite his irritation, he called out, "Old He, please stop by the city gate. My teacher has come to fetch me." Old He nodded and slowed the vehicle. Zhang Hao turned back with a smile, saying, "We were hoping to invite you for a meal, as we have much to celebrate after this fruitful outing." Li Mu shrugged, resigned to the situation. "It seems I must defer until next time. If you would like, Zhang de, please leave your contact information. Thank you once again. Feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future. Of course, I would be delighted to keep in touch. We must gather again whenever the opportunity arises." "It seems we truly hit it off," Zhang Hao replied as he noted down Li Mu's contact number, dialing it to ensure he had it. The pickup soon came to a halt at the city gate. Li Mu leaped down from the cargo bed and waved goodbye to Zhang Hao and his companions, expressing his gratitude once more. "I appreciate it greatly. We must certainly meet again." Zhang Hao also waved goodbye, and Old He bid farewell as he started the pickup truck. Li Mu took out the flower spirit from his pocket, which settled on his shoulder, while the lava dragon remained nestled in his embrace. And only the Latios flew about in a rather displeased manner. Accompanied by his three beloved beasts, Li Mu approached Chu Xiongba and respectfully addressed him as Teacher Chu. Chapter 66. Processing Materials. Chu Xiongba cast a fleeting glance at the lava dragon, but said nothing, merely nodding before turning to walk towards the city gate. Li Mu obediently followed behind him. "Is the task completed?" Chu Xiongba asked without looking back. "It is," Li Mu responded. Chu Xiongba nodded again, continuing into the city. "Hand over the ring. I'll assist you in processing your spoils from this endeavor." "Certainly," Li Mu replied, willingly relinquishing the ring, thereby alleviating his own troubles. Upon receiving the ring, Chu Xiongba smiled, though he added, "However, I must take half of your gains this time." "What?" Li Mu's expression fell. Although acquiring the ring had been relatively easy, he had already come to regard everything within it as rightfully his. The thought of it being taken away was rather unpalatable. "Rest assured, I won't touch the original collection of Blood Fiend," Chu Xiongba remarked, casting a casual glance at Li Mu. "Really?" Li Mu was taken aback. His own spoils were worth little, save for the eggs of the fire lizards. The true treasures resided within the Blood Fiend ring. In fact, even if Chu Xiongba were to take half of the original collection, it wouldn't be considered unreasonable. After all, Chu Xiongba had been quietly safeguarding him, and the ring had essentially been a gift without any peril. Li Mu pondered that although he suspected Chu Xiongba might not have followed him into the wilderness, it was highly likely that he had sent a beast to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, it was inexplicable that he had yet to encounter any beasts above the second stage. After some contemplation, Li Mu shifted the topic and smiled ingratiatingly. "Teacher, you've expended so much effort on my behalf. It would hardly be excessive to present you with my entire share in gratitude." Chu Xiongba nodded indifferently, pocketing the ring. "Well, since you possess such goodwill, I shall accept the ring as well." Li Mu quickly clarified. "Teacher, I meant my gains, not the ring." "Just a jest," Chu Xiongba replied. "Here are your keys and phone. Return home and tidy yourself up. I will handle the materials for you. Do you need to purchase anything?" Chu Xiongba returned the keys and phone he had kept for safekeeping. Taking them, Li Mu contemplated before responding. "Teacher, I do have some materials I need. 5-color Mother Earth, copper from Shoshan, and a perfect quality dragon essence, along with 9-color dragon bone wood. Do you have any idea how valuable those items are? Many of them are not so easily obtainable, even for me." Chu Xiongba interrupted, utterly speechless. Li Mu nodded. "I understand. Aside from the crystal cores, the ring contains some dragon blood and fairy stones. The rest can be sold off for whatever they're worth. Thank you for your assistance, Teacher Chu." Li Mu bowed deeply in gratitude. Chu Xiongba twitched at the corner of his eye. "Are you quite certain?" "I am," Li Mu affirmed confidently. Chu Xiongba did not inquire further, nodding in agreement. "You should go home, take a shower, and rest for a while. I will handle this, and I'll bring you dinner tonight. By the way, please text me all the materials you just mentioned. With so much to remember, I won't recall it all." Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. "All right, Teacher Chu." Chu Xiongba nodded. "I'll take my leave now. Make sure to send the message promptly." Once he saw Chu Xiongba hail a taxi, Li Mu did the same, embarking on his journey home. In the taxi, Li Mu began composing a lengthy message for Chu Xiongba, ultimately crafting several thousand words to ensure all matters were conveyed. As soon as he sent the message, the taxi came to a stop. After paying the fare, Li Mu returned home with his beloved beasts. Inserting the key, he opened the door and was greeted by the familiar sight of his room, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washing over him. This outdoor adventure had truly been a torment. The room appeared spotless. Someone had clearly tidied up. The Latios was the first to dart inside, barging through the door of the empty room and retreating to a corner to face the wall. "Master, is this your home?" The lava dragon inquired curiously, peeking from Li Mu's embrace and surveying the surroundings. Li Mu nodded. "Lava, can you walk on your own?" He never anticipated that this creature would be so clingy, always seeking the warmth of his arms at any opportunity, even more so than the flower spirit. As such, the lava dragon had been following Li Mu for so long that the Latios' irritation had yet to dissipate. Though somewhat reluctant, the lava dragon finally leaped from Li Mu's arms. Li Mu instructed the flower spirit to keep an eye on the lava dragon while he went to fetch clothes and prepare for a shower. This outdoor expedition had been overwhelmingly unpleasant. Li Mu felt he needed to soak in the bath for several hours to somewhat alleviate his fatigue. He scrubbed vigorously for nearly half an hour before filling the tub with water and reclining comfortably. At that moment, he experienced a profound sense of survival, of living within civilized society. System, how long did I spend in the wilderness? 38 days. Over a month had passed, and Li Mu could hardly fathom how he had endured it. Yet, this time had not been wasted. The Latios had already reached the third stage of the first tier, and Li Mu had unexpectedly gained the ability of damage transfer. The Latios had been at the first tier for over half a month, yet had only progressed 2 stages. After reaching the first tier, its growth rate had significantly slowed. However, compared to its previous rate, the Latios' development remained astounding in relation to others. Its physique had also grown considerably, now nearing 3 meters in length, with a girth comparable to that of a typical python. The flower spirit had reached the 8th stage of the 0 tier, though its size and appearance had not changed. The lava dragon, initially at a lower level than the flower spirit, had already reached the 8th stage, possibly due to its superior quality or lineage, and it seemed likely to surpass the flower spirit soon. However, it still resembled a small dragonling, roughly the size of a domestic cat. Once Chu Xiongba processed the materials and procured the required items, both the flower spirit and lava dragon would soon experience substantial advancements. The materials Li Mu had requested from Chu Xiongba were essential for the flower spirit's elevation to excellence and the lava dragon's ascension to perfection. Li Mu had already determined the promotion path for the flower spirit, but the lava dragon had no alternative routes. It possessed only a singular path. Moreover, even after its promotion, it would still be called the lava dragon, not transforming into another species, a unique characteristic of certain powerful beings. Of course, aside from their promotion materials, there were also some rare treasures such as 5-color Mother Earth and copper from Shoshan. These treasures would enable the flower spirit to master new attributes. Yet their prices would undoubtedly be steep, and their rarity was exceptional. Li Mu had no idea how many Chu Xiongba could procure. Once both the flower spirit and lava dragon had been promoted, Li Mu believed that even if he were to attempt the Imperial Beast Master's examination now, he would likely succeed without issue. Relaxing comfortably in the bathtub, contemplating the future, Li Mu gradually felt the onset of drowsiness. Chapter 67. Night Talk. Knock. Knock. The sudden sound of knocking jolted Li Mu awake, and he realized, to his dismay, that he had fallen asleep in the bathtub, narrowly avoiding the peril of drowning. He recalled having seen peculiar news stories in his past life about individuals who had met their demise in such a manner while bathing. Rising from the tub, he felt a chill, indicating he had been asleep for quite some time. After drying off and dressing, Li Mu exited the bathroom, only to find that the night had descended quietly, the sky now adorned with twinkling stars. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by none other than Chu Xiongba. Casting a fleeting glance at Li Mu, who had kept him waiting for a considerable time, Chu Xiongba said nothing. He stepped into the room, retrieving a myriad of dishes from his ring, alongside a substantial bowl of soup and a wooden tub brimming with rice. Once he had laid out the feast, he tossed the ring to Li Mu, instructing him to eat first and discuss matters afterward. Li Mu nodded eagerly, his mouth watering at the sight of the sumptuous spread. After over a month without a proper meal, he could hardly contain his appetite. He and Chu Xiongba sat side by side without any formalities, each filling their bowls with rice. Li Mu began to devour the food voraciously. It was undeniable that the fare brought by Chu Xiongba was exquisite, likely crafted from the meat of extraordinary beasts. The soup, a seafood concoction, was a rare delight, especially in an era where cities far from the sea seldom afforded such luxuries. Li Mu managed to consume 3 large bowls of rice, alongside a generous helping of dishes and 2 bowls of soup, before he finally set down his chopsticks in satisfaction. Chu Xiongba had also polished off 2 bowls of rice, and with plenty of food still remaining on the table, Li Mu thought he was set for another meal. However, Chu Xiongba then raised his head and asked if he was full. Li Mu instinctively nodded in affirmation. What followed was a display of gluttony that left Li Mu astounded. Chu Xiongba entered a frenzy of eating, mixing dishes into his rice and finishing them in mere bites, moving on to the second bowl and plate with alarming speed. Li Mu stared in awe, finally grasping how Chu Xiongba had developed such exaggerated muscles. Yet, This voracious appetite seemed somewhat absurd. Li Mu even questioned whether Chu Xiongba was truly human. In just half an hour, he had decimated an entire table laden with food, leaving not a crumb behind. After clearing the table, Chu Xiongba calmly took a napkin to wipe his mouth. As a high-level beast tamer, my consumption is naturally greater than that of an average person, and I am somewhat unique in this regard. But rest assured, I am indeed human, and I do not feast upon my fellow beings. He smiled, a rare jest escaping his lips. Li Mu scrutinized Chu Xiongba's unchanged abdomen with skepticism. Rising, Chu Xiongba strolled to the balcony, leaning on the railing as he gazed into the night sky. Just as Li Mu intended to tidy up the table, Chu Xiongba beckoned him over. Li Mu obediently approached his side. Without turning around, Chu Xiongba continued to survey the stars, stating, "Most of the materials you requested have been procured. A few will take some time, but they will be secured. However, I have inquired with several old friends about the copper from Shoshan, and none have it in stock." "Thank you, Master," Li Mu replied sincerely, taken aback by Chu Xiongba's efficiency. The absence of Shoshan copper was understandable. Such rare materials, capable of bestowing new attributes upon beasts, have always been coveted yet scarce, especially one as formidable as this metallic treasure. Chu Xiongba nodded slightly, noting that most of the treasures from Blood Fiend had been exchanged for materials, barely covering everything except for the Shoshan copper. "As for your gains, they totaled over 420 million. Is it unreasonable for me to take 200 million? If you find this excessive, feel free to voice your concerns." He turned back, a teasing smile on his face. Li Mu quickly shook his head, responding earnestly, "It's not excessive at all. What you have done for me cannot simply be measured in millions of imperial coins. If not for my current need for materials and funds to cultivate my beasts, I would gladly offer you everything." "Ah, you rascal, while I know you are flattering me, it still sounds quite pleasant," Chu Xiongba chuckled. "I speak only the truth. These are my genuine sentiments." Li Mu's sincerity was palpable. He understood that even the treasures he had acquired might not suffice to purchase those materials. Even if Chu Xiongba had not contributed financially, the discounts he had received were undoubtedly significant, given his reputation. While Li Mu pondered why Chu Xiongba sought the 200 million, knowing he was not in need of money, he harbored no resentment towards giving it to him. Chu Xiongba nodded slightly. "The school's preliminary trials are in a little over half a month. You must participate. Since you just returned today, you will have a day off tomorrow. And come the day after, resume your training at school." "Understood, Master," Li Mu replied obediently. "The main trials will commence in over 4 months, and cities will begin their selections 3 months in advance. You must be prepared." Curiosity piqued, Li Mu inquired, "How will the selection work? What caliber of students typically participates in the main trials?" "The selection is intricate, but that pertains more to the officials overseeing it. For you participants, it will merely be a series of battles. You will understand in due time. I can tell you this much. Last year's top contender had 4 beasts, the strongest being a 3rd tier, 2nd stage, of perfect quality, while the other 3 were also nearing the 3rd tier. So formidable, and he was merely a student. A 3rd tier beast tamer. The future seems daunting, Li Mu thought, feeling a surge of pressure. Chu Xiongba smirked, but there is no need to be overly anxious. The majority of participants are merely 1st tier tamer students, with 2nd tier being considered genius level. "Is there any reward for attaining 1st place?" Li Mu asked, intrigued. "Rewards? First, you would undeniably be inducted into the Imperial Beast Masters, along with either a perfect quality beast or the chance to enhance one of your existing beasts to perfect quality. Does that sound fair? But that is just the standard reward. There are additional benefits. Have you considered the advantages that come with the title of 1st place? Countless powerful factions will seek to recruit you. Not to mention the gifts you would receive could easily elevate another beast to perfect quality. Last year, as fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, individual was even summoned by a monarch, a feat that would bestow endless glory in the eyes of outsiders." The sarcasm in Chu Xiongba's tone was unmistakable. "Teacher, how do you know all this so well?" Li Mu inquired, puzzled. "Because I was the 1st place contender back in my day," Chu Xiongba replied, devoid of arrogance, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Li Mu furrowed his brow, sensing that Chu Xiongba wished to convey something more, yet hesitated. With a self-deprecating smile, Chu Xiongba said, "Enough about that. You should rest early. Remember to come to school the day after tomorrow. During your absence, others have made considerable progress. I must take my leave now." Li Mu nodded, seeing Chu Xiongba to the door. Once alone, he eagerly entered the space within the ring. Chapter 68, The Flower Spirit's Promotion. The interior of the ring was now significantly more spacious, filled with invaluable and rare materials. Li Mu had enough materials for the Flower Spirit's promotion to excellence, and he quickly summoned the Flower Spirit from its resting place in the empty room. "What is it, Master?" the Flower Spirit inquired, landing obediently upon Li Mu's shoulder. With his call, the the lava dragon also emerged, while the stingy Rayquaza remained sulking in the room. Prioritizing the promotion of the flower spirit's quality was essential, and Li Mu planned to coax Rayquaza later when the opportunity arose. Clearing the table of bowls and dishes, he retrieved all the materials from the ring and laid them out before him. Upon contemplating the impeccable promotion scheme presented by the system, Li Mu ventured into the kitchen to procure a pristine small basin. He first poured an entire bottle of the life spring water into it, followed by the ethereal spirit stone. No vigorous reaction ensued. The life spring water remained tranquil. Subsequently, he gently placed a shell pearl and yaochi leaf into the basin, along with various other precious materials. Each ingredient, albeit modest, held immense value. The path to excellence was indeed a watershed moment, and the route Li Mu had chosen for his ascension was among the most formidable, rare, and even obscure of all the paths available to the flower spirits. Such power naturally demanded a commensurate price. The materials consumed in this endeavor were sufficient to elevate 2 or 3 beings to excellence. Yet, Li Mu was convinced that it was worth the sacrifice. Lastly, he introduced 2 exceptionally unique and precious materials, resembling stones yet not entirely so. These 2 stones bore a striking resemblance to transparent amber, encapsulating 2 distinct essences. One was round, radiating a golden light that, despite being contained, appeared somewhat blinding. The other, crescent-shaped, emanated a faint cold glow, reminiscent of the serene moonlight. The Yang Soul Stone and the Yin Soul Stone each encapsulated a fragment of the quintessential power of the sun and moon, respectively. Li Mu held the Yang Soul Stone and the Yin Soul Stone in his hands, raising them above the basin, and gently rubbed the 2 stones together. "Mu'er, come here," Li Mu called, his hands continuing their motion. "What is it, master?" The flower spirit obediently fluttered to Li Mu's side. "Lie in the water." The flower spirit, though perplexed, complied without hesitation. As she reclined in the basin, gazing up at Li Mu, the powdered essence created by the friction of the Yin and Yang stones began to settle upon her delicate form. However, it soon became apparent to Li Mu that something was amiss. The petals that constituted the flower spirit's attire were gradually vanishing. With each passing moment, as more powder descended, the petals dissipated at an accelerated pace until they were nearly completely gone. Whether the flower spirit was oblivious or unconcerned, she remained poised in the water, unabashedly unadorned. Li Mu hastily diverted his gaze, though he found himself unable to resist sneaking a few glances. Indeed, she was not unlike a human. Her skin was even smoother and more radiant. Li Mu's hands trembled slightly, and his breath quickened. He was struggling to maintain composure, especially given his youthful vigor. Though the flower spirit was diminutive in stature, the proportions were identical, perhaps even more exquisite, with an allure that was undeniable. However, the paramount task at hand was the flower spirit's ascension. He had to endure. The thought of failure due to a misstep was unbearable. "Mu'er, could you perhaps cover yourself a bit?" Li Mu finally could not restrain himself from speaking. "What do you mean, master?" the flower spirit inquired innocently. "Nothing," Li Mu replied, shaking his head, striving for calmness as he resumed rubbing the Yin and Yang stones together. "Mu'er, absorb the energy around you. The combination of the 2 attributes will expedite the process." "Yes, master." After what felt like an eternity of anticipation, Li Mu observed that the Yin Soul Stone and Yang Soul Stone had dwindled to mere remnants encapsulating the soul essence. He carefully positioned the stones beside the flower spirit's body, inadvertently brushing against her skin as he retracted his hand. Shaking off any unwholesome thoughts, Li Mu swiftly withdrew his hand. "Mu'er, take your time to fuse these energies. Call for me once you have fully absorbed them." "Understood, master." Li Mu chose not to utter another word and retreated to a distance, exhaling slowly once he could no longer see her. After calming his breath and regaining his composure, he lifted the lava dragon onto the sofa. "Li Rong, open your mouth." "Roar." The lava dragon obediently complied. Li Mu retrieved a vial of dragon blood from his ring and poured it into the lava dragon's mouth, followed by a sprig of dragon blood grass. The elevation of different beast types required not only diverse materials, but also varied methods of consumption. Unlike the flower spirit, who absorbed energy through immersion, the lava dragon's ascension was far simpler. It merely needed to consume. Even if it were to eat another type of material days later, it would suffice. As the 2 most precious materials needed for the lava dragon's elevation had yet to arrive, the others would yield similar effects. After feeding the lava dragon for a considerable time, he finally managed to provide it with everything except the 2 materials still pending. "Master, I feel as though I might burst. Please, no more." The lava dragon whimpered, its belly visibly swollen. All right, no more," Li Mu chuckled awkwardly, gently rubbing the lava dragon's belly. "Go play with Rayquaza for a while to help with digestion." "But, master, it seems Rayquaza doesn't like me." The lava dragon nestled in Li Mu's embrace, a look of dejection on its face. Li Mu was taken aback, but soon laughed. That's not true. That fellow is just a bit prideful. If you interact with it more, you'll be fine. At that moment, Li Mu's phone suddenly rang. He set the lava dragon down, patting its back to encourage it to seek out Rayquaza. The lava dragon hesitated for a moment, but eventually obeyed and scurried off to the room of Rayquaza. Li Mu then picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Zhang. Ah, Xiaomu, I heard from your teacher that you've returned." The familiar gravelly voice belonged to Zhang Yihan. "Indeed, I just arrived today. My apologies for not notifying you sooner." "No problem at all. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Would that be convenient?" "Who is it?" "Now, it's quite late already." Li Mu furrowed his brow, realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock after all his endeavors. "It's my former captain, who was also your father's captain. It is indeed late. So how about this? I can bring him to visit you tomorrow? Tomorrow works perfectly for me. Just let me know in advance." "All right then, I won't disturb your rest any further. I'll hang up now." "Okay, goodbye." After ending the call, Li Mu, having napped earlier in the day, was not fatigued. He settled on the sofa to await the completion of the flower spirit's ascension. After nearly an hour of waiting, the flower spirit finally announced, "Master, I'm finished." Li Mu promptly stood up and approached her. The flower spirit, beaming with joy, floated into his hands. Her form had not changed, which left Li Mu somewhat disappointed. However, he suddenly recalled an animated series he had watched, leading him to consider that perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. "Mu'er, I entrust you with this." Chapter 69, Captain by Chun. The following morning, Li Mu arose early, a habit cultivated over a month spent in the wilderness. The flower spirit lay beside his pillow, apparently still in slumber. After the flower spirit's promotion to excellence the previous night, Li Mu had also administered the 5-color mother soil to her. However, due to the late hour, he had not awaited the results and had gone to sleep. It seemed she had successfully absorbed it by now. Li Mu accessed the system panel. Name, Fairy Spirit. Quality, Excellence. Level, 0 stage, 9th tier. Talent, Elemental Affinity. Attributes, Wood, Fire, Earth. Gazing at the current panel of the flower spirit, Li Mu could not help but smile. He was one step closer to his envisioned all-element mage. Perhaps it was now appropriate to refer to her as the Fairy Spirit. But having grown accustomed to the former name, he saw no need for change. After her ascension to excellence, the flower spirit's appearance had not undergone significant alteration. Her petal-like attire had merely transformed into a texture akin to silk. Her aura now bore an air of ethereality, and although her size remained unchanged, her skin and visage seemed to have attained an even more exquisite perfection. The external appearance, however, is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the strength of the flower spirit has undoubtedly multiplied several-fold, and its future growth rate will be considerably accelerated. Li Mu closed the panel, rose from his bed, and refrained from summoning the flower spirit, as well as the slumbering lava dragon and Rayquaza resting upon his bed. These creatures had not had the opportunity to truly rest in the wild, so it was only fitting to allow them to indulge in a bit more sleep now that they had the chance. After hastily preparing a modest breakfast, Li Mu stood on the balcony, gazing at the sunrise for a moment before settling onto the sofa to watch television. It was rather dull and lacked substance. Most of the television programs in this world revolved around beast taming, and after having encountered genuine beast tamers, watching such shows felt tedious. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. He needed to pass the time, so he casually flipped through the channels. According to the latest reports, a significant number of lawbreakers had recently been active in the southern part of the empire, all hailing from the external reactionary organization known as Dragon Tomb. The Imperial Inspector had eliminated numerous terrorists, including the notorious fugitive Blood Fiend, who had been on the wanted list for 4 years. Li Mu's expression briefly stiffened. It seemed that Blood Fiend was indeed dead. He found himself uncertain of his own emotions. Although Blood Fiend was hardly a virtuous individual, he had not wronged Li Mu, and he had even inadvertently benefited from him. It was merely a sense of regret. He could no longer repay him. Li Mu disliked being indebted to others, yet it appeared he would forever owe Blood Fiend. With a soft sigh, he switched the channel. After an hour of aimless television watching, Li Mu's phone finally rang, and he answered. "Hello, Uncle Zhang, have you arrived?" "Yes, we are downstairs now. Just wanted to let you know." "All right, knock when you reach the door. Then I'll hang up." "Okay." After ending the call, it wasn't too long before there was a knock at the door. Li Mu turned off the television and went to answer it. Upon opening the door, he found not only Zhang Yihan, but also a young man who left Li Mu momentarily at a loss for words, for the newcomer appeared exceedingly youthful. He seemed to be in his 20s or 30s, strikingly handsome, and bore no resemblance to Zhang Yihan or his father's captain. Despite his good looks, the newcomer's expression was somewhat rigid, and his plain white casual attire added an air of chilliness to him. Li Mu had imagined various appearances for the captain that Zhang Yihun had described, but he never anticipated such a youthful visage, and a high-cold handsome one at that. He felt somewhat bewildered. Zhang Yihun seemed to have read Li Mu's reaction and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Mu, this is my former captain, as well as your father's former captain, Bai Chun. He took good care of both me and your father back in the day. Hesitating briefly, Li Mu was unsure how to address him. It was difficult to ascertain whether Bai Chun was genuinely this young or simply appeared so. Sensing Li Mu's hesitation, Bai Chun extended his hand. Li Mu, hello. You may call me Chengu. I am indeed quite young. Li Mu shook Bai Chun's hand, responding, hello, Chengu. Please, come in and have a seat. Li Mu led Bai Chun and Zhang Yihun to the sofa, pouring each of them a glass of water before sitting beside them. Bai Chun, who seemed to prefer silence, did not speak first. It was Zhang Yihun who initiated the conversation. Xiao Mu. The captain just happened to have some free time and wanted to come see you. We shared a bond of life and death with your father. Li Mu was at a loss for words and could only nod. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Zhang Yihun to discuss mundane topics with Li Mu. Bai Chun sat upright on the sofa, remaining silent as he observed Li Mu intently. After a considerable pause, Bai Chun finally spoke. Li Mu, have you embarked on the path of a beast tamer? Yes, Li Mu nodded. I have heard you possess a legendary beast. Zhang Yihun quickly interjected. I apologize. That was my comment. But you can absolutely trust the captain, rest assured. Li Mu nodded, assuring him, it's no trouble. He then responded to Bai Chun, that is correct. Bai Chun pondered for a moment. Very good, but you must nurture it well. Do you have sufficient funds? Yes. I initially intended to gift you a beast. But now that you possess a legendary one, you should focus all your energy on it. Other beasts would only waste your time. Li Mu nodded, though in his heart. He thought he already had 3 and wouldn't he mind acquiring more. After all, he harbored a slight obsession with collecting. And beasts held far more value than the game cards or sneakers of his past life. That beast should have been yours. It was a parting gift from your father. What? Li Mu felt exasperated. Conversing with Bai Chun felt more pressuring than with Chu Xiongba. The main issue was that Bai Chun was a stranger to him. And he couldn't be too casual, especially since Bai Chun exuded an aura of cold detachment. I have already brought it to Chunin City. Old Zhang will hand it over to you at an appropriate time. Thank you, Li Mu replied politely. Bai Chun shook his head. I mentioned that beast has little to do with us. There is no need for thanks. However, I also brought you a gift today. As he spoke, Bai Chun produced a plain white jade box. Inside is Ice Soul Essence. Using it on your beast has a greater than 50% chance of granting it ice attributes. Even if it does not acquire the ice attribute, it can still purify and enhance your beast. Li Mu was taken aback. Wasn't this precisely tailored for the flower spirit? However, though tempted, he maintained his politeness. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Bai Chun frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Actually, it isn't particularly valuable, but if you are reluctant to accept it, we can discuss it later. Li Mu was bewildered. Was Bai Chun genuinely unaware or merely pretending? Internally, Li Mu was shouting, I was just being polite. Just hand it over. Zhang Yihun couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking on Li Mu's behalf, Captain, Xiao Mu was just being courteous. You should give it to him. He will accept it. Is that so? Bai Chun seemed to finally grasp that Li Mu was being polite and handed the box back to him. This time, Li Mu did not refuse, accepting the box. Thank you, Chengu. Bai Chun nodded, tilting his head as though suddenly remembering something. So when you said you had enough money, that was also just politeness? Bai Chun seemed to have genuinely realized the implication. Indeed, raising a legendary beast requires a considerable amount of resources. The funds left to you by Qi Yin are certainly insufficient. Why didn't you remind me, Yan? While Li Mu was still in a daze, Bai Chun produced a black card and handed it to him. This contains 1 billion. Take it for now. The password is your father's birthday. If it's not enough, let me know. You need not be polite with me. Since you have lost your family, we are your family now. No, Chengu. I genuinely have enough money. I really wasn't being polite, Li Mu quickly protested. Accepting a mere meeting gift was one thing, but receiving such a large sum of money was something Li Mu could not comfortably accept. Moreover, he had just received over 2 billion from Chu Xiongba the previous day. Most importantly, Li Mu was completely unaware of his father's birthday. He certainly could not ask, as that would tarnish Bai Chun and Zhang Yihun's impression of him. However, it wasn't Li Mu's fault. He had completely absorbed the memories of his predecessor, but those memories contained no such information. Bai Chun furrowed his brow, seemingly unsure of Li Mu's intent, and shifted his gaze to Zhang Yihun. Zhang Yang chuckled, remarking that this time Li Mu was likely not being polite. Captain, you should keep it for now. Xiao Mu has recently come into quite a fortune. He certainly isn't lacking in funds. Bai Chun nodded, tucking away the black card, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon glancing at it, Bai Chun's expression darkened considerably. He chose not to answer, hanging up instead. Turning to Li Mu, he said, Li Mu, feel free to share anything with us. As I mentioned before, we are your family now. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek our help. Li Mu nodded appreciatively. I understand. Thank you, Brother Chun. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave for now. I will visit you again when time permits. Remember to reach out if you need anything. Bai Chun stood up, reiterating his advice. I understand. Li Mu obediently nodded. Bai Chun then turned to Zhang Yang, saying, Old Zhang, you need not accompany me. I must leave Chunin City directly. You can chat with Li Mu. All right, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Li Mu and Zhang Yang saw Bai Chun off at the door. Upon returning to the sofa, Li Mu exhaled heavily, carelessly collapsing onto the couch. When Bai Chun was present, he had maintained a proper posture. Zhang Yang teased. Are you starting to think he might be a bit unhinged? Li Mu was taken aback. Is it really appropriate to say that about your captain right after he leaves? However, based on Bai Chun's demeanor, Li Mu felt that he didn't seem truly unhinged, though he did exhibit a certain lack of cleverness. Not really. Li Mu forced a smile. Zhang Yang reclined on the sofa, saying, well, to be fair, he is quite a good person, but he seems to have some emotional barriers and struggles with communication. Consequently, he often refrains from speaking, which over time gives him an aloof appearance. Today, he likely said more than he usually does in a month, but due to his awkwardness in conversation, it can come across as odd. Li Mu nodded, realizing why interactions with Bai Chun felt so awkward. Hey, can I smoke? Zhang Yang asked. Feeling somewhat liberated now that Bai Chun had left and his craving for a cigarette had become hard to resist. Go ahead, just don't let the ash scatter everywhere. Li Mu replied, retrieving an unused ashtray from the coffee table. Zhang Yang smiled, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff, then looked at Li Mu with a grin. Kid, are you curious about your father? Li Mu replied honestly, not particularly curious. But if there are any hidden truths surrounding my father's death, or if he was harmed by someone, I will eventually seek revenge. Why is that? Zhang Yang asked. Somewhat surprised by Li Mu's response, Li Mu pondered for a moment before replying, from the way you all behave. It seems there is a 90% chance my father's death was caused by someone. Right now, knowing the truth would grant me the power to avenge him. It would only add to my troubles. I prefer to wait until I am strong enough to handle it. You young man, Zhang Yang said, astonished that Li Mu could articulate such thoughts. He then asked, are you curious about that beast of yours? I am, Li Mu replied, his interest piqued. What kind of beast is it? What is its quality? Is it my father's original beast? Well, your curiosity is noted, but I'm not telling you. Especially since you wasted my expressions, Zhang Yang teased. Li Mu was left speechless but chose not to press further, shifting the conversation. Are you staying for dinner? You can cook? Zhang Yang responded, intrigued. How else have I survived all these years? Li Mu retorted. As it was nearly noon, Zhang Yang suggested. Let's go out to eat to avoid burdening you. After that, I'll take you back. All right. Li Mu went to the bedroom to check on his beasts before following Zhang Yang out. They found a modest restaurant and enjoyed a meal together. Afterward, Zhang Yang returned Li Mu home, but did not accompany him upstairs. Notably, during the ride in Zhang Yang's taxi, Li Mu spotted the shadow cat once more. The cat's injuries seemed to have healed significantly. It was now at the third stage, level 9. Upon returning home, Li Mu's beasts were already awake. He had no intention of training them today, allowing the little ones to rest instead. He fed each of the 3 beasts a crystal core and turned on the television. The lava dragon nestled into Li Mu's arms, while the flower sprite perched on his shoulder. The sky splitter curled up above him, hovering just a few centimeters from his head, creating the illusion of a large green mass atop Li Mu. He knew the sky splitter was being deliberately playful. Still somewhat disgruntled, with a resigned tone, Li Mu said, Sky splitter, come down, let me hold you while we watch TV. Really? The sky splitter exclaimed, leaping in front of Li Mu. Indeed, Li Mu replied, feeling exasperated. The lava dragon gazed up at him with pleading eyes. Li Mu had no choice but to embrace both creatures, grateful they were on the sofa, as the sky splitter's weight was manageable for the moment. Switching to an animated show designed for beasts, filled with battles, excitement, and the bond between companions, Li Mu felt a tinge of childishness, while his beasts were thoroughly engrossed. He found himself unable to leave, as the beasts insisted he stay, resulting in him reluctantly spending the day watching juvenile cartoons with them. Chapter 71, Progress of Everyone. The next day, at Chunin City Second High School, Li Mu entered the school with his 3 beasts, with the striking appearances of his sky splitter and lava dragon. He certainly attracted a lot of attention. After awkwardly fending off his 6th conversation with a student, he hastened his steps toward Chu Xiongba's office. Chu Xiongba was just downstairs in his office. Upon seeing Li Mu, he turned and walked in a certain direction, with Li Mu following closely behind. Combat is the best training for beasts, especially high-quality ones, but it must be balanced. Bullying the weak offers little opportunity for growth. Li Mu nodded in understanding as Chu Xiongba guided him to a smaller training facility, though smaller only in comparison. The training venue was still spacious, equivalent to 2 basketball courts, but devoid of any equipment, and there stood Chu Xiongba's beast, the Black Fiend Bear. Casting a glance at Li Mu's beasts, Chu Xiongba casually stated, "Leave your Sky Splitter and Lava Dragon here. I'll have the Black Fiend Bear entertain them." "What? Both of them together?" Li Mu frowned slightly, aware that the relationship between the Sky Splitter and Lava Dragon was not particularly harmonious. He feared that without his supervision, they might end up fighting. Chu Xiongba nodded slightly, assuring him, "No one else will be here. The Black Fiend Bear will take good care of them." Dragon types inherently possess strong combat instincts. They don't require intensive training, just let them fight. "Hurry up, I still need to take you to the next place." Reluctantly, Li Mu acquiesced, turning to reassure the Sky Splitter and Lava Dragon. "Sky Splitter, Lava, you two will stay here and battle that big bear. Do you see it? The big, goofy bear inside. You must cooperate and work together to defeat it. Remember the beast babies you watched yesterday? You are the valiant beast babies. And that big bear is the evil, terrifying creature. You must unite and support each other to overcome it." "All right," the Lava Dragon eagerly agreed, flapping its wings as if it could hardly wait to charge in and engage the Black Fiend Bear in an epic showdown. I am the mightiest beast companion, capable of vanquishing the malevolent great bear all by myself. No assistance needed." The proud Rayquaza lifted its neck defiantly. Li Mu, somewhat speechless, thought to himself, "Could we perhaps omit the term baby? It makes me feel rather awkward. It seems I must limit their exposure to animated series in the future." However, noticing that Chu Xiongba was becoming slightly impatient, Li Mu acquiesced to Rayquaza's words and hurriedly coaxed the 2 creatures inside. All right, you are all strong. The most formidable beast companions indeed. Stay put and do not wander outside this training facility. I shall return to check on you shortly." "Understood," replied the Lava Dragon excitedly. Rayquaza nodded regally. Just after Li Mu finished his instructions, the Lava Dragon flapped its muscular wings and darted straight toward the seated Black Shaman Bear, as if it bore a deep-seated vendetta against it. Li Mu couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. Suddenly, the Black Shaman Bear stood up, and the Lava Dragon collided headfirst into its belly, causing the bear to remain unfazed while the Lava Dragon became dazed and fell to the ground. The Black Shaman Bear regarded the small creature before it with a puzzled scratch of its head. Meanwhile, Rayquaza disdainfully glanced at the Lava Dragon, pondering, "Such a foolish creature dares to contest for the title of the mightiest beast companion? Surely, the master must have adopted it due to its sheer stupidity." "Black Shaman, entertain them while maintaining decorum," Chu Xiongba casually instructed before turning to Li Mu. "Let us depart." "Aren't we going to watch?" Li Mu inquired. "What is there to see?" The Black Shaman Bear knows its limits. Li Mu had no choice but to follow Chu Xiongba out of the training facility, and as they exited, Chu Xiongba closed the door behind them. "Teacher, what about the flower spirit?" Li Mu asked, trailing behind Chu Xiongba. Chu Xiong glanced at the flower spirit, momentarily hesitating to withdraw his gaze, then remarked, "Have you elevated its quality?" Li Mu nodded, "Indeed. The materials you procured for me were specifically for the evolution of the flower spirit and Lava Dragon. Has it reached excellence?" Chu Xiongba queried, noting that it was rather rare for a flower spirit to attain such a level. "It just advanced to the 9th segment yesterday." Chu Xiongba nodded. "Have the flower spirit train alongside Chun Xinyu and the others. They have also made significant progress recently. And Chun Xinyu and Yu Muyang have both contracted a second beast companion." Hearing this made Li Mu reminisce about Chun Xinyu and the rest. Chu Xiongba soon brought Li Mu back to the largest training facility they had visited initially. Upon entering, Li Mu noticed that the number of students had significantly diminished, making the training hall appear quite spacious. "Teacher Chu Xiong, have the others withdrawn?" Li Mu inquired. "Indeed, only 141 remain. Quite few, aren't they?" Chu Xiongba smiled. "It does seem a bit sparse, but the quality appears to be quite high," Li Mu noted. He had already scanned several students' beast companions with the system panel, and most seemed to be of good quality, at levels 4 or 5. Chu Xiongba said nothing further and led Li Mu deeper into the training hall, where the students were focused on training their respective beast companions, barely glancing at them before returning their attention to their tasks. As they entered the inner training area, Li Mu spotted Chun Xinyu and his companions engaged in battle. "Chun Xinyu, cease your training for a moment," Chu Xiongba called out. "Understood," they responded, and the battling beast companions returned to their owners. Li Mu also noticed Yu Muyang and Chun Xinyu's second beast companions. Behind Chun Xinyu stood a 1-meter-tall 4-winged mantis. Name, Demon Cutting Mantis. Quality, excellent. Level, 0 stage, 7th segment. Yu Muyang's second beast companion was rather extravagant, a saber-toothed tiger, nearly matching Yu Muyang's height at the shoulder. Name, Brutal Saber-Toothed Tiger. Quality, exceptional. Level, 0 stage, 9th segment. Truly, he is a rich second-generation heir. Li Mu had no doubt that Yu Muyang had purchased it outright. And given its 9th segment level, it was clear he had been well fed. Their original beast companions had also made considerable progress. The purple lightning leopard had reached the 8th segment, the snow shadow ferret the 7th, and Zhang Ju's wild gorilla the 6th. Even Zhao Gang's long-haired pig had advanced to the 5th segment, although it could no longer be called a long-haired pig. Name, Longfong pig. Quality, good. Level, 0 stage, 5th segment. The Longfong pig, as its name suggests, sported an impressive pair of tusks, enhancing its intimidating presence. And its size had notably increased, now weighing at least 500 or 600 pounds. It appeared that everyone had made significant strides during this time. Chapter 72. This shouldn't be. Chu Xiongba approached Li Mu and the others. Chun Xinyu and his companions looked surprised to see Li Mu. But it was evident that Chu Xiongba had trained them well. Though curious, no one dared to ask questions, standing obediently in a row. Li Mu has returned after an intensive training period, and from now on, you will continue training together, Chu Xiongba stated casually. I know you are all quite curious about Li Mu, so who would like to challenge his flower spirit? I will. Chun Xinyu stepped forward. Chu Xiongba nodded slightly, instructing the others to step back and clear the area for a one-on-one battle between the flower spirit and the purple lightning leopard, with no holds barred. All right, Li Mu agreed, eager to see the current prowess of the flower spirit. Soon, everyone dispersed, providing ample space for the duel. The two stood nearly 100 meters apart, with the flower spirit hovering at a height of 3 to 4 meters, displaying no trace of fear in its eyes. The purple lightning leopard, likewise, was brimming with determination. Crouching slightly with its fangs bared. Begin, Chu Xiongba announced. In an instant, the purple lightning leopard shot forth like an arrow, its entire form transforming into a purple blur as it sped toward the flower spirit. Sparks of electricity flickered in the air where it dashed past. Li Mu squinted, clearly. Chun Xinyu had trained his purple lightning leopard exceptionally well, as its mastery over lightning seemed to have escalated several tiers. Suddenly, the ground of the training field erupted. Thick vines sprouting from various points, swiftly extending to nearly 10 meters in length, resembling massive serpents as they lashed out at the purple lightning leopard. The purple lightning leopard deftly evaded the strikes of nearly 10 vines, displaying astonishing speed, managing to dodge all of them. Nonetheless, its advance toward the flower spirit came to a halt. The flower spirit smiled and raised its petite hand. Boom, boom, boom. More vines erupted violently, reducing the purple lightning leopard's evasion space, forcing it to retreat to avoid being ensnared. The purple lightning leopard knew it could not afford to be caught by even a single vine. Once ensnared, a swarm of others would quickly follow. With the thickness of these vines, it realized that escape would be impossible, and the battle would surely end there. Boom, boom. The sound of vines shattering the earth echoed incessantly. In mere moments, the center of the arena seemed to transform into a primitive forest. Stop, Chu Xiongba grimaced. You little rascal, look at what you've done to the training grounds. Are you going to fix this? Are you going to pay for it? Huh. Li Mu innocently scratched his nose. How could it break the ground if it hasn't even reached the first stage? Chu Xiongba frowned slightly. Is it possible your flower spirit possesses earth attributes? Yes, Li Mu nodded. This makes sense now. First, use the earth attribute to soften the training ground, and then grow vines with the wood attribute. But can the flower spirit really be nurtured this way? Chu Xiongba furrowed his brow. Are you using the 5-color Mother Earth just to enhance the flower spirit's earth attribute? Li Mu nodded. That shouldn't be the case. Chu Xiongba's frown deepened. The wood attribute enhances the earth attribute, and even with the 5-color Mother Earth, the success rate is merely 1 in 10. Did you step in dog excrement? Or? He glanced at the flower spirit in the arena. Is this flower spirit somehow different? Is that the reason for its advancement? Chu Xiongba appeared utterly perplexed. Li Mu, too, found it difficult to explain. The flower spirit's ability to master new attributes hinged not only on its innate elemental affinity, but also on the sequence of element mastery. However, these concepts were not easy to articulate, particularly the notion of talent. In this world, there was no recognized definition of talent, nor any system that delineated specific innate abilities. After all, in a typical scenario, one could hardly discern a beast master's talents, much like the vast differences among humans. Even with identical beasts of the same quality, their growth rates could vary substantially, influenced by myriad factors that could not be succinctly explained. Teacher, are we continuing? Chun Xinyu inquired, visibly discontent. Proceed, replied Chu Xiongba, shaking off his thoughts. But Li Mu, instruct your flower spirit not to damage the arena further, if it does. You'll have to pay for the repairs. Li Mu nodded. The flower spirit had already mastered 3 elements, with ample attacking methods at its disposal. The impact of not causing destruction was minimal. After advising the flower spirit, the battle resumed. The flower spirit ceased to grow more vines, instead controlling the existing ones to lash out at the purple lightning leopard. The leopard darted swiftly to evade the vines, its electric aura becoming increasingly pronounced, clearly indicating the challenge it faced. Observing the purple lightning leopard's ongoing passive state, Chen Xinyu's brows knitted together in concern, and her gaze sharpened as if issuing a command. Instantly, the purple lightning leopard halted its retreat and charged towards the flower spirit with remarkable speed. The violet electric currents enveloped its body, crackling audibly, enhancing both its speed and reflexes significantly. The dense vines could not impede the leopard's advance. They lashed at it from all directions like frenzied serpents. Yet the leopard consistently dodged the vine strikes at the most extreme angles, with several vines merely grazing its body. Apologies, but I seem to have taken advantage this time, Chen Xinyu remarked with a smile as she approached Li Mu. What do you mean by taking advantage? Li Mu replied, puzzled. What are you thinking? Chen Xinyu shot him a look, exasperated. I'm talking about the purple lightning leopard. Pitting it against your flower spirit puts me at a significant advantage. After all, assassins inherently counter mages. Li Mu chuckled. Oh that? You're not the one with the advantage, I am. The flower spirit is clearly superior to your purple lightning leopard, and it is no ordinary mage. What do you mean by that? Chen Xinyu asked, intrigued. Li Mu smiled. Just watch closely. In the arena, the purple lightning leopard was weaving through the dense vines, rapidly closing the distance to the flower spirit. If the leopard could reach the flower spirit, victory would be assured. At close range, unless there was a vast disparity, a mage could not contend with an assassin. Yet how could the flower spirit allow the leopard to approach? Thus far, it had only employed wood and earth attributes. The wood attribute thrived in vitality, excelling in healing and control, while the earth attribute was characterized by solidity, emphasizing defense. The flower spirit had not even fully realized the potential of these two attributes, but that was no longer necessary. The flower spirit glanced back at Li Mu, who gave a slight nod. With a sweet smile, it turned to face the purple lightning leopard, now mere paces away. Boom. In an instant, an orange-red blaze illuminated the entire training hall. Fiery flames erupted from the vines, transforming the area from a primordial forest into an inferno. Yet those vines, despite being engulfed in flames, remained unharmed and continued under the flower spirit's control. The surrounding vines intertwined, swiftly forming a colossal fiery cage, trapping the purple lightning leopard within. The intense flames and dense foliage obscured the view of the interior. Purple lightning leopard, Chen Xinyu exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The outcome is clear. Let's call it a day, Chu Xiongba remarked, narrowing his eyes. Yet Li Mu could still perceive a hint of disbelief on Chu Xiongba's face. Li Mu smiled, instructing the flower spirit to retract its powers. This time, the flower spirit had indeed astonished Li Mu, who felt that it had yet to reveal its full capabilities. The flower spirit now commanded elements without needing to first condense elemental energy, nearly achieving instantaneous activation. With a mere wave of its hand, the flames on the vines extinguished, and once all the fires were quenched, the vines remained unscorched. Subsequently, the vines burrowed back into the ground, filling the large holes they had created, and the ground was barely restored to its former evenness. However, a complete restoration was impossible, at least not with the flower spirit's current command over the elements. Once all the vines vanished, the purple lightning leopard reappeared in the sight of the onlookers. Aside from a few singed hairs, it seemed unharmed, though it appeared to be panting from the heat. The flower spirit had exhibited remarkable restraint, while the fiery cage seemed terrifying. It had left a sufficiently safe space for the purple lightning leopard within. Upon its release, the leopard recognized its defeat and cast an irritated glance at the flower spirit before retreating to Chen Xinyu's side. She quickly knelt down to comfort the leopard. The flower spirit returned to Li Mu's shoulder, wearing a satisfied smile. Li Mu gently ruffled the flower spirit's little head, sincerely praising, Muer, you were fantastic. You've truly become formidable. Not really. The flower spirit shyly hugged Li Mu's finger. Chu Xiongba's furrowed brow remained unchanged. After much contemplation, he could not comprehend the situation. Finally, he could not resist asking, does your flower spirit possess a fire attribute as well? Indeed, Li Mu replied, amused by Chu Xiongba's bewilderment. Chu Xiongba tightened his brows and subsequently inquired, what about the flower spirit's energy consumption? Li Mu responded, in the recent battle, the consumption wasn't too substantial. Roughly a quarter of its energy, and it recovers quite rapidly now. Chu Xiongba nodded. Let us keep the flower spirit here. Chen Xinyu, gather all your beasts and engage in training against the flower spirit. Li Mu was taken aback, wondering if Chu Xiongba intended to push the flower spirit to its limits. While the other beasts were manageable, he held some reservations about Yu Mu Yang's ferocious, saber-toothed tiger, facing the flower spirit. That might not be wise, Yumu Yang chimed in weakly. Chu Xiongba shot a glance at the group. I will ensure that the nightmare soul python protects the flower spirit. It will provide some pressure without posing any life-threatening dangers. As for the rest of you, keep an eye on your beasts. If so many of you cannot defeat a single flower spirit, you might as well return home to play in the mud. And you, Li Mu, come with me. Are there any questions? Li Mu hesitated briefly, imparting some words of caution to the flower spirit before leaving it behind and stepping out of the training facility with Chu Xiongba. Once outside, with no one in sight, Li Mu hesitated again and directly inquired, Teacher Chu, is there something you wish to discuss? Why does the flower spirit possess the fire attribute? Chu Xiongba retorted. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu explained, because during my time in the wild, I discovered a geothermal melting lotus and fed its seeds to the flower spirit, which led to this development. The geothermal melting lotus? Feeding it to the flower spirit? Your creativity is indeed impressive, Chu Xiongba remarked with a hint of annoyance. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Mu could only manage an awkward smile in response. Chu Xiongba then probed further. How many attributes does the flower spirit currently possess? Li Mu replied earnestly, only 3. We just utilized them all. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiongba questioned, is that so? Do not attempt to deceive me. Indeed, Li Mu said, somewhat helplessly. If you were to find the copper of Shou Mountain, it would have 4. Frowning in silence, Chu Xiongba eventually spoke. Are you aiming for the flower spirit to master the 5 elemental attributes? Li Mu nodded, precisely. Not only the 5 elements, but I aspire for it to embrace all attributes, lightning, wind, ice, time, space, and beyond. However, mastering the complete 5 elements must come first. Your ambitions are indeed grand. In normal circumstances, acquiring rare treasures that enable a creature to master new attributes is exceedingly rare, with probabilities typically not exceeding 1 in 10. You've encountered such fortune twice. Perhaps you should try your luck at the lottery. How many more times do you wish to tempt fate? Li Mu could only smile, reluctant to voice his deeper thoughts. After some contemplation, Chu Xiongba cautioned, having a creature with 3 attributes is already quite rare. Each attribute offers significant room for exploration. Do not rush the flower spirit into attempting to master new attributes. Allow her to thoroughly familiarize herself with the 3 she currently possesses. Understood, teacher, Li Mu nodded obediently. Follow me, Chu Xiongba instructed, leading Li Mu towards the office building. Soon they arrived at Chu Xiongba's office. As they stood before the door, Chu Xiongba suddenly halted. Turning to face Li Mu, the reason I called you out was not merely for questioning. I also have a creature prepared for you. Initially, I intended to wait until after the school's minor examination, but it appears that providing it to you sooner would not pose any issues. Li Mu was taken aback, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. In his heart, he pondered what quality the creature bestowed upon him would possess. Given Chu Xiongba's status, it should at least be of exceptional caliber, perhaps even perfect. If Teacher Chu truly had a legendary creature, could it be that he was now offering Li Mu a fledgling legend? This thought made Li Mu grin foolishly, realizing once again how fortunate he was to have such a teacher. Stop grinning like an idiot and come inside, Chu Xiongba chided. Right. Li Mu quickly snapped back to reality and followed Chu Xiongba into the office. Upon entering, Li Mu couldn't help but survey the surroundings, eager to locate the legendary creature of his fantasies. He deliberately chose to ignore the wolf dog that eagerly rushed to Chu Xiongba's side. Quit gawking and come here, Chu Xiongba called, crouching down to gently stroke the wolf dog's fur, displaying an uncommon tenderness. Chapter 74, The Fourth Creature. Li Mu approached Chu Xiongba, somewhat incredulous. It can't be this dog, can it? Yet, the more he looked at the dog, the more familiar it seemed. Although he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it before, he knew that dogs generally appeared similar unless there were notable differences in fur color or quality. Name, Night Wolfhound. Quality, good. Level, 0 tier, 7th stage. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Night Wolfhound? Could it be Wang Ke's? But how did it end up with Chu Xiongba? Wang Ke's Night Wolfhound had certainly left a strong impression on Li Mu. Chu Xiongba ceased his gentle stroking and stood up, addressing the wolfhound. This is the new master I found for you. I hope you find him satisfactory. Initially, Li Mu thought he was being spoken to, but soon realized that Chu Xiongba was addressing the Night Wolfhound instead. He felt a twinge of helplessness at being overlooked. The Night Wolfhound regarded Li Mu with no signs of shyness, circling around him several times to inspect him closely. After a moment, it returned to Chu Xiongba's side. Chu Xiongba glanced at Li Mu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems you've been rejected by a dog. Li Mu shrugged off the jest and directly asked, Teacher, is this truly the creature you mentioned? Indeed, Chu Xiongba affirmed with a nod. Is it Wang Ke's? Li Mu inquired again. Correct. Curiosity piqued, Li Mu asked, why is it here? Shouldn't it have been contracted with Wang Ke already? Upon hearing Wang Ke's name, The night wolfhound's demeanor noticeably shifted to a more somber tone. Chu Xiongba replied coolly, "That lad was not suited for this night wolfhound. I had them dissolve their contract. So what do you think? Are you interested in this beast?" Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Although the night wolfhound's quality was merely good and fell short of his expectations, he found himself surprisingly content, even pleased. He offered a sheepish smile and earnestly replied, "Of course I'm interested. It's just that this fellow seems to look down on me." Chu Xiongba smiled. Remember, while the quality of a creature is significant, it is not the sole determinant of its value. Even with a low starting point, boundless potential abounds. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Chu Xiongba squatted down once more, gently stroking the night wolfhound's fur with an unusually gentle tone. "I know you desire to grow stronger and wish to follow me, but accompanying me may not be your best choice. Although this lad may seem a bit foolish, he is a decent person. By following him, at least he won't become a burden to you. You can support each other and journey further together." The night wolfhound cast a lingering glance at Chu Xiongba, its understanding evident as it nodded slightly. With a sincere smile, Chu Xiongba said, "Now, go ahead and sign the contract. While you have been training, it is still different without a master." The night wolfhound nodded slightly, looking at Li Mu, who reciprocated with a warm smile. "Come over and sign the contract," Chu Xiongba instructed. "All right," Li Mu agreed, but then suddenly asked, "Teacher Chu, do you have a painless blood collection device?" "None. What would you need that for? Aren't men supposed to be tough?" Chu Xiongba scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Mu. Li Mu felt exasperated, recalling the last time he had contracted a lava dragon, which had left him in pain for days and somewhat traumatized. Chu Xiongba, unfazed by Li Mu's feelings, seized his hand and grabbed a paper cutter from the desk, swiftly slicing down. Li Mu barely had time to react before blood flowed from his hand. However, this time it seemed less painful, as Chu Xiongba's movements, though quick, were measured. The contract was signed successfully. The night wolfhound was resolute, agreeing without hesitation, and there were no complications during the signing process. After the contract was finalized, Li Mu gently petted the fur behind the night wolfhound's ears. The creature offered no resistance, and its gaze toward Li Mu softened. Chu Xiongba advised, "This night wolfhound is strong-willed and possesses great perseverance. It is a fine prospect. Nurture it well. Rest assured, teacher." "I will," Li Mu assured him. Chu Xiongba nodded, instructing, "You should first familiarize yourself with it. Later, take it to the training hall for a battle session. I have some matters to attend to and must step out for a while." "All right, teacher, you go ahead." Li Mu waved goodbye to Chu Xiongba. Chu Xiongba nodded and exited the office, closing the door behind him. Once he had departed, Li Mu turned his gaze towards the Black Night Wolf dog. The Black Night Wolf dog bore a striking resemblance to the German shepherds of the past, yet its entire coat was a deep, obsidian black, rather than merely the back fur. Moreover, the Black Night Wolf dog was considerably larger, standing tall enough to reach Li Mu's chest, and it appeared to weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. Its formidable appearance was undeniably that of a fierce canine, which Li Mu found quite appealing. "Do you have a name?" he asked, waving his hand in a friendly manner. "A name? I do not," the Black Night Wolf dog replied, its demeanor towards Li Mu not particularly affectionate. Unlike his other beasts, it maintained a certain distance, rather than lounging against him. Li Mu was unsure whether this was a positive or negative sign. However, it did mean that the other jealous creatures at home would likely remain undisturbed. Especially that troublesome fellow, the Rayquaza. "What do you think of the name Dehei?" Li Mu proposed democratically, seeking the Black Night Wolf dog's input. "That works." The Black Night Wolf dog lay down on the ground, seemingly bored. Li Mu chuckled with resignation. It appeared that he needed to devise a strategy to foster a closer bond. He didn't expect it to be as clingy as the lava dragon, but at the very least, he hoped it wouldn't remain so aloof. He began to engage in casual conversation with the Black Night Wolf dog, attempting to bridge the gap between them, while simultaneously reviewing the numerous promotion paths available for the creature. The current quality of the Black Night Wolf dog was indeed rather low. It needed to be elevated to at least excellent, or else the disparity between it and the others, such as Rayquaza, would only widen. There were a total of 37 promotion paths for the Black Night Wolf dog. Generally, the lower the quality of the beast, the more paths available for advancement. Li Mu focused intently on the strongest and rarest routes, growing increasingly regretful as he perused the options. Much of the required materials had originally been in the Blood Demon's ring, but they had all been sold. How could Li Mu have known that his fourth beast would be the Black Night Wolf dog? Otherwise, he would have retained the necessary materials. Yet, with the items sold, lamenting did little good. Besides, if he hadn't sold them, how would he have acquired materials for the Flower Sprite and Lava Dragon? Li Mu merely grumbled to himself, chatting idly with the Black Night Wolf dog, which remained somewhat indifferent. Eventually, he resigned himself to lead the Black Night Wolf dog back to the training ground, preparing to have it join in the battles. Chapter 75. The examination begins. After more than half a month, today marked the day of the Beast Tamers student examinations. As it was merely an examination organized by the school, the event could not be overly grand. In essence, it was simply a battle among students. Moreover, only one beast could be used, resulting in straightforward one-on-one combat. In Li Mu's cohort, due to Chu Xiongba's rigorous training, only 140 students remained by the day of the examination, a significant reduction compared to previous years. Naturally, with fewer participants, the process moved swiftly, beginning with drawing lots to determine opponents, with half being eliminated in each round. Li Mu's first opponent was a 5-star bite hound, and without even deploying his flower sprite, he effortlessly dispatched it with the Black Knight Wolf Dog. The first round of battles concluded in under 2 hours, followed by the next round where 70 participants would be narrowed down to 35. To Li Mu's surprise, his opponent in this round was Zhang Ju. As they stepped into the arena, Zhang Ju wore a forlorn expression. He had initially believed he could secure a spot in the top 5, but never anticipated facing Li Mu so early. Li Mu couldn't help but smile upon seeing Zhang Ju. "Big brother, could you perhaps take it easy on me?" Zhang Ju implored weakly. "I really don't want to be eliminated." Li Mu smiled gently. As the host, Chu Xiongba did not allow any further banter and bellowed, "Begin." Once again, Li Mu unleashed the Black Knight Wolf Dog, which had elevated its level to 8 during the past month. In contrast, Zhang Ju's Wild Gorilla remained at 6, despite also being of good quality. The rapid advancement of the Black Knight Wolf Dog could be attributed not only to Li Mu's nurturing, but also to its own relentless efforts. Indeed, the fastest way for a beast to ascend was through combat, a fact that the Black Knight Wolf Dog seemed to embrace with fervor. During training sessions, it consistently exhibited the utmost dedication, allowing it to outstrip the Wild Gorilla by 2 levels. While the Black Knight Wolf Dog was still of good quality, Li Mu had sufficient Imperial coins to gather materials for several ordinary promotion paths. However, he had no intention of allowing the Black Knight Wolf Dog to pursue a conventional route, so its quality enhancement was temporarily set aside. The battle concluded swiftly. Despite the Wild Gorilla's superior species attributes, it could not contend with the Black Knight Wolf Dog, which was 2 levels higher and a battle enthusiast. Zhang Ju left the arena with a dejected expression, while Li Mu retreated to the audience area, awaiting the conclusion of the other battles before the next drawing. Soon, Chun Xinyu finished her battle and joined Li Mu, followed shortly by Yu Yang, who also settled beside him. "How does it feel?" Yu Yang inquired with a smile. "Quite dull," Li Mu replied candidly. Indeed, Chun Xinyu nodded in agreement. "The disparity is too vast to reflect the true essence of battle, and it hardly seems fair. What significance does this ranking hold?" Yu Yang chuckled dismissively. "Luck is part of skill, and these minor examination rankings aren't crucial. What truly matters is the title of first place. After all, this is the first examination, and securing the top spot will leave a notable mark on your record. Other rankings might be influenced by luck, but first place is indisputable." Li Mu nodded slightly. "You seem quite knowledgeable, not surprising for a scion of the Tianheyu family. By the way, what exactly is this Tianheyu family?" At the mere mention, Yu Yang's demeanor shifted, and he appeared reluctant to elaborate. "Forget it. If you don't want to discuss it, that's fine. I've asked multiple times, and you always keep your lips sealed," Chun Xinyu remarked, visibly displeased. Li Mu chuckled helplessly. Since returning, he had shared some anecdotes about their respective experiences apart. Yu Yang and the others had been escorted back to Chunin City by the inspector, only to be cast out by Chu Xiongba until they completed their tasks before returning. There had been no further incidents along the way. Li Mu selectively recounted some tales, intentionally omitting anything related to the dragon tomb and the storage ring. He was undeniably curious about the Tianheyu family, which could so easily quell the inspector's murderous intent, but regardless of his inquiries, Yu Yang remained tight-lipped. With no other option, Li Mu could only harbor his curiosity. He certainly wouldn't press Yu Yang for answers. Before long, Chu Xiongba called for the 3rd round of draws. During this round, Li Mu witnessed an unprecedented and peculiar maneuver. Since 35 was an odd number, one individual would inevitably draw no opponent. Normally, one in such a situation would simply advance to the next round by default, a fortunate outcome. However, today, the one who drew no opponent would be outright eliminated. This unconventional decision was undoubtedly orchestrated by Chu Xiongba. The explanation of Chu Xiongba is one of convenience. The students, already accustomed to the tyranny of Chu Xiongba, naturally dared not voice any objections. This audacious maneuver by Chu Xiongba even startled Li Mu, who had initially believed he was secure in his position and on the verge of completing the system's first task to reap rewards. However, with this turn of events, the prospect of being directly eliminated became a daunting possibility. Li Mu was uncertain whether a failed task would incur any penalties, although the system did not specify. He had no desire to test such waters. Fortunately, luck was on Li Mu's side, as the 35-to-1 chance did not fall upon him. The student who drew the blank ticket immediately wore a mournful expression, casting a timid glance toward Chu Xiongba before wisely retreating from the training ground. Li Mu's opponent turned out to be an unremarkable student whose name he couldn't recall, and he easily dispatched the battle using his Night Wolf Hound. Returning to the spectator area, he awaited the next round of draws. Once all battles concluded, 17 contenders remained, preparing for the draw. Chu Xiongba wore a smile, noting that the fortunate one would be eliminated this time, assuring the others that there would be no more lucky draws after this. Li Mu felt speechless and couldn't help but feel a flicker of anxiety. With odds of 17-to-1, he hoped he wouldn't be that unfortunate. Thankfully, when the draw results emerged, Li Mu was not the one chosen. He exhaled slowly, relieved, as he was unafraid of losing to others. Accepting defeat was one thing, but being eliminated for no discernible reason was truly difficult to bear. After the elimination mechanism for the lucky draw was abolished, Li Mu felt no pressure whatsoever. Advancing from 16-to-8, and then from 8-to-4, he did not encounter any familiar faces until the final four, where the remaining competitors, besides Li Mu, were all acquaintances: Chun Xinyu, Yumu Yang, and Zhao Gang. The final four had emerged, aligning with Li Mu's expectations. Save for the early encounter with Zhang Ju, whom he had eliminated, no unexpected dark horses had appeared. Chu Xiongba's talent assessment proved astute, as those following him showed the most rapid progress. Chu Xiongba evaluated not only talent, but also character. Take Zhao Gang, for instance. At the onset, Zhao Gang's beast was merely a long-haired pig, his strength not even comparable to Li Mu and the others, ranking below average among all students. Why then did Chu Xiongba select him? Initially perplexed, Li Mu eventually grasped the rationale. Zhao Gang demonstrated unwavering diligence and a tenacious spirit. He trained earnestly, often laboring for an extra hour or two with his long-toothed pig even after school had ended. Hard work always yields rewards. The enhancement of the long-haired pig's quality was a result of the materials provided by Chu Xiongba, who claimed it was a reward for having hunted an additional beast during a wilderness survival exercise. In contrast, Yumu Yang and Chun Xinyu, who had hunted several beasts, along with Li Mu, received nothing. Chu Xiongba was aware of Zhao Gang's modest background. Acquiring a long-haired pig as a beast had necessitated a loan from Zhang Ju. Thus, Chu Xiongba granted Zhao Gang an opportunity, which he seized. After evolving from a long-haired pig to a long-toothed pig, Zhao Gang showed no signs of complacency. His long-toothed pig now boasted a level 7 status, surpassing Zhao Gang's wild gorilla. The draw results for the final four soon emerged. Li Mu would face Zhao Gang, while Chun Xinyu would battle Yumu Yang. Li Mu decided to deploy his flower sprite, although the Night Wolf Hound had a higher level than the long-toothed pig. The latter's considerable size conferred a significant advantage, coupled with its tough hide and robust physique. However, the Night Wolf Hound was reluctant to leave the preparation area. Li Mu furrowed his brow slightly but maintained a conciliatory tone, saying, "Big Black, it's not that I don't believe in you, but you would indeed be at a disadvantage against the long-toothed pig." The Night Wolf Hound shot a glance at Li Mu, asserting, "It's of a lower level than I am. How could I possibly retreat? Rest assured, I will not lose." Reluctantly, Li Mu acquiesced, not wanting to undermine the Night Wolf Hound's confidence, and he felt the situation should not pose too great a problem. The first match was between Chun Xinyu and Yumu Yang, where Li Mu settled into the audience to observe. Upon seeing the beast Yumu Yang deployed, he was taken aback. It was the Snow Shadow Weasel. Did Yumu Yang not wish to win? Chun Xinyu's Purple Lightning Leopard had already reached level 9, while the Snow Shadow Weasel languished at level 8, and in their previous skirmishes, the combat prowess of the Purple Lightning Leopard had far exceeded that of the Snow Shadow Weasel. Had Yumu Yang sent forth the brutal saber-toothed tiger, his chances of victory would have significantly increased. Though the brutal saber-toothed tiger had yet to break through to the next tier, it was on the cusp, possessing exceptional quality and inherent combat strength. It could be said that the brutal saber-toothed tiger was among the strongest beasts, second only to Li Mu's. Yet, who knew what Yumu Yang was playing at? Was he perhaps enamored with Chun Xinyu and intentionally throwing the match? The thought crossed Li Mu's mind. The battle concluded swiftly, lacking suspense, as their frequent practice sessions had made their strengths and weaknesses abundantly clear. However, Chun Xinyu seemed quite displeased with Yumu Yang's choice of the Snow Shadow Weasel, ignoring him entirely upon returning to the audience. Li Mu intended to inquire further, but Chu Xiongba wasted no time in calling Zhao Gang and Li Mu to the arena. The battleground was a circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters, where the long-toothed pig and Night Wolf Hound positioned themselves on opposite sides. Li Mu and Zhang Ju stood on small platforms flanking the arena. "Begin," Chu Xiongba declared in a calm voice. Simultaneously, the long-toothed pig and Night Wolf Hound, ever ready, charged toward one another. In the absence of elemental powers, the combat would inevitably devolve into a physical clash. 100 meters was a short distance for beasts of levels 7 and 8, and in the blink of an eye, they closed to a mere 10 meters apart. The long-toothed pig's speed showed no signs of waning. Rather, it accelerated, evidently intent on crashing into the night wolf hound. With its mass and strength, a direct collision would likely leave the night wolf hound severely injured, if not incapacitated. However, although the night wolf hound was a ferocious fighter, it was not foolish enough to engage in a head-on clash with the long-toothed pig. The night wolf hound maintained its speed, which was not even its full potential. As the two beasts drew closer, the night wolf hound executed a sudden 90-degree drift. The long-toothed pig had anticipated this maneuver, aware that the night wolf hound would not confront it directly. As soon as the night wolf hound changed direction, the long-toothed pig swung its head fiercely. Its nearly 1-meter-long fangs aimed at the night wolf hound. However, the fangs merely grazed the night wolf hound's tail. While the long-toothed pig boasted greater strength and defense, the night wolf hound held an advantage in level, primarily through its superior speed and diverse attack methods. After evading the long-toothed pig's strike, the night wolf hound did not immediately close the distance. Instead, it forcefully propelled itself off the ground with its hind legs. The night wolf hound soared into the air, prompting the long-toothed pig to halt its charge, though inertia carried it forward for nearly 10 meters before it could come to a stop. Once halted, the long-toothed pig raised its fangs, aiming for the airborne night wolf hound. Remaining calm, the night wolf hound deftly avoided the fangs with its forelegs, delivering a light slap to the long-toothed pig's face. This slap was not an attack, but rather a means to continue leveraging its momentum. After the forelimbs struck, the hind limbs followed suit with another blow, provoking a surge of indignation and embarrassment in the long-toothed boar. Its head whipped violently, creating a chaotic display of its formidable tusks. Yet, the nocturnal wolfhound had already vanished. Before the long-toothed boar could react, it suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of its neck. The nocturnal wolfhound had leapt onto the boar's back, its limbs clinging tightly to maintain balance. While its razor-sharp fangs sank into the flesh at the back of the boar's neck, blood began to flow, but for the long-toothed boar, this was not a particularly grievous injury, as it possessed a thick layer of fat around its neck. This bite was not only non-fatal, but scarcely even a serious wound. Once the boar regained its wits, it began to thrash wildly, but the nocturnal wolfhound held on tenaciously, its grip unyielding. The situation thus reached a precarious stalemate. Although the boar's size often conferred an advantage, at this moment, it became a liability. Its bulk made it nearly impossible to dislodge the enemy clinging to its back, leaving it with no choice but to thrash about in desperation. Despite being thrown off a few times, the wolfhound maintained its grip on the boar. After a considerable struggle, Zhang Gang noticed that the wolfhound showed no signs of relinquishing its hold, while the long-toothed boar was rapidly exhausting itself. Zhang Ju chose to concede defeat. Li Mu understood that although this battle appeared straightforward, it was anything but. The wolfhound's swift change of direction and its daring leap onto the boar were incredibly risky maneuvers. A moment's inattention could have resulted in the end of the fight. Yet, the wolfhound did not disappoint Li Mu. Chapter 77, Subsequent Tasks. The two strong ones appear. This time, there was no need for a draw. After announcing the results, Chu Xiongba cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu, and the finals commenced 10 minutes later. The nocturnal wolfhound returned to Li Mu's side, who crouched down to pat its head. Hey, you really didn't need to take such risks. I won, see? I told you I wouldn't let you down. The wolfhound nuzzled Li Mu's palm. Li Mu noticed that after each battle, the wolfhound displayed a more affectionate demeanor towards him. Shall we let the flower spirit take the next battle? Li Mu cautiously sought the wolfhound's opinion. The nocturnal wolfhound, possessing a strong sense of pride and a combative spirit, required Li Mu to be mindful of his companion's feelings. Master, do you think I would lose? It retorted earnestly. That's not what I meant. Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. But I truly must win this time. Hey, can you understand? I understand. It's because I am not strong enough. I am indeed not a match for that female leopard right now, but one day I will surpass her. The wolfhound's spirit remained undaunted, brimming with determination. Li Mu nodded, affectionately pinching the wolfhound's ears, suddenly realizing, how did you know the thunderbolt leopard is female? Can you tell despite your different species? This time, the wolfhound shot Li Mu a glance, but offered no response. Li Mu chuckled, dismissing the matter, and after grooming the wolfhounds for a little longer, he led it away from the battlefield to switch in the flower spirit. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and the finals began. Li Mu sent forth the flower spirit, while Chun Xianyu entered with the thunderbolt leopard. Chun Xianyu's other beast, the magic-cutting mantis, was of the same type as the thunderbolt leopard, an agile attacker, akin to an assassin. However, the magic-cutting mantis, having been contracted later, was currently of a lower level than the thunderbolt leopard. This was the norm. Yu Muyang's savage saber-toothed tiger was merely a result of financial means, having been purchased at a higher level. The final battle unfolded without suspense. The flower spirit emerged victorious. During this period, the thunderbolt leopard had made notable progress, yet the flower spirit had not been idle either. Although it remained at level 9 and had not yet broken through to the first tier, it was close. It had become more adept with 3 elemental attacks, diversifying its approach. After the finals concluded, the sun began to set. The other students had long departed following their battles. In the arena, only Chu Xiongba, Li Mu, Chen Xinyu, Yu Muyang, Zhao Gang, and Zhang Ju remained. Once everything was settled, the group, accompanied by their other beasts, followed Chu Xiongba from the battlefield. Chu Xiongba glanced at Zhang Ju and Zhao Gang, saying, "You two head back first. No training today, we will resume tomorrow." "Understood, Teacher Chu. Goodbye." Zhang Ju and Zhao Gang bid farewell before leaving together. Chu Xiongba looked at the remaining trio, stating calmly, "Tomorrow is the day of examination for the Beast Tamers 1 year ahead of you." "Teacher Chu, what do you mean?" Yu Muyang seemed to sense something. Chu Xiongba nodded. "I have already made the arrangements. You will participate in tomorrow's examination. It will not be as trivial as today's." Moreover, it was not merely an examination. Their cohort consisted of the current students, and the top 10 would be selected to participate in the Empire's Grand Trials. "None of you are allowed to fail." "Teacher Chu, are you sending us to this year's Grand Trials? That would put us at a disadvantage, losing a year." Yu Muyang frowned slightly. Chu Xiongba shot Yu Muyang a glance, replying coolly, "This is for you to gain experience. Regardless of the outcome, you can still participate next year." Yu Muyang smiled. "That's good then." Chu Xiongba revealed a wicked grin, threatening, "Don't celebrate too soon. Even the selection in Changnan City must not be failed. Otherwise, prepare for dire consequences. Oh, by the way, you can prepare your third beast now. All right, you may leave. Li Mu, stay behind." "Okay, goodbye, Teacher Chu, and farewell, Li Mu." Chun Xinyu waved and turned away with the thunderbolt leopard and the magic cutting mantis. "Xinyu, wait for me." Yu Muyang hurriedly chased after Chun Xinyu with his beasts. Chu Xiongba watched their departing figures with a hint of a natural smile, reminiscing about youth. Li Mu jested, "Teacher, aren't you still young? If you're longing for a woman, just find one." "You little rascal," Chu Xiongba laughed, scolding. "Daring to make jokes at my expense? Remember what I told you. You must pass the Imperial Beast Tamer exam." "I understand," Li Mu nodded helplessly. Suddenly, 2 items appeared in Chu Xiongba's hand. A peculiar substance resembling a bone in 9 colors and a small gelatinous orb. 9-colored dragon bone wood, infinite water essence. Take them. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. The 9-colored dragon bone wood was the final material needed to elevate the lava dragon to perfect quality. As for the infinite water essence, he hadn't requested it from Chu Xiongba. Its function was straightforward. It could potentially grant a beast a water attribute. "Do you want it? If not, I'll throw it away." Chu Xiongba frowned slightly. Li Mu quickly accepted the items, placing them into his ring, grinning, "Thank you, teacher. However, I might not have the funds for the infinite water essence just yet. I'm not expecting your money. Consider it a reward for passing the Imperial Beast Tamer exam ahead of time. If you fail, prepare for your doom." With that, Chu Xiongba waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave without a trace of reluctance. Only after Chu Xiongba had completely vanished from sight did Li Mu depart the school with his 4 beasts. Once again, Zhang Yihan accompanied Li Mu home. Upon arriving, Li Mu first fed each of his 4 beasts a suitable crystal core before turning his attention to the system. "The system, I have completed my task. Where's my reward?" "Here it is, an opportunity to elevate a regular quality item to good quality, and subsequent tasks have been unlocked." "What are the subsequent tasks?" "An opportunity to enhance a regular quality item is of little use to Li Mu at present. The key lies in the subsequent tasks. Will they yield more substantial rewards?" Achieving first place in the entrance examination for graduates of Chunan Second High School grants 2 opportunities to elevate a regular quality item to good quality. Securing first place in the citywide selection rewards 1 opportunity to advance good quality to excellent quality. Winning first place in the regional selection provides 2 opportunities to elevate good quality to excellent quality. Attaining first place in the Imperial Grand Examination offers 1 opportunity to elevate outstanding quality to perfect quality. Simultaneously, side quests have been initiated. All Mage System. Phase 1. Teach the flower sprite to master the 5 elemental attributes, granting 1 opportunity to upgrade good quality to excellent quality. Li Mu, overwhelmed by this barrage of system notifications, took some time to regain his composure. After months of waiting for a single task, he was astonished to find so many tasks piled up upon completion of just one. Chapter 78. The Perfect Lava Dragon. Li Mu silently contemplated. If he completed all the tasks, he could precisely elevate a good quality beast to perfection. System, This chain of task rewards is intentional, is it not? What? Are you dissatisfied? No, I am quite content. How did you know I have obsessive-compulsive tendencies? It would frustrate me to receive several low-tier evolution opportunities with no place to use them. As a system, ensuring the host's satisfaction is fundamental, is it not? By the way, what happens if a task is left uncompleted? There are no rewards for incomplete tasks. What else could be done? Is there no punishment? For instance, annihilation? Li Mu recalled the novels he had read in his previous life, where failing a task often resulted in some form of eradication. No. Do I appear to be that sort of violent and bloodthirsty system? The purpose of the system is to empower the host. Why would it punish them? I love it. I truly do, Li Mu expressed sincerely. If the host is satisfied, remember to leave a 5-star review. After confirming there were no penalties, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier tasks could be overlooked, but he was not particularly confident about the last one. First place in the Imperial Grand Examination. After all, the Empire is vast, with billions of people. Each time there are tens of millions in the preliminary exams. With such a large pool, it is entirely normal for several prodigies to emerge. Moreover, Li Mu had a full year less of growth compared to others. Ceasing his exchange with the system, Li Mu retrieved the 9-colored dragon bone wood and summoned the lava dragon. During this period, the lava dragon had already made a breakthrough to the first tier ahead of the flower sprite and had increased in size, now comparable to a small dog. Eat this, and you will ascend to perfection, or rather, return to perfection, Li Mu said with a smile, handing the 9-colored dragon bone wood to the lava dragon. Recognizing its value, the lava dragon wrapped its small forelimbs around the wood. Thank you, master. You're welcome. Now eat up. Li Mu gently patted the lava dragon's head, which had begun to develop its dragon horns, already forming small points. Good. The lava dragon sat on the ground, eagerly gnawing at the wood as if it were sugarcane, quickly consuming the white tip. How does it feel? Li Mu inquired. Crisp. Li Mu glanced at his other beasts. The Sky Splitter had once again been dragged by the Night Wolf Hound into an empty room for a spar. This had become a habit for the Night Wolf Hound. Every time they returned home, it would either drag the lava dragon or the Sky Splitter to engage in a training battle. It was more akin to a training duel than an actual fight, and naturally, neither the Sky Splitter nor the lava dragon utilized energy attacks. Observing the battle between the Sky Splitter and the Night Wolf Hound, Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. The space had become somewhat cramped. The Sky Splitter was nearing 4 meters in length, while the Night Wolf Hound was also a sizable creature, measuring 1 to 2 meters long. Their battles were considerably restricted in this confined area, and as time passed, the Sky Splitter would continue to grow. Not only the Sky Splitter, but also the Lava Dragon. Though currently not significantly larger, Li Mu believed that the Lava Dragon had yet to reach its growth phase. Once it did, its size would undoubtedly surge. Li Mu had witnessed the adult Lava Dragon's dimensions. To say that this small room could accommodate it would be an understatement. Even an entire building would struggle to house such a creature. Having lived in this space for so long, Li Mu had developed some attachment, but a move was necessary. He couldn't possibly separate from his beasts once they grew larger. He needed to explore the possibility of purchasing a villa in the suburbs or elsewhere. After observing their sparring for a while, a smile crept onto Li Mu's face as the Night Wolf Hound appeared to be thoroughly enjoying itself, while the Sky Splitter seemed somewhat reluctant. Retracting his gaze, the flower sprite then landed on Li Mu's shoulder. After a moment of playfulness, Li Mu's phone rang. He took it out and answered the call. Hello, Sister Mingjie. Indeed, it was Chun Mingjie calling. Apart from her, no one else would be inclined to call Li Mu. Xiao Mu, your school has already had its exams, right? How did it go? Li Mu felt speechless. She had called just to inquire about this. Reminiscent of his parents' eager questioning of his grades after an exam in his previous life. It was adequate, I suppose. It's all right, Xiao Mu. Even if you didn't perform well, it's not a big deal. This is merely your first test, and it doesn't define anything. Chun Mingjie comforted him gently. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Sister Mingjie, who told you I didn't do well? Chun Mingjie was taken aback. Didn't you say you barely managed? Yes, barely managed to come in first, Li Mu replied, struggling to suppress a chuckle. What? Chun Mingjie was silent for a moment before processing the information. You brat. Is that for real? Sister Mingjie, when have I ever deceived you? That's true, but how could you possibly come in first with just the flower sprite? Surely your cohort isn't that weak. It can't be that there aren't even any good quality beasts, right? Though the flower sprite is excellent. Many good quality beasts could outperform her in combat. Chun Mingjie's voice trailed off, and Li Mu could imagine her puzzled expression. After a pause, she suddenly thought of a possibility. You little rascal, did you contract other beasts? Li Mu recalled Chun Mingjie's earlier reminder to inform her before contracting a second beast. However, he had completely forgotten about it. Oh, you little rascal, you didn't take your sister's words seriously. What is the second beast you contracted? Li Mu hesitantly replied, Actually, it's not just one. Two. You contracted two more? So now you have three beasts including the flower sprite. How could you possibly raise so many beasts in such a short time? Limu was momentarily at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had actually contracted for beasts? You little rascal, I've been away for just a few days, and you've already gone off the rails. Please don't contract any more recklessly. Wait until I'm done with my tasks in a few days, she said hurriedly before hanging up. The abrupt end to the conversation indicated that Chun Mingjie was indeed busy. He wondered what exactly she was occupied with. After this delay, nearly half an hour had passed, prompting Limu to check on the lava dragon. The lava dragon had finished devouring the 9-colored dragon bone wood and was now lying on the ground, appearing somewhat dazed. Limu was not particularly concerned about the lava dragon, as this creature typically lay in this position when it had overeaten. However, noticing that the lava dragon seemed unchanged, Limu was uncertain about the situation. He promptly summoned the system panel. Name, Lava Dragon, Dragon Species. Quality, Perfect. Level, First Order, Second Stage. Talent, Heart of Lava. Blood of the Dragon. Remarkably, it had indeed achieved perfection, although Limu was puzzled as to why there was no indication of the lava dragon's promotion. This detail had become inconsequential. With an additional talent and a stable level of First Order, Second Stage, it secured the second position among Limu's 4 summoned beasts. Since it had already advanced, Limu chose not to disturb the lava dragon and allowed it to rest. Chapter 79, Lu Wuchen. The following day, they found themselves once again in the combat arena. The school had only this single arena. Otherwise, the 2 grades would not have been divided into 2 days for examinations. However, this time the arena was filled with many unfamiliar faces. The only familiar ones to Limu were Chun Xinyu and Yu Muyang, while Chu Xiongba was absent. The arena resembled a gladiatorial layout, with a circular combat area at its center and an encircling spectator seating. The first procedure was the drawing of lots. And after the draw, the 3 of them took their seats adjacent to one another in the audience, including Limu. There were a total of 210 participants. Those with consecutive numbers would battle, with the victor advancing. The numbers drawn by the trio were not particularly high. Yu Muyang was number 34, Chun Xinyu 72, and Limu 198. Thus, they engaged in leisurely conversation while awaiting the commencement of the battles. Soon, the fights began as contestants 1 and 2 took the stage, each with a summoned beast, a wind speed dog and an iron fist monkey, both of commendable quality. The wind speed dog was a level 7, while the iron fist monkey was an 8. Through Limu's observations, this was roughly the average standard of students 1 year his senior. This revelation surprised Limu. He had anticipated that students with an additional year of growth would be at least at first order, yet their levels were disappointingly low. Are there any noteworthy individuals among the seniors? After watching the battle for a while, Yu Muyang lost interest and began conversing with Limu and Chun Xinyu. I don't know, nor do I wish to, Chun Xinyu replied, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Muyang, evidently still irked by Yu Muyang's leniency the previous day. Have you inquired? Limu curiously turned to Yu Muyang. Indeed, Yu Muyang nodded. How many possess first-order summoned beasts? Limu asked. There are 5 first-order beasts, but only 3 individuals, Yu Muyang replied with a mysterious smile. Why the suspense? Just say it. If you don't want to share, then don't, Chun Xinyu interjected. Very well, Yu Muyang chuckled helplessly, seemingly undeterred by Chun Xinyu's attitude. However, there is only one person worth our attention. Who? Limu inquired with curiosity. Lu Wuchen, who possesses 3 summoned beasts, all above first order, the strongest being at first order, 8th stage. He is the top genius of our school and the eldest son of the wealthiest family in Chunan City, making him quite a figure in the city. Haven't you heard of him? Actually, I have, Limu admitted. His days at school were consumed by relentless training, leaving little time for idle gossip with Chun Xinyu and the others. Nonetheless, a first order, 8th-stage beast was indeed impressive, marking him as a formidable opponent. It was evident that talent emerged every year, even from a secondary school. Lu Wuchen, huh? I didn't realize he was so formidable, Chun Xinyu remarked. What? Do you know him? Limu asked. I don't personally know him, but I often hear female classmates talking about him, mostly about his looks. As if they were smitten, Chun Xinyu replied with disdain. Is that so? Muyang, do you know what Lu Wuchen's 3 summoned beasts are? Limu probed. One is a snake, another an eagle, and the last a lion. He is just about to take the stage now. You can see for yourself. Yu Muyang pointed to the arena. Limu looked over, just in time to see the 4th battle conclude as the 5th pair entered the arena, with the more handsome one presumably being Lu Wuchen. He was indeed quite striking, nearly comparable to Yu Muyang, who had hitherto been the most handsome individual Limu had encountered. Lu Wuchen donned a white shirt, his expression aloof and combined with his formidable prowess. It was no surprise that he garnered admiration from the female students in school. Soon, both contestants summoned their beasts. Lu Wuchen unleashed a majestic lion. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its purple mane seemingly ablaze with a faint fire. Name: Purple Blaze Lion. Quality: excellent. Level: First Order, 5th Stage. Li Mu recognized this type of summoned beast from the 10,000 Beasts summoning shop, recalling that he had quite liked it then. Although it should not be the same one, it belonged to the same species and was likely purchased from the shop. Considering Yumu Yang's earlier mention of the Lu family being the wealthiest in Chunin City. Yet how could the eldest son's summoned beast merely be of excellent quality? Or perhaps the Purple Blaze Lion was the weakest among Lu Wuchen's 3 beasts. The battle was devoid of suspense. Had it not been for the prohibition against forfeiting outright, Lu Wuchen's opponent would have likely refrained from stepping onto the stage. A mere exchange resulted in the opponent's iron-armored hound being swatted away by the Purple Blaze Lion. This was already a display of restraint on the lion's part, and the opponent quickly conceded. After the battle concluded, Li Mu withdrew his gaze and turned to Yumu Yang. What are his other 2 summoned beasts? One is a shadow black eagle, and the other a green rock lava python. The latter is somewhat rare, while the other 2 are rather common. Though their high levels are noteworthy, Yumu Yang remarked with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, Li Mu recalled that both the Purple Blaze Lion and the Shadow Black Eagle were beasts he had encountered at the 10,000 Beasts summoning shop. The Shadow Black Eagle, being of exceptional quality, was far from a mere common creature. Its prevalence indicated it could not be too weak, as customers would not invest in inferior products. In fact, those that became common were typically of commendable value. Beyond Lu Wuchen, there were no other individuals in the subsequent battles that piqued Li Mu's interest. He did notice another student with a first-order beast, which was a first-order, second-stage fire monkey of excellent quality, yet it posed no threat. As more than 10 battles transpired, it was soon time for Yumu Yang's match. Prior to heading to the preparation area, he said to Chen Xinyu, "I didn't intentionally let up yesterday," I explained, "but you didn't believe me. I assure you, I wasn't lying. My brutal saber-toothed tiger was merely on the verge of breaking through to first order. Just watch." With that, Yumu Yang proceeded to prepare for his match. While Chen Xinyu blinked, gazing at Yumu Yang's retreating figure, seemingly convinced. Soon, Yumu Yang's battle commenced, and he summoned his brutal saber-toothed tiger. Name: Brutal Saber-Toothed Tiger. Quality: exceptional. Level: First Order, 1st Stage. Li Mu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it had achieved exceptional quality. In fact, even without consulting the system panel, he could discern that this first-order brutal saber-toothed tiger had grown somewhat larger. The situation was akin to what had just transpired with the Azure Flame Lion. It's nearly 1 meter long, razor-sharp fangs exuding an aura of intimidation. Overwhelming, decisive. Even though there was a slight disparity in their respective years of growth, the outcome remained unchanged. Chapter 80. Being handsome is a burden. Next up, Chen Xinyu and Li Mu took to the arena in succession, both effortlessly securing victory. Following the conclusion of the first round, 105 competitors remained, and thankfully, there were no extravagant maneuvers this time. The competitor who drew the bye was number 105, who advanced directly. After the draw, Li Mu's number was quite favorable, coming in at 5, while Chen Xinyu was 12 and Yumu Yang drew 74. By the end of the first round, it was nearly noon, yet this examination offered no respite. Those wishing to eat at noon were required to do so on their own. However, one could not afford to be absent from their scheduled battle, for failure to appear would be tantamount to defeat. Yumu Yang proactively inquired, "My number is a bit later. May I go to the cafeteria and bring back food for you? What would you like?" Li Mu chuckled. "Let us establish this first. Who will be footing the bill for the meal? Only then will I decide what to order." Yumu Yang, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Come on. How much could a meal possibly cost? I hadn't planned on asking you for money." Li Mu grinned. "All right then, order the most expensive dishes. I want the finest exotic beast meat. Just bring me a few portions." "Sure," Yumu Yang responded nonchalantly, then turned to Chen Xinyu. "Xinyu, what would you like?" Chen Xinyu pondered briefly before saying, "I'll just have something simple." "Oh, and could you grab a strawberry mousse for me?" "Got it." Yumu Yang replied with a smile and waved goodbye as he left the battleground. Once Yumu Yang departed, Li Mu, feeling somewhat bored, watched the ongoing battles while engaging in casual conversation with Chen Xinyu. Li Mu was set to compete in the third match, and it was soon his turn. As he stepped onto the battlefield, he summoned his trusty Night Wolf Hound once more. Prior to the battle, contestants could switch their summoned beasts, but only one could be used per match, with the outcome determining the victor. Li Mu had the advantage of viewing his opponent's summoned beast information in advance, allowing him to send out the most suitable beast each time. This time, his opponent wielded an 8-segmented giant-toothed dog, comparable in quality to the Night Wolf Hound. The gap between the two was negligible, and Li Mu felt confident that the Night Wolf Hound would prevail, even in the unlikely event of a loss. It would not be a cause for concern. An additional rule in this examination permitted eliminated students a chance to challenge those ranked above them once the final standings were established. If victorious, they would assume the rank of the defeated challenger, who would then be relegated one position down. Should the challenger win, they could continue to challenge higher-ranked opponents until they chose to cease, thereby finalizing the rankings. Li Mu found this rule quite humane, as it prevented certain unfair situations, such as the second strongest facing the strongest too early, which would lead to the elimination of a valuable contender, an unfortunate loss for the institution. After all, the school aimed to select the top 10 candidates for the overall competition, and a good performance in that event would yield significant benefits for the school. In this battle, no clear dominance emerged. The giant toothed dog and night wolf hound exhibited comparable strengths across the board. In fact, due to the giant toothed dog's slightly exaggerated canine teeth, its attack power was somewhat superior. The two large canines engaged in a fierce struggle, grappling and clawing at each other for over 10 minutes of intense combat. The night wolf hound remained resolute, while the giant toothed dog appeared to be losing steam. After several more minutes of wrestling, the night wolf hound seized an opportunity, sinking its teeth into the giant toothed dog's neck, prompting its owner to concede immediately. Following the battle, the next match commenced without pause, and the night wolf hound returned to the preparation area alongside Li Mu. Li Mu crouched down, inspecting the wounds on the night wolf hound with a twinge of concern. The recent skirmish had left several shallow puncture marks on its body. He retrieved some medicinal ointment and applied it to the houndess' wounds. Big Black, you should rest for the next match. No, master, I am fine. I relish this sensation. I do not feel any pain, the night wolf hound declared. Gazing steadfastly at Li Mu, its tail wagging slightly, a gesture of both affection and determination. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right. But the next opponent may be stronger. If you find yourself overwhelmed, do not push yourself too hard. Rest assured, master, the hound replied, and upon receiving Li Mu's consent, it excitedly nuzzled against his leg. After tending to the hound's injuries, Li Mu left it in the preparation area and returned to the audience seating. Upon arriving, Li Mu couldn't help but frown slightly. Someone had taken his seat. Although there were no designated spots in the audience, with many vacant seats available, it was customary for groups of friends to sit together. Yu Mu Yang was back, and Chun Xinyu was also present. Upon entering, Li Mu noticed a girl occupying his spot, who had been conversing animatedly with Yu Mu Yang. Realizing the potential for Yu Mu Yang's romantic prospects, Li Mu decided not to make a scene about reclaiming his seat. Instead, he planned to sit beside Chun Xinyu. However, upon seeing Li Mu, Yu Mu Yang looked at him as if he were a savior, signaling frantically while addressing the girl. Excuse me, but this seat is taken. He has returned now. The girl glanced at Li Mu and replied, with so many seats available, why can't he just sit elsewhere? It's all the same. Li Mu furrowed his brow, aware that Yu Mu Yang was not interested in the girl, and her attitude was far from pleasant. It seemed he would have to play the role of the villain. Li Mu approached her, standing directly in front of her, and coldly stated, "Get up. That is my seat. Is there a name on this seat?" She retorted, showing no inclination to rise, her demeanor one of disdain as she shot Li Mu a dismissive glance. "Do you not comprehend human language? I said to leave." Li Mu replied, his tone growing colder. "I refuse to move. What can you do about it? Go ahead and hit me." The girl challenged, adopting a defiant stance, even leaning closer as if daring him to strike. Li Mu was genuinely tempted to slap her, a desire that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Just then, Chun Xinyu, who had been suppressing laughter, stood up and quickly intervened. "Li Mu, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it. Let us just change our seats." Yu Mu Yang also rose, affirming, "Yes, let us just move." "Wait, Yu Yang, don't leave." The girl protested, grabbing onto Yu Mu Yang's arm. Yu Mu Yang swiftly pulled his arm away, his tone icy. "We are not familiar, so do not touch me, and don't call me Yu Yang. Besides, you have offended my friend." With that, he followed Chun Xinyu and Li Mu to another location, leaving the girl in a state of disbelief. After a considerable time had passed, the girl finally regained her composure, glaring furiously at the trio now seated elsewhere before storming off in anger. Chapter 81. The Tianheyu family. Once seated again, Li Mu's expression had returned to one of tranquility. His earlier display of anger had merely been an act intended to intimidate the girl, and he had not anticipated it would be ineffective. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What exactly just transpired? What else could it be?" "Some people simply attract unwanted attention," Chun Xinyu remarked with a smirk. "Attracting attention? She was the one who approached us." Yu Mu Yang replied, exasperated. With Yu Mu Yang's striking appearance, coupled with the ferocious saber-toothed tiger he unleashed during the competition, it is indeed quite natural for him to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Although most girls, even if they harbor some affection, feel too shy to be overly proactive, there are always a few bold ones. I must say, That girl was rather pleasing to the eye. So why didn't you take a liking to her? Li Mu inquired. Just because she's good-looking doesn't mean I have to like her, Yu Yang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Xianyu, it's almost your turn. You should go prepare. All right, by the way, didn't you buy food? You all can eat without waiting for me. Chun Xianyu greeted before departing from the audience area towards the preparation zone. As soon as Chun Xianyu left, the gentle smile that had adorned Yu Yang's face vanished, replaced by a slight furrowing of his brow. What's wrong? Li Mu noticed Yu Yang's change in demeanor. With a resigned expression, Yu Yang responded, Do you know who that girl was? Who? Could she possibly be your fiancé? Li Mu's imagination conjured up a dramatic scenario, a young master from a prominent family fleeing a forced marriage, only to encounter true love in this remote place. While his fiancée relentlessly pursued him, caught between familial obligations and the bliss of true affection. How would Yu Yang choose? Not at all. What are you thinking? I just met her, and her name is Lu Qing, Yu Yang said with evident exasperation. Another Lu? Is she related to Lu Wuchen? Li Mu suddenly connected the dots. Indeed, Yu Yang nodded. She is Lu Wuchen's younger sister, and quite willful at that. I merely wished for your assistance in navigating the situation, but I didn't expect it would offend her. My apologies. Being offended is no big deal. You offended her too, didn't you? If she seeks revenge, none of us will escape. Li Mu shrugged, unfazed. Aren't you the young master of the Tianheyu family? That sounds far superior to the Lu family. Yu Yang was taken aback, then replied with irritation. Who told you I was the young master? Isn't that the case? I just assumed, Li Mu said casually. Yu Yang narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Actually, I am the second son of this generation, and a born out of wedlock. Li Mu was surprised that Yu Yang had finally chosen to share something personal. He couldn't help but ask. So what exactly is the Tianheyu family? Do enlighten me. Don't worry, I promise to keep it confidential. Do you know about the Tiana River? Yu Yang looked at Li Mu. Li Mu shook his head honestly. Yu Yang replied, It stretches from the icy north to the southern seas. A river that traverses the entire empire from south to north. Wow, that's quite long. Li Mu exclaimed, astonished. He wasn't entirely sure how vast the empire was, but it seemed to vastly surpass the size of Asia in his past life. Yu Yang nodded slightly. And this Tiana River is the territory of the Yu family. To put it simply, although the river belongs to the empire, it bears the Yu surname. Li Mu was genuinely astonished. He had imagined Yu Yang's background to be extraordinary, but this was beyond his expectations. The significance of a river that spans the entire empire was not lost on him, even if he couldn't fully comprehend its implications. Surely the Yu family doesn't have a king, right? Li Mu couldn't resist asking. Yu Yang nodded lightly, then shook his head. No, are you satisfied now? What more is there to inquire about? The young master of the Tianheyu family. Brother, do you still need an accessory on your leg? Let me cling to your thigh, Li Mu jested. I feel like you're mocking me, Yu Yang replied. You know, I never considered being born into the Yu family to be a stroke of luck. His expression darkened significantly. Li Mu, somewhat puzzled, contemplated before adopting a more light-hearted tone. Why is that? You seem to be a bit too low-key for a young master. Shouldn't you have 100 guards following you around? Isn't that beast of yours a perfect foundation? Li Mu, do you sincerely wish to know? Just know, once you learn, you won't be able to escape from me. If I happen to meet an untimely demise one day, don't blame me. Yu Yang looked at Li Mu, wearing a smile that was unsettlingly different from his usual warm demeanor. All right, Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I understand the adage that curiosity killed the cat. Yu Yang replied, and truly ceased to elaborate, his expression dimming further. Li Mu hesitated for a moment before wrapping an arm around Yu Yang's shoulders. If you want to share, I'll reluctantly listen. Though he knew that uncovering such secrets could be perilous, he felt reassured by the presence of Chu Xiongba. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it right now, Yu Yang shrugged off Li Mu's arm. And I've told you many times, I dislike being touched by others. What are you two discussing? You seem to be having such a good time. Two big men pulling and tugging at each other. Chen Xianyu returned, her voice reaching them before she even sat down. Just chatting casually, how did it go? Yu Yang greeted her with a gentle smile upon her arrival. Li Mu silently judged Yu Yang, then replied, What could it be? Of course, Xianyu won. I let you watch the battle. And you said it was boring and that you wouldn't watch. Please, whether I want to watch or not is my choice. Who needs you to dictate? Chen Xianyu scoffed, taking a seat beside Li Mu. No, Yu Yang looked at Li Mu in confusion. When did I ever say that? Did you not? Could I have misheard? That's improbable. Li Mu feigned innocence. All right, enough of this. Where's the food you brought? Let us eat. Yu Yang shot Li Mu a glare, then sincerely explained, Xianyu, let me clarify. I truly did not say that. Li Mu is deliberately misleading me. Chun Xianyu nodded lightly, understood. Didn't I tell you to eat first? You don't need to wait for me. Have you not eaten yet? Let's eat. All right. Yu Yang nodded reluctantly, retrieving steaming dishes from his spatial ring. The trio chatted amiably while enjoying their meal. Soon after they finished, it was finally Yumu Yang's turn. His opponent was not particularly formidable, and the ferocious saber-toothed tiger easily concluded the battle. Once the second round was completely over, 53 contenders remained, and the competition continued with another drawing. This time, luck was on Yumu Yang's side as he drew a bye, advancing directly to the next round. In the third round, both Li Mu and Chun Xianyu faced no strong opponents and advanced with ease. During the fourth round's drawing, only 27 remained. However, as night fell, the battles of the fourth round were postponed until the following day. Chapter 82, The Awakening of Dahe. The next day, Li Mu savored the breakfast brought by Yumu Yang as he, Chun Xianyu, and Yumu Yang entered the training arena. They first headed to the preparation area to settle their beasts, then found seats in the audience. Just as Li Mu finished his breakfast, the drawing commenced, and this time, none of the three were fortunate enough to draw by. Li Mu was number 5, Chun Xianyu 11, and Yumu Yang 21. It was considered good fortune that they did not face particularly bad luck. Shouldn't we be able to wrap things up today? Chun Xianyu inquired while sipping soy milk. Yumu Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, unless something unexpected arises, today should conclude the competition. The remaining rounds are scheduled for the morning, followed by the challenge matches in the afternoon. So, after this examination, isn't there a break? Li Mu suddenly asked. Isn't this akin to a final exam? Ordinary students would indeed have a break, but those who made it into the top 10 would have no such luxury, as they would need to participate in school training, followed by the auditions in Chunin City. Yumu Yang glanced at Li Mu and said, while training is undeniably crucial, one cannot afford to be oblivious to everything. Can one? Surely, you are not entirely socially inept. Li Mu pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, his daily routine revolved around training his beasts at school, returning home to accompany them, and then retiring to sleep in a monotonous cycle. There was hardly any social interaction, let alone entertainment. However, for Li Mu, spending time with his beasts was the ultimate form of amusement. This could be deemed as avoiding futile socializing, dedicating time to what truly matters. Do you understand? Li Mu spoke with a sense of conviction. All right, it's almost my turn. I shall prepare now. After bidding farewell, Li Mu departed from the audience area and headed to the preparation zone. Yet, upon seeing his opponent, Li Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Although he did not know the opponent's name, the beast he commanded was formidable. Name, Prairie Wolf. Quality, good. Level, 0 stage, 9th rank. It possessed the same quality as the Night Wolfhound, yet surpassed it by a rank. He would surely need to summon the Flower Fairy for this match. As Li Mu contemplated how to broach the subject with the Night Wolfhound, the creature approached him eagerly. Master, is it my turn to take the stage? The Night Wolfhound grinned with excitement. Li Mu hesitated but ultimately decided to be forthright, stating, this opponent is rather strong, and your injuries have yet to fully heal. Perhaps you should sit this one out. How strong? A 9th rank prairie wolf, and of good quality. That doesn't sound too formidable, master. I can handle it. The Night Wolfhound looked up at Li Mu with determination. Li Mu wanted to argue that they were both canines of the same quality, implying that the disparity in species would not be significant. Typically, one could discern strength through levels, making unexpected outcomes nearly impossible. However, Li Mu refrained from vocalizing this concern to his beast. After a moment of reflection, Li Mu asked, are you truly confident? Indeed. The Night Wolfhound's demeanor shifted, transforming from a docile pet into a fierce wild wolf, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, baring its teeth in excitement. If you genuinely wish to proceed, you may. But I require you to promise me one thing. What is it, master? I shall comply with anything. You must not act recklessly, and after this battle, you must obey my commands without question. No more capriciousness. Master, I am not being reckless. Facing an opponent weaker than oneself lacks significance. Isn't the essence of battle to embrace challenges? Li Mu was momentarily stunned, astonished that the Night Wolfhound possessed such philosophical insight. This also served as a reminder for Li Mu. Had he been relying too heavily on the system's advantages, overpowering lower levels without question? If strength were solely determined by the system's metrics, what value did battle hold? Li Mu fell into contemplation. It was not until the referee announced that it was time for Li Mu's match that he snapped back to reality, instructing the Night Wolfhound to enter the arena. In the audience, Yumu Yang was taken aback to see Li Mu dispatch the Night Wolfhound against a 9th rank prairie wolf. Why would Li Mu choose the Night Wolfhound for this battle? He wondered. Chun Xianyu expressed concern. Is he making a grave mistake? Yumu Yang nodded slowly. It appears so. This time, Li Mu has misjudged. However, he still has another chance with his other beasts. There should be no issue securing a place in the top 10 of the final challenge. One Night Wolfhound. I expected something more formidable. How audacious of him. On the opposite side of the audience, Lu Qingqing, seated beside Lu Wuchun, felt her irritation rising upon witnessing Li Mu's choice. Lu Wuchen chuckled lightly. Calm down, Ching Ching. That Mu should be eliminated. His dog is a rank lower than the prairie wolf. He is just lucky. But brother, you promised to help me teach him a lesson. He was so aggressive towards me yesterday. Lu Ching Ching pouted, clinging to Lu Wuchen's arm. And Mu Yang was having such a delightful conversation with me until he ruined it. He bullied me and even you, my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Lu Wuchen was taken aback. When did I gain a brother-in-law? What is going on? Ching Ching, clarify this. That Su Mu Yang, the one from the lower grade. He even battled yesterday. Remember the saber-toothed tiger you said was strong? Have you forgotten? I certainly have not forgotten. My question is how he became your brother-in-law since you only met him yesterday. I don't care. I like him regardless. Brother, let me tell you, Mu Yang is incredibly handsome, more so than you. Begin, with the referee's command. The night wolfhound and the prairie wolf unleashed their full might, rapidly closing the distance between them. The size of the prairie wolf and the night wolfhound was comparable, with little distinction. This time, the night wolfhound showed no inclination to evade or alter its course. It lowered its head and charged directly at the prairie wolf. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the arena. With similar physical structures and sizes, the collision was unmistakable. Unfortunately, the night wolfhound suffered from the disadvantage of being at a lower level, causing it to stagger back 2 steps, its head spinning. Although the prairie wolf did not retreat, it too appeared momentarily dazed. The night wolfhound quickly shook its head and lunged at the prairie wolf to bite. Li Mu furrowed his brow. The night wolfhound had opted for a head-on confrontation with the prairie wolf. However, upon further reflection, this was arguably the best strategy. In terms of both speed and strength, the night wolfhound was slightly inferior to the prairie wolf. Attempting to outmaneuver with agility, as against the long-toothed boar, was not a viable option. As fellow canines, their most potent weapons were their teeth. Yet both the night wolfhound and the prairie wolf were currently engaged in swatting with their forelimbs and ramming their heads against each other. Neither was rushing to deliver the first bite. Both were seeking opportunities while remaining cautious of one another. Chapter 83, Blood Duel. To his surprise, the two beasts were engaging quite cautiously. Lu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is so captivating about 2 dogs brawling? Lu Ching Ching scoffed dismissively. Why not watch? Idle time is still time. That Li Mu seems to have more than one beast, doesn't he? How would I know? A minor character like him hardly warrants my attention. Lu Ching Ching was quite disdainful. He is in a lower grade than us. Reaching our average level is already commendable. I'll have someone investigate him later. Brother, you are too cautious. Must you be so? Lu Wuchen chuckled, shaking his head without further comment. After several minutes of probing, both the prairie wolf and the night wolfhound gauged each other's strengths. The prairie wolf soon realized the night wolfhound was distinctly weaker, leading to a more aggressive offensive from its side. At last, the prairie wolf landed a powerful strike on the night wolfhound's hind leg, causing it to falter momentarily as it struggled to regain its footing. However, the prairie wolf was anticipating this moment. It lunged forward, mouth agape, its sharp canines sinking into the back of the night wolfhound's neck. Immediately, the prairie wolf exerted force, clamping its jaws shut tight. Woof! The searing pain did not deter the night wolfhound. Rather, it ignited a ferocious rage within. The night wolfhound did not attempt to escape the prairie wolf's grip. It was far from simple. Instead, it opened its own mouth wide, biting down on the prairie wolf's foreleg, applying tremendous force as its jaws closed, penetrating flesh and blood, while the night wolfhound fought with unbridled ferocity. The prairie wolf felt an excruciating pain coursing through its body, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It did not loosen its grip with its fangs. Instead, it bit down even harder, thrashing its head violently from side to side, attempting to tear away the flesh from the night wolf dog. The agony intensified from behind, as blood flowed down along the fur of the night wolf dog. Yet, the night wolf dog appeared more exhilarated, showing no signs of fear in its eyes, and tightened its grip even further. Ultimately, the prairie wolf possessed a superior strength in every aspect compared to the night wolf dog. As the prairie wolf furiously tore at its opponent, a substantial chunk of flesh, along with fur, was ripped from the back of the night wolf dog's neck and shoulder. Blood gushed forth, staining the front half of the night wolf dog a deep crimson within mere seconds. The prairie wolf chewed a few bites before spitting out the piece of flesh, yet the sharp pain in its own forearm persisted. It violently shook its body. But the night wolf dog held on fiercely, showing no intention of releasing its grip, having lost a chunk of its own flesh. The night wolf dog was resolute in its determination not to let the prairie wolf escape. Frustrated, the prairie wolf attempted to shake off the night wolf dog but was unable to do so, with blood also trickling from its own forearm. Enraged, it ceased its futile shaking and took another bite, this time targeting the night wolf dog's back. The prairie wolf did not wish to bite the night wolf dog's neck, but the latter had defended itself too well, thrashing its neck wildly, coupled with the searing pain in its forearm. The prairie wolf could not afford the luxury of carefully aiming its strikes. Limu watched with a heavy heart. Such raw, primal combat between beasts was a rarity for him. After all, 3 of his 4 beasts possessed energy attacks, which were undeniably more sophisticated than mere physical confrontations. The solitary night wolf dog, while seasoned in battle, rarely faced such dire circumstances, an encounter where flesh met flesh and blood flowed freely. Limu suspected the night wolf dog's intent. It aimed to exchange injuries with the prairie wolf, to match its ferocity and see who would yield first. But was this truly a sound strategy? The beast opposite was a genuine wolf, while the night wolf dog was merely a wolf dog. The ferocity of wild wolves was infamous among extraordinary beasts. The night wolf dog was of a lower rank than the prairie wolf, and if this continued, both would suffer grievous injuries, but the night wolf dog would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the damage. How could it hope to withstand the prairie wolf's ferocity while sustaining heavier wounds? In a brief moment, the night wolf dog managed to tear away the chunk of flesh from the prairie wolf's forearm. It showed no inclination to escape the prairie wolf's grasp, instead biting down again on its opponent. The prairie wolf was momentarily stunned by the night wolf dog's reckless audacity, which ignited a surge of fury within it, prompting a more forceful bite. The sound of tearing leather echoed as the prairie wolf successfully ripped away a significant piece of fur from the night wolf dog's back. Exposed flesh was laid bare to the air, and blood flowed uncontrollably. The night wolf dog, with its mouth full, could barely articulate its howl. The excruciating pain from its back intensified its instincts, and it fought desperately, ultimately tearing another chunk of flesh from the prairie wolf. Limu furrowed his brow, contemplating surrender, as the night wolf dog's injuries were severe. Continuing on this path, he feared that the night wolf dog might sustain lasting repercussions, or worse, perish. In previous examinations, although rare, there had been instances of beasts dying on stage. Master, do not concede. Please, I implore you. Limu was taken aback. Even at this critical juncture, the night wolf dog was still able to share a fragment of its focus with him. In the audience, Chun Xinyu could hardly bear to watch. Why had Limu not yet surrendered? If this continued, the night wolf dog might be torn to pieces by the prairie wolf. Yumu Yang shook his head with a wry smile, sensing the night wolf dog's reluctance to yield. That's precisely what I mean. It refuses to concede. The ongoing battle had captured the attention of numerous students, as such bloody confrontations were a rarity. Many were discussing the spectacle with their friends. Wow, these 2 dogs are fighting fiercely, as if their lives depend on it. The wolf dog was clearly in a worse state, yet its master showed no signs of surrender. Was he willing to let his beast perish? I can't stand those who treat their beasts' lives so carelessly, one student scoffed. Lu Wuchen was genuinely intrigued. His gaze fixated on the clash before him. Lu Qingqing pursed her lips, surprised by Li Mu's apparent lack of compassion, willing to risk his beast's life rather than concede. No, Lu Wuchen narrowed his eyes. It's not Li Mu. It's the wolf dog. It is not being forced to fight. Its fighting spirit is undeniably strong. Huh, what are you talking about, brother? Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled. It's the wolf dog that yearns for battle, not Li Mu. Can't you see Li Mu's concern? Who knows if he's just pretending? What a pity. This dog has the wrong master. If it were with me, I would take it to greatness. Even if it meant raising it alongside Green Rock, Lu Wuchen sighed. Is it really that significant? It's just a night wolf dog. There are plenty of them in pet stores, Lu Qingqing replied dismissively. Lu Wuchen chuckled softly. I'm not referring to the breed, but rather the individual as well. A respected senior once told me that while the quality of a beast is important, it is not the most crucial aspect. Chapter 84. Who cowers is the grandson. As the 2 beasts continued their frenzied biting, their injuries only worsened with time. The night wolf dog had transformed into a veritable blood-soaked creature. Its once black coat, now a dark crimson. Its body bore ghastly wounds. These were not merely flesh torn asunder, but chunks of meat savagely bitten away. Its tail hung limply, broken at the base and barely attached by a thin layer of skin, dragging behind it. One ear was missing half its length, and a horrific gash in its left foreleg revealed glimpses of bone beneath the blood. The night wolf dog's eyes had turned blood red, possibly from the blood that had flowed into them. Its condition was dire. Due to the severe injuries to its forelimbs, it could barely remain upright. The prairie wolf was not faring much better, with gaping wounds on its arms, neck, and sides, each one a testament to the brutal exchanges they had endured. The prairie wolf could not comprehend why the night wolf dog had yet to fall. Despite its own injuries being severe, the latter displayed an unwavering fighting spirit. Unable to fathom why it still stood resolute, the prairie wolf resolved that it could no longer afford to engage in a battle of attrition. Realizing that the night wolf dog's current state of blood loss would soon lead to its collapse, the prairie wolf considered that it could simply outlast its opponent. Yes, if it could just stall for a little longer, the night wolf dog would inevitably succumb, and there would be no need to continue exchanging injuries. The prairie wolf evaded another bite from the night wolf dog and retreated a few steps, ignoring the latter's challenge. It had no need to continue fighting. All it had to do was delay for a while longer. When one begins to make excuses for oneself, the prairie wolf has already succumbed to fear. Howl! The night wolf dog's eyes shimmered with a fierce light, and upon witnessing the prairie wolf's unexpected refusal to engage, it limped forward on 3 legs, charging directly at its adversary. The prairie wolf was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this mad creature was indeed willing to risk its life. After all, it had its own life to consider. Instantly, the prairie wolf turned to flee, striving to evade the night wolf dog. The two canines began to chase each other within the confines of the circular arena. Due to its injury, the night wolf dog was unable to catch up with the prairie wolf. All the students in the audience were moved by the scene, astonished to see the prairie wolf displaying cowardice. This was indeed a clever strategy. If the standoff continued, the night wolf dog would be the first to succumb. However, the prairie wolf had shown itself to be cowardly, faltering against an opponent it deemed weaker. Regardless of the outcome, the night wolf dog had already achieved victory. If the battle were prolonged, the night wolf dog would collapse from its grievous wounds, leaving only the prairie wolf as the victor. You don't understand at all. I speak of spirit. Do you comprehend? In my heart, the night wolf dog has already triumphed. Spirit is of little consequence if it cannot alter the outcome. Zhang Zhao, do you wish to fight? Are you intent on undermining me? Come on, do I frighten you? Brother, that night wolf dog is truly fierce. It is relentlessly pursuing the prairie wolf, Lu Qingqing remarked, visibly astonished. Indeed, it had been a long time since a beast had captivated my attention to such an extent. I would willingly trade an exceptional beast for it. Surely not, brother, exceptional beasts are exceedingly costly. You do not grasp it. Some things cannot be quantified by mere currency. The night wolf dog was nearing its limits. Chun Xianyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Girls are often more sentimental. Why isn't Li Mu conceded? Even if the night wolf dog refuses to yield, as its master, he should make that decision on its behalf. Yu Mu Yang voiced his discontent. If you were in his shoes, could you bear to make that decision for your beast? Chun Xianyu turned to gaze at Yu Mu Yang. Yu Mu Yang was momentarily speechless. No one could fathom the torment Li Mu was enduring at that moment. The night wolf dog was his companion. And how could he not feel heartache? Yet, was making the decision for it truly in its best interest? Hey, you have already won. The outcome is no longer significant. It can come to an end. No, the outcome is paramount. What do you mean by having already won? I do not wish to hear such self-deceptive platitudes. Li Mu was taken aback. To call this creature He truly did it a disservice. On the battlefield, the night wolf dog cast a glance back at Li Mu, saying nothing further, but its resolute gaze conveyed 1,000 words. It slowly lowered its forelegs, trembling as it placed them on the ground, then turned to fixate on the prairie wolf, and barked. Though it was but a canine's bark, it resonated with tremendous power. The night wolf dog grounded itself and charged at the prairie wolf. This time, the speed it unleashed was akin to its prime. The prairie wolf was bewildered and panicked. Li Mu was momentarily stunned as well, for just then, at the moment of that resounding bark, the night wolf dog had transcended its limits, achieving the 9th tier of the 0 stage. Li Mu found himself in a daze. Indeed, he had encountered a phenomenon reminiscent of a combat upgrade from a novel. Although reality is not a game, and it is impossible for all injuries to vanish upon leveling up, energy would emerge within the body, and at this juncture, when both parties were nearly drained, that energy was of utmost significance. The prairie wolf was also injured. Its prior speed had only slightly exceeded that of the limping night wolf dog. Now, with the night wolf dog's explosive resurgence, the prairie wolf could not escape. As the night wolf dog barreled toward it, the prairie wolf instinctively retreated. However, as the night wolf dog drew ever closer, the prairie wolf was thoroughly rattled, and it scampered out of the arena with its tail tucked between its legs. The night wolf dog halted, its bloodlust receding significantly as it gazed in bewilderment at the fleeing prairie wolf. Victory belonged to the night wolf dog. The referee's declaration of victory carried an unusual weight, devoid of the previous lightheartedness. Whether one was ejected from the arena or fled of their own volition, defeat was inevitable. The true determinant of victory was not the night wolf dog's last-minute breakthrough. The prairie wolf's fate was sealed the moment it chose to flee. The night wolf dog gently shook its head and looked back at Li Mu, its master, declaring, "I have won. I told you I would." Li Mu could not contain a smile, rubbing his eyes, feeling a surge of emotion as if a brick had lodged itself in them. Just as he was about to offer words of praise, the smile on his face froze, and he exclaimed, "Hey!" That utterance seemed to exhaust the last vestiges of the night wolf dog's strength. It attempted to step forward but collapsed weakly instead. It fell within the arena. the sound echoing like a tolling bell in Li Mu's heart. Chapter 85, The Tree of Life. Li Mu rushed into the arena, simultaneously calling upon the flower spirit to hurry over. The flower spirit flew swiftly, arriving just as Li Mu reached the night wolf dog's side. Muir, use your wood element to heal Dahe, Li Mu implored as he crouched beside the night wolf dog, whose eyes were half closed, struggling to open them against the weight of its heavy eyelids. Li Mu refrained from touching the night wolf dog, fearing to aggravate its wounds. Only by approaching could he truly grasp the extent of the horrific injuries it had sustained. It was no exaggeration to say that the night wolf dog had lost a considerable amount of flesh and blood. Li Mu could scarcely fathom how it had endured until this moment. Vivid green energy gradually flowed into the night wolf dog's body, and the flower spirit's expression grew increasingly grave. The green energy thickened, nearly enveloping the night wolf dog entirely, and the flower spirit began to struggle under the effort. Fortunately, the night wolf dog's bleeding had finally ceased. Muir, how is Dahe? Li Mu queried anxiously. The big dog is gravely wounded. I fear I cannot heal it alone. I can only stabilize its condition for now, the flower spirit replied, its movements unceasing. Li Mu's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, the referee Su Rue entered the arena. Unlike before when he hastily urged the combatants to clear the area for the next match, now he spoke gently to Li Mu, classmate. I have sent someone to summon Teacher Ouyang. She has a third-tier healing beast, and your companion will be fine. Thank you. May I ask how long it will take for Teacher Ouyang to arrive? Li Mu inquired, his urgency palpable. I'm here, make way. A somewhat cold voice came from behind. Li Mu quickly stepped aside, realizing that the teacher Ouyang Su Rue had mentioned was a woman, dressed in a professional outfit with long legs clad in black stockings. Li Mu was not distracted by her long legs, but rather captivated by the beast following her. It was a tree, and indeed, it had legs, allowing it to accompany Teacher Ouyang. Name, Tree of Life. Quality, exceptional. Level, 3rd tier, 6th stage. Talent, Life Resonance. Upon seeing the Tree of Life's talent, Li Mu's anxious heart finally settled. The night wolf dog would be all right. To sustain such severe injuries during an examination, Teacher Ouyang remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. The Tree of Life swayed gently behind her, its branches casting down a few leaves, reminiscent of emeralds, which floated down to the wounds of the night wolf. In an instant, the flesh and blood at the site of the injury began to regenerate at a pace visible to the naked eye. Teacher Ouyang turned to Li Mu and asked, Are you its master? Yes, thank you. Teacher, Li Mu replied with a nod. Teacher Ouyang remarked calmly, I must take it with me. Its injuries are severe, beyond mere skin deep. You may accompany me or visit the school's veterinary clinic later to retrieve it. Li Mu furrowed his brow slightly. He felt uneasy leaving the night wolf behind, yet he had subsequent battles to attend to, and departing could be construed as forfeiting. At that moment, the night wolf, having been attended to by the Tree of Life, seemed to have improved significantly, its eyes fluttering open. Master, I'm fine. You need not stay with me, it said softly. Li Mu pondered for a moment, then suggested, Let Muir stay with you. I will come to fetch you once the battles conclude. Teacher Ouyang, please take it with you for now. I will come to collect it later. I hope it's all right for this flower spirit to accompany it. Teacher Ouyang nodded slightly, saying nothing further. As the Tree of Life suddenly sprouted numerous vines that ensnared the night wolf, lifting it off the ground. Big dog, how are you? The flower spirit fluttered its wings beside the night wolf. Without lingering, Teacher Ouyang departed the battlefield, accompanied by the Tree of Life. Returning to the audience, Li Mu was met with a worried inquiry from Chen Xianyu. Is the night wolf all right? It's fine. Teacher Ouyang's beast is exceptionally skilled in healing. Li Mu reassured her. That's good to hear. Chen Xianyu sighed in relief. Li Mu, were you truly able to harden your heart and not concede? Yu Muyang suddenly asked. What if the night wolf had perished? Li Mu was taken aback, pondering the question. What would he do? Surely he would feel guilt. Guilt for a lifetime? He fell into contemplation. Chen Xianyu shot a glare at Yu Muyang. Why are you asking this now? Are you looking for trouble? Yu Muyang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his nose, and fell silent. The subsequent battles continued. In this round, among the remaining 27 contestants, most had reached the 9th tier. Chen Xinyu's opponent was a 9th tier mad wolf, albeit of decent quality. After a brief struggle, her purple lightning leopard emerged victorious. Next, Yu Muyang faced a 9th tier beast as well, which posed little challenge to his 1st tier brutal saber-toothed tiger. Soon, the 3rd round concluded, leaving 14 contenders who proceeded to the 4th round of draws. The 4th round unfolded without significant upheaval, as if by design. Li Mu and his companions, along with 3 1st-tier beast masters from the higher year, encountered no opponents. With the 4th round finished, only 7 remained for another draw. This time, the results were not particularly favorable. Li Mu drew number 3, Chen Xinyu 5, and Yu Muyang 6. Indeed, Chen Xinyu, and Yumu Yang would face each other. After the draw, the trio returned to their seats. Yumu Yang hesitated before saying, "Xinyu, I'll let you advance this round. After all, there's still the challenge competition, and my brutal saber-toothed tiger is more reliable there." "Absolutely not. I refuse to accept that. Under no circumstances," Chun Xinyu retorted fiercely. "All right then," Yumu Yang conceded with a sigh. In the first battle, Li Mu spotted a familiar face, Lu Qingqing. Her beast was a magnificent giant butterfly. With a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, its colorful wings shimmering, and an elongated tail trailing behind it. Name, Golden Patterned Phoenix Tail Butterfly. Quality, exceptional. Level, first tier, stage 3. Li Mu had not previously realized that Lu Qingqing was also among the 3 first-tier beast masters from the higher year. Her opponent was the only one among the 7 who had not reached the first tier, aside from Chun Xinyu. Given the exceptional quality of the Golden Patterned Phoenix Tail Butterfly, the outcome was utterly predictable. In the second match, Li Mu faced an opponent named Su Yan, who commanded a first-tier, stage 2 explosive monkey of excellent quality. The fortunate one who received a bye was Lu Wuchen. This time, Li Mu summoned his Latios. If he had wished, the explosive monkey would have met its demise. Yet he refrained. Latios merely swatted the monkey out of the battlefield with its tail before leisurely returning to Li Mu's side. Li Mu forced a smile as he stroked Latios's head. He knew that to secure first place, he must rely on Latios, so revealing it early was acceptable, allowing him to keep the magma dragon concealed. It would be imprudent to unleash them one by one. First the night wolf, then the flower spirit. And if the flower spirit faltered, the magma dragon, only to switch to Latios upon encountering Lu Wuchen. Was there any merit in that? None at all. Chapter 86. I'm quite handsome, aren't I? Upon Latios's entrance, the students in the arena erupted in astonishment. What kind of beast is this? This is what I was talking about. You all didn't believe me when I said I had seen a beast that could fly without wings. Remarkable. It effortlessly knocked Su Yan's explosive monkey out of the arena. Is that Li Mu's beast? That kid possesses such a formidable creature. Why would he let the night wolf take the risks? Can anyone discern the level of that beast? What tier is it? Damn it. They don't even know what kind of beast it is. How could they possibly know its quality and level? But it must be of high quality, at least exceptional, and likely above the first tier. Goodness, how are the juniors so powerful? 2 out of 3 are already first tier with exceptional beasts. Is there no room left for the rest of us? Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be greater than that between a human and a pig. By the way, do you think Li Mu's beast has any chance of comparing with Lu Wuchen's? What nonsense are you thinking? Does he even deserve to be compared with my brother Wuchen? Exactly. He wouldn't even be fit to carry Wuchen's shoes. These words did not come from Lu Qingqing, but rather from one of Lu Wuchen's adoring fans. Lu Wuchen held little regard for mingling with others. He and Lu Qingqing sat apart from the crowd. Yet, Lu Wuchen's astonishment was no less than that of the others, perhaps even more so. The saying, ignorance breeds courage, held true. It was precisely because Lu Wuchen had seen more that he found this beast to be so remarkable. He had encountered many exceptional beasts, but none possessed such an imposing presence. Brother, what kind of beast is this? It can fly without wings. How curious. Lu Qingqing asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Lu Wuchen shook his head, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. After a long pause, he finally spoke. This is likely a perfect beast of around first tier. Stage 3 or 4. Perfect? Lu Qingqing exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. How is that possible? Brother, you must be mistaken. He cannot possibly have a perfect beast. That's impossible. Lu Wuchen shook his head. Qingqing, it's best if you let this matter go. There's no need to provoke him. Huh. Brother, you promised me. Lu Qingqing pouted in discontent. Be obedient. Lu Wuchen's tone turned icy. Startled, Lu Qingqing immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Li Mu remained unaware that a somewhat significant trouble had been inadvertently averted. Even if he had known, he would have been indifferent. Perhaps merely reflecting that revealing one's fangs at the right time is necessary. If one masquerades as a pig for too long, one might indeed become a pig. Before Li Mu could return to his seat, a girl approached him, her head slightly bowed as she walked in his direction. Li Mu did not expect that this was meant for him. He slightly turned to the side to make way. However, he was taken aback when the girl stopped right in front of him. Hello, classmate. My name is Su Xiaoqian. May I get to know you? Su Xiaoqian lowered her head slightly, seemingly a bit shy, yet she extended her delicate hand. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. He never thought he would experience being approached in such a manner. Indeed, it seemed he was quite handsome after all. He scrutinized Su Xiaoqian. She was quite attractive, scoring around 7.5 points in his eyes, especially with her ample bosom. Thus, he reached out and shook her small hand. Hello, classmate, I am Li Mu. Is there something you wish to discuss? Oh, nothing much, just wanted to get acquainted. May I have your phone number? Perhaps we could have a meal together later. She replied. How forward of you, Li Mu thought, slightly bewildered. I'm supposed to meet my classmates later. It might not be feasible. All right then. May I have your number? We can arrange something later, Su Xiaoqian said in a sweet, melodic voice. Her hand did not withdraw. In fact, she grasped Li Mu's hand, gently caressing his palm. In that instant, Li Mu realized what kind of person Su Xiaoqian was, so he began to casually rub her small hand as well. Seeing Li Mu take the initiative, Su Xiaoqian feigned shyness again, saying, "Classmate, could you please let go of my hand? Weren't you the one who touched me first?" He replied, "Absolutely not." Su Xiaoqian quickly withdrew her hand, feigning indignation, yet she did not leave. Li Mu felt a sense of indifference. He recognized this age-old game of flirtation. She was the pursuer while he played the reluctant participant. It was clear that her interest in him was driven by ulterior motives. "Very well then, I must take my leave," he said, losing interest in their exchange and walking past Su Xiaoqian towards his seat. Su Xiaoqian was momentarily stunned, not expecting Li Mu to truly walk away. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, and upon seeing him already seated, she hesitated and decided against approaching him again. When Li Mu returned to his seat, he found himself alone. Yu Mu Yang and Chun Xianyu had already taken the stage. Just as he settled down, another student approached, this time a boy. "Hello, Junior. I'm Gu He, may I get to know you?" Li Mu frowned slightly, remaining seated as he replied coolly. Li Mu. Unfazed, Gu He plopped down beside him. "Come on, Junior, let us be friends. The more friends, the more opportunities. Don't be so cold." Li Mu responded flatly, "Someone else sitting here." Gu He, seemingly determined to persist, chuckled, "Well, they're not back yet, so I'll just sit here until they return." Li Mu felt exasperated. He understood that both Su Xiaoqian and Gu He were drawn to him solely because of his vacant seat. They might not have any real intentions towards it, but their approach was undeniably sycophantic. He was not fond of such opportunistic advances, whether from men or women. People who gravitate towards those in power are rarely genuine. However, this served as a reminder to Li Mu about the vast disparities of individual strength in the world, which also reflected a significant gap in status. Aligning oneself with the powerful had become the norm, irrespective of gender. Gu He continued to chatter on with flattery, while Li Mu occasionally responded. Eventually, Chun Xianyu and Yu Mu Yang returned, forcing Gu He to leave. As for the outcome of their match, under Chun Xianyu's insistence that Yu Mu Yang must not hold back, it was no surprise that Yu Mu Yang emerged victorious. Thus, the top four were determined: Lu Wuqing, Li Mu, Yu Mu Yang, and Lu Qingqing. After this round of competition, the focus shifted not to the semifinals, but to determining the rankings of the top 10. Therefore, among the 14 participants in this fourth round, aside from the top 4, the remaining 10 were to have their rankings established. The rankings were quickly settled. Su Yin in 5th place, Chun Xianyu in 6th. As for the rest, did Li Mu need to concern himself with them? The draw for the semifinals was also announced. Li Mu was to face Lu Qingqing, while Yu Mu Yang would take on Lu Wuqing. Li Mu considered the outcome of this draw to be inconsequential. In the first match, Li Mu maintained an indifferent expression as he summoned his Sky Splitter, while Lu Qingqing watched him with indignation. Several provocative remarks almost slipped from her lips, but recalling Lu Wuqing's warning, she held them back. "Begin." With a roar, the Sky Splitter let out a cry that resonated through the air, darting like a fish in water towards the golden silkworm butterfly. Both were flying beasts. Yet that did not imply the absence of spatial limitations. Crossing the boundary of the arena would still count as a forfeit. In the near 100-meter distance, the Sky Splitter required but a flicker of movement to close the gap in an instant. Lu Qingqing understood that her golden silkworm butterfly was no match for the Sky Splitter. Lu Wuqing had advised her to protect the butterfly while attempting to probe the Sky Splitter's attack methods. Thus, the golden silkworm butterfly remained cautious. As the referee announced the start, it began to flap its wings, releasing a cascade of fine golden dust. The dense golden particles formed interwoven chains in the air, creating a vast barrier before it. The golden silkworm butterfly was a ranged type of beast, possessing both gold and poison attributes, and with its superior quality. Its control over the gold element exceeded that of ordinary metals. The tightly woven golden chains created a formidable defense. If the Sky Splitter dared to enter this trap, once ensnared, the outcome would be uncertain. This was why the golden silkworm butterfly opted for a defensive strategy using golden chains, capable of both offense and defense. While also providing strong control, the Sky Splitter's speed did not falter. After weeks of training, it had developed a profound understanding of its own power. How could one as formidable as I retreat? With a thunderous roar, a white beam of light surged across the sky, dazzling as though the sun itself had fallen. The spectators instinctively squinted their eyes. The seemingly indestructible chains, intricate and dense, were obliterated by the light in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The Sky Splitter, propelled by the beam, advanced through the once imposing barrier and swiftly approached the golden silkworm butterfly. Startled, the butterfly flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of toxic golden orbs that filled a circular area of 5 to 6 meters in diameter. The sky splitter had nowhere to retreat, yet it had no intention of doing so. It closed in once more, its tail lashing out. The golden silkworm butterfly halted abruptly, then was sent hurtling backwards. The golden orbs fell upon the sky splitter, but they did not fully adhere. A fleeting glimmer of brilliant white light danced across the emerald body of the sky splitter, causing the golden orbs to vanish. Indeed, this was one of the sky splitter's innate abilities, destruction power. Through training, it had learned to utilize this power not only for offense, but also for defense. The battle has come to a close. In terms of defense, the golden silk phoenix butterfly is rather feeble. Even though Rayquaza had restrained much of its power, that single tail strike sent the butterfly soaring out of the arena. It landed heavily on the ground outside the battleground, flapping its wings a few times without managing to take flight again. Gone was its earlier splendor, now resembling nothing more than a soaked moth. How could you be so ruthless? Lu Qingqing exclaimed indignantly. Li Mu shrugged, maintaining that he had indeed held back. Whether she believed him or not was of little concern. After uttering this, he chose not to engage further with Lu Qingqing, returning to the spectator stands while leaving Rayquaza in the preparation area. The next match would not commence immediately, perhaps due to the ample time available. There were intervals between the final rounds. Your strength has certainly increased, Chun Xinyu remarked, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. Not too shabby, Li Mu modestly acknowledged. Then turned to Yu Muyang. Come on, Muyang, let's aim for a showdown in the finals. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. I know my limitations well enough. You should focus on how to deal with Lu Wuqing, Yu Muyang responded breezily. Truly a legend, Yu Muyang mused softly. Mind your words. Have you forgotten Teacher Chu's instructions? Chun Xinyu retorted, somewhat irked. Yu Muyang chuckled sheepishly. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Besides, no one else can hear us. But Li Mu, how did you come by that Rayquaza? Don't try to bamboozle me with childish tales. Leaning closer, Yu Muyang whispered to Li Mu. I've shared all I know about the Yu family. It's quite unfair not to reciprocate. I assure you it's true. It really evolved from a green caterpillar. Perhaps it underwent some mutation, who knows? Li Mu insisted earnestly. Huffed, Yu Muyang gestured dismissively. Before long, the second match was set to begin, and Yu Muyang made his way to the arena. Only Li Mu and Chun Xinyu remained in the stands. This time, Lu Wuqing sent forth the purple flame lion, a familiar sight for Yu Muyang. The battle commenced swiftly, with both beast combatants, a lion and a tiger, towering in size and ferocity. The purple flame lion, akin to the thunder leopard, possessed a balance of elemental and physical prowess. In contrast, the savage saber-toothed tiger, though of a higher quality than the purple flame lion, lacked elemental abilities. However, this did not render it weak. On the contrary, its specialization in close combat made it one of the most formidable beasts among the elite. The spectacle was undeniably captivating. Li Mu was so engrossed in the fight that he refrained from casual conversation with Chun Xinyu. The two combatants soon clashed in a fierce melee. The purple flame lion had previously attempted a long-range elemental attack, but with unsatisfactory results. As the savage saber-toothed tiger closed in rapidly, the purple flame lion relinquished its distant strategy, ready to engage in close quarters without trepidation. Flames ignited around the purple flame lion, serving both as a defense and a means to scorch its adversary. Yet the savage saber-toothed tiger showed no fear. After all, it reasoned, a few burns would be worth the bite of its fangs. With this mindset, the savage saber-toothed tiger lunged at the purple flame lion, its black and yellow fur singeing. The battle raged intensely, visually rewarding, culminating in Yu Muyang's concession. Had he not submitted, the savage saber-toothed tiger would have been charred to a crisp, yet the purple flame lion had not fared well either, bearing several grievous wounds inflicted by the tiger's fangs. Defeat was indeed defeat. The overwhelming level disparity played a significant role, but the purple flame lion's flames greatly hindered the savage saber-toothed tiger's approach. Otherwise, the latter might have secured victory with a decisive advantage. Chapter 88, The Finals. Upon returning to the audience, Yu Muyang appeared somewhat dissatisfied. If the disparity had been vast, it would have been one thing, but in such a closely matched scenario, even his usual nonchalance faltered. What's troubling you? Upset over the loss? Li Mu inquired with a smile. Not upset, per se, Yu Muyang replied, just a touch of regret. Had my first beast been the legacy beast from the Yu family, dealing with Lu Wuqing would have been a breeze. Your family possesses a legacy beast? Chun Xinyu asked, surprised. By the way, what exactly is a legacy beast? Li Mu queried. Chun Xinyu explained, typically, only prominent families possess them. You can think of them as the direct descendants of the strongest beasts from the family's history. Oh, I see. So, what is your family's legacy beast, Yu Muyang? Li Mu asked with curiosity. Nothing much. Speaking of which, Xinyu, Didn't Teacher Chu instruct us to prepare a third beast? Have you made any arrangements? Yu Muyang had a knack for diverting the conversation, and his tactic proved effective. Chun Xinyu frowned slightly, shaking his head. I'm still deliberating. Selecting the third beast requires careful consideration. Have you made your decision? Yu Muyang narrowed his eyes. I've made my choice, though whether I can acquire it remains uncertain. Why must the third choice be so carefully considered? Li Mu inquired, noting that his own third beast was likely a lava dragon, and no one had advised him to be cautious. Chun Xinyu responded, because a typical beast tamer normally raises no more than 3 or 4 beasts before reaching the third tier. Having too many constrain one's resources and energy for training. Yu Muyang added, moreover, 3 beasts are sufficient to form a solid team. Look at Lu Wuqing. He also has 3 beasts. It's not that he cannot afford more. It's simply unnecessary. His trio is well composed, strong offense, agile offense, and a mix of defense and control. Li Mu paused, momentarily struck by this revelation. It appeared that all 4 of his beasts were offensive types. Perhaps it was time to consider diversifying his lineup. However, Chun Xinyu's point about energy and finances was indeed a concern. He already had 4, and with Zhang Yeheng's addition, that would make 5. Quite a substantial number. Perhaps he should focus on nurturing his existing beasts first. After a brief exchange with Yu Muyang and Chun Xinyu, the finals were finally about to commence. This was the ultimate battle. Victory would elevate De He to excellent quality, and he had to win. Li Mu entered the preparation area, facing Lu Wuqing, who stood opposite him, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. As Li Mu drew closer, he could discern Lu Wuqing's features more clearly. He was indeed quite handsome, with a fair complexion, though his eyes were slightly elongated, rendering him imperfect. Both beasts enter the arena. Judge Su Rue declared. Rayquaza soared into the battleground beside Li Mu, while Lu Wuqing summoned the Green Rock Iron-Bellied Python, making its debut. Name, Green Rock Iron-Bellied Python. Quality, exceptional. Level, 1st tier, 9th stage. Attributes, Earth, Poison. Talent, Toxic Rock Physique. The Green Rock Iron-Bellied Python measured over 10 meters in length, its girth akin to that of a barrel, presenting a rather intimidating presence. Its form appeared less like flesh and blood and more reminiscent of stone, its green hue resembling moss clinging to rocks. Li Mu furrowed his brow. A 1st tier, 9th stage beast was formidable indeed. It was uncertain whether it had recently leveled up or if Lu Wuqing had intentionally concealed its strength, especially with that talent. The Green Rock Iron-Bellied Python seemed to possess substantial defensive capabilities, yet winning the encounter should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Rayquaza had already reached 1st tier, 4th stage. The difference was merely a matter of half a tier. Rayquaza, this time, play it safe. Avoid getting too close to that massive python. Aerial strikes will suffice. Your success hinges on this. Indeed, it was the best strategy conceived by Li Mu. Although the Green Rock Iron Python appeared formidable, it lacked the ability to fly. As long as they maintained a safe distance and remained cautious of its ranged attacks, Rayquaza would be virtually invincible. Rayquaza turned its head, displaying a look of astonishment. Master, is this truly appropriate? It feels as though we are bullying it. Is this a fair victory? Nonsense, this is splendid. It is a matter of innate talent. You are Rayquaza, not the one who cannot fly. Why engage in melee combat daily when the one who cannot fly has long since ceased to do so? Li Mu asserted with conviction. Well, all right then, Rayquaza conceded with a reluctant nod. Begin. Su Rue bellowed, heralding the commencement of this ultimate showdown. A definitive battle among the strongest students of Chunan City's 2nd high school. As Su Rue announced the start, the Green Rock Iron Python swiftly twisted its form, attempting to close the distance to Rayquaza. However, Rayquaza soared from a height of several meters to over 20 meters, gazing down upon the Green Rock Iron Python below. The Green Rock Iron Python paused momentarily, then ceased its movement, lifting its gaze to Rayquaza. Hiss, what do you mean? Aya. Rayquaza's cry seemed somewhat feeble and a touch sheepish. What do you mean? Hiss, the battle has begun. Why are you flying so high? Aya. The sound grew louder, as if Rayquaza had come to a realization, adopting a more assertive tone. Why should I not fly? Hiss. The Green Rock Iron Python's voice became increasingly urgent. How can you fight if you fly so high? Aya. A brilliant beam of white light descended, striking heavily upon the Green Rock Iron Python. Boom. Debris flew, revealing that the creature was not flesh and blood, but pure rock. The destructive beam from Rayquaza sent numerous stones soaring, leaving a crater on the Green Rock Iron Python's form. Yet, this crater quickly mended itself, as the Green Rock Iron Python demonstrated not only astonishing defensive capabilities, but also remarkable regenerative power. Rayquaza lifted its head, as if declaring, this is how we fight. Hiss, if you have the ability, come down. Aya, if you can't, come up here. Another destructive beam fell, and the Green Rock Iron Python twisted its body in a bid to evade, but the speed of the beam was too swift, creating yet another crater. Although this pit rapidly healed, the green rock iron python grew increasingly irate, with half of its body raised to a height of 6 to 7 meters. The green rock iron python opened its massive mouth, expelling a dense green mist. The mist, however, was far slower than Rayquaza's destructive beam. Rayquaza even halted its ascent, merely swishing its tail. A gust of wind swept away the toxic cloud, which failed to reach its adversary and instead enveloped the green rock iron python itself. The already green creature became even more verdant, but fortunately, it likely possessed immunity to its own venom, preventing it from succumbing to the toxins. However, upon contacting the ground, the earth reacted violently, with layers of rock corroding, showcasing the potency of the toxin. Chapter 89, I Have Lost. Seemingly unfettered, Rayquaza's attacks became increasingly merciless. Beams of light rained down continuously upon the green rock iron python, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Before long, a layer of rubble blanketed the battlefield, and the green rock iron python appeared to have diminished in size. It was truly remarkable how the green rock iron python could withstand so many of Rayquaza's destructive beams at such a low tier while exhibiting such formidable restorative abilities. Li Mu was intrigued, lamenting that it was a beast of Lu Wuqing, and he wondered where Lu had acquired such a creature, for it seemed anything but ordinary. Although it appeared that the green rock iron python was at a disadvantage, Lu Wuqing's expression was not one of despair. He merely frowned, observing the contest. The green rock iron python had other means of dealing with aerial foes beyond its toxic mist. It was merely waiting for the opportune moment. When deploying the green rock iron python, Lu Wuqing had anticipated this scenario. It was entirely natural for a flying beast to exploit its aerial advantage. It would be foolish not to utilize that advantage and instead engage in ground combat. Yet, Lu Wuqing had no choice but to deploy the green rock iron python. He possessed another flying beast, the phantom black eagle, which was also of exceptional quality, but its strength paled in comparison to that of the green rock iron python. Based solely on Rayquaza's performance thus far, Lu Wuqing was certain that the phantom black eagle could not possibly contend with Rayquaza. Therefore, he could only gamble with the green rock iron python, at least believing his chances of victory remained quite high. In the realm of beast mastery, rank was paramount. Even a creature of ordinary quality, once reaching the 9th tier, would command respect. As for the possibility of an ordinary quality beast reaching the 9th tier, boom. The green rock exploded and quickly mended itself. The green rock iron python's restoration was swift, yet it could not regenerate indefinitely. Such abilities required energy. Continuously enduring blows would test the patience of even the most temperate beast, and the green rock iron python was not known for its calm demeanor. After withstanding another destructive beam, the green rock iron python's sturdy rock tail crashed heavily onto the training ground. Instantly, sharp stones shot into the air like a torrential downpour. This time, Rayquaza dared not be careless. There were too many stones, and they were moving too swiftly to be deflected by merely summoning a breeze. Rayquaza ascended once more, covering the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, now hovering nearly 50 meters above the ground. At this altitude, the speed of the stones had significantly diminished. Appearing somewhat lackluster, Rayquaza unleashed a destructive beam toward the dense cluster of stones. Boom! The beam obliterated a majority of the stones, sending dust billowing into the air, even affecting the audience. The training ground became shrouded in dust, obscuring the view of the battle. Only Lu Wuqing's eyes narrowed in focus. The green rock iron python remained unaffected by the obscured vision. Although it did not resemble a typical snake, it possessed thermal sensitivity akin to serpents. The green rock iron python raised its tail and then slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! A fissure appeared upon impact, and suddenly, a stone pillar erupted from the earth, rapidly growing taller. In mere seconds, the pillar reached a height of over 10 meters. The green rock iron python coiled around the pillar, swiftly climbing upward. The pillar continued to grow, albeit at a slower pace, for it was merely a first-tier beast. The ability to alter the terrain to such an extent was already quite extraordinary. Ultimately, the pillar ceased its growth at a height of over 20 meters, still falling short of Rayquaza's elevation. However, it was deemed sufficient, at least in the eyes of the green rock iron python. Firmly entwined around the stone pillar, it compressed its body before launching itself upward like a spring. In midair, the green rock iron python appeared to slenderize slightly and solidify further. This is the application of the green rock iron python's innate ability, which is fundamentally rooted in rock and allows it to alter its form to a certain extent. The leaping prowess of the green rock iron python is truly astonishing, effortlessly covering dozens of meters in height in an instant. At this moment, the green rock iron python lifts its head to behold the sky splitter. The sky splitter, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the green rock iron python. Instinctively unleashes a beam of destructive energy, striking precisely atop the python's head. Fortunately, the green rock iron python's rocky physique mitigates the impact, had it been another beast. Receiving such a blast so close to the forehead might have resulted in its demise, even if it were of a higher tier. One cannot deny the ferocity of the green rock iron python, which, in defiance of the destructive rays from the sky splitter, continues to ascend. Now merely a few meters away from its opponent. Then, the sky splitter ascends slightly, just a few dozen meters higher, before unleashing another beam of destructive energy. The green rock iron python experiences a profound sense of despair. The distance between the two is both alarmingly close and utterly unattainable. This time, the green rock iron python can no longer withstand the force and plummets towards the ground. Given its considerable mass, such a fall would surely result in devastation upon impact. Nevertheless, the python's innate prowess manifests as it undergoes subtle transformations mid-air, its body flattening and thin shards of rock protruding from its sides, significantly slowing its descent. However, the sky splitter is not one to squander such an opportunity. Raising its head, a glimmer of cold light appears behind it, quickly elongating into a line that seems to cleave the sky in two. The sky splitter vanishes from sight, even though the arena remains shrouded in dust. All present witness that piercing gleam of light. When the sky splitter reappears, it does so on the opposite side of the descending green rock iron python, creating a gaping hole in the center of the python's body, nearly severing it in two. The sky splitter does not engage in further action, silently hovering in the air, awaiting the inevitable. With a thunderous crash, a massive shockwave erupts, dispersing much of the dust in the arena. It is then that the spectators discern the source of the commotion. The green rock iron python has crashed heavily to the ground. The solid rock flooring of the arena has cracked into several large fragments, and the python's body is marred by numerous fissures, including the nearly bisecting hole at its center. Yet, at that moment, the tail of the green rock iron python suddenly stirs, followed by a slow attempt to roll over. As debris from the ground begins to coalesce around it, Li Mu is left speechless. This creature seems almost indomitable, and he wonders if it can truly recover from such devastation. I concede, Lu Wuchen states with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of the disappointment typically associated with defeat. Having uttered those 3 words, he turns and departs without a moment's hesitation. The green rock iron python struggles to rise, dragging its battered form to hurriedly follow Lu Wuchen. Chapter 90 concludes. The battle has ended, and Li Mu emerges victorious. The system's rewards have yet to be dispensed. Li Mu understands that the distribution will only occur once the afternoon's challenge concludes and rankings are finalized. This battle was arguably the most evenly matched for the Sky Splitter. Even in the end, Li Mu believes the green rock iron python retains some fighting spirit. The Sky Splitter, having expended considerable energy, likely would not have faced such a struggle had it not had the advantage of flight. However, Lu Wuchen chose to concede outright. Perhaps he was unaware of the Sky Splitter's fatigue or truly indifferent to the outcome. Had the Sky Splitter been unable to fly, the battle's result would have been far less certain. Li Mu finds the green rock iron python to be remarkably formidable, at least by the standards of its exceptional quality. With its extraordinary defensive capabilities, rapid self-repair, dual attributes of poison and earth, and sheer size and hardness, its close combat potential is undoubtedly terrifying. While the green rock iron python faces significant limitations against the Sky Splitter and appears somewhat countered, it possesses certain advantages over it as well. The Sky Splitter is characterized by high burst damage, while the green rock iron python counters most burst-type beasts with its superior defense and remarkable self-healing. After the battle, Chun Xinyu and Yu Mu Yang accompany Li Mu to visit the night wolf dog. The trio arrives at the beast medical room, finding only a nurse present, who leads them to the night wolf dog before departing. Upon seeing the night wolf dog, Li Mu cannot help but smile. Approaching to sit by its side and gently stroke its head, the night wolf dog is now completely swathed in bandages, with only its eyes visible. "How are you feeling, Big Black?" Li Mu inquires. "Quite well," replies the night wolf dog, narrowing its eyes in enjoyment of Li Mu's affection. "Master, the big dog is so impressive. It doesn't even flinch in pain, not a single whimper," exclaims the flower fairy, fluttering from the bed to perch on Li Mu's shoulder. After spending some time with the night wolf dog and the flower fairy, Li Mu feeds the night wolf dog a crystal core. As lunchtime approaches, he decides to leave the flower fairy behind to continue accompanying the night wolf dog while he, along with Chun Xinyu and Yu Mu Yang, goes to eat. Upon returning to the battle arena after lunch, the challenge competition commences without incident. The rankings remain largely unchanged, with the top few positions remaining intact. Even in the afternoon's challenge, Lu Wuchen is notably absent. Typically, if a challenger is not present, it counts as a forfeit. However, perhaps due to Lu Wuchen's formidable reputation among the current students. Even after his defeat by Li Mu, no one dares to challenge him. As the challenge concludes, the rankings are finalized. First place goes to Li Mu, second to Lu Wuchen, third to Yu Mu Yang, fourth to Lu Qingqing, fifth to Su Yan, and sixth to Chen Xinyu. The announcement of these rankings leaves a sour taste among the students, particularly as 2 of the top 3 are from a lower year, resulting in the loss of the first place. Yet, their discontent does not extend beyond mere frustration. The battles were fair and transparent, and their strengths are evident to all. After the competition, Li Mu retrieves the night wolf dog from the medical room, relieved to find it recovering quickly and able to move about, for otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to transport its hefty weight of 200 pounds. Upon returning home, he feeds the Sky Splitter, Lava Dragon, and Flower Fairy each a crystal core, allowing them to entertain themselves, while the night wolf dog rests on the sofa. Li Mu gazes at the night wolf dog sprawled on the couch and smiles before quietly murmuring, "System, I am here. Please synthesize my 3 opportunities to elevate ordinary quality to good quality into 1 opportunity to promote good quality to excellent quality." Understood. A mere pause of seconds elapses before the system's voice resonates once more. Synthesis successful. The host now possesses 1 opportunity to elevate good quality to excellent quality. Available for immediate use. Use it on the night wolf dog. The quality aligns. Please select the promotion path. The 37 promotion paths for the night wolf dog materialize before Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu had long contemplated the promotion trajectory of the night wolfhound, and without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded. Blood Frenzy Wolf. Was he certain about evolving the night wolfhound into the Blood Frenzy Wolf? Absolutely. As commanded, the night wolfhound, resting on the sofa, was suddenly enveloped in a radiant light, which appeared out of nowhere, leaving Li Mu unable to discern its origin. Estimated time, 34 minutes. 33:59. A countdown panel materialized before Li Mu's eyes. He scrutinized the luminous sphere surrounding the night wolfhound. This marked his first utilization of the system's direct evolution feature since the creation of the Sky Rift. He wondered what distinctions existed between the system's direct evolution and the conventional material evolution. After observing for a while, Li Mu averted his gaze. With half an hour still remaining, he couldn't simply stare endlessly. The time was still ample, so Li Mu decided to prepare some food for himself. He had no classes tomorrow and the day after, granting him a 2-day reprieve, with the training for the top 10 commencing on the 3rd day. Just as he retrieved the noodles to cook, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, yet Li Mu did not hesitate to answer. "Hello? Who is this?" "Hey, little brother, do you remember me?" Li Mu raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. If this person knew him and had previously called him. The only one he hadn't saved in his contacts was Zhang Hao. "Is it Brother Zhang?" Li Mu inquired tentatively. "Ha ha ha. Your memory serves you well, little brother." "Brother Zhang, what brings you to call?" "Well, today our team is having a gathering, and I wanted to see if you were free to join us for a meal." Li Mu frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would eagerly accept an invitation for a meal, but with the night wolfhound currently evolving, he was reluctant to step away. "Brother Zhang, I apologize, but I'm not particularly available today. Could we reschedule?" "Ah, little brother, the thing is, I actually have some matters to discuss with you and would like to ask for your assistance. If we postpone, it might." After pondering for a moment, Li Mu eventually acquiesced. "All right then, Brother Zhang, where are you? I'll come over right away." Although it was merely a short trip for Li Mu, he felt it prudent to acknowledge this favor. He disliked being indebted to others. "I'll send you the location. Call me when you're close, and I'll come to fetch you." Understood. No sooner had he hung up than Zhang Hao sent him the detailed address via text. Chunan Grand Hotel? That shouldn't pose much of an issue within the city. Nonetheless, Li Mu still dialed Zhang Yang's number, requesting him to drive him there. After all, Zhang Yang was idle as it was.